Well, good morning and welcome to Weathertech Raceway Laguna Seca, where Velocity Invitational for 2021 is underway. We are standing here in the California sunshine, and I'm pleased to say the covers have just come off, and we have a fantastic team assembled to bring you all of the action over the next couple of days. My name's Kev Harris, and I'm pleased to say standing alongside me is Kiri Bloor. Kiri, we are here in the California sunshine, and it's glorious.
It is absolutely gorgeous, and welcome to 2 incredible days of racing. Well, it's not just me that's here as well. You've got Johnny Green and Adam Andretti, so I'll let you talk to Johnny first about the excitement.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny, we kicked off in style last night. We're here first daytime proper, but last night the action under lights, the lights of Minis and Mustangs going around Laguna Seca, that was quite something.
I think it was the perfect way to start because it encapsulated the history of here at Laguna, but also the whole event. Yeah, the Minis versus David and Goliath, if you like. And actually, the Minis were faster overall, but it was Mustang that won.
Yeah, Mustang won in the end. But listen, you're a fan of historics, and here we are surrounded by some of the most awesome historics that you're going to see anywhere in town. And, you know, what are you looking forward to this weekend?
I know it's a bit glib to say this, but all of it, because it really is a 100-year history of motorsport. And Laguna Seca really is, since the 50s, been the heartbeat of so much of motor racing in this country. Yes, there are other hubs, but the California scene really does encapsulate everything about American racing.
The hub and the heart, indeed. And I can assure you, Johnny is excited. He has been very excited from very early on. Now, Adam, you had to bring him in this morning. He is particularly excited. Are you as well?
Of course, you know, I mean, right now we're here in the morning. We're starting to see the shops opening up. As you, Kevin, pointed out, the covers coming off the cars. Engines are starting to warm up in the background, so it's hard not to be excited about what's going to go on here at Weathertech Raceway Laguna Seca this weekend with the Velocity Invitational. There's so many fun cars out here. For me, my personal favorite, what I can't wait to happen is this 917 parade that's going to go on. I'm a huge fan of Porsche. Huge fan of the 917 as well, where its place is at in history. So that's going to be a really big deal for me. But as Jonathan said, I mean, everything here is eye candy, and everyone here is enthusiastic about being here.
Listen, it is absolutely spectacular. When you see the cars that are here, your heart is certainly going to melt because there are some spectacular cars. So we're going to let you guys head up to the commentary booth because these guys are going to be keeping you entertained all day. So we'll hear you in just a moment. Myself and Kev are going to be in the Velocity Lane. So thank you, Johnny. We'll see you in commentary. Thank you, Adam. We're going to be in Velocity Lane, Kevin. It is amazing out here. So many cars. Now, we heard the guys and their favourite cars. Yeah. Have you got one that you've seen so far?
Yeah, I mean, this weekend there are so many highlights, but you know, having been here before and been around the US scene and the historics previously, Group 9, the 1966 to 1972 Trans Am cars, you know, like Parnelli Jones, George Follmer, Boss 302 Mustangs, they are just phenomenal. That, for me, will tick the box of this visit to Laguna Seca once again. How about yourself?
Well, there's some spectacular Formula One cars out there that some incredible names have driven, so I'm really excited. We heard some of those on track yesterday, and the noise is just incredible. So that's what I'm looking forward to. But of course, as we said, the California sun is shining down, and it's so nice to see life a bit back to normal as well. The crowds are pouring in already. And as Johnny said, the heart of racing here in Laguna Seca.
Yeah, the heart of racing. We're bringing it to you all across the live streams. We are currently on, I think, the Goodwood Festival speed.
Would you want me to give you a full
Give us the rundown.
Okay,
We've
so
got
we're on the
YouTube
Goodwood
and Facebook
Festival,
right across the board.
Yeah, so Goodwood Festival YouTube and Goodwood Facebook. And then there's Motorvision, MotorTrend, Racer.com, and then the Velocity Invitational on Facebook and YouTube, and then the Eurosport player. But you're going to be on one of those already if you're already tuned into us, so it's going to be good to have you on board for us throughout the weekend. Okay, well, I think we can hear already the tannoys are out, the cars are getting ready to go, so things are pretty much up and ready for action. Now, the boys have had to have hot-footed it all the way up to the left there, so I wonder if they've got there yet.
Well, they've had their coffee. They've had their good boy coffee this morning. They're feeling pretty athletic.
Well, they've had
so I think they will have raced up there, so they're pretty sprightly. Johnny is a lot more athletic than you may seem.
Okay.
He will have run up there.
Right.
The effervescent Englishman, I'm sure, is primed and ready to go.
All right, well, we'll hand over to the commentary team as they take us through the day, and myself and Kevin will see you in Velocity Lane in a bit.
Thanks, guys. Yes, and what a beautiful day. Well, you can just see the sun, the bay, the Monterey Bay in the background. What a beautiful sight that is from the drone. Laguna Seca in all its glory. Adam Andretti, I know you've raced here, you've been here. There's a corner named after the family. You feel at home right here.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Been coming here since I was a young boy and always loved being here and spent a lot of time watching on the hill and you know, roaming around the area and just enjoying everything that, you know, Monterey Bay Peninsula really brings to you. And, you know, from the whale watching to the aquariums to the great food at Fisherman's Wharf, you know, it's just really a wonderful, wonderful place to be. And then you come in here to the hills at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and you just can't beat this world-class facility that's been here. You know, it's been here, 70 years, so it's had definitely a great amount of longevity. But yeah, so just really, really, really pumped to be here. And I know that this whole paddock here, as you can see from the beautiful drone shot, just a wonderful job that the group here at Velocity Invitational has done building that paddock up in such a unique way. I've really been impressed by that, John.
Yeah, as you can see, we've got a display. We'll have several exhibitions, but a host of group racing from historics, and we literally, as I said earlier, we go through the entire history of motor racing, right back to pre-war, World War II, and in fact, Group 1 is exactly that. We head right back to pre-war sports racing cars from 1924 to 1939, and that really does give you an idea of where we're going, because we've even got a 2022 GT Ford parked outside as well, so it takes us right up to the modern era. You mentioned the 917s, such a huge history here. Ironically, a German car, but made such a splash in America and continues to do so.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, I've been privileged to be around some very extremely rare 917s, and they never cease to amaze the imagination and what that era represented, and the risk that the drivers took, and the speeds that they were carrying there. And that's what we're seeing right now, right? There's a little bit of risk there taken in one of these McLarens that's out there. And that's a beautiful thing about this morning too. We get to start the morning off with on track is the modern cars, the McLaren collection. We have, you know, the Senna, the 765 LTs, 720Ss, 570Ss, some Spiders. There's a Lamborghini out there, a Senza. So just some really, really neat stuff. And then, like you said, we go right into that, right into that World War II era of cars. So we go from, you know, this modern technology right to where it all began almost for us at this point.
I always like asking a racing driver this question. If you had, I don't know, I'll give you a 2 million budget. Is there a particular modern car, and we're looking at all the latest iterations from McLaren, and you mentioned the others, so many out here on this demonstration. Is there one that you say, I really would like to either drive it or take it home?
I think everyone is always going to drive something Adrian Newey's had his hands on.
That's a good point.
And that Aston Martin Valkyrie is a special looking vehicle. I think its performance is special. But as we see the Senna that's out on track right now, that's also just an incredible piece of machinery to get to go drive and be a part of. So, you know, I don't think, but yeah, if it was for my money and I had to choose absolutely one and only, I would probably go with that Valkyrie, you know, at this point. But some really cool cars up out here in the paddock too that, you know, who knows? I might have to come back with you another answer on that one.
No, you've got a weekend to answer that question.
Okay, I like that.
I put you on the spot there, but
it's okay.
No, I always find it interesting because I've never driven any of these really high-powered modern cars. I've been very lucky to have done a few Ferrari courses and so on and so forth, so I've driven a fair few of those. I've never driven a McLaren, certainly not driven a Senna, and McLaren have a huge influence on this race weekend. And in fact, the CEO of McLaren, Zach Brown, is here, as is one of his drivers. In fact, a couple of them. But Paddock Award, the IndyCar driver from McLaren, is here. Zach's driving himself, and we've even got a former world two-time champion, Mika Hakkinen, here as well. Delighted to have all of them on board, especially when you figure that right now in Sao Paulo, the McLaren F1 team is racing. So for Zach to be here and let the team get on with it is quite a privilege.
Yeah, I believe this is the second time he's missed a Formula One weekend to be at a historic, so it shows what it means to Zach, you know, Brown, to be here and to be involved in these, and you know that shows you the passion for the man. The man didn't get involved in motorsports just because of the business of it and the value that brought and the lifestyle. He got into the sport because he has a passion for it, and that passion has driven, you know, all the success that he's had and enjoyed, and now he gets to, you know, at these historic events, really gets to reap the benefits of all that by driving these cars that he admired as a young boy growing up. and now he owns and gets to be on track and be like his heroes of the day.
Yeah, it's pretty ironic. He's driving a 1982 Alan Jones Williams car, and of course Alan Jones won the world title in that car. I don't know which chassis it is, but I'll find out. But knowing Zach, he's probably got the right one. And it just seems ironic to me to see him driving a Williams, but it just shows you what historic racing is all about. There's no team orders, there's no delineation. It's just pure love of racing and cars.
Absolutely. And what stands to you emotionally? I remember hearing Zach talk about his collection, and everything has that emotional connection, from whether it be when he was young, or it might even be from drivers he's known, as he's become this the pillar of the motorsport that he has become. Is, like, I know Alan Jones has become a good friend of Zach. So I know through that relationship, Zach is in a position that he wanted to buy one of the cars that brought Alan Jones that success, and that's certainly the one that did it. So I'm guessing, like you, that is probably the car, that is the car that Alan won the World Championship in. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it is. I got to spend some nice time with Alan more recently. Of course, he was at his heyday in the 80s. But his son Christian did the GT Asia Championship and Porsche Carrera Cup to much success. He won the Carrera Cup. But young chip off the old block, as it were, and Alan would show up and, just be in the background. But it was great to hear him hold court in the bar and hear some old stories. But, great family, and a bit like the Andretti's, the legacy continues.
Absolutely. And I tell you, that Porsche Carrera Cup is no joke. If you can win in that's some of the most competitive racing you'll find around the world. So usually the people the drivers that find success there tend to find success elsewhere in their careers quite easily.
Well, as you mentioned, we've got Lamborghinis out there. We've got Spiders. There's two 720 Spiders. There's 570S and three 765 LTS McLarens. So it's dominated by McLaren, but there's a few others thrown in there as well. I also had we had a look at the hardtails out in on display.
The
Speedtail, excuse me.
Yeah.
And there's so much that is going to be seen on track, but also there's a lot on track. So if you are here at the venue, don't just sit and watch TV and watch the on-track stuff. Definitely get them out amongst them in this paddock, which is so well set up, and get amongst some of these cars and really learn a little bit about the history. The beauty of it is you can go up to the cars, you can go up to the drivers, and you can really learn a little bit about it. And the stuff for the kids as well, and the playground where we were just doing our links for the opening. There's plenty for kids to do, so it's a family affair. The sun is out, it's November. Perfect.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And also, when you're looking at these, the checkered flag is out on this session for the luxury collection, but the numbers have a significant point to make on the McLaren. So when you look at like a 570, that's 570 horsepower, 720, 720 horsepower, 765, so on and so forth. But then there's the LTs that you see. So that means it's a long tail version of that. So the 765 LTs, there were three of them out there, a long tail version. So then you see the Spider is in there, and then that was I believe a 570S that was just in front there at the beginning of that silver one that came through. So like Jonathan said, get out here and get a closer up. I mean, you're never going to get, first of all, to get close to a speed tail is so rare. And then to have four of them there that you can drool over it's even a more rare fate.
And it's the detail too. You were telling me about the difference between one car and another with just the weave of the carbon fiber.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, they have a tighter weave carbon fiber that is quite a high cost increase. And I don't believe any performance advantage. I believe it's just a styling cue or opportunity for such. But yeah, the difference is, and they're all bespoke, right? They're all fully custom to what the individual client needs are and wants are, and there's no colors, if you will. It's not like a color palette. You get to design and actually name your own color for cars like that, which is also another special thing to be a part of.
Beautiful day here in Monterey. You are watching the Velocity Invitational 2021. Sadly, no event in 2020, but I was at the 2019 event, which was held at Sonoma, and to much success. We had a similar fair there, and we've got a lot of similar cars that were there at that event. But I'm really impressed with the depth of California's world cars, and I'm talking all the way back to the Japanese, the British, the Jaguars, and so on and so forth, which really is a big part of the history of California. When you think of an American historic event, you think of muscle cars and you think of American cars and Dan Gurney and so on and so forth. But when you realize that the love of the Porsche, the love of the Mini, the love of the MG, and also the invasion, the British stroke European invasion of cars back in the 50s when they started racing here. In fact, it was a Jaguar XKX that won the first Pebble Beach race back in, I think it was early 50s. This track was formed in 58 because it got a little too dangerous running around the trees of Pebble Beach. But that was what the go was in those days. In the mid-50s, it was all European cars, and the muscle cars, the AC Cobras, were just beginning to sort of, say, we'll take the best out of what the Brits have got and the Italians have got, and we won't be beaten by them coming over here. We'll do our own thing.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's perfect observation of exactly what went on and started the era, and I believe might have been also what kind of gave us the design here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, because it wasn't built like, Road America is a horsepower track. So, you can't go there with you couldn't have that Mustang versus Mini Cooper at Road America. It wouldn't be a contest. But here, where it's a great balance of handling and horsepower, for sure you could come here with, a better handling car and take care of your stuff and surely show up the Americans with their big horsepower and heavy cars. But finding the balance between the two, like the great Carroll Shelby did and the AC Cobras, seemed to be the magic, and the magic that's continued, and that magic formula has continued, to this day. It's all about weight to power ratio.
Well, as we look down on Laguna Seca, perfect day and a lot of excitement. Not many events at this time of the year. We've just wrapped up the Trans Am Championship. And incidentally, I should mention that Adam Andretti, currently a TA2 driver in Trans Am, had a very successful 2021 with the three-dimensional services team with Doug Peterson and Rafa Matos, who became champion again for the second time, as we start to take a look at our first class of cars. And what I love about groups like this is to talk about what the men that drove these originally and the guys that are doing it today, how brave they are.
Right.
Because just think about this for a second. No safety belts, no airbags.
I was just about to say, you don't see anything strapped over his shoulders.
No. And by the way, that was by choice. Because of when crashes happened, it felt that it was deemed that it would be safer for a driver to be thrown away from a large moving missile full of metal, hot metal, than actually be strapped in. Now, that's different from how we view it today, but I can understand.
Well, motorcycle racers still have that theory, right? Motorcycle racers think race car drivers are crazy.
Yep.
Because they're strapped to the big hunk of metal instead of trying to get away from all that inertia, right? But, it's just to each his own, Absolutely. I remember Louis Meyer, the first three-time winner of the Indianapolis 500. He's a great book.
Well, as we said, we've got Kev and Kerry down there throughout the day. Let's head first of all to Kev Harris, who's down in the paddock.
Thanks, Johnny. I am indeed down here on the lawn. How about this? The California lawn in front of the Taylor Farm Sip and Savor Pavilion. And I've just doorstepped my pal David here, who's having a great little chat. He just walked in, didn't you, David? You were just minding your own business, chatting to a few of your friends here. And I said, these guys look like they know a thing or two about some of these cars. And David, I picked the right man, because your company actually worked on 3 or 4 of the cars that are behind us right now.
3 of them here. We did the work on. We did all the metal work, the restoration work on 3 of these Gurney Eagle Indy cars. One of them that's not completed yet. We're still working on it, but it's here on display. The other 2 may run today. I'm not sure. The first one was actually the very first Gurney Eagle car that ran in 1966 with Dan Gurney. And then the other one, I'm not sure what year it is. It's owned by Bobby Rahal. Yeah. We did the metal work and restoration on that one as well. And like I said, we're doing the third one.
Yeah, and David, I tell you what, you do a great job on the metalwork and restoration, because when you come down here and take a look at these things, you'll realise just how exquisite they are. They're probably better than when Dan Gurney got behind the wheel. I reckon they are in better shape now. They really are. How many hours goes into working on something like that?
Hundreds. It just depends on what needs to be done. We don't try to over-restore them. We try to keep them period correct, but we replace it and restore them back to so they can race, actually, so they can run, and they're safe. That's the big thing, too.
That's it, and race and run they will over the next couple of days. David, thanks ever so much.
No problem.
I caught this man on the hop, I really did. I said, do you want to go live all over the internet? And he went, no! And I said, you'll be fine, you'll be fine. But anyway, listen, Johnny and Adam, things are hotting up down here. What a great start, and what's it looking like with you up there in commentary?
Absolutely perfect. Conditions are set fair. It's a beautiful day here in the Monterey Hills. Just in case you've not ever been or seen Laguna Seca, we are about 10 miles away from the coast, about an hour away from San Jose, and about another hour away from San Francisco. In this region, you have the old Sears Point, which is now, of course, Sonoma. And, of course, Laguna Seca. So two very big circuits here on the West Coast, but there are many more. Riverside used to be here, and so many others, Willow Hills, and so many that are part of the race scene here.
Absolutely. I've, the new places that have been built to the new, if you will, country clubs like Fahrenheit in Southern California. You have the old classics, Willow Springs, as you said, Thunder Hill, that are here as well. So, yeah, absolutely.
Thunder Hill, Willow Springs.
Yeah.
I said Willow Hill.
Very
nice I combined a circuit. Good stuff.
Very cool racetracks out here, big free-flowing places. As you mentioned, Sonoma is classic, and love the S's there and the technicality of that place. And then obviously the great street race out here, the Long Beach Grand Prix, that not out here in Monterey, but in Southern California is a classic in its own. So.
Now, here's a really nice touch they've instituted here at the Velocity Invitational, which is to have this pre-grid for the crowd, effectively to stand behind these picket fences. Very 1950s, very Goodwoody. But it gets the fans a chance to walk up and down. There's some bales to sit on.
I tell you, I love it. And I bet Haggerty Insurance loves it, too, just for the fact, like you said, it keeps the fans contained in an area to where they're not around the moving vehicles, but it's very professionally done. They get up close and personal. It's almost how I would imagine like the red carpet being laid out for cars.
Yeah,
it's very, very special. Like you said, got a Goodwood feel to it. So very, very, and it's just so neat to see these cars on track. I mean, this is the stuff that made our sport. It was these individuals, as you mentioned earlier before we went to that break to Kev, the heroes of the day, and no seatbelts, wanting to get away from the vehicle if it crashed. The great Louis Meyer, the first three-time winner of the Indianapolis 500, he fought seatbelts in the cars because that was in his era, and he fought it hard. And it was always brought in as an example. Anytime they made a mandate, even as recent as the Hans device, they would bring up Louis Meyer and how he would how he fought the seatbelt, but the seatbelt had proved to be that innovation that saved so many of us racers, and because there's so many people that fought against the Hans device at its inception because it was not the understanding. And now that we have lived with that Hans device and it saved so many lives over these years, we don't even question it anymore.
No, that's very true. So we are about to see Group 1, the pre-war sports racing cars from 1924 to 1939. And to give you an idea, most of the men and women that drove these cars in period would have been wealthy aristocrats, for want of a better word, but noblemen or people with money, because the car was still very new at that point, and therefore the price point was high. And to go race them was even more expensive because they were delicate and needed some work. And so these men and women were very brave, for one, but two, were able to afford it. So it was a very elitist thing at the start. There was no Model T racing or anything like that at this point. So it was really the bastion of the elite. And you get a lot of noblemen and a lot of wealthy folk doing racing, but like I said before, they were not just wealthy, they were brave.
I was saying, you were saying racing's a wealthy man's game? That's shocking. I thought it,
Now it's really, really affordable.
Right, absolutely. No, and that's the thing is, right, it's the risk. You said it best, Jonathan. The risk that they took. Now, these were folks, arguably, that had the most to live for, right? They're living high on the hog.
Right, no kidding.
They've got all their land and they're all the horses and the cars and everything that they can ever handle, and they're willing to take the risk. That's what shows you about what kind of passion motorsports could just breathe into you.
Well, there was another connection too between both wars, both World War I and World War II, was that many of the car engineers that made the engines for cars also made the engines, as they still do, Rolls-Royce, for airplanes. So there was that connection too. As we see, we're underway, and the Velocity Invitational is up and running here at Laguna Seca, WeatherTech Raceway. The green flag waves, and away we go.
Yeah, Mark Hamilton Peters is going to go out to the early lead here, and Mark Hamilton Peters is in that 1932 Bugatti T59. Goes a little bit wide. Going to show it a little bit wide, and then that's going to allow Charles McCabe to get around. Oh, we got a spin.
Oh,
got a spin out of the Andretti hairpin.
But nicely done, I may add.
Beautiful save by Paddons Dowling, and that's in the 1934 ERA R2A.
Well, if you know your historic racers, Paddings Dowling has raced around the world. I did some commentary on him at the Monaco Historics a few years ago, but Padding gets around and is always a feature at any historic race. So if anybody was going to catch that, it would be he.
If you were questioning on if they're pushing these or not, right there's your answer.
Yeah.
Not to mention, you did see the number 14 of Mark Hamilton Peters. There was some chatter on the left rear, some wheel hop, which is a sign of heavy braking. So they're certainly getting it done early this morning here, Jonathan, the Velocity Invitational.
Well, the top three have sprinted into the lead as they go up to the Ray Hall and down the corkscrew for the first time. A wonderful shot from above along the Ray Hall Straight and into the famous corkscrew, dropping over 130 feet down the hill in these rather, I'm sure, interesting times to be driving one of these down the corkscrew. Not an easy quest. And then into Rainey as they head downhill and down to the last two corners. Tricky in these cars, I would hazard a guess, but three cars now moving well away from the rest of the pack. In third place, Ericsson Shirley in the Alfa Romeo from 1934.
Yeah, the Tipo B P3s. Again, we got Charles McCabe leading Mark Hamilton Peters coming to the start-finish line the first time by. Mark Hamilton Peters has a hand up, or they all have a hand up. It looks like we're double yellow.
Yeah,
double
looks
yellow
like
for some reason.
Okay, so we've slowed things down, and the signal is out.
That's the spin that we had at the exit of turn one. That's the number 7.
So each of these groups, we've got 9 in all, and Anthem exhibition groups will get a couple of races throughout the weekend, so we'll have back-to-back racing throughout this Velocity Invitational weekend. And there is Paddings Dowling, still stuck at a pig exit.
I believe just dead in the water.
Yeah, it's a shame.
I think they stalled. And
I'm wondering if he's done any damage to the suspension as well, but it was a fairly simple spin.
And it could have been, you're right, Jonathan, there could have been something that happened in the front suspension that caused a spin. You could have had a failure that would have caused the thing to loop around as well. So it'll be interesting to see if they get that thing rolling out.
And these pieces of history are not the things you mess with if there's something potentially awry.
So they changed on timing and scoring. That's not Paddons. I believe it might be a relative in Cian, C-I-A-N, Dowling. So that's another Dowling in the car for sure, but I don't believe it is Paddons.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying, yeah. Cian Dowling in the number 7, yeah.
Yeah, that just changed, though. That's when the race started, it had him as Paddons, but so there must have been someone from the team must have ran down to timing and scoring and said, whoa, that's not. So this will be probably a pretty quick, reassembly here. I don't believe that should take all that long, and we should be back to green here pretty shortly.
Yes, there's a fair few T-shirts around that say we don't put our art in museums, we race them, and it's very true of historic racing. It's one of the few sports in the world where instead of just putting, and many of these cars are in a museum during the normal day, but it's great to have them out and actually fettled to what they do best, and there is the car being towed away, and it is the 7. So you're absolutely right.
These would be like works from Picasso getting to tour a neighborhood and spend a night in each house. Because that was the intention of Pablo Picasso when you make those paintings. Same thing for these cars. When they were built, the intention was to be at racetracks. So the fact that the individuals that own the particular cars that are at like the Velocity Invitational here this weekend, my hat goes off to those individuals because they could very easily, as you said, Jonathan, park these in a museum, let that sit there and curate in a museum and be a part of that, take whatever tax write-off that's going to give them. But no, they're going to make these are living things. These things need to breathe. They need to drink fuel, and they need to belch that emissions and come out here. And if they don't do that, then they're just really not living out their purpose. So that's what I love about the historic races is it gives me hope for the cars that I'm driving nowadays, hopefully maybe 50, 60, 100 years from now, that there'll be someone out there driving those and talking about the history we made that we're making now.
So Charles McCabe leads the way in that number 6, and 14 is Mark Hamilton Peters, who led early on in the 1932 Bugatti. As we're under safety here, heading down towards the Andretti hairpin on what looks to be potentially a glorious day here. Clear blue skies here in California, mid-November. A little chilly at night, but absolutely lovely in the day.
Yeah, it's been absolutely spectacular, and being in Monterey this weekend and walking to Fisherman's Wharf and spending the time there and then the peninsula and listening to the sea lions bark and watching the sea otters and their little babies out there.
I heard them last night, yeah.
So it's definitely and the weather's been spectacular. You couldn't have bought better weather for this weekend.
Oh no question. And also, I think it's significant that we're at Laguna Seca and not elsewhere, so to speak. Like I said, a lot of the beginnings of American racing, in the 50s anyway, let's think about so many of the great names that were involved back then, started here at what was, like I said, the Pebble Beach races around the trees almost of Pebble Beach. And they did that for like the first 5 years in the 50s, and then decided maybe a little too dangerous, and built this circuit. It actually was I believe an Army base or an Air Force base.
Yeah. Saw the gun range here, and I said that's the only way you could ever build a racetrack out here in Monterey. I don't care what time of history you're talking about, and even in the 50s. The only way they're going to allow you to do something like this is if you're on some sort of military base that's been used and, already has the noise ordinances, already has all those. But absolutely, I always say, like, the Midwest, Indianapolis 500 birthed the purebred race car, right? Even to this day, an Indy car, that's all it does. That's all it can do is go do its race and then go home. Where this was really production-based racing, really started its birth out here in the West. That was really the heart of the production cars, considering the imports would come in here to the ports on the West Coast, and the tuners out here on the West Coast, just as we mentioned yesterday, the Huffackers,
yes,
being one of those tuners that just made a wonderful name for themselves. And the green is out. We're green again.
We're green again.
Charles McCabe comes here. Just rip into the start-finish line ahead of Mark Hamilton Peters and Eric Shirley.
And if you had any doubt as to how much these guys are pushing, 112 there by our leader, miles per hour.
Yeah, that's getting it. This is, basically a motorcycle with 4 wheels. When you look at it, there you can see their body English. They use their body English, leaning into the corners, because that makes an effect with these kind of cars. It's fantastic to watch.
Yeah, there's a great line in the program that says these cars didn't race for a world championship. It was just the exhilaration of surviving the race, which, joking aside, was actually the truth.
Yeah, you're talking a 30% survival rate in this era, so you had a 70% chance of not going home to see your family that night when you chose this as your, whether it been your career, if you were the person that was the talent at a high talent level and they hired, or this was like you said, you were an aristocrat, had the money, and this is what you wanted. The aristocrat daredevil, and you had the money, and you wanted to go out there and risk it.
That beautiful 1955 Alfa Romeo 8C35, the number 41, just going through shot. And that's Peter Greenfield at the wheel from New York.
And that thing is this big, heavy beast to handle.
I know,
yeah. Look at Charles McCabe out there in that 1936 ERA R6B, and that looks light and nimble and gets tossed around. And then here in P4, you see this big monstrosity, that big Alpha coming down. That 8C35 is just looks like an absolute beast as it comes roaring down the hill there.
And by the way, and this goes for all the groups that you'll see in action if you're new to historic racing, period parts and keeping them fettled and looked after and prepared as exactly they were in period. And what I mean by that is the same parts, the same pieces. Obviously, you've got new tires, but even the tires go with the actual sizes and so on. And so there's a lot of time and meticulous preparation made to make sure that the cars are for the regulations. And it's one thing that historic racing is very, very stringent with, is the rules of period and how you prepare these cars with no extra bits, no ABS, no special modern parts. Yes, they're wearing a modern helmet, but that's about it.
Absolutely. I mean, that's it. And as this era keeps continuing on, that's why we need to encourage the whole next generation to carry forth on the mechanical side. I mean, if you are young and this is of interest to you and you want to learn how to spin a wrench on a 1930s era, car, you need to get out to these events, talk to these owners. I mean, they would help, and that's a great way to cut your teeth and learn. But the only way to preserve this history moving forward is, I promise you, I've been coming to these events my entire life. I'm 42 years of age, and I've not watched any of these mechanics get any younger. In other words, we need a new influx of a whole new generation of mechanics to take an interest in all of our motorsport. That's why you're seeing a lot of STEM, encouragement throughout the educational.
What I find interesting looking at these cars particularly is the size of the wheels, the input that the drivers have to put into those wheels compared to what you're doing in a modern Trans Am car. Yes, there are times when you need to put mighty input very quickly, but you're constantly, watch his hands with those red gloves, you're constantly making adjustments through the corners here. We've just been looking at that 1932 Bugatti T59 and Charles McCabe at the wheel, and really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the white flag is out here for Charles McCabe. He's got one lap, one more circulation to get around.
Look at him lean out. Love it.
And they have big wheels because there's no power steering, so they had to have that leverage on the wheel. And
gotcha.
Obviously, the inputs, are got to be, a lot of them coming through there, partially because just the deflection and the size of the wheel, the actual wheel and tire deflection that you're coming back is going to cause a lot of wheel movement in the steering wheel. So it's that's also a big part of what we get to see throughout that as well is some of that deflection. But yeah, it's incredible the amount of leverage that they have to turn those things. And you can see a lot of them with the positive camber in the front end, which only adds to that challenge, like the 14 car. Look, this is coming to be a battle here for the win here.
Hey, it's getting coming down to the wire, isn't it?
Yeah. It's going to come down to who gets into that. But I'm telling you, the 14 of Mark Hamilton Peters, open face helmet and all, really getting into the period, is using up all the road, making the adjustments in the cockpit necessary.
Yeah, turn your TV to black and white, squint your eyes, and you could be there. 1924 to 1939.
It's a great run up the hill to the corkscrew. Phenomenal run on Charles
up the inside,
McCabe.
Go on, make it happen.
See the dive bomb? Nope, didn't happen.
But he's still close enough. He's got 3 corners left.
Great racing here, and right here up to the wire as they go through the rainy left.
So the Bugatti versus the ERA, very, very close racing for the final few corners out of rainy, and into turn 10 they come.
Mark Hamilton Peters giving that Bugatti T59 all she can handle.
And into the final corner, turn 11 here at Laguna Seca, and it's going to be nip and tuck. He gets a little slide on in the 14, but the Bugatti won't make it, and it's the ERA from 1936 of Charles McCabe, who takes the checkered flag in style. A nice clean race, one spin. And a good battle for third as well.
Yeah, we got Peter Greenfield nipped it with that Alfa Romeo 8C35. Ericsson Shirley in that Alfa Romeo Tipo B really had that position for the most of the race, and that got nipped right there at the end by Peter Greenfield. So some great racing throughout the field here at the end of this Group 1 race.
Some excellent stuff too to kick us off. And we'll continue with that theme very soon because we've got the ragtime races coming up, so looking forward to that.
Dennis Pagani here coming to the line. That's a P5 for Dennis, and he's in that Alfa Romeo 8C 2300.
Yeah, excellent start to the day.
2300 Monza.
Nice.
Yeah, my first Monza. That's where my dad and my uncle Mario saw their first ever race.
Yes, I can imagine. Yeah.
Alberto Ascari in the Ferrari, and this was in.
And the rest is history, as they say.
The rest, as they say, was
Aldo and Mario leaving Italy and coming to America, and kind of making a name for themselves. You may say. So as we look down on the Laguna Seca circuit, we have plenty more to coming, including the ragtime races. So as we look down on Laguna Seca, we get ready for our next group, and I'm really excited about this. We've seen these guys around America, and they do a heck of a show. They're known as the Ragtime Racers, and I know, for one, that Kev Harris is a big, big fan of Ragtime Racers. Let's join Kev down in the paddock.
Yeah, thanks, Johnny. I'm down here with the Ragtime Racers, and my pal Ed Archer, who I met at Laguna Seca just a few weeks ago, said to me, Kev, you know what, we're gonna have to hustle with this because we're going out on track. But Ed, just a quick word about this Hall and Scott car in front of us. Aero engineering in this thing, it's huge.
It is a monster, and it's a beautiful car, extremely well restored. Aircraft engine, and as you can see, aircraft technology throughout. Just a great car.
Yeah, and in incredible condition. And Ed, all of the Ragtime Racers cars that we got on display down here, they're quite something, aren't they?
Yeah, oh yeah, they really are. It's really special to see really pre-1920 race cars out on the track running. I mean, you see them in a museum someplace, static display, but to see them out on the track, it's just incredible.
That's the thing here, folks. The Ragtime Racers, Ed and his team, and Brian, who put all these cars together, they're all from like 1920, pre-1920, and they're running them as race cars. I mean, these things weren't designed to be running 100 years later. What do you have to do to keep them going, Ed?
You got to be patient.
Yeah.
And be prepared. And if you think it's great watching them, you need to be a driver.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's the thing. When you're driving these, you're sitting up high, your head and shoulders above the thing. You're in the air when you're going around the track here.
You definitely are. I mean, you're out, yeah. You have no protection at all. You drive accordingly.
I tell you what we'll do, Ed, let's take a little walk. We'll just go down the line slightly because if we come this way, there's one down here that I want to have a look at that we didn't have last time. We'll go nice and slowly as we go along because they're all in incredible condition. But we got this grey one here, which I like to look at. Yeah. Now, this is the Hudson here, and it's just an incredible, incredible condition. This is shining like a new pin in the California sunshine. What can you tell me about this one?
This is the Hudson mile-a-minute Roadster. They came out in 1912, and it was kind of the answer to Mercer's Raceabout. Yeah. I mean, it's a sporty racing car, and like the Suts Bearcat. Great car.
Ed, listen, it's all going on all around us. You know what? I'm going to have to throw back to Johnny and Adam because we're seeing this going on, and that means only one thing at a racetrack. It means they're going to fire them up and start them up, and it's going to be very loud. Ed, are you going out in one?
I'm going out right now.
Which one are you going in?
The yellow number 4, 1915 Ford race car.
This is fantastic. Keep your eyes peeled for Ed Archer, yellow number 4, the 1915 race car. 1915. Stop and think about that for a second. And it's going live here in 2021. Ed, I'm going to let you go and get ready. We might stay looking at you while you're getting ready. I'm not quite sure. Or we might go back to Johnny and Adam in comms. But get yourself ready, sir, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Wonderful stuff. Thank you, Kev. Yeah, and I know it's one of his personal favourites. We'll keep an eye out for that 1915 Ford Racer, 4-cylinder, and definitely one to watch in bright yellow there. Just 2-speed. How'd you fancy a 2-speed car?
That's what they did back then, right? I mean, it wasn't, the gearboxes, 5-speed and up gearboxes. It wasn't until the 60s.
And you can see the modern day helmet, the only real thing that's modern about these guys. Even the leather strapped hoods. How about that?
Right. I think I would get some of those new motorcycle leathers with the airbags is what I'd be wearing out there. I think Alpine Stars even builds like a T-shirt now. It's a tile feel that you can wear on your bicycle that if it pitches you off, it becomes an airbag that deploys. So I think I'd be going all those. Yeah, it's incredible to see and love the passion here.
I've had a passenger ride in that number 16 in the background there, and it was an absolute joy leaning out of the car and just hanging out with the guy, very enjoyable.
Yeah, no, I can only imagine what that's like. I can only imagine, what a good fun that trip that would be. Did you get any grease or oil on your pants?
Of course.
Yeah. Did you work the brake?
I did not work the brake. I didn't dare. So this is a real special sight. And, of course, the crank start. Why not? Cranking his own car.
And that you have to be careful with that.
Why?
Oh, it'll bite and it'll snap on you. And there's an art to cranking these things up.
Well, of course, part of the ragtime races is a replica Mormon Wasp. I don't know if it's here this weekend, but of course that was the winner of the first ever Indy 500. And in fact, also has an historical role to play. It was the first ever car to use mirrors.
Yes, yeah.
Because passengers were the GOAT.
Ray Haroon.
That's right.
He's credited for, creating the rearview mirror, and it was in that Mormon Wasp. And that started the innovation that was the Indianapolis Motor Speedway that continued and continues to this day. And as they move on to their next era and IndyCar into their hybrid era that they're gonna go next, and that's their next advancement. It's a lot of exciting stuff, within IndyCar, and this is where it all started. Looks like our buddy might have. Oh no,
he's on. He's up and running.
He was shaking his head, struggling to get the thing started. But, yeah, now he's got the goggles on, the game face is on, helmet's coming on. It's going to get serious out there. Yeah, Packards out there. And, Packards are actually built on Belle Isle in Detroit, where the Detroit Grand Prix has been held in the past. I believe the Detroit Grand Prix is going to be held back downtown around the Renaissance Towers again, and in the future here. So that's going to be something exciting to look forward to. But
we just looked at that number 4 starting up that Ed was talking to Kev. How about this? Mechanical expanding master brakes and Perlman artillery wood wheels.
Yeah, right. The wood wheel. Not just for wagons anymore. The motorized wagon.
The 4T racing body car found in Long Beach in the 1950s as a race car and restored to authentic 1950. And the current owner is Ed and Karen Archer, and we just spoke to Ed here in that foreground, the number 4. So he is the owner of that very special. He and his wife own this very special car, and you are really truly watching, like you said, the Nationals, the Packards, and everybody dressed in period. It really is a wonderful. And these guys take this show, because they don't really race, it's an exhibition, but they take this show on the road to a lot of the. I've seen them in Indianapolis. I've seen them all over America, but they do put on a great show, and they're a joy to be with.
For sure, and I would encourage anyone listening to this is find out. Look them up. Look up Ragtime Racers. You can find them. Google search, and you can see where they're going to be at. If they're anywhere around you, it's well worth the show that they put on, not only to be near these cars, but also to see. They put on quite an exhibition, not only on the track, but off the track. Time period outfits, some dramatic, late, last-minute mechanical changes. So it is quite fun to watch these gentlemen, these men and women, and the passion that they have in this era.
Give you an idea, the 1912 Packard 30-inch racer was in 1912 $4,200, and today's money, that'd be about $115,000.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what a race car costs, right? I mean, that's really, I say entry level, but I mean, that's some of the lower cost, race cars are in that $100,000 range. So that sounds about right.
Looking down on the paddock, as you can see, the green is where the fans and those enjoying the atmosphere are. On the right-hand side, you have all the car garages, and then at the back, you have the driver's lounge and hospitality as well. We're right in the middle of that shot in that three-towered building there where the commentary is. But look at those wheels. You mentioned the big wheels. Boy, they look hard work.
You had to have that leverage, right? Yeah, I mean, you had... And that's why they're a four-spoke, too, because it had to be able to stay together. I mean, if you had any weak point in that wheel, you could snap it in half.
Look at the wheelbase, too. You're miles away from the front wheels there. But what a thrill. What an absolute thrill. And hats off. I mean, yes, it may be an exhibition, but just to drive one of these cars, as we look at the Romano Studevant Special from 1916. That's the number 16, the number 18 that we're looking at right now.
What does that have in it for an engine in it? That's a V8, okay.
Yep, V8 aluminium, 555
cubic inch. Oh my goodness.
Supercharged.
Of course it is.
It's actually a World War I aircraft engine, and that was that crossover I was mentioning before.
Right.
So what was really interesting in this period was the guys that were trying to make superchargers, trying to put more air and making them air cooled, so on and so forth. Well, they realized that this was the ingenuity they needed for World War I and World War II to get those planes and dogfights in the air. And so a lot of the technology was developed not only for the car, but then onto the airplane, and continues today.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. I know a lot of the stuff that gets stolen from from the aerospace industry and brought into car racing. It's you can see it everywhere.
Well, while the car drivers just wanted more horsepower, more power, full stop, and ramming air and all that sort of stuff, the lack of air in an airplane as you get higher,
right,
meant that they needed the technology from the guys developing
force. They needed the force induction. Sure. Yeah, beautiful shot of the paddock there and the way that it's set up with the tents and everyone has ample paddock space and then there's that Victory Lane row that you go down the middle there. It's really pretty special thing. Really special to see. Really a neat sight.
Yeah, the tricky thing is...
So good going through the pre-grid right now. Ragtime races. And I think you'll really get to see them in their full glory once they get up to speed.
Yeah, I love the exposure of them. I mean, fully exposed. Green flags out for their exhibition.
And that on the left-hand side in that number 20 is a 1911 National Racer.
So look at a 25-minute session out here with these ragtime racers. So you got a nice little 25-minute session to enjoy as they all get to take to the track out here. And it's special when a flagman here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca has about seen it all. But he has got his handheld camera out with his phone, and he is out there and just taking video of these ragtime racers coming underneath the start-finish, and him waving the green. He'd be a guy to follow on Instagram, I bet. Probably going to have a heck of a shot of that right there.
On the Packard, yeah. Now, like I said, it's great that they've got passengers, and often these passengers, because it's an exhibition, tend to be people who've just been invited to go and enjoy it. But back in the day, before the Marmon Wasp, and before mirrors were invented, the spotter was the passenger. He not only started the car for the driver, but then became the spotter.
Spotter, onboard mechanic as well, would add oil when oil was needed, because those things, to this day, you'll see puddles form up underneath them because they didn't seal. They didn't have the seals, that the modern vehicles have, and also, the metallurgy wasn't the same. So, for sure, you're gonna see some of that while they're out there. But they're starting to grit up a little bit and give on a little. But this is, you see their suits flapping in the wind. This is just it's so much fun to watch.
That National, the number 20 you're looking at, was restored, and it raced the first Indy 500 where it finished 7th, driven by Charles Mertz. One of 3 factory races entered into that race, and then the National won the Indy 500 the next year in 1912.
Very cool. Yeah, that's a neat piece of history there.
Currently owned by the Blaine Motorsports Foundation.
That would be the one I'd want to ride in.
Well, to think of a car that's actually raced in the Indy 500.
Exactly.
At that time.
Well, in that era, that's the thing. And you know, I've seen paintings of this particular race car, and you know, examples of it like in the museum in a painting, but never seen the car itself. So it's pretty special to be right there with it. The car itself. But I mean, you think only 100 horsepower.
Yeah.
Really, just and that was big back then. You know, that was a lot of power back then. You know, they were used to 1 horse or 2 horsepower pulling their wagons, so all of a sudden have 100. It was pretty special.
Keep an eye out for the number 17, the 1916 National AC. And the National cars were built from, 1900 to 1924. Electric powered, but gas engines were used after 1905. And the National, like I said, won the 1912 Indy 500.
I can assure you it was a Dallara that won the 2012.
Yeah, I've seen these cars up close at Indianapolis and got a chance to sit in a few. And it's great to see them go around the brickyard. Absolutely glorious.
Oh, exactly. This is, you know, that's almost what these things were honestly built for right back then, right? Was the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So, you know, as they make their way up the front straightaway here through turn 1 again, the flagman here still has his phone out and taking video. I mean, like I said, you want to talk about, I've never seen him do that. So you want to talk about this being something special.
Well, this is a special day.
Yeah.
There's no question about it. And just look at the difference in design as well. Very, very interesting how they went about designing these cars. Very bulky, like I said, most of them aircraft engines, effectively. Hence the size of the front of the car as we look at the 1912 Packard Racer.
Yeah,
a little bit of smoke coming out of that one.
A little bit of a smoker there. A little bit of a smoker. Maybe
we have a smoker.
Maybe a possible head gasket, but yeah, no, it's definitely blowing some smoke or get a little oil blow by, but yeah, fully exposed. These are just frame rails hooked onto an engine. You know, all they knew was the wagon technology. So they were just kept on nipping away at that and advancing on that, and little piece by little piece. And then the European influences that we keep talking about, independent suspension, disc brakes, those things that came from Europe.
Well, and also, you know, you talk about, you know, how antiquated or how simple things were back then. I mean, we never think about it today when we talk about 800 brake horsepower.
Right.
So horsepower was how they worked the power here. So when you say 100 horsepower, that was the power of 100 horses, because that was their only way of gauging it.
Well, sure, of course, yeah. I mean,
I think the first ever car that Benz brought out was like 5 horsepower.
Yeah, and that's
so there
big.
You go. And that was big.
Big. You know, to feed 5 horses to pull you, it's a lot.
That's what an investment.
Yeah,
and then to go to 35 horses was thought impossible.
Right.
And now here we are, knocking on the door of 700 plus.
Oh man, I mean, yeah, there's cars out there like the McLaren, the Senna. You know, it's a hybrid, you know, vehicle, Formula One technology that's got over 1,000 horsepower when it's all said and done. So yeah, I mean, it's silly when you start to talk about that, but it's all the technology, the tire technology, suspension, chassis dynamics, all that stuff that made it possible. But this was the foundation of it all. Was advancing a horse-drawn buggy to handle the power and the cornering forces, and just throwing ideas and learning more and figuring out, you know, about tires, right? They're just using wagon tires still, and I haven't figured that more tread is going to give you more grip and going to allow you more leverage and things like that. And those are all the stuff that's going to come.
Another thing that's interesting about these particular cars, one of the cars out there is 1916 Ford Board Track Racer. Now, you know what that means.
I love the board tracks, yeah.
Tell our audience what a board track is.
So again, I'll encourage the audience to look into an autobiography by Louis Meyer, the first three-time Indy 500 winner. He made his name on the board tracks. He speaks on the board tracks quite often. But yeah, they were just that. They were made of board. It was a wooden track, a very high bank, quarter mile. So they would set them up in like exhibition areas, right? Where they would have carnivals and things like that. And they would set these board tracks up, and they would have these board races. And throughout the race, as Louis Meyer would write in the book, the boards would get peeled up, and it would create these gaps in the track, so they had to change their line. But not only that, he said you would see the people that couldn't, like especially young kids who couldn't afford a ticket, would
like a mini Andretti.
Yeah, would poke their heads out through the gaps in the board.
Oh my gosh!
And so Louis said he would come through and you would see these little heads popped up, but they would disappear as you were coming, because they didn't want to
lose their head.
They didn't want to get hit. But
that must have been frightening.
It had to have been the best seat in the house, though, right?
Yeah, if you want to get a close-up look.
But just the enthusiasm that would come from that. But yeah, the board tracks faded away, I believe, in the 30s. They were, or in the 40s. But yeah, hit their height. 20s and 30s were really, really a mainstay and a big part of racing all over the country. It was really, really a big deal.
Yeah, I was talking about those World War engine, and that Studevant that we just saw there. It's a V8 World War I engine in that 1916 Romano Studevant Special. That's the number 18. Just saw a glimpse of it a moment ago as we look at the number 17 coming into picture. I just love these. I could sit and watch this all day long, and getting a chance to ride around in one was really, really special. And it's everything you would imagine.
It would have to be. It'd have to be like you'd be in World War II airplane, right?
Yeah.
All open and exposed, and all the dangers of life facing you left and right.
Beautiful day here at Laguna Seca. We're kicking off the start of the 2021 Velocity Invitational at the mighty Laguna Seca. The perfect spot to celebrate the history of motor racing and motor cars. There's our spotter doing their jobs.
Yeah, he saw something on the track there and wanted to make sure it was nothing dangerous and to bring it to the attention of the marshals. But absolutely, they're out there having this is the only group all weekend long that has no transponders on the car. What I mean by that is they're getting no timing and scoring, because they're the only ones here all weekend that really don't care at all about what kind of lap time they turned. It's all about the show and getting out there and running their museum pieces and putting on a show as we get a beautiful look there of the Monterey Bay and Laguna Seca, the dry lake bed here that it is.
So a glorious scene here as we watch our ragtime racers go through their paces, and throughout the day we'll have such a different juxtaposition of cars throughout the day. But we really are seeing, as we've seen with the 24 to 39 cars in the previous Group 1, and now the ragtime racers, a real glimpse as to how the automobile developed. And I think that's the way to look at a weekend like this, if you're new to it, is to kind of, see history unfold and design and innovation unfold throughout the history of the automobile. And let's face it, I think what is so special about these events is that the car, I would argue, is the most important innovation of transport in the last in our time, in our period, but also in the last 100 years, during the Industrial Revolution and outside of this. I mean, yes, there are other things like electricity and telephones and all the rest of it could be argued, but the car and the movement, especially in a country this size, massive.
Oh, it's been incredible to watch. And I mean, you think about, like, my grandmother, for example, she went through, horse and buggy, her life started off with a horse and buggy, and then by the time she passed away, the internet had been invented, and we had mobile phones. So just the difference in the technology that she lived through is probably unlike anything we'll ever see again in mankind, possibly. And the car was such a pivotal part of that. I mean, the car is what really drove us and drove the imagination to actually believe that some of that, I believe, was possible, you know, and that and the Wright brothers, you know, taken to the air, and those two main innovations, you know, just spawned the imagination, I believe, for mankind, and we've seen them just advance everything, and we've seen, we even saw throughout COVID, you know, and how the racing world stepped up and built ventilators and modified ventilators and made ventilators better because of the technology they had. So it's just, I say it to people all the time. I said motorsports is the one sport on the planet that if it ceased to exist tomorrow, your lives would be drastically different and not for the better.
Yeah,
because
good point.
Motorsports lives daily better because of those cars that we drive. They're safer, they're more reliable, they're just a much better car to be around, to be in than what they were even as you see 100 years ago.
No question about it. And as we wind down for our ragtime races, plenty more action to come, both on and off track. So as we enjoy the last moments of the ragtime races, they'll be out again throughout the weekend, of course. But the organisers have truly done a great job of getting this all together.
Love the way the sun glistens off that polished, you know, probably I'm guessing polished aluminum here, all body ragtime racer.
High over the Andretti hairpin, turns 3 and 4, and a little further along the track. Slight breeze this morning, but absolutely perfect conditions. But you'd like to be out there yourself, wouldn't you?
Wouldn't mind it. No, I wouldn't mind it. These are the best conditions you could ever have here at Weathertech Raceway Laguna Seca. Checkered flag is out for our ragtime racer session. You know, that's always a bittersweet, if you will. We want to see all the throughout the day, but to watch these guys draw an end to the exhibition that they put on this morning, it's always, like I said, bittersweet.
Great place if you're here at the venue. Don't sit and drink glorious wine all day. Come up the hill and have a look at the drop-off here at the Corkscrew. Well worth the look back down the hill and a look over the whole track. Very, very impressive.
For sure, this is a place that it should be on everyone's bucket list. If it's not, then put it on there, because this is the place to be. I'm so blessed that I've been able to come here since I was young, and you know, because I can't imagine, you know, going through my life knowing that this place existed, knowing that the love that I have for the sport, if I'd never been here before, I would just feel like I missed out.
Well, like we've been saying, the organisers have done a tremendous job of setting up Laguna to make it look exactly as it should do in period. And a lot of that is down to the main organiser of this event, as he was in Sonoma, Jeff O'Neill. And he's a busy guy, this guy. He not only organises the event, he races in about 4 different cars, including a Maserati birdcage. But Kev's finally stopped him in his tracks. So let's head down to the organiser of the Velocity Invitational, and that's Jeff O'Neill. He's with Kev.
Johnny, thanks ever so much. I have caught up with the man who has made this whole event possible, and as you've just said there, he is a busy man. I think racing 4 cars today, Jeff.
I am indeed. I was racing 4, I'm now racing 3. I had our Indy driver, Paddock Award, run my boss in the morning, and I think he tried to go a little too fast. So we have a couple of bent valves. All right. Down to 3.
Well, the less said about that, the better. But listen, Jeff, just first up, just a word about the event. The Sonoma Speed Week in 2019 was great. We're back here in 2021 with the new brand, Velocity Invitational. You must be thrilled with how it's looking already.
We are. We're delighted. I mean, the weather's cooperated, but most importantly, we have these amazing cars that people have brought from all over the world. So, we've got McLaren here with Mika Hakkinen, great drivers. Paddock Award made the special trip out just to be here. It's so totally awesome. We've got Ford, we've got the GTLM cars, we've got 6 of the 8 that ran at Le Mans, we've got 3 GTOs, we've got 2 short wheelbase CFAC comp cars. Anyway, we've got a lot of great stuff. James Hetfield's car collection's here. Come out, drive a Porsche. We've got all kinds of stuff.
I love that. You've just reeled off like an incredible list of cars there. And I know from reading the documentation and chatting to him, Ryan Turi, you've described him as your car guru. You and Ryan have sat down and worked this all out, and he's done a great job, hasn't he?
Well, he's done an amazing job. I tell you, this team is unbelievable. Steve Earle, who's the creator of the Historics, is on our board. He helps us search for cars. Ellen Byerly, the 3 of them have done this amazing job. I mean, to have a 300 SLR here is truly unbelievable. It hasn't been, I don't think, seen in about 10 years.
And, this is the man that's not only organised the whole event. If you've just joined us, like I said, Jeff is going out in 3 cars now, not 4, and one of them is behind us. And Big Red GTO, priceless, folks, priceless. We won't get into that, but, I mean, this is an exciting drive, and you're going out in this shortly?
It is. We'll be going out at 12:20 in the GTO. We'll have 2 of them out there, along with a number of other Ferraris, so we're looking forward to driving it. It's a fabulous car to drive.
You're in the California sunshine, Jeff. You drive an incredibly well-kept Ferrari around an iconic race circuit. Does it get any better? What goes through your mind as you're coming down the corkscrew in that?
Well, the first thing I do is I thank the owner, Tom Price, who's allowed me to drive that car for the last couple of years. I mean, to have him let somebody take this car, show it its speed, show it driven with anger, I mean, is truly unbelievable. So, being on the track is a dream.
And when you're out there and you're looking after a car like this, you're a custodian of it, as we were chatting about just a second or two ago. You want to have a race in it, but you're conscious that you've got to bring it back in one piece.
We are. You just have to be careful that the red mist doesn't take over it. You don't actually have to win. What we're really trying to do is show how these cars were run in period, but bring them home safe, because every time we take them out, we're wearing them out a tiny bit more. So we want to be conscious of that. These cars with such amazing originality are so important. So we do keep it in mind, but I will tell you, once you get going on the track, things can happen. Hopefully they don't.
What I love about these historic events is when we come down here and I chat to guys like yourself, like you just said to me, you never feel like you're the owner of the vehicle, you're the custodian of it, and it's the custodian's job to bring it out to the people, and the people are getting up close and personal, and they're getting to see them.
That's exactly right, and what we've encouraged, and the reason that we have set this paddock up like this is to make it very friendly, not only for the consumer or the spectator, but we want it to be extremely friendly for the car owners, to know they can bring a 10, 20, 30 million dollar car out here, put it on the track. They know that it's going to come back safe, but they want to show it as well. So we really want to encourage people to just bring these amazing cars out, get them on track, keep them safe, but show everybody how they look running at speed.
Yeah, and running at speed they will do around the circuit here at Laguna Seca, but one thing that Jeff just mentioned as well is that they've got a fantastic, the way you've organised this, a fantastic sort of pit lane, a dummy pit lane, so before they go out on track, they're all going to be lined up and the folks really can get close to them.
Everybody can get close to the car. Come have a glass of wine or a glass of sparkling wine or a water, hang out, and you can see the grids exactly as they would have been prepared, whether it's 1930, 1950, 1960, whatever. We have a grid for everybody, and just all types of cars.
It's fantastic, and tickets are still available. We're here on the Saturday, but running tomorrow as well. Walk-ups, drive-ups can come on up and get a ticket for Sunday.
Absolutely. Everybody's welcome. We've got plenty of space. We'd love to have you here.
Great stuff. So there you go, folks. Johnny and Adam are up in the booth. I think we've got a drone covering the whole circuit right now, taking some looks. We got another reporter out in the dummy pit lane. Kiri is sort of running around looking for some great people to speak to. And I think what we'll do, we'll just go back up to Johnny and Adam to have a look at the scene, because, folks, it is incredible. If you've just joined us, take a look at where we are. And, Johnny, what do you make of this one? And, Adam, would you like to take a run in the Ferrari that Jeff's going out in later?
It's a loaded question.
Without a
yes,
question,
yeah.
No. Without question. I'm guessing that whoever owns that Ferrari wouldn't want my heavy foot behind the wheel of it. But no, I would actually drive something like that with such amount of respect that I probably would leave way too much on the table. It's in the very capable hands of Mr. Jeff O'Neill. I know that he's doing a great job. And I know that's like one of those things like with Pat O'Ward. I can almost sense exactly what happened there. You know, Pat is used to the modern race car where the braking zone is so short and you just grab as many gears on a downshift as you can. So he probably maybe grabbed a downshift a little bit too early would be my guess in the braking zone with those old cars. You got to be very patient. You got to let them, you know, wind down a little bit before you grab the next downshift. And the braking zones are so long in those that you actually have that time and that aspect to do it. But that would be my guess on what would happen. And that's honestly why so often people that own the historic cars, they don't want, you know, competitive drivers like myself or Pat, inside those cars sometimes, because we want to drive them like our race cars, like we drive every weekend.
Well, as Kev mentioned, we've got another reporter, Kiri. She's down there in the pit lane. Let's head down to her now.
Thanks so much, Johnny. Yeah, good to hear you guys this morning. All right, well, as you can see, this is what we're calling Velocity Lane, and this is the first of our cars. This car's coming from Group 3, so 1957 to 1961 sports car racing. Now, this is Thor Johnson's car, but Steve McCarthy is actually driving it. Now, Steve, I know you're basking in the sunshine at the moment and enjoying it, but I hear that you're a very good team manager as well as a driver. Can you tell us a little bit about you?
Well, I come from Ireland, and over in Europe I raced Formula Fords and for the factory teams over there. And I came over here and I run vintage racing motors. I kind of manage the whole team for Mr. Bruce McCall. And we have numerous customers whom we run their cars at these races. But unfortunately, Thor Johnson got sick yesterday, so he's offered his cars to two of us who take care of his cars.
Okay, well, it must be fantastic to be able to sit in this car. Can you tell us a little bit about it? Obviously, we know the year and the Lotus, but what's it like to drive? What more can you tell us about the car?
Oh, this is fantastic. This level of racing and these kind of cars are absolutely fantastic, and especially here at Laguna, which is a magnificent track. It is so much fun. You can throw the car around, you can drive with confidence. It's just amazing. It really is. And this is a fantastic event. Well done.
Yeah, it certainly is a fantastic event. So many spectacular cars. Now, we will be getting more of this group of cars out here very shortly, but I'll hand back up to our commentators to take us through.
Thank you, Kiri. Yes, looking forward to this, as we will be for the rest of the day. And as you can see, McLaren's down in the pit lane giving some joyrides, I'm sure.
This is going to be McLaren Automotive Group. They're going to go out there for a 25-minute session and get a little bit of time, like you said, maybe give some hot laps and some rides around here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. How about you, Jonathan? Would you fancy yourself in one of those for a ride?
Yeah, I would, and there's a couple of reasons. As you know, I spent a lot of time in New Zealand, and Bruce McLaren, of course, the originator of McLaren, was from New Zealand, so I know a lot about his history. I'm a good friend with Howden Ganley, who actually worked, interestingly, one of the first mechanics for Bruce from New Zealand himself, and came over just after Bruce came over and drove here. Bruce McLaren winning his first Formula One race at Sebring in 1959. So Bruce has had a strong relationship, as has McLaren over the years. And so to actually sort of marry that history, which starts all the way back in the early 50s in New Zealand with Bruce McLaren, of course, a superb driver in his day, as was the likes of Denny Hulme and Chris Amon, of course, who won Le Mans in 66. But yeah, no question about it. The history of McLaren racing is one way, is one history, but the history of the automotive side of McLaren is relatively new compared to, let's say, a Ferrari. But what they did was so well to even think about jumping into a modern day war,
Yeah.
or at least trying to sell cars up against Lamborghini, Ferrari, Jaguar, Bentley, Rolls. I mean, that's what you're up against when you decide. Ron Dennis, a big part of getting that going. But now, very established McLaren Automotive with some fantastic cars. They race hard. They've won Le Mans in their class already, and that is in a very short period from the mid-90s.
For sure, and I think that's. I think honestly, their success and the bravery it took to do what they did, and like you said, go into that war and go into that battle. I think it inspired a lot of these brands, and I think those are some things that inspired even like Elon Musk with a Tesla to have that kind of courage to go on. That it can be done. That there's a customer base out there, unique, looking for something a little bit different, and because that's what always has been kind of sold with the prancing horse and Ferrari. It's always been unique. It's always been different. It's always been, at the pinnacle of technology and sell to that exclusivity. And I mean, as these McLarens, they leave pit road at 105 miles an hour. So they're really, they got huge power, great technology to them now. And yeah, their road cars are second to none. I mean, just very, very, very good road cars.
They've even got a new McLaren hybrid supercar due to launch next year. And is even wearing camouflage for testing so that, not too much is given away. There's some really interesting innovations, and we looked at the Speedtail. I don't think they're just an exhibition car. These are the regular production cars, and there's nothing regular about them, I may add. But beautiful cars with some really interesting innovations on them.
Yeah, I believe this is the 720 S going through there, and then right here, I believe maybe the 570, or I could have those backwards. But yeah, they're good. They're definitely out there getting through the paces. Probably have pro drivers behind the wheel. These don't know who the drivers are. Maybe find that out throughout the weekend so that we can give them a shout out to the job that they're doing, and definitely taking potential future McLaren owners for rides.
Yeah, and I always think it's important especially for Formula One teams, and in McLaren's case, IndyCar teams as well, to have some connection to the real world, because let's face it, Formula One and Indy is unobtainium, and therefore to have a road car, and that I think was Ferrari's real mark was, and so too the British, was to have, like Aston Martin, a car that people could not go necessarily racing with, but could be effectively married to the brand. And that's true of Maserati, it's true of Ferrari, it's true of Bentley and Jaguar, and so on. And so it's one thing to take a production car and go racing, it's another to have race cars, and then from those race cars develop production cars. And you end up with a better production car if you go that way, I think.
Right, and McLaren has always, tugged on the heartstrings of American fans, because, they were always, in America's opinion, they were, the David taking on the Goliath of Ferrari and Formula One, and being able to meet that head on, and the greats of Ayrton Senna that drove for the likes of McLaren. That really grabbed the imagination. So when they launched the cars, I mean, I believe their biggest popularity was over here in the United States. I'll never forget in the mid-90s when they launched the McLaren F1, the unique seating position, a 3-seater supercar, with the driver position forward and in the center, and the passengers a little bit back and flanked on each side. Was an incredible innovation, and they brought that back with the Speedtails that we see here this weekend, that you see on display this weekend, some of the Speedtails out there. So it's really, they're one of those very, very innovative brands out there. We see a new innovative brand right in that grassy knoll area, as you mentioned, that area being for the spectators, a little marketplace, if you will. But there's a new car company built something very unique there. I believe it's called the AJC, and it's a really cool car, and it's almost like a fighter jet. You sit front to rear with your passenger, so it's like a little formula car, but really neat stuff. And it's fun to see all the courage that we see in the automotive world. It's almost like it's a rebirth of it. In the turn of the century, everyone was building cars, right?
Yep, no question about it. And I think that's, when you start to get into the upper echelons, the people who can afford those kind of cars are always looking for that custom. Look at that wing just pop up there. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's the active aerodynamics of the Senna there, and that's a very, very cool car, and that's a hybrid as well. So that's with the electric motors and the internal combustion engine combination of that car. I believe it's well over 1,000 horsepower.
Yeah, and I think either that car or there's two Sennas here this weekend, and I think Paddock Award is driving one of them. Hopefully a little bit more carefully than he drove the Pinelli car that you heard Jeff talk about.
Did you see how that accelerated up the hill, though?
No, that was beautiful.
I mean, it just had no hesitation.
And I think it's appropriate. I think there's a lot of people that probably look at McLaren and think Formula One. But when you really dig down and look at, like I said, Bruce McLaren's both presence as a driver here in the 60s and 70s, then also look at what he did as a manufacturer. Like I mentioned, he won the 59 Sebring Formula One race, but then McLaren as a company, he basically built McLaren 4 years later, and from there on in, they not only did Indy runs, as they continue to do, as Alonso and many others, for the 500 alone, but they also ran Can-Am excuse me, as well. So they had a huge history in the American scene.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that some people may not be as aware of, is just how much McLaren have had an influence on racing here in America.
Oh, it's been huge, yeah. I mean, I know more McLaren fans, Americans that are McLaren fans than anything else. I mean, they love the brand, they love Bruce and what Bruce represented. He was that ultimate underdog, right? The Kiwi, the only Kiwi or the first, right, to really put them on the map motorsport-wise, and have inspired so many other Kiwis since, I mean, got the Scott Dixons of the world,
sure.
And Scotty McLaughlin, and I mean, so look at the active aero, the rear wing again in the Senna, but seemed to be on a cool-down lap there in the Senna.
Yeah,
that
is definitely going slower than
that
it was
is certainly
before.
not the potential. It's running right around ragtime racer speed.
Well, you got to enjoy it as well.
Well, yeah, you got to take in the sights and the sounds, but what a beautiful, beautiful machine. Pays homage to a wonderful race car driver, and obviously one of the best that's ever lived there in Ayrton Senna.
Yeah, and it was a dream for Ron Dennis to finally get Ayrton in the car and drive for McLaren, and he so outperformed. I mean, it's called the race of the century, but that Donington race back in the 90s, which is known as the race of the century, he had a very underpowered Ford V8 engine compared to what the others were running, and nobody expected him to do anything, but the heavens opened as they do in England, and he drove, I think he outlapped the field within about 5 laps.
Sounds very very Senna-ish. That was his MO, and he could pretty much he didn't want to just beat you. He wanted, as Alain Prost would say, he didn't want to just beat me, he wanted to embarrass me.
Yeah.
And I believe that Senna is pulling off there into the paddock area, so I feel it'll be the end of its run.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the 765 LT Spider.
Yeah, those are something else. Yeah, the 765, roughly 765 horsepower. You got active aero here on this particular McLaren that is out here.
And again, yeah, nice. I love the way that it flips up there, the wing coming into the braking zone.
It's
uncompromising vision, unfiltered thrills, is what they say in the brochure.
I'll argue with the uncompromising vision in part, not in the sense of where they look at it, but when that rear wing that you say, when it flips up, you lose all rear view mirror.
Ah, okay.
So there's your compromised vision.
Well, we actually saw one of the McLarens, one of the Speedtails, with, instead of mirrors, they had cameras.
Yeah. On the side view mirrors are cameras on the Speedtails. And
nice touch.
You have the little window or the little monitor that sits over there, and yeah, it's when you're getting ready to do 230 miles an hour, you tuck those in so you got all your ultimate aero, and if you're doing 230 miles an hour, you're really not worried about if anyone's right behind you.
And it's nice little 6-inch monitor mirror, and I suppose when the car's stopped and you're in the car park, you can jump on Waze and see where you need to go.
Imagine, maybe.
So we've got an exhibition of McLaren Automotive at the moment on track here at Laguna Seca. A full day of action here in Velocity Invitational 2021. Absolutely glorious day on the Monterey Peninsula. As you can see the sea rolling in the background and these wonderful cars. And I thought it was interesting what Jeff O'Neill said, and it didn't go unnoticed. you can be happy that your 10, 20, or $30 million car.
Is that Paddock Ward right
I
here?
think that is Paddock,
sitting on pit wall with the colored helmet. But yeah, what a beautiful color on the car here. I'm sorry, Jonathan, what were you saying before?
Yeah, well, I just love the fact that Jeff O'Neill, he kind of understated it, but you can happily bring your 10, 20, or $30 million car here and know that it's going to get home safe. Think about that. I was watching the security guards as I left about 7 o'clock last night. It was pitch black and all the cars were sort of hunkered down for the night. But I did kind of look across and thankfully look at the security guards and realize that there were policemen ready to protect what is, God knows, how much sort of history and money you've got invested in here.
Well, there's no doubt they looked at you as a shady character.
Absolutely. They did follow me to my car, which I thank them for the escort. And the accident probably gave it away.
Yeah.
That I wasn't. They were. There's a lot of ships parked out in that harbour over there. Not all of them are full.
Oh, funny stuff. But yeah, as we watch, that was a good hard braking into the corkscrew here for this hot lap that they're getting. And I believe what we're seeing here is a student being instructed by a pro. It looks like to me the open face helmet, like the student helmet, was actually driving that in the passenger seat, guiding them around. Not doing a bad job here.
Yeah, and by the way, for those who don't know, a lot of what we call gentleman drivers, and what that means is wealthy drivers who maybe own a McLaren or a Ferrari or something similar, may have this as their road car, but then they will effectively hire a professional driver, I know you do some of this yourself, to teach them how to drive their own car, with the view eventually of maybe going racing in a Ferrari Challenge or a series of GTs where McLarens are, homologated for it. But it's quite a normal thing for a professional young racing driver. I don't say young racing driver, but it's become part of your sort of wherewithal to not only race, but during the week teach others to race.
Absolutely. I was actually was asked to do a McLaren program down in COTA this weekend where they do just that. It's a small little series they have, but they also have driver coaching. They have an ownership thing that comes through, but you're there with great instructors, people that like Speedy Dan Clark, if you know Dan Clark, and some of these other great instructors will be there as well. The Carter boys, Dane and Cole Carter, and so some really good racers will go down there and do those kind of events, and I've done many of them. And I'd rather be here at the Velocity Invitational, so I definitely chose this ticket over going back to COTA. But that's just goes to show you that McLaren, no different than Ferrari with their Ferrari Challenge, Lamborghini with their Super Trofeo. McLaren is certainly just not as high of exposure, is more of a private for their customer base. But McLaren is doing the same thing.
Well, we're getting a beautiful view down from the drone of the corkscrew and turn 10 and 11 here and the pit entry. As we are getting a good view of what McLaren has to offer. If you've got 300 plus thousand sitting under the bed,
yeah, why not?
If you've been saving during COVID,
yeah, why not? I mean,
jump out and buy one of these.
Go get you one. Go get you one. Absolutely. I mean, they're as the checkered flag falls on this session, they're beautiful cars. They're wonderful to drive. I've had the pleasure to drive many of them, and they definitely are. They are the supercar that you could drive every day. They have great manners in the sense that when you're ready to push them to the limits, like you can see right here, a professional driver doing, sliding it around, getting the most of it, every inch of the road. It does it. But when you want to go just out to dinner, take someone, pick someone up even from the airport, pick your kids up at school, what kid doesn't love to be picked up in a supercar? And when you could do that, it has the manners for both. So they are phenomenal supercars.
It shows you how modern these cars are. When I was a kid, we used to play trump cards, and that was like you deal the cards out, and I'd have the Lamborghini, and somebody else would have the Porsche this, and you'd go, right, top speed. Well, mine's 170. Oh, well, mine's 180. I trump you. That was our game at school. But McLaren wasn't even in that game because they hadn't started doing that yet.
It was a part of it.
Looking high above Laguna Seca here, and a beautiful morning here. It's just 9:30 local time here in California, and it's been a rough time in California in the last year or so, as it has been. But as well as COVID and the pandemic, they've had to deal with huge forest fires and droughts, etc. So it's nice. And now a name, Nagamatsu. There's a good name for you. I believe that Kiri is down in the pits with Mr. Nagamatsu-san.
Well, thanks so much, guys. Okay, well, we are back down with the Group 3. Some came a little bit early, some came a little bit later. This is car number 70. Now, it's Ernest Nagamatsu's car. He is owner and driver. Now, Ernest, this car is absolutely spectacular because it's been racing for 65 years, and you've got the damage to show it as well.
Yes, this car is very famous because, as you see over here, Dan Gurney, Carroll Shelby, and Bob Brondart raced it. In fact, today I have Dan Gurney's signature autograph on my uniform. So we race this car as a tribute to the great drivers of the past. And like you had said, this car has not stopped racing for only about a year and a half or two, and it was in a backyard. Other than that, we carried on with historic racing, Goodwood, and Australia, New Zealand, and around the world. And fortunate because we pay homage to Max and Ina. Ina welded the chassis, the wife, and all the great drivers. So it's an honor to not only drive a car, but also to pay tribute to the great legends of the past. And what more can you ask for?
What more can you ask for? You've mentioned some incredible names that have gone down in racing history. What prompted you initially to get involved with this car?
Well, I personally knew Max, and Max slowly gave me all the archives, the trophies, the lap charts, and everything. And I didn't even have the car. And finally, the guy that had the car felt like a dog owner, and this is a junkyard dog. He felt like I should have it. And he turned down other offers, and he made it possible because the price was quite high, and he brought it down to a level that I could afford. And so it was on the classic dog story where the owner says, wait, I want to find out who the next owner is. And so it's been a great opportunity to have been chosen, kind of, to honor this car.
Well, Ernest, you are driving every young boy's dream at the moment, so enjoy it out there. Okay, well, this, as we said, is the 1957 to 1961 sports car Group 3. We're going to walk up and have a look. So number 77 there is Brad Baker, but we are actually going to come in behind, move you out the way, because this is Nick Price. So, Nick, can you tell us a little bit about this car?
Sure, this is a Sadler Meyer. And it's actually Canadian body with a Chevy engine in it, and it's a blast, a famous hill climber. So I'm happy to be here and happy to race.
Yeah, I bet you are happy to be here. Now, Laguna Seca is a particularly difficult track. How difficult is it to drive in something like this?
You know, I think as long as you just have fun and keep yourself in the moment, it's a great track to drive. So.
Well, there's some spectacular cars to keep yourself in the moment. Now, I'm going to actually walk just behind here because this is driver, but this is actually owner with a very glamorous wife on his arm. So can you tell us how you came to get involved with this car? Because, again, we're talking about living out young boys' dreams. You're certainly doing that.
Yeah, well, it was a car that it was available. It had been... it wasn't really set up for racing and was originally built for racing, so we had the opportunity to acquire it and did some development to it, and it's ready to go.
Well, how much have you enjoyed having it in the family?
Oh, we love it. Tom was involved over 38 years with racing, and the boys have been brought up with racing, so we're very happy to be here and watching Nick.
All right, well, enjoy the sunshine, guys. We're just going to give you a bit of a tour. Thank you so much. Up and down Velocity Lane now. So we're standing alongside car number 65 as I look down my list there, so you can have a look at some of the spectacular races. Well, as he's waved, we may as well head over. Can you tell us who you are and just a little bit about this car? We'll lift your umbrella up because you've also got a trolley girl.
Well, this is one of 3 echidnas built in 1959. They're sort of a home-built race special. The car ahead of me is also an Echidna. 1959, that car won the B Modified Championship in 1959. My goal today is to come in ahead of him.
All right, well, I think you've got this under control. We think you've got this.
My fingers crossed.
All right, well, Kev's also got it under control in the luxury car collection, so I'll hand over to him.
Lovely, thanks, Kira. I'm indeed over here at the Luxury Collection. It is a historic sports car event, but it is also a sports car event, and we've got the cars behind me, and Dan from the Luxury Collection has just been talking me through some of them. I mean, Dan, these McLarens behind us, we've already seen this one out on track this morning with Paddock Award. Just give us a word about the Luxury Collection and what you guys are all about, because incredible cars.
So the Luxury Collection is 3 dealerships in the Bay Area, Los Gatos, Walnut Creek, and in Palo Alto. So we have, McLarens, Bentleys, Rolls Royces, Aston Martin, Lotus, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Lamborghini. So we handle all that parts and service and sales for the Bay Area. So it's a great opportunity for us, and we love being here.
Yeah, and I tell you what, the folks down here are loving you being here as well, because just stay where you are. I'm just going to step back, but like this, the GTR Senna behind me here, complete track car, and this is what a lot of your customers are all about. Someone will buy this car and just use it for fun on the weekends. Paddock Award has already taken it out this morning around the track.
Yes, that's correct. And this is not a road legal car, race car only, track purposes only. So
phenomenal. And I know you work for the company and you got to play in that just a few weeks ago, you said.
Yes, I did. And it's an unbelievable car. It's just amazing how quick, responsive, and friendly the car is to drive on track. It's unbelievable.
And as we look here, we got the Elva and then an LM version of the Senna as well. So then we've got like the convertible and then the road-going version of the Senna.
Yes, that's correct. And the Elva is a little bit different. It's got the arrow for the windscreen on the car. And that's in a league of its own with the Ultimate Series that McLaren has out there. Unbelievable, lightweight, super quick, over 800 horsepower car. So it's unbelievable. So.
And what about this event as well here, Dan? We're here at a historic sports car event, but you're just enjoying being here and bringing these things out, because there's a lot of people who wouldn't get to see these cars ordinarily.
Exactly. So we like to display them, get them out, show people what's out there, what's available in the Bay Area. A lot of these cars, I mean, this is a client's car. That's a client's car in the back. This here in the back is the first 765 LT Spider that will be being delivered soon, that are already sold out. So they're done. So this is the first one we get to display that luckily McLaren North America lent us to show off here at the event.
This is what is incredible. There are people queuing up to buy these things. You know, there are people watching us all around the world right now who are mere mortals who look at this and think, who buys these? But people do, and you're selling numbers of them every month.
Yes, we are. Yeah, we at this point, the 765, like I said, is already sold out. There's no more inventory for us in the U.S. They've been sold out for months, so it is a great thing. So.
And you've been in the car business all your life, as you just said to me there. When you do get given the keys to one of these things and you're allowed to take it for a blast around the track, what is it like?
It's unbelievable. Again, every time I get in the car, I'm assured of the handling capabilities of the car. It's the speed, the power of it. It's unbelievable. But it's also a very well-mannered car and doesn't scare you unless you do something silly, like most things. But it's a very well-mannered car, road and on track, which is the awesome thing.
Well, Dan, listen, thanks for talking to us. We're going to go back out onto track right now. Johnny and Adam up at the commentary booth. And fellas, what do you make of these ones? I know Adam would love to get behind the wheel of that one.
No question about it. We had a closer look at that yesterday, and we both sort of, it's hard to get around 400 cars in a couple of hours, but we managed to stay for a couple of minutes and take a closer look at this one. And I know that Pato was raring to go and have a look at that. Beautifully coloured with the Gulf colours, lovely. And nice to have McLaren still associated with them as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting a go at that. Yeah, it is great to see them. We've heard from Zach Brown many times on how important liveries are to him, and he brought back the McLaren orange, if you will, on the Formula One cars, and has sold the marketing around that. And right now we got Group 3 gridding up and circling around there for their race here. These are the 961 sports racing cars, or 1961 sports racing cars. So this is a fun group to see too. This is a really, really good group.
Oh, no question about it. This is what we call Group 3. It's also effectively the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy Race presented by Bonhams. And this is cars from 1957 to 1961 sports racing cars. And there's a lot of history packed in here and a lot of innovation. This was a critical time for the development of the race car.
Oh, without question. Without question. This is when we really see more thoughts with aerodynamics taken into consideration. This is when we definitely see lighter weight materials, independent suspension, disc brakes. I mean, this is a lot more technology. The driver is still just a piece of meat, you know, that the designers didn't really care about, that they'll go find a new one if something goes wrong.
Ferrari was well known for not caring too much about what the drivers did as long as the car won and was the fastest.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. It wasn't, you know, the driver was a piece of meat. Colin Chapman was known for that as well, and there was then those pieces of meat that were special, and that even those designers didn't want, you know, and that's what kind of started to change things, right? Is when they would have one of those special individuals that would meet the maker, and they didn't want that. So then you see advances in that technology, and you see advances in safety take forward, right? Beautiful, beautiful, gridded up, all nice and tidy as they're heading up the hill here.
Yeah, fantastic group of cars, including several Porsches, a couple of Maserati birdcage cars, Devon, a couple of Ferrari 250s, Testarossas out there, absolutely glorious. Millions of dollars worth. A Rieo Mark IV out there too, the number 24. So we'll keep an eye out for that. But we'll try to get through the whole list of each and every one of these cars, from Lotus to Cooper, Porsche, Coopers. Lotus 11s, Chaparrals are out there, and even Arnold Special. Look out for the number 153.
We'd be remiss not to mention the Peterson Museum, you know, just down the road in Los Angeles, and if you're ever in that area. But so many cars that you see out here, yes. And so many cars that you see out here are carried from that museum, so it's another great thing to see them and have their involvement. As we come around get the green flag here, Jonathan.
Here we go then. Our Group 3 is underway. The green flag waves, and it's a sprint start for sure. As away goes the 166 into a good lead. He did sprint off the line. Nicely done. That's the Cooper Porsche Pooper. Cameron Healy at the wheel. And then into Andretti. Nice and smooth. Everybody clearly through there.
This is some really good action. You can see the tires are still a little cold, so a lot of fishtailing coming out of the hairpin there out of turn 2 as they enter into turn 3 here and get a nice drive out of 3. A little side-by-side action there midway through the pack. If anyone was wondering if these competitors are letting it all hang out or if this means something to them, you need look no further than that as you see the number 60 is Spencer Trenery. He's in that number 6, that 1961 Cooper Monaco.
Yeah, and in terms of the overall look of these smaller cars, this is a time, the late 50s, when the war was well done and they were starting to get more money and into racing, and especially here in America, circuits like Laguna Seca were being built. I mean, of course, Sebring and old airfields like Silverstone, that's where racing began. But then they started to build circuits like Laguna Seca, and these cars were absolutely perfect for them. More nimble, able to deal with the corkscrew, and winning, more importantly. A lot of European ingenuity, so to speak. And so just before the mighty days of the muscle car from Shelby and many others were these cars, and they did a lot of racing in the States at a lot of tracks like Riverside, like Sonoma, or Sears Point, it was known then, and of course here at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, the West Coast, these were your technical tracks. These were the places that were much more technical. You get out towards the east, it's horsepower, right? Watkins Glen, Road America, those are horsepower tracks. They're the only places that you see really out in the east that are more technical, like WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, or Sears Point is. your Lime Rocks, and your Mid-Ohios. But you're absolutely right that these were the racetracks that really took to this kind of style of race car much better. It wasn't just a horsepower race. It was about handling and getting a mixture of the two.
Well, there's a 1961 Chaparral, that 166. That's a white. David Swig at the wheel.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be great. Greg Meyer right there. Greg Meyer, the number 84. That's a 1959 Sadler Mark IV. Love the low slung, the big nice fender wells on those. I just love that. You go from an era where they sat almost on top of the wheels and the axles, in the previous era that we just had in that Group 1 race, to these in the Group 3, where they're just really low slung, almost like the modern day McLarens that just got off the track.
Yeah, and you can really see the evolution from cars like that and what they became is supercars in the modern. Looking down on the corkscrew, what a view that is.
Spencer's just taken off in that 1961 Cooper Monaco. It's a beautiful car, that white and blue. It's classic colors. I love that classic white with the blue stripe down the middle. That's just one of my all-time favorite liveries. And he's really taken off to a really nice lead here. He was 2.4 second gap last time around on Cameron Healy in that 1953 Cooper Porsche.
And there's that 62 Cooper Monaco you mentioned, the number 57. William Taylor at the wheel, going nice and wide out of 12.
Now, I'm backing this up, but Cameron Healy is in a 1953 Cooper Porsche Pooper. And I'm that's not only what it says on the live timing, but it's also what our paperwork says.
I know, they had some interesting...
I would love the story behind
the Pooper.
The Pooper. Number 7 there, that is...
Maserati birdcage.
Yeah, that's Jonathan Fieber. That's a T61 from 1960. That's a really cool car, too. You can see the birdcage action there on the dashboard. It's right behind the dash. You'll see that. And that's a good race there, too, with
between
the
two
6.
of them, yeah. And just to explain the birdcage, it's basically a trestle-like structure inside the car, a combination of metal struts that form what looks like effectively a birdcage, and that's how it got its nickname.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Again, a very beautiful. Yes, they are, and I'll tell you what, they're worth a penny.
You got the 35 there, David Swig. He's in that Monsterati special. That's a 1957 version.
Yeah, fantastic display. I like this group. This is what we call Race Group 3, late 50s, early 60s. And like I said, those tracks like Watkins Glen, MotoAmerica, Riverside, and here at Laguna Seca are starting to be established. And these were the perfect cars to race here. Lotus, Jaguar, Ferrari. Yeah, many, many different names. And we'll go through the history of the groups as we go through the day. But we've got 2 days of this fantastic action to bring in. So have you picked a car out you like? I mean, or you'd like to drive at least?
Me?
Yes, you.
Well, yeah, of course. I've picked out a lot of cars I like to drive. First of all, the Chaparrals are always, something that I've always wanted to get inside of.
Texas boy.
Quite honestly, unless I find out something that I don't want to know about the car, the Pooper. Just to say that I drove a Pooper around it's something that'd be fun. But as we look here, this is the 164. The 164 there is a Lotus 11 Le Mans. That's Mark Sange behind the wheel of that.
Yeah, and it's Spencer Tierney that leads still with that Cooper Monaco.
So he's running P13 there, Mark is, and that wonderful Lotus 11 Le Mans. That's a beautiful, beautiful vehicle. I love when you see the Le Mans. You always could tell because they did all those little extra aero bits and pieces to it, you know, to get down that Mulsanne straight and to make sure that they were maximizing their speed. Even back then they knew, you know, the driver's feedback would come back. We don't want this air moving around. We want to get the air away from us, and we want to make it smooth, and that's where we saw a lot of the birth of that.
Quick shot there of the 62, of the 64. That's Bob Hardison at the wheel. And a lot of these drivers have been racing and driving historic cars for most of their careers. Some actually just never do normal, what I would call normal racing, and start with historics, and that's all they really want to do. And I can understand that. I think now, having seen as much racing as I have over the years, I think I would enjoy this type of racing and being part of a fraternity like this more than being, you know, trying to be competitive where, you know, you're constantly having to repair cars and all the rest of it. This, I think, would be far more enjoyable and far more of an education. I'm a bit of a history buff. I love my history, and just to see some of the histories of these cars. More importantly, the development, the innovation, and you know, the history of design. Never mind anything else.
I agree. You know, I think this is I think vintage racing, historic racing, is a great place to start and even possibly finish your career in the sport. I think as a young driver, if you get the opportunity to drive in these vintage cars, it teaches you to respect the history of the sport. It teaches you to respect a car mechanically, to have that what we like to call, you know, mechanical you know, sensitivity for a vehicle, you know, and that's what you have to have when you're vintage racing. And it's really some of the best endurance drivers throughout time have come from vintage racing too, and because of that aspect of it. So I think it's a great place for just that, you know, and then also for the gentleman racer who isn't wanting to make this a serious thing. You know, it's not about, you know, going out there and being at a pro level and trying to prove themselves there. They just want to go out and experience the best racetracks in a car that they really love from either their childhood or maybe something they read a book on, or something that maybe reminded them of Speed Racer and they want the cartoon and gets them into that part. You know, this is race weekends, whether you're racing professionally or you're enjoying these historic weekends. It's a chance for all of us to be kids again. You know, it's a chance for us to go back and to revert to just being, I mean, how many people do you see down there that are adults with motorized skateboards, motorized bar stools, motorized coolers, motorized anything? And I mean, that's kid stuff. And that's stuff that they're not doing in their neighborhood to get to the racetrack to play with those, those items. So this is the place where we all get to be kids again. And I think that's why our sport and that we love so much is safe for many, many years to come.
You know, we mentioned those birdcage, the Maseratis. That T61 that we're watching right now was a car that finished 5th overall in the 1960 Nürburgring 1000 and competed in the 1960 24 Hours of Le Mans. So these were both mighty cars, but they entered mighty races too. And that's no mean feat in an open car like that to do a 24-hour race. Very impressive.
You got Anthony Wang here. This is a 1958 Ferrari 250 Testarossa. So that's a really neat car, a really cool version of a car here, and you know, nice and wide open, and getting that free air coming in.
Yeah, we're blessed to have as many cars of this, and my hat's off to Ryan Turi and to Jeff O'Neill, who we heard from earlier, and he'll be out there in one of the bird cages. I'm pretty sure he's out there right now, to be honest.
Arthur Cook in that 42, that's a 1958 Lotus 11, that's a Series 2, so I do believe that Anthony Wang might be having some mechanical issues out there. He doesn't seem to have speed. He's off pace, pulling off to the side of the road, and making sure that he is not in anyone's way.
Beautiful day here at Laguna. Couldn't get a better start to the weekend. We'll have some special guests. We've got one coming up next, and it's always a joy. That's the beauty of historic racing. People want to talk about their cars. They want to get excited about them, and they want to get you excited about what they've got on show. And we are broadcasting this around the world, and we know that people are tuning in from Japan, from Australia, from Great Britain, and and here in America on Racer.com, and of course the Velocity Invitational on Facebook and YouTube sites. So we welcome all and sundry to what is a great celebration throughout the weekend here at Laguna. Coming up very soon, we have the O'Gara Motorsports Group, as well as the Group 2 races. We've got 4 GT LM laps, as well as the Superbikes and Baggers. We were speaking of Wayne Rainey, and of course that's motorbike racing. We're looking forward to that, and that has a huge history here at Laguna, including a corner named after the mighty Wayne Rainey, who's here today. Not bad to have a Rainey and an Andretti in the house.
Hey, I am proud to be in the mix of that name. You know how I feel about Mr. Wayne Rainey, or the great world champion. And
yes, people don't know of your love of motorcycles.
Well, I tell you, if they don't know me, because I'm not shy about it. I love the motorcycles. I think still some of the most brave men on the planet hike their legs over these race bikes every weekend for our entertainment. And, I'm a huge fan of MotoGP, and what a great championship that wrapped up to be. And they're finishing in Valencia. The great Valentino Rossi's career comes to an end this weekend. On the bikes, his career racing is not over. I believe we'll see him doing plenty of stuff in the future here. But back to our historics here. That number 17, Anthony Wang, still out there doing his thing, getting it done. I thought he was a little off pace, but we'll see if that comes around.
Yeah, that Ferrari Testarossa in all yellow there, absolutely beautiful. 1958. So
yeah,
258, 250s car out there, yeah.
Beautiful machine.
Riejo for Mark IV from 1959, also out there. Designed and built by Rod Easterling in the early 60s. So well designed, that Mark IV, that even Colin Chapman said, you know what, you should come and work for me. And he did.
And we got a white flag out here for our leader. So we got, you got Spencer Trenery here just circulating this last lap. I don't know who that is blowing smoke there, but that seemed to be a little bit of an issue on course. Spencer got around it, no issue. He's got himself only a half-second lead, though, over Cameron Healy in that Cooper Porsche Pooper. Sitting right there, that little Pooper coming at you.
That is a pretty little thing.
It is a neat little car. I love that. I mean, you can imagine that's just a blast to drive.
Yeah, that looks fun.
Yeah, it is. It does look like a lot of fun. But this is I tell you, this is the second race of the day, Jonathan, that's coming right down to the wire.
Yeah.
As far as, being within a second. It wasn't like a nose-to-tail battle throughout the entire race, but right here at the end, it certainly turned into such.
And again, we're not putting a lot of time and substance. Yeah, look at this.
Screw.
Whoa. But like I said, they're doing over 100 miles an hour down the straight. They're doing average lap times of the mid-140s. So they are hooning around here, Laguna. They're not holding back. So this is no demonstration, folks.
Cameron Healy, he's going to make a dive. I'm telling you, this is not over yet. This is going to come right down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. Cameron Healy right there on Spencer Trenery. Spencer's being defensive into the final turn.
Go turn 12 at Laguna, and it's neck and neck for the win, but it's gonna be the number 60,
or is it? It's a good drag race. What a race. What a beautiful race. They cross the line
just, and that is a great little race between those two. The Cooper wins it, and great stuff. The Cooper Monaco from 1961 wins.
How's this for a race? Less than a tenth of a second.
That's perfect.
Gap at the end, so if you think for a second that they're leaving anything on the table, I want to be at the bar where they're going to have their beers about that one tonight.
Yeah, that'll be a good chat. I went after the mini race, the mini versus, or the David and Goliath, as we called it, last night as I was walking out. I couldn't resist it. They were chattering like school kids.
Oh,
they were loving every minute of it.
It was 5 people deep in that paddock, and it was just hysterical. Absolutely, I loved it.
Everybody sharing their war stories. I had to dive in there and said, one light was the one light winner. Surely black flagged, and they all agreed. They went absolutely mini wins.
Of course, the British individual was in there claiming his stock already, trying to get rid of the American power. But as the checkered falls on the rest of this session, and they all send across the line here, we got coming up here. great drone footage here. Again, here, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. It's beautiful, beautiful footage that we're getting all around. Hopefully, if you're not here in person, you're able to feel like you're here.
Yeah, and the drone's given us a real chance to see the hillsides here. I've come here many times before, especially in bike racing, and you don't get, unless you're, even with the helicopters, with their coverage, they tend to cover just the racetrack, whereas the drones give us a chance to kind of look out over the countryside and over the Monterey Bay, and it's really quite special.
Oh, agree. Couldn't agree more. And, you know, just great shots.
Hills in the background. Wayne Rainey's got a house back there somewhere. Never been. Maybe we'll get an invite.
Yeah. Barbecue at Wayne's.
There you go. Well, he and Eddie Lawson evidently race go-karts around here, which seems apropos given that they raced motorbikes for many years against each other.
It would be brilliant. That would be, you could sell tickets to that. You could sell tickets to that. Yeah, just absolutely breathtaking views that you have from here. The bird's eye view that the drones give us from the hillside here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. It's lush, right? It's hard to believe that.
Yeah, I've not often seen it in green like this. I'm usually here in the summer when it's brown. It's nice to see some green out there. So that's our Group 3 concluded. Another very special group coming up. And if you're here at the venue, don't forget, plenty to see and do. So get around the pavilions and get around the cars. Plenty of kiddie stuff down in the foreground there. And the MotoAmerica stand, there's that bright blue one in the middle there. So if you want to go and see the Harley-Davidson Baggers, and the group from Terry Cargas and Richard Varner, and as we mentioned, the great Wayne Rainey, a 3-time world champion. And we're looking up at his corner right ahead of that tent.
Beautiful tribute on the hill, too, to the great Nicky Hayden, world champion, last American world champion as well. And, you know, the late great. Always great to bring memory and pay homage to that great man and that wonderful family. And a great documentary you can find on Amazon Prime called The Doctor, the Tornado, and the Kentucky Kid.
Yes, I've seen it. Very good. Here's the Ford display. That's one well worth visiting. We've got 7 of the 8 returning GT cars for 2016. They went back 50 years after winning in '66 and won again. And yes, the tradition continues, and also the latest production cars, including the Mach-E. Remember, they used to have a Mach-1. Well, now they've got a Mach-E, fully electric, and boy, it's got some torque.
Oh yeah, no, that's the electric world, right?
That's
when
it.
you slam on the gas, can't call it a gas pedal. When you slam on the accelerator on an electric vehicle, an EV, you can't help but smile. And,
well, as you know, you caught me. I tried my first Elon Musk car.
And you weren't even in a Plaid, you know. Can you imagine if you were in one of those?
I wanted to feel the torque, and I just kept
gunning it. My wonderful boss and Mr. Peterson there, I believe he gets his Plaid here shortly in another month or so. So I'm anxious to hear what his thoughts are, you know, on that aspect. I do know that Joe Napoleon got a Plaid, and he said Lynn has a hard time keeping her butt in the seat, in the passenger seat, when he goes full throttle. So I can only imagine what that's like. I've never driven, you know, an electric vehicle like a Plaid or what Lucid Motors has, to be able to know what that feels like.
So coming up next, as I mentioned, we've got the O'Gara Motorsports cars, and we'll get some more information on that, because they are a very special group for this weekend.
Yeah, we'll have a special guest, Paris Mullins, the head of motorsports for O'Gara, will be here as well and joining us to call that action and let us know a little bit more about what goes on there.
And by the way, anything that you may have in question, feel free to go to the Velocity Invitational website or Facebook, and
throw to us, the commentators are talking, and they'll say Kev's down in the paddock and he's found someone interested to talk to.
About it. I just heard a pipe out of Kev for a moment. He's down there beetling about.
It's fine. Making new friends, Kev Harris, as always. There's no question about it.
Well, he made my weekend here last time with the ragtime. He got dressed up and did the whole scene with them.
Well, his enthusiasm is infectious, and it's wonderful to have him here. His enthusiasm is infectious, and it's wonderful to have him here.
So we're getting ready for the O'Gara Motorsports group coming out.
Starting to see the paddock fill in. More and more guests, more and more feet on the pavement here at Weathertech Raceway Laguna Seca. Take advantage of the weather. Get out here and take advantage of this. Have some fun with us. Get out here and take advantage of this. Have some fun with us.
It's packed down there, that's for sure. It was packed yesterday too, and yeah, very well organised. I like the way they've shaped it all up. You've got the hospitality at the exit of 12. You've got these Fords, and these are the Fords that raced at both IMSA and at Daytona, and also won Le Mans 2016. It was 50 years to the day.
Yeah, some of those are privately owned. Owned by racers even. Own those to have here on display. So yeah, the Ford display again, just like everything they've been involved with here. Ford has an amazing presence whenever they're involved, and they're here, and Mr. Farley is here as well.
Yeah, Jim Farley, the head of Ford Motor Company, just quietly going about his business, racing the odd Ford.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see out of a car. An automobile manufacturer, is you want their CEO's passion to be in that, and nothing shows that like being here, being present, available to be talked to, ask questions, and then just go out there and honestly just be Jim and have fun and play out there.
And by the way, I was talking to the Ford guys yesterday. Joey Hand is on hand here, but one of the drivers of that car, people like Bourdais and Harry Tinknell, Andy Prio, good friend of mine, all part of that. And just as they did in the 60s, they got the world's best drivers and said, we are going to win Le Mans.
Yeah,
we're going to beat Ferrari.
It was an incredible effort. Look at that. I mean, it was it rewrote GT racing. I mean, it didn't even take on what looked to be a GT car anymore. It looked to be more of a prototype in a GT class. And so just like the original GT40, how it absolutely rewrote how Le Mans was approached by every manufacturer, so did this new version of the Ford GT. So it's an absolutely incredible sight to see them here. Green flags waving here out, so I believe we are starting here with the O'Gara group.
Well, let's bring Paris in and welcome him to the booth. Paris.
Hey guys, great to be here. Thank you for having me. Come on in. Okay, let me scoot in here.
So we're looking at the Ford collection at the moment, but all cars are about to go on track.
Yes. In fact, one of them is going out right now, that beautiful little red car right there, which most will recognize as a Ferrari 250 SWB. What makes that car different is that is actually a revival car. That car is actually built by the folks at GTO Engineering. Okay. So that is a absolute dead-on recreation, period-correct materials, just like as if it rolled out of the factory in the 60s.
Very nice.
So that's out here with us today. The other three cars, again, 4 very special cars that we brought out, very different. The green one you see going around right now is the McLaren P1 HDK by Linzante. HDK means high downforce kit. So that is actually a standard road-going P1 that has had all the GTR race bodywork put on it. So you have all the luxuries of a road car interior, but all the aggressiveness and downforce of a race car. The other car we've got out there you see going around, that sinister-looking black Batmobile spaceship in raw carbon, that is a Ligier P320. So that's the latest iteration from Ligier of the P3 class. That car is a little special, though. Instead of having the regular 460 horsepower V8, the 6-liter, that car is kind of turned up to 11, so to speak. And that car has 520 horsepower. So that is a ultimate track toy from Ligier.
Is that the same K-Tech engine, though? The
Correct.
Nissan
Same
K-Tech,
engine, exactly. Just not restricted because it doesn't.
Tune, so no.
Exactly. Yeah.
So they're at Petit Le Mans this weekend.
That's right.
At MotoAmerica.
We had to bring one out to represent.
My nephew Jared qualified, I believe, third in class. He's in P3 and in that Ligier. So I found that to be very familiar.
Yes.
So I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
please,
not at all.
please,
No,
please
no.
continue,
That's great.
Paris.
No, and it's
the
important fact
information
to
is
know.
phenomenal.
So the other car I need to mention is that silver rocket ship out there, that guided missile. That is something that's very special that we're bringing, and it's actually having its North American debut, and that is the TDF-1. That's built by the folks at Tour de Force in the UK. A group of ex-Formula One engineers. They decided to take a modern Formula One car and make it so you don't need a team of 15 guys to run it.
Now this is a really good story. I heard about this. It's Marussia, yeah?
Yes.
And the point is, I've been around Formula One cars and demonstrations of Formula One cars, and for those that don't know, it takes about 6 people to start a Formula One car. So if you want to bring one to California, by all means do. But remember, you're going to bring a bunch of healthy mechanics out as well with you, and you're going to put them up and all the rest of it. Now this is a different concept where effectively you can race a pretty 95% Formula One car all day long.
Absolutely. Which, if you think about the gentleman that's going to be buying that car, he's not going out to win a championship.
No.
His driving ability is only so much, but he wants to experience what that's like. Right. And this is something that has been, for the most part, restricted to just Grand Prix drivers. So the ability it's here to be able to get out there and experience something. It would be like being an aviation buff and being able to buy a fighter jet.
Right. Which some can do it now.
Yes,
yes. So you're following along those lines, and that's pretty incredible to be able to do that. And with that is also, are you guys coming up with? Is the hope to have like some sort of a class within series, or
absolutely. So the idea is to have enough owners globally, but also just in North America, to be able to rent out something like Coda, Watkins Glen here at Laguna, and run those cars. Whether or not they'll be the heat of competition, that's another story. That's really going to be up to the owners. If they decide they want to do that, it'd be great. Almost like a Formula Boss series in the U.S. So it'd be great to do that, but the intention right now is really just to give people access to that type of car. If some of them have an interest in racing it, we'd be more than happy to put a series together.
So what is the price point for one of those?
So the car is 850,000 pounds.
Yeah.
So that it is built in the UK. We go off the pound for that car. And obviously, it's plus. You can start adding. They'll actually sell you an entire custom pit garage if you want, a portable pit garage. Everything. So it's a very bespoke program, and it's very much a bucket list kind of item for.
Who do you have driving it here?
So we have someone very special driving. I'm glad you mentioned that. So Jess Hawkins. So Jessica Hawkins. Call her Jess. Again, she has an amazing driving background. She races in the W Series.
I was with her a couple of weeks ago.
Right. Okay. So you know.
Coda.
Right. So more importantly, though, which is actually fantastic, is so she is the driver. Aston Martin Formula One, or Aston Martin Cognizant. So, but another little interesting fact about her: did you know that she was a stunt and precision driver for No Time to Die for this latest Bond
for the latest Bond film? Yeah, that's pretty cool.
She's been behind the wheel of some pretty cool stuff. But yeah, so she came out here to do it. She is TDF's official development driver. So we were really, really excited to have her come. In fact, here she is, kind of. Right
Gonna hound the P3 car right there.
They're just playing around with each other. I'm sure they're all out there. This is the problem. I've got, half the cars are with actual pro racing drivers. That they can't help but want to pass one another. And I've told everyone, I'm like, look, guys, it's just demonstration laps so that people can see the car in motion.
Yeah, good luck with that.
The racer in them is just not going to allow it. So
and who's in the P3 car?
So that is a good close friend of mine who, same thing, races for Ligier, raced both F3 and the P3 car. That's Dominic Cicero. Great guy. Has a great background. Actually, he's American, but raced a lot of open wheel stuff over in Europe, Formula 3000, stuff like that.
Yeah, I know Dominic.
He's a great guy. Great guy. So so we dragged him out here today. to give that car a spin.
So you didn't have to drag him too hard.
No, I really didn't. I just, said bring your helmet,
dangle the carrot
in your seat.
Yeah, dangle the carrot.
Exactly.
Well, that's good. No, that's great. I'm glad to see you've got great quality drivers and they're representing your brand and putting it out, putting it through the paces here. And where are you guys based out of?
So O'Gara Motorsport is a division of O'Gara Coach, which is kind of the leading dealer group for exotic cars. We're based in Southern California, but we have points in Beverly Hills, La Jolla, San Diego, and in the West area. O'Gara Motorsport is based out at the Thermal Club, just outside Palm Springs at the private racetrack.
That earlier, yeah.
Exactly. So that is home for this division of the company, but we are basically Southern California based. So we cover that whole area.
Is it Pirellis that you're running on the
Yes. Actually, it's amazing that Pirelli makes like a customer-supplied Formula One tire.
That is amazing.
But there's enough in private hands where they've seen that there's a business for that.
Sure.
But and we have all different compounds. I actually didn't see what Jess was going out on, but there's an assortment of different compounds to sort different tracks, temperatures, driving styles, all that. So
it should be on Super Softs here today, right?
Yeah, exactly.
With the way the ambient is.
Oh yeah. No, it would be mega. Yeah,
I saw her. She was swerving, so she might
put some heat in it.
I think she might be.
Well,
so that might be on a little harder tire.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah.
So I didn't see that it was a red sidewall.
No red sidewall. Yeah, that's true.
That's, so the high downforce kit here, that's what we're seeing there, the HDK.
Look at that thing.
Yeah, lots of rear wing on that.
That car is actually really special to me. So that car we actually commissioned for Tom O'Gara, the owner of O'Gara. And he said to me, look, just go wild with it. Do it whatever color you want, whatever. And I actually, that color, I'm a big fan of green, but I'm very specific about it. And that's actually a Lamborghini color of all things.
Okay.
It's a color called Verde Hermes. But long story short, we commissioned the car. We had it done. We showed it for the first time, in August in this area, Quail, and it won Best Design at Quail.
Nice.
Congratulations. But anyway, a good friend of mine actually ended up purchasing it. He loved it so much. And ended up buying it. And actually, Dean Lanzante is actually in the passenger seat with him right now. So you've got the owner and the builder in that car right now going around enjoying it. This is its first time on track, too, by the way. It's only actually driven, to and from the hotel to the circuit. So it's great to see it out there.
This must be exciting for you to be involved in. I mean, it's a huge event. And to be able to do a demonstration like this with so many eclectic cars and beautiful cars, I could see that you're chomping at the bit to be more involved in something like that.
No, what they've put together with Velocity, I mean, this is positioned to be the Goodwood of North America.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such, and actually to what you said earlier about, people understanding where all this came from. Like we're, I haven't talked about it yet, but that SC V12, that crazy Lamborghini V12, that car could only exist because of all the things that came before it. And I know you guys got excited about electric cars, but look, I still want to smell petrol. I want to hear loud engines,
But I don't know who you thought got excited about electric cars.
Oh, okay, maybe it was him. Okay, sorry.
No, I mean, I have.
The torque is great.
I understand their place, and I can appreciate the balance of it all. And I think what we've seen. When you combine the two technologies, internal combustion engines too, the electric,
like the P1 that's out there,
the P1, modern Formula One cars.
Absolutely.
I mean, you're seeing an acceleration. When we watched the P1 go up the hill here at Laguna, was breathtaking because there was no hesitation.
Right,
it pulled the whole time. And the only car I've driven that way was a Porsche 918.
Yeah,
and that was a special car to get to drive, and so
you're right. The merging of the two technologies,
it's incredible.
And
it's the way to go.
It is.
It is truly the way to go, and I think that's why you're seeing every form of motorsport, even NASCAR's talking hybrid technology.
Oh, absolutely,
right around the corner. So I think it's because it is your best performance gain.
It is.
I love racing because of the noise and the smell.
Right.
I hang on to the fence. My teammate Rafa Matos sent me a video of him with his go-kart because I'm going to get a shifter cart, and he's sending me and I could smell the two-stroke fuel. So I mean, the visceral side of it can't never go away, and I know that we got to have the balance, and I will tell you this. it'll never go away. An internal combustion engine will always be here. I don't care what anyone says, because real simple. You want to make something popular, tell a whole generation they can't have it.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's funny, you know, and you see it also with car values. Obsolescence somehow drives the market. But again, what the folks at Velocity are doing with an event like this, it's mega. It's what we need. The venue, I mean, again, Laguna Seca, perfect track. It's famous. Everyone around the world knows Laguna Seca. You know, right? I guess it's our American Spa, if we can call it that. But everyone knows it, and it's fantastic. And like I said, the fact that they have got old and new, everything here is represented. Everything here is represented.
Absolutely. And I've been to every track here in our great country. I believe like every one of the marquee ones. And really, this is like the only place I feel you could bring your whole family, and no matter, they don't have to have an interest in the sport at all. And they have the peninsula, they have the bay, they have so much that they can do here. It is such a destination spot that's what makes it so much of a great home for this, because a lot of the people that we want to bring here to us aren't necessarily going to be at the track for 10, 12 hours out of the day. But it's a commitment. It's a heck of a commitment, but you can definitely have a great amount of time hitting the one, going up to Big Sur, going out there to just Monterey and enjoying the aquarium, going out there and doing a kayak trip, whatever the case may be, whale watching. But there's just so much here to do in the area, but this being our crown jewel is certainly special.
Absolutely. So I mean, this is my home track. I grew up racing, you know, through the Skip Barber Ladder Series here. You know, raised in Marin County. So like, this is just such a special place, and like everything you said, there's that lifestyle component that's huge.
So, yeah, that concludes our O'Gara Motorsports, but you'll be out again, right, Paris?
Oh, absolutely. We should be back out at 4 o'clock. So.
Okay, good. We'll come back. Absolutely delighted to have you here and give us some real insight. Go and enjoy the rest of the day.
Absolutely. I'm going to go.
Fun having you, Paris.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Paris, for coming up. Absolutely. And we'll see you at 4,
See you later.
And everything stays shiny side up for you, so that's always a bonus.
Yes.
Everything stays shiny side up for you, so that's always a bonus. Yes.
Well, let's head down to the paddock, where we've got some very special guests from Ford, including the one and only Billy Johnson. Let's head down to the paddock.
Thanks, Johnny. I'm indeed down here at the Ford Performance Display, and they have an incredible collection of cars and an incredible collection of drivers. Car number 66 was driven by this man, Billy Johnson, from 2016 through 2019. Billy, firstly, thanks ever so much for taking time to talk to us today. What's going on? What are you doing here?
Yeah, it's great to be here. This is a really awesome event. It's really much like a American Goodwood in terms of the quality of cars and just the overall atmosphere. So I'm here driving reunited with the car I raced in 2016 in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and really excited to get back in it.
And what's the reaction you get from the fans? Because there's a bit of a hubbub around your setup at the moment. You're getting set up to go out at 10:45.
Well, this has just been an iconic program. Just the history of the Ford GT, coming back 50 years later, winning it with Joey over there. We came in fourth in that race, but just the overall history of this program and of these cars, and to have all of them reunited in one place. I don't think I've ever seen all the cars from all the different years come together like this, so it's truly an special an event.
Yeah, it really is a special event. We were just chatting to Mark Gibson, their global global director for Ford Performance, and he did say that this is the largest collection all in one place. And to mark the occasion as well, the main man, Jim Farley, is going out in that GT Mark II just over there. He's joining out on track.
Definitely. So that's a really cool car. I worked on the development of that car with Scott Maxwell and Multimatic and Ford, and it really does take the technology from this race car and just take all the rules off, and unlimited. What would this be if there's no rules? So it's cool that car is going to be out there with these race cars, and then I think Jim's going to be driving this car later.
And I was just chatting to you about Jim. He's obviously the man with his name above the door at Ford, and I said, you know, what is he saying to you before you head out here at Laguna Seca? What advice are you giving him?
Well, he asks us and like me and Joey for a lot of advice, but he's so humble. He's such a nice guy, and he's such a fast and talented driver that the questions he asks, he definitely already knows the answers. So we just have fun. He's an awesome guy and a talent behind the wheel.
What's it like when you get behind the wheel of a car like this? I was just chatting to you, and you said you started out in karts, and you've obviously been racing a long, long time since you were 13. When you get to a point in World Endurance Championships, you're racing Le Mans, what goes through your mind when you lock yourself into that and you put your hands on the steering wheel?
Well, like for me at least, I try not to think about that stuff. Like you really try to just think it's another car, it's another race, and you have to execute the best you can, because if you get too caught up in the emotions of what this program is or what the actual race is, at least for me, it could affect you. So I try not to think about that and just try to do my job, but then now reflecting back on it, it was pretty incredible.
Yeah, it really was incredible, and we were chatting as well just before. You said sometimes, a stint could be 1 to 2 hours, but it can go on longer than that as well.
Yeah, I had a few 3 and a couple 4-hour stints between the 24 hours of Daytona and the 24 hours of Le Mans, so those were some long races. Probably the worst one was Daytona, when I had to pee after 1 hour, and I ended up having to do 4 hours straight, and that was rough.
It's an incredible piece of engineering to keep these things running for 24 hours, but they've got to keep all 3 of you drivers running for 24 hours as well. It's a credit to you. I'm just looking around because I think we've got Joey behind us as well. I'm going to leave you there, Billy. You've got to get ready because you're out on track at what time?
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock, but you've got to get your suit on before that at 10:45. I'm going to wander this way and come and have a chat to Joey Hans. Joey, great to see you. Le Mans winner, sir.
Yes, sir, that's right. 50 years to the day.
Well, phenomenal. Huge congratulations to you and congratulations to Ford. What a display of GT cars that we've got here this weekend.
Yeah, it's awesome. I think we have 7 of the 8 GTLM cars from over the years, but on top of that, we have one of the first test mules down there, which is actually one of my favorite looking cars I've never seen before.
Yeah.
Mark IIs. I mean, we have all sorts of stuff here. It's crazy cool.
Yeah, and the 2022 Mark II is down there in Wimbledon white, and I think antimatter blue, the road-going version of one of these. You got your eyes on one of those?
Well, yeah, trust me, I've been in these cars a lot, like all these cars. I've driven a lot of these cars here. I tested a lot of those cars for Ford. Early on, I was involved with the final development of the street car, and of course the original development for the racetrack of these cars. So, yeah, I've turned some laps in some Ford GTs in my day, and I'm happy about that. It's been pretty cool. It's been a great ride with Ford. All those years we did. To do what we did in 2016, to win on 50 years to the day, nobody thought we could pull that off, and we did. And it was just because of a lot of great people, from Ford Performance and Chip Ganassi Racing and Ford and MotoAmerica. We had some great people there. So, it was stellar. I mean, we finished here at Laguna. We won the last race with one of these Ford GTs with that car right there. So a lot of history here, and this is my home track. So,
what a day. And I imagine, after all that history and all the races that you've done, a weekend like this at Velocity Invitational, this is just a fun time for you, isn't it?
It is. I mean, when you can drive from your house this morning and come down to this, wake up in my own bed, come down to this and drive some cool cars, it's awesome. Like I said, I got to shake a couple of these cars down to make sure they were ready a couple months ago. And let me tell you, it was fun to get back in these cars. I forgot how cool they were to drive. I drove up at Thunder Hill and I was like, wow, you just forget. I mean, they were just such a great car. And from where we started with them, people would be surprised how much we developed the car into a better and better car. I mean, we won in 2016, yes. But from there on in, we still ran 4 years of these cars and made them better and better and more fun to drive. And so, like when these first came out and we were like, oh man, what did Ford come up with? When we originally, they said, here's going to be the car, boom. I was like, whoa, this is cool. I mean, it looked good from the front, from the back, and still, I mean, we're on, 6 years later, and they're still one of the coolest cars you'll ever see.
Yeah, they really are. And just talking about the track, you said like this is your home track and you've just forgotten how much fun these cars are to drive around this circuit. What's going to be going through the mind of some of the owners that have bought their cars here this weekend? What's it like for these guys? Because you've been racing all your life, but some of these guys, they might have only bought this a year or two ago. What are they going to be thinking?
Well, hopefully they all own a Ford GT street car because they're fairly comparable. But I think if for the guys that haven't been here at this racetrack, this is one of the greatest racetracks in the world. I mean, there's some great racetracks in the world, but the setting of this place, the topography of this track, the corkscrew alone is what everybody's going to I bet you everybody's going to go like this. at the top of the corkscrew, because that's what you do. These cars sit low. They're not super easy to see out the front, so I think everybody's going to be peekabooing right over the top, trying to take a seat. But I think everybody should have fun. I mean, this car, it's great here. It has a lot of downforce. This is a place to drive these cars and enjoy. But for the guys who have the street cars, it's not far off. Just a little more downforce, a little more power.
Phenomenal stuff. And we're just chatting to Billy there as well. Jim Farley's going out in that one, and he said Jim's quite a driver.
Yeah, that's why I hear. I haven't seen him drive yet, but I've seen him do a lot of stuff, from Goodwood, and he's done all sorts of stuff this year. Really hands-on CEO for Ford. He's really done a great job for the whole company, and I'm excited to be on track with him at the same time. But this is, I think we're gonna have a little fun here, but there's a lot of dollars right here, sitting right here. So I think everybody's going to keep their distance from everybody. Maybe get a little smoky burnout out of this one.
Listen, I'm looking forward to seeing you go out on track, and I know you got to get ready. Joe, thanks ever so much for talking to us. We're going to take a short break right here, but when we come back, all the action continues from the Velocity Invitational at the WeatherTech Laguna Seca Raceway.
From the Velocity Invitational at the WeatherTech Laguna Seca Raceway.
Oops. Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. As you can see, a buzz down there in the paddock as it's starting to fill up. I just went down there myself and had a look at a few things and had a quick chat with Jessica Hawkins, who was out in that O'Gara Motorsport. She's going to come up and join us and tell us about her experiences, and we'll have guests from time to time. I just bumped into a good friend of mine, ex-Formula One team manager Dave O'Neill. He's going to join us at some point. And turning our attention to what's next on track, it will be 4 GT and LM laps coming up. And that'll be followed by our Superbike and Baggers demonstration, and then we go back to the group races, and that will be Group 8, 62 to 90 IMSA GTP, which is why my friend is coming to join us, because he's preparing one of the cars for a certain David Donahue. Yes, the right name, son of. And so we'll be hearing from him, and we'll go down to the pits as well, because Kerry is in the mix of it, and she is actually in the pit lane and right and ready for what's next on track.
In the pit lane and right and ready for what's next on.
Well, thanks so much, guys. Yeah, we do have the dream job. Sunshine. Well, right now it is the GT Le Mans showcase that's going to head onto track, so we're just going to muscle our way in. There's more important people than us, but we're still going to muscle our way in. Okay, so this is the CEO of Ford, Jim Farley. Now, he's actually giving a passenger ride as well, which is quite a lot of pressure going out on Laguna Seca. But Jim, how important is something like this to showcase for Ford?
You know, this is Ford, right? I mean, we went to Le Mans, we won on 50 years anniversary. With these cars, it's so nice to see them all back together. We've never had them back together again. So everything is right in the universe today.
Everything is definitely right in the universe. Now, have you been out on the track before here?
Oh yeah, I race a Cobra, a Trans Am Mustang. This is my yoga.
We love it. All right, well, out of the cars that are sat in front of us, have you got a favorite, or all of them sit perfectly in your heart?
Yeah, Americans love a winner, so it's got to be the winner. The one that won Le Mans, that's my favorite.
We like it. We like the CEO's philosophy. Jim, thank you so much. Enjoy it out there. All right, well, I'm just going to walk you through this, because as he said, this is a showcase of all of the cars. I'll let our cameraman go this way and I'll walk this way, because you can just get a glimpse of the cars that are out here. Now, I know that Kevin was talking a little bit earlier on to Billy Johnson, Joey Hansen, of course, Le Mans drivers and Le Mans winners alike. We'll get to the front of this, because as Jim Farley said, to see all of these cars together in one go is absolutely fantastic, and it isn't often that you get to see them all in one group as well. So we'll turn them around so you can see car number 66. Of course, he was saying he liked the winner. Well, we like a winner too, and the Americans do love celebrating a winner, and what better way to do it than with all of the Fords together. Now I'm going to hand back up to the commentators, because as these cars start up, it is about time they head out onto the track, so I'll hand up to the guys up there.
Thanks, Kerry. Excellent stuff. And yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about American motor racing success, look no further. Tony Garcia, our cameraman there in the pits, getting right up and close to the EcoBoost powered number 66. The raced in WEC and, of course, Le Mans. And 7 of the 8 cars that entered that 2016 race are here. Never been done, Adam, and that is pretty impressive.
It is, and they're all on display there for everyone to see the whole time. You know, Tony got nice and up close to Billy Johnson, giving us a good thumbs up there. He's got a lot of experience here. It's very nice of Jim Farley to give us some time, and you know, he's getting focused before he gets out there and gives his hot lap. But yeah, very, very special to see all these, and you can see the evolution of them too. You know, as they built and kept on trying to stay ahead of the competition. From, you know, version to version, you can see it in the ground effects tray that comes out of the rear, from the side, you know, where the side panels are and how those flow, and even to the point in how the chassis and the cockpits are designed, and the roll bars and stuff, and the stiffness that those will provide. So it's really back to back to back like this, and now we're getting ready to go see them as they lay rubber in that neat little display area Goodwood style.
Absolutely. And I think the boys will have a little bit of fun too. And it's great to have Joey Hand on hand, one of the winners in that 2016 race. And yeah, a very special moment for Ford. But one of the thoughts that went through my mind, and let's just remind people, because there are people out there who may not know the story. You may well have seen the movie Ferrari versus Ford. Well, that was all about the 60s, and it was all about Chris Amon, Bruce McLaren, and of course Dan Gurney and the boys putting basically a car to take on Ferrari. Ford tried to buy Ferrari in the 60s. The deal didn't go through, and Mr. Ford was not best pleased. And he said, build me a car to beat the man. And Ferrari at that time had totally dominated the Le Mans 24 Hours. That's what they did. They developed it in 63, 64, 65. They got help from Lola. They got help from the British engineers. They put together this car. Ken Miles here in California put a lot of time into it. You've seen the movie. But what they thought, and I think this is even bolder, is that they rebuilt effectively a modern version of the GT40, which, if you talk to a designer, is not a thing to do. Simply because how can you replicate, a Maestro car? But they did it and went back in 2016 and won again.
Yeah, it's a special story, and yeah, it was a Skunk Works project back in the 60s, without anyone knowing about it with the GT40, and it was a Skunk Works project again in the modern era when they came out with this. No one what they were even working on. Most internally in Ford didn't even know about this. This was a very, very, very tight-lipped project. Very unique design, and the cooling for these cars, the radiators are right in front of the rear tires. Allows that free open flow area to the back, creates a lot of downforce without drag. Just a really, really special vehicle to see and to get up close to.
And I don't know the in-story of, in that movie we got to see how the engine overheated, how the brakes weren't good enough, how it was too, I remember Ken Miles saying, it's too heavy, throw this out, throw that out. It was really good, it was integral. But I wonder if there was a similar story that's yet to come out about how they put these 2016 cars together in record time and went racing. Now, they had more time because they raced them in IMSA, and they did have some success before that coming down.
Doors open on one of them as it came through the as it came through the corkscrew. Maybe the passenger was feeling a little ill, but yeah, they're all being led to by that Mustang Mach-E. That pace car, the Mach-E, should be pulling off. But yeah, I'm sure there's a great story to tell on how the modern era, Ford GT came about and all the work and the Ganassi program. Because I know some secrets that Ganassi has, like their tunnels.
That's right.
They have a tunnel, there in Pennsylvania where they do a lot of testing. So here they're going to get green for their GT LM reunion.
Well, just take in the sights and sounds of this wonderful exhibition of the Le Mans winning GT40.
Seems to me that they had that kind of orchestrated to go a certain way. This is just an exhibition. Remember, this is just a GT-LM reunion laps with these vehicles that have never been back together since their successes on the track. And even when they were on track, I don't believe they were all ever together. Some of these were testing mules at some point and retired as racers and became testing mules. Some of them have extraordinary history and have won, are the crown jewels, if you will.
Going back to the GT40s of the 60s, I want to make a mention because I've got you in the booth here, and two things that I learned from Uncle Mario. He won the movie, he won the race that the movie Rush was about, and he was also in a GT40 in 1966, but nobody seems to remember him.
Yeah. Well, they broke, and it's, when you don't reach glory, he was in one of the Holman Moody cars.
Yep.
And when you don't reach glory, you don't get much, press. No one really cares. No one really cares about who dropped out, and no matter who you are, what your place was in history. But yeah, it was for sure. He had that ride. He was in. Carroll Shelby had a great deal of respect, and vice versa for my Uncle Mario, and I know that my Uncle Mario reciprocated that as well. And there was, but Carroll always wanted Mario to drive his stuff.
Yeah, you're right. That door's still open. I don't know how that's managed to stay open, but there you go. As you mentioned, Chip Ganassi was put in charge of the modern era that you're looking at now, the GTs. And, of course, Chip Ganassi built this team up. And also opened a factory effectively for the GT-LM cars in both America and effectively in England as well. So again, a similar project which involved the Brits and the Americans, and it clearly worked. The cars would test in big endurance races such as Le Mans, Daytona and Sebring, and as well as IMSA as ACO GT-LM cars, and also in WEC, the FIA World Endurance Championship.
And we'd be remiss not to mention Multimatic and their involvement too in this project. And Multimatic out of Canada is an incredibly talented firm, a motorsports firm up there, and I know that blue, particularly GT, got Multimatic. When you get up and close to it, I believe it has a Multimatic decal there right in front of the rear tires on the lower rocker panel. But yeah, they're put on a great exhibition. Nice gaggle of cars as they climb the hill there to the corkscrew. What a great photo op this is as they all come down through the corkscrew. One with the door open.
Its first success came in the 12 Hours of Sebring in 2014, and that basically capped off the development. And then a win at the Rolex Daytona. Obviously that put it into its 24-hour thing, and very similar to the 60s run-up to Le Mans. They did the very similar thing, which is to win all that America's got earlier in the year and then take it in June to Le Mans.
Exactly. I mean, they set that goal to do exactly what they went and did, and they knocked it out of the park. I mean, they took no prisoners that entire era. It was really owned by that car, and it was known for that.
Yeah, just as they did in the 60s, they got the best drivers in the world, from Mario Andretti, as we just mentioned, to Bruce McLaren, to Chris Amon, and so on and so forth. I know Chris Amon very well, sadly passed away a few years ago, but Chris was handed an actual replica version of his black and white winning car, which in his 80s he drove down his long farmyard driveway. He didn't get it on the road, but he did drive it, and I was really pleased that before he passed away, he was able to drive that car one more time.
That's a great story, yeah, because you always like to see that reunion. I've been blessed to be able to see that with some of my family and the cars that they've driven throughout history, and come back to them, and it's always neat to see that look on the face, and I know that Michael's even driven some stuff that Mario made history in, and what that meant to him to be able to do is it's quite special whenever you get to see that.
Yeah, and like I said, in the 60s they had all the great drivers, and again in this 2016 version, Harry Tinknell, Andy Prio, fantastic endurance drivers, Joey Hand here at the wheel this weekend, and as well as the managing director of Ford itself, Jim Farley, who is a regular, to be fair, at Historic Racing, so it's not a surprise to see him here.
Like I said, he's exactly who you want in a motor company CEO.
I'm going to say, talking the talk and walking the walk. Yeah.
100%, without question, and he's so accessible, at these weekends, and I'm sure he learned so much about running the business that is Ford Motor Company from being out here with the racers and with the people that are pushing his products to the absolute limits, like we're watching right here. As
they're not holding back.
Showing a fender going in there. We know that these are like pieces of history here that cannot be replaced.
Yeah, but unfortunately, once they get behind the wheel again, they go back to their old habits.
Now the red mist is there. This is
absolutely, and as it should be.
The gentleman thing moved over and let him go through and turn 4 there.
So we're watching a fantastic display of Ford might, quite literally Dearborn's finest.
I love this design. This they really they kept the soul, or the bits in the profile, if you will, of the original Ford GT40, but it really became a modern monster with all its technological advances, and the work with the aero, as I mentioned before.
Well, a few years before this project, they actually brought a road car sort of replica out for the GT40.
Yes.
Which was it was rare, but that kind of pricked the idea of, and I think that was to celebrate Ford's history.
Right, that was in like 2006.
Yeah. And they sold, I don't know how many, but they were still, you don't see one every day, but you can see them out there. I've seen a few.
Yeah, there was a supercharged
I think
V8.
that's what kind of led to the idea of saying, well, should we go back for the 50th year celebration? And here you go.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, yeah, like I said, it's going to be an interesting book for someone to write at some point, because I know there's some stories to be told that happened behind the closed doors to find out exactly how that came about.
Yeah, and by the way, in 2016, you've got to think that to go into that GTLM Pro class at WEC, because now we're talking about a World Sports Car Championship, so any of the manufacturers involved, and Ferrari were one of them, have been there for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, you got to beat Porsche.
Aston Martin were at the top of their game.
And Porsche, who is always the marquee to beat. Yeah, they're always the ones to beat. And, you know, that's it's funny, you know, we had Ford versus Ferrari until the 70s hit, and then Porsche just went on a dominant tear.
Dominated it, yep.
Yeah.
Well, in many ways still are.
No, they are. They are still the marquee that everyone looks to go beat. You know, they're truly a brand that they build cars to go racing, and that is their pedigree.
And rumors still prevail that maybe come 2026 we might see the name Porsche back in Formula One with new specs and everything else. We've got new specs next year, but there is rumors that Porsche Audi could be back in Formula One.
You never know, right? You absolutely never know. The things change so fast and rapid in that sport anymore nowadays. And so, but yeah, I mean, I saw that announcement. I think it'd be great to see Porsche back into Formula One. They've definitely been legendary within Formula One. I mean, built some of the best horsepower in the turbo era.
Well, we got the exciting news, rumored anyway, around the COTA Grand Prix a few weeks ago that Michael Andretti, cousin Michael, was going to go into Formula One. The deal didn't take place. I think it was the last bit, but it was all to do with the controlling interest. But Michael came out and was a bit more, he didn't say much beforehand, but afterwards he spoke quite freely about it. He just said that the deal wasn't what he wanted, and until it was right, but he still had his eye on the ball, and his quest to get back into Formula One is not over.
No, I think he's hungry for it for sure, and you know, I admire him for knowing or understanding the gravity of a situation when it doesn't feel quite right. And I think it takes more courage sometimes to walk away from those situations than it does to follow through with them. So,
well, you schooled me. Michael's one hell of a businessman, and if the deal's not right, he ain't doing it.
Oh, very much so. No, he's built the Andretti Autosport into a very successful empire, and you know, he's done that with a lot of great support within the organization, and Rob Edwards and JF, and just really, really solid, you know, group around him. My nephew Jared runs a very solid program out of there for the IMSA LMP3 deal, and so they're at Petit this week, actually today.
Le Mans, yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, a lot of really, really good stuff that he's involved in. He's got the Formula E, he's got the Extreme E, so he's very well diversified. So, but yeah, if it's not the right deal, he's not going to force something that shouldn't be there.
Yeah, and the irony is he's got several drivers driving for him at the moment that would be more than capable of doing Formula One.
Oh, for sure, without question. I mean, the next Formula One driver for one with Romain Grosjean.
Exactly.
You know, and Colton Herta, who everyone has dubbed to be a guy that he very easily could be your Formula One star, the future. So, yeah, for sure, he's got, and then Alex Rossi, who's definitely made it to Formula One. So, he's basically got probably the most Formula One stable within IndyCar when you look at it that way.
Yeah. So we're looking at this wonderful display for Ford as they celebrate 5 years after their wonderful win at Le Mans in 2016. 7 of the 8 cars entered. Absolutely a wonderful chance to get them all together. Never been done, and this is a little bit of history right here for sure. And incidentally, the reason they were 66 and 67 is not a lot of people know, or everybody kind of focuses on that 66 year, but they went back and they did it in 67. And then the factory or Ford factory team pulled out and they won again in 68 and 69.
Yeah.
Four-peat.
Yep. But yeah, it's great story all around. I mean, it's great to watch these cars circulate. They're having fun out there. You can tell it's well orchestrated. They've done some photo shoots coming down the front straightaway here. Looks like they're sizing themselves up for another one. So yeah, very, very exciting time here to watch Ford Motor Company history, modern history here, back together and doing the thing here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. I mean, they're off throttle, just cruising down the front straightaway for this photo op at 126 mile an hour. So that's a mean race car right there for the amount of speed that they can carry in such a short amount of time.
And they sound good too. I'd love to have seen them on the Malzahn Straight. Well, I did, but only on TV.
Yeah, right. The coverage is excellent, I hear.
Yep. It's just weird being here in November and seeing so much green.
Right, yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen the car park with green.
When you got that wonderful fresh dew from a cool 50-degree evening and that ocean air reaching it, yeah, it really luscious things up here. More so, like you said, than we're used to ever seeing out here. Beautiful, beautiful time of year to be here.
Yeah, by the way, if you are here in the venue, these will be parked up after this demonstration. Get down there. There are some not only are the Ford drivers down there, but also they've got the latest Mach-E, so they've got their sort of most modern car, but they've also got the brand new GT 2022, and it's gorgeous in Wimbledon white.
In Wimbledon white?
No, not Wimbledon. Wimbledon.
Wimbledon.
Yes.
Wimbledon. Gotcha. Makes sense.
That's all right. Camaro. That's where I get in trouble. We pronounce it differently, so I've got in trouble over it.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, I'll never say Jaguar correctly.
Huh?
I'll never say Jaguar correctly.
No, that's true.
So checkered flag is out on their session here, the Ford GTLM reunion lap session. Up next is one near and dear to our hearts, right? This is going to be the Superbikes and the
oh yeah,
and the King of the Baggers. If you haven't seen this, ladies and gentlemen, get glued to a TV, find a good spot on the hill with the sun shining on you, and take it in, because the King of the Baggers is something special. It's never been done before. It's new for 2020, and these are the Harleys. These are the saddlebag Harleys, but they are pure race bikes.
Well, we were talking to Wayne Rainey about this yesterday and why they chose to include them, because it is a bit of an odd thing to see a Superbike Championship, Supersport and Superbike Championship, actually run Harley Davidsons with bags, with the saddlebags. It doesn't seem at first, but that was a really smart move, because they know how many Harley followers there are, and they know how fast. Harleys have had their one-make series. They've had various iterations. They've raced at Daytona 200. I remember being with Scott Russell there and bringing Harley back to that kind of racing. But of course, Harley racing is more known for dirt track.
Yeah, flat track. Yeah, exactly. That's really what they're known for. So this is a really, like Wayne was telling us yesterday, Jonathan, that this is that opportunity. There's a huge market out there that wasn't paying attention, necessarily, or had a reason maybe to pay attention in their mind to road racing, and now they got this perfect reason with the King of the Baggers. These are really beautiful bikes and very talented riders that are mounting onto these things and making the most of them. So I personally can't wait for that to happen, as they're having a hard time getting these GTs off the track. That's the second checkered flag.
Well, they're having fun. That's the main thing. So, without further ado, let's head down to the pit lane. Kev is down there beetling about. Kev, what have you got?
Yeah, how about this, Johnny? Just chatting away up there in the commentary booth about the King of the Baggers, and I found the man that has made it all possible. For the first time this weekend, the bikes are going out, and Richard Varner of MotoAmerica. This is an exciting time for you.
It's very exciting. It's a great opportunity here to introduce what we do to a whole different crowd, and we're very thankful for Jeff O'Neill and Velocity for having us here.
Yeah, and just tell us about MotoAmerica. Been going now for some 8 years. Yourself and Wayne Rainey set it up, and it's going from strength to strength.
Well, yes, I think we've come a long way, and this will be our 8th season. Our partners, Wayne Rainey, Terry Cargas, and Chuck Axland, we spent a lot of time and effort on this, as well as a huge team of people, and it's starting to make the turn, I think, and it's doing well.
Adam and Johnny were just chatting in commentary while we were standing by down here about the king of the baggers. This is really exciting. These Harleys with the side bags on the back there, they're going racing, and they're the real deal.
They are the real deal. The Mission King of the Baggers is probably one of the most exciting classes we have. These are professional riders on real racing machines. They're technically advanced, and the OEMs have put money into this, and we're really excited to be part of it.
And it sort of came about, I think I said to you, who thought of this? And you said to me, well, it was kind of Wayne's idea in, like, you know, COVID times, 2020, and you've got it off the ground. You've done 3 or 4 races already.
That's right. Wayne and some of his mates were talking about this, and they kind of developed the idea and brought it to the group, and we said, yeah, why not? And I tell you what, it's just taken off. It's been huge.
Well, speaking of taking off, these guys are about to take off. So Kiri is at the front of the grid down there, and the noise is incredible. But what's it like with you, Kiri, up on the front there?
Incredible, but that's what we're here to see. All right, well, these are some of the big names in MotoAmerica. Now, this is Bobby Thong. He's having a chat with his mechanic. He rides in MotoAmerica and is a one-time champion. Bobby, how excited are you to go out in Laguna?
You know, I'm really ecstatic, you know, being in front of all these car guys and showing these guys what we do and what we love. And, you know, it's definitely a adrenaline rush, and hopefully we put on a good show for you guys.
What a true celebration of MotoAmerica. Now, it is so loud I can barely hear. But if you know anything about the Superbikes and MotoAmerica, you'll know about Josh Hayes. Now, Josh, a 4-time MotoAmerica winner. It's so cool that you guys get to celebrate this way.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun, you know, to be able to come out here and show a new crowd. The exciting part of our sport. You know, these things are pretty incredible machines. They can do a lot of cool stuff, and hopefully there'll be a lot of people standing around checking the seats out, going around the racetrack, and hopefully we make it look good.
Well, you've achieved an awful lot in your career. What more is there to achieve?
Oh, I don't know. You know, now I'm coaching more than racing, but I'm thankful that Richard and the guys asked me to come ride this thing. It's fun to get to feel what the newest technology is out there, and pretty incredible what this bike is capable of.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Josh. Great to have you here. Now, this Ducati has been newly homologated, and it's the debut with Josh Hearn. Now, I'm coming all the way up here as well to David Anthony. David, you're up against some legends out there. It must be very cool to be riding alongside them, celebrating MotoAmerica.
Yeah, it's always good to get on the track with these guys. Obviously, there's a lot of race wins and championships between some of these guys, but yeah, it's great to be out here. You know, in front of there's a lot of nice cars and stuff here, so it's good to be part of it and check that out. And, yeah, we get to ride on the track and show what we're about. So yeah, it's a good fun weekend.
Great. Well, it's been a good season for you, always riding at the top end. Are we going to see you back next season?
Yeah, most likely. I think I'll be back out there. So yeah, we'll be there.
All right, have fun out there. Now let's just go down to this Ducati, because this is your debut with this bike.
Yeah, we're just riding a street bike here, so don't expect us to keep up with the super bikes here, but we're just having fun. I'm glad that we're getting to ride the V4 out here. Like you said, first time I'm riding this bike. We've got many laps around Laguna Seca, so we're just here to entertain and show everybody what the bikes can do and try and get some of these guys to come over and convert to motorcycle people.
All right, well, enjoy it out there. I'm just going to show you these as well, because it is MotoAmerica and the baggers as well. So these are the Wyman brothers. Now we've got Kyle and Travis Wyman. Well, we'll just head over here. How excited are you to head out with the MotoAmerica guys as well?
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's been a couple of months since our last race, but we're out here. The weather's nice. It's a bunch of people, so we should have some fun, put in some laps for the crowd.
Awesome, enjoy it out there. Okay, well, I'm going to step right through your shot and hand back up to the commentators. It's so loud down here, boys.
Ah! They could have washed your windows, Tony.
A rundown memory lane for me, for sure. Thank you, Kiri. Bobby Thong. I didn't think he'd be short of a few words. And likewise, Josh Hayes. Great to see my old muckers out there, my old friends. And talking of which, I've got two of them in the booth with me. And I want to hear more about the baggers, because it really is something I don't know much about. I've got Richard Varner from MotoAmerica, and I've got Chuck Axland, who run MotoAmerica on a daily, weekly basis. Great to have you here. But this is, would you say this is home base for you guys?
Probably at least for me. I'm a Northern California guy. Been to Laguna Seca many times, and what a wonderful day to be out here again. Yeah, it's beautiful.
And our president's on the trail coming.
Yeah, exactly. He lives in the hills. He says he can see his corner.
Lives across the street. Yeah, for sure.
That's right.
So how's it going? Tell me how this came about. I just heard what you were talking to Kev about, which is it's all very new. But we were talking, myself and Adam were talking to Wayne yesterday about how the idea was effectively to bring that Harley crowd. The Superbike crowd is different than the Harley crowd, but they all love motorcycles. And once you bring out the baggers, once you start bringing in Harley Davidsons, it really does open up your industry and your sport. We've had Harley Davidson won make championships, but this is different.
Yeah, this is completely different, and to be honest, I don't think anybody knew what to expect when we, hosted our first King of the Baggers race year before last, and it's amazing to see the evolution of these bikes. At our race here last July, the top 5-6 guys had improved their lap times by over 5 seconds. I don't know any other motorsport that has evolved that fast in one season, but it's really helped us increase the attendance at the crowds that come out. It's really cool to see the bagger guys watching Superbikes and the Superbike guys watching King of the Baggers.
I think the manufacturers have seen this as a new segment of the offering. So you have a performance bagger segment. Some of the parts are already making it to the street as we're talking.
What about the championship itself? As we look at the Superbikes, Bobby Fong, Josh Hayes. Josh Hayes did some MotoGP, but Josh is, if you like, the last of the real international guys that that we still have here in America, and obviously Hayden, who's the number 69 poster up there just by the Rainy Curve. Wayne's vision, your vision, was to get Americans at the highest level, and we're finally getting there. Joe Roberts doing great well, Gerloff, and obviously Bobier. Now, are you pleased with their progression? I'm going to put Chuck on the spot because you've been around some of the greats over the years, and it's your vision too, but is it where you hoped it would be by now?
Well, part of, obviously, the initial goal was to find a way to get Americans back competing on that level, and I think we helped create a springboard to develop good competition that allowed the international contingent to see that these guys are worthy of an opportunity over there. And I think Loris Baz, don't forget about him. He was in our championship this year. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to win a race. The competition is high. I've heard some reference that when he went back over and rode some World Superbike races, he was closer to Jonathan Ray than he was with Jake Gagne over here on the racetrack. So year on year, our competition level has risen, and that just makes our guys try harder and go faster and creates opportunities.
Yeah, it's funny, we talk Formula One and about when we're going to get a Formula One superstar from America, and it's a very similar parallel in the bikes, is that you really do need, and Chuck, you know this, you need to be over in Europe, and Joe Roberts did it. He was a Red Bull rookie, and he stayed in Europe. He came back and did a couple of years with MotoAmerica, but now he's back there, and he's at the sharp end of Moto2. And that really is, if you want to be a superstar, either from Formula One or from the two-wheel world, you've got to mix it with the Europeans because that's where the racing is based.
No, 100%. But starting on a level under that, you have to, you have to give kids and participants the opportunity to aspire to achieve that level. Now with our Motul Mini Cup, we're starting kids on the racetracks at 6 years old now, and that's something that in Spain and Italy they've been doing for a number of years. And that's our start. We go from the Mini Cup to our Junior Cup to our Twins. So we have a whole range of various competitions at different levels, and the kids that excel and have that ambition to be world champion, take those opportunities, grab them, and then go over to Europe and hone their skills there.
It's funny, Richard, growing up, I spent many a late night in London following the World Superbikes with Nicky Hayden and Colin Edwards, and then MotoGP, obviously. And so this circuit is synonymous, for me anyway, for bike racing.
Oh, truly, it is one of the iconic tracks in the world. And actually, the baggers were born here. The very first bagger race we had was here in 2019. But going back to a little bit about Wayne and Chuck's vision, we've gotten some flack about that, because why would you breed people here and grow that talent and then send them overseas? And the quick answer is because that's where the best talent is, and the more we hold to that vision, the better racing that we'll have here. And in fact, we're starting to attract more and more racers from Europe coming over here because they see the quality and the standard increasing dramatically.
Yeah, getting a former world champion like Tony Elias was a big move for Suzuki and for your championship. Here we go then. Laguna Seca and Superbikes and the Baggers head out to turn one and over the crest to Andretti Curve. What a sight, what a sound. And I have to say, what a scene. I love it.
Yeah, I think this is the first time in our history we've had superbikes and baggers and hooligan bikes on the track all at the same time.
You know Josh Hayes doesn't want to be beaten by a bagger, that's for sure. And I heard a rumor, baggers on the banks. Is that going to happen?
Baggers on the banks, Daytona Beach.
Be there.
Be there.
Now, I've done Bike Week, and I mean, you know the number of Harleys there. That's going to be an instant success, surely.
Yeah, we hope so, and we got a few initiatives that we're going to create to hopefully get the baggers off the street. Watch the Daytona 200, which is one of the longest running international motorsports events in history of bikes, and then follow that up with some baggers. And we're going to do some stuff. One idea is to create the world's biggest parade lap. And so I think there'll be a lot of interest to get off the street, come in, watch the racing, and participate in a world record shot.
This will be the 80th year for the Daytona 200, and it's a great way to start this off and start our involvement in it. So we're extremely happy to be involved.
Yeah, Bike Week in Daytona is very similar to how the 500 is held for NASCAR, and of course how the 24 hours at Daytona is held with such esteem and with such prestige. And it's great that it's continued. It's got a fantastic history.
You know, these baggers are hauling. If you look at them, they're doing, I think what's our record here? A minute 31?
Yeah.
Wow. That's no mean feat.
On a bagger. Superbikes are about the 123 level.
And I noticed that they, compared to sort of what I would call the road bike version, they've literally lifted the pegs up so they can lean right over.
That's correct. They're wide. They're too wide, right? So to get the clearance for leaning, they've got to lift them up. Okay, and so the seats, if you look at them, are extra thick. They put bolsters on the tanks to hold them in place, and the pegs are lifted quite a bit up on the motorcycle.
What kind of riders does it attract?
Well, as you can see, we have superbike riders on them. We have kind of the hooligan-style riders, but Andrew Lee was a stock 1,000 competitor over the last few years. He's going to be racing one next year. So I think it's all levels. Really.
But truly more professional, more and more professional. It's attracting more of our professional riders, like the Wyman brothers, for example.
Yeah.
Josh Heron's been one.
Tyler O'Hara has been a competitor throughout MotoAmerica on the sport bikes.
Yeah, you made an interesting point there about why we send our best overseas, because it does, once they see they've got the talent and then they see the national championship with that kind of talent in, it then starts to bring them over. And certainly that's been, if you look at IndyCar, current IndyCar, literally it's become a place where guys who can't make the top 20 in Formula One are coming here or are in the middle of their careers like Grosjean, and then they're a huge success here. Marcus Ericsson, the same. Young guys like Pato O'Ward who are on their way to Formula One have chosen Indy. And I think that's, like you say, when you get to that balance, where you get the international stars coming over, then you've cracked it.
The standard just goes up through the roof.
And you start to get the exposure. I know your TV coverage is good worldwide. I've seen it whenever I've traveled, although that's not been much in the last 2 years. But also, you're getting into the Australian market, you're getting into the British market, which are very, saturated with their own championships nationally. And we've seen British riders come over here as well. And so, again, that crossover is really important.
No, and long-term thinking, ultimately, if we do, one of our riders does go over there and becomes world champion, it's not going to do us any shame for him to come over at the end of his European career and race with the guys here and help bring up new stars as well.
Yeah, and for those who don't know their bike history, and Chuck, you've been a part of it, Kenny Roberts, Eddie Lawson, Wayne Rainey, who runs MotoAmerica, these were the superstars, Kevin Schwantz. We had a period, a golden period, where America ruled.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
They make it look so easy down that corkscrew, but it isn't. When are you back here for your real races?
July 9 to 11th, I believe, is the date.
That's right. So we kick off at Daytona in March, then to COTA, right?
Yeah, our Superbikes will be a support race for MotoGP once again.
Right. That's important too.
Yeah, and then Road Atlanta.
And we go from Road Atlanta to VIR, from VIR to Road America at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin.
West Coast, then to the Ridge.
To the Ridge up in near Olympia, Washington. Back here at Laguna Seca.
Brainerd, Minnesota.
Brainerd, Minnesota.
Yeah, we go there for Trans Am, yeah.
And you probably were there back in the days of World Superbike, weren't you?
Yeah, actually, no, I missed out, but I do know what you mean.
Yeah. And then Pittsburgh International Race Complex, just outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. New Jersey Motorsports Park, and we end the season at Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama.
So we're going to run these baggers at 6 races this year.
Yep.
So Daytona, Atlanta,
Road America, Laguna. Brainerd.
Cool. And already, like you say, some interest from some good riders.
Absolutely. You know, the strategy this year too is to expand the offering. So with Royal Enfield's help, we're starting the Build Train race. It's an all-female class.
Oh wow!
On Continental GTs. We had some demonstration races last year, and it's very popular. It's coming back for a number of rounds. Of course, in the Mini Cup, it's just
So Josh Hayes leading the Superbikes here, and I don't know if this is official, but does Josh Hayes get into the record books with another win, and then come back next year to go to Daytona, because he's determined to become the all-time, isn't he?
Well, it's interesting because I think last week Richard Zamboli had a test at one of the local tracks, and he had Josh Hayes, Jason Prigmore, and Jake Gagne on bike. So maybe this was an unofficial test for Josh to participate in the Velocity Invitational.
He's a wily old fox.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, so he's got extra track time.
Well, we might be able to coax Andretti into doing the baggers race. I mean, you know, he's pretty handy in a Trans Am.
Yeah, for sure.
He'd do it. I don't know if his wife would let him do it, but he'd do it.
Yeah.
So that was our first look. Are you guys back in action again tomorrow?
Back tomorrow, yeah.
Good. What time do you know? I'll check.
about the same time, I think.
Okay, good.
All right.
So that was Richard Varner and Chuck Axeland, who are part of the MotoAmerica establishment and have built, basically, between them, Terry Cargas and Wayne Rainey have put motorcycle racing back on the map in the United States. And I was right there at the beginnings of how you started, to see what you've evolved to and how much interest people have got in this, and see the crowds, more importantly, coming to your events. Congratulations, guys, really.
Thank you, and thanks again to Velocity for having us here.
Absolutely. I think it's right and proper to have you guys, especially as it's Wayne's corner on the right underneath this one that we're looking at right now. And, of course, he lives across in the background, and we'll see the Monterey.
There you go.
Monterey view. We'll see you downtown tonight, I hope.
Yeah. Right.
And thanks for coming in, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Right.
Cheers,
feel free
Jonathan.
to send up anybody. Send up Josh. We'll bore him to death.
All right. Well, thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Thanks for coming up.
Bye.
So that was the Superbikes and the Baggers, and like he says, like Richard said, Baggers on the Banks at Daytona. Get your tickets and head down to Bike Week in February.
At Daytona, get your tickets and head down to Bike Week in February.
So, well, we've got a little bit of a pause. Let's head down. I say a pause. It's not for Kevin. He's running around like a blue arse. What's it? Let's head down to Kev Harris.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. I'm down here with a man who needs no introduction, Bruce Canepa. Bruce, I've just kind of doorstepped you as you're relaxing, but you're about to go out and let rip in a fantastic car with a whole lot of history. Tell us about what you're driving.
This is a 1989 Porsche 962C, so it was a World Sports Car, ran Le Mans and a number of the World Sports Car races. It was one of Vern Chupan's team cars. And his last cars they did were all carbon tub cars, which improved the car dramatically. It's just a great car to drive.
Yeah, interesting what you're saying there about the carbon tub. This was one of the first ones, was it?
Yeah, they did a couple of different guys, tried different things like Kremer, but this was the first real serious carbon tub. Advanced Composites built this tub, which was McLaren basically for Vern, and it's a just a first-class piece, that's all.
You're a veteran of sports, you're a veteran of car racing. You're sitting here at another great event, the Velocity Invitational. How excited are you at this point in time right now?
Oh, it's a great event. It's it's fun because there's so much variety here. I mean, there's supercars and there's old cars and there's the 4 GTLMs. I think we brought 3 of those here, 4 of those, and 917s will do a display today. It's just a little bit of everything for everybody, which makes it really nice.
Yeah, Jeff O'Neill and Ryan Turi have done a great job in curating the collection this weekend.
Fantastic. It's nice to see a lot of cars that you don't usually see, and then it's nice to see a lot of displays of cars that you probably would never see.
And a little bit later on, you're going out in a car which I'm really looking forward to seeing in the Trans Am class.
Trans Am class, I'm driving the Penske Javelin from 1970. It's a car Mark Donahue drove. It's a great car. I love driving it. Those cars are really loose. You're driving pretty sideways all the time, and it's a great group of guys, and it's one of the. As terms of a class, it's one of the most equal classes because the cars are all pretty much the same. They're on the same tire. They have the same size engine. They're within probably 50 horsepower of each other. It makes for great racing.
Yeah, it really does. They sound awesome when they go around the circuit here at Laguna Seca. You're a man who knows exactly what he's doing behind the wheel, and you know Laguna Seca well. But if for any of these owners turning up for the first time this weekend, what advice would you give to any drivers going out for the first time?
Well, I mean, the first thing you got to do is there's nothing here to win. So other than just for yourself satisfaction. So really, the idea is to have fun, and you want to just go learn the track. And it's hard to be patient in a race car and learn the track if you haven't been here, but that's the key. This track has a lot of tricky corners, and a lot of the places you are out on the track make a huge difference in your time. I mean, you may think you're fast and you're slow, so there's a bunch of places where if you really study it, you can save some time.
Yeah, you have to be really careful in some of these cars. Like I said, you're not going out to race, you're going out to have fun and enjoy it. And it kicked off last night with the Mini versus Mustangs in the dark. And what did you make of that? Because I thought that was a great spectacle. First time that we've seen the headlights on here at Laguna Seca at an event like this.
Well, that was exciting. It was just awesome. And, I mean, it was fun to see Minis, number one. We never see Minis, right? And it's something they do more in Europe than here, so that was really cool. And it was fun to see them race against, noisy, big engine Mustangs, So, very, very cool. That was very cool.
And what are the other names that people will be excited to meet and have? Oh, hang on, wait a minute. I think we're just going to, I can hear whistles and there's a lot going on. Bruce, I'm going to let you just get ready, get your heads together, because I think I'm being pulled in one direction. But have fun. Good to see you again. Great to be back. Thanks for having us. We'll let Bruce get going. I'm just going to wander this way. I'm not quite sure where I'm going, if I'm honest. I think Johnny and Adam are getting set and ready to go. So I'll hand back to Johnny and Adam because they got some great pictures from the eye in the sky. So Johnny, Adam, back to you.
Perfect stuff. Lovely, Kev, and always nice to have an audience with Mr. Canepa, one of the greats, one of the doyens. There's that Huffaker name I told you about. Synonymous with California racing since the 50s. They've done pretty much everything.
Yeah, Bruce Canepa is a mainstay, a great man to be around, and just so knowledgeable, great driver. When you see him out here, when he does these races, he hangs it all out there like it's day one. There's Zach Brown in that beautiful Lancia. Haven't seen that turn more than like 3 laps though in the last 4 events that we've seen it at. So maybe they've got that thing sorted out. I don't know if it turned more than 4 laps when it was a purebred race car doing it every week. So, but nonetheless, it's a beautiful car. It's got that Martini livery. Really, really special to see that car out here doing its thing.
Now, there's that Lancia. That has had a troubled time at Historics of the last few. You mentioned the fact that we were here, in July, and it was having problems then. Now Zach Brown from McLaren Formula 1 is at the wheel. And I have to say, I do take my hat off to a guy that runs a team. He walks the walk and talks the talk. He is a driver. He's not a great driver. He'd be the first to admit it. But I'll tell you what, his drivers will have an excellent respect for him, knowing that he's willing to get into an historic Formula 1 car, which he owns, by the way, in the Williams type, and also this Lancia.
No, without question. Yeah, that LC2 it's a beautiful car to see for one, and to be around. It's just really, really neat, and be a part of that. And then we got a 1987 Spice GTP car. I know that those, like with the Oldsmobile engine, had like over 1,000 horsepower. A couple of Toyota Eagles that'll be out there, GTP cars, a Protofab Camaro that we saw there with the Huffaker livery on it. But yeah, a lot of really, really neat cars that we're going to be able to see out there.
And as you heard, all of these groups will get 2 runs. So if you miss one today, you'll get a chance to see them tomorrow. And sometimes they have mechanicals and a few drop out, but usually 9 out of 10 will be there. That Lancia was a Lancia LC2 from 1984, the one that Zach Brown is running. Now, my friend Dave O'Neill is running that car, the number 10, and at the wheel of that is David Donoghue. And yes, the name is correct. It is the son of Mark Donoghue.
Yeah, David's a wonderful driver. Known him many years. He was Viper fame back in the Vipers heyday there at Daytona, and he put it on overall pole at the 24 Hours of Daytona. I believe that might have been in the year 2000, 1999 or 2000. But yeah, David, a chip off the old block, great driver, fantastic young man. A couple of big names, B.J. Jones and Juan Fangio.
Yep. Now that would be Juan Fangio the fourth, right?
Maybe at least the second. There's that Camaro right there, that number 33.
Yep. William Auckland at the wheel.
Yeah.
So out they go. And this is our 1982 to 1990 IMSA GTP and GTP-L FIA Group C and C2. And I remember when I was a kid, Group C was so special. Michael Schumacher, of course, started effectively in these sorts of cars, Group C, for Mercedes. Before he was a Formula One superstar, he was a sports car driver.
Absolutely. My brother John, and my Uncle Mara, my cousin Michaels, and Jeff, they both drove these GTP cars back in the day, Group C cars, as you call them. They were absolutely incredible. I mean, a massive amount of downforce, unlimited turbo. They had no rule on how much turbo boost that they could use. So you had unlimited turbo, so huge horsepower, big speeds. This was a really, really special era of racing for sure. Bruce Canepa and that cannon.
Yeah, I can't see him being beaten today. I know he's not starting necessarily pole, but he's on the front row, and well, we'll see.
That's that Spice GTP I was talking about too. That's right behind him, that white and blue livery car right in front of the Duracell Camaro.
Beautiful day here at Laguna Seca. We welcome you, viewers around the world, wherever you're tuning in, whether it be on Facebook, from our Velocity Invitational site to YouTube, as well as motorvision.com, racer.com, and Eurosport Player. We welcome you to our coverage, and Goodwood TV. Welcome. This is American style Goodwood.
And we've seen the likes of Rob Kaufman in that All-American Racer Toyota Eagle, that HF89, and Bruce Canepa in that 962C. We've seen them in past historic races knock a dive plane off or two with some tight racing. So that could be pretty exciting watching those two go at it and battle this. That's the Creamer, the K8, the Porsche K8, 1995.
Kramer, another big builder of Porsches over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. Legendary.
And through the famous corkscrew then. And of course, these are the cars that in the day raced at Le Mans, Sebring, Daytona. And to see these guys hooning around Daytona at night in these cars, I mean, it was like it's like a thunder clap when they come at you.
Well, now it's back before they put any lights at Daytona. In the modern era, they've had lights at Daytona, and even before they put lights around the oval, they had put lights in the infield some. And now, back in the 80s, into the 90s, it was pitch black around that place at night, and it was really spectacular for these drivers and what they would pull off as they come around here, turn 12 to get the green flag, Jonathan.
Yep, off comes the pace car, and we are getting ready to go for our first race of 1982 to 1990 IMSA GTP cars, FIA Group C and Group C2. Away we go, and Bruce Canepa, not wasting any time, into the lead he goes.
So Bruce is really good at spooling up the turbo in that 962. He saw that, and once he released it, you saw the back end of that 962 release as well. So he did a great job of hanging on to that and not letting that get away from him.
Yeah, I think this field will spread out.
Yeah, but Bruce is, like you said, he's got the grip between his teeth. He's hitting his marks nice and early here through turns 3 and now turn 4.
Yeah, Bruce is a regular fixture at every historic race. If you look down your historic entry list, whenever you go to any historic event, and I don't mean just here in the States. Bruce will be on the docket.
Yeah, and he raced these 962s in their heyday, so he knows them quite well. He knows them from a very, very competitive point of view. So, no one's probably going to get most out of that 962 than that guy.
Great to see that Lancia finally getting going again.
Yes, yeah, absolutely it is. Yeah, no, it is, and it's running quite well. Zach out there, I believe P5 right now as he crosses the line, coming to get the green. Hey, Adam, nice to meet you.
Just a quick pause there for a second while I welcome into the booth Ross Merrill, and delighted to have him on board. Enjoying the day. How's your day, first and foremost? Yeah, welcome. What do you think of the setup here at Laguna for this particular event?
Velocity Invitational crew's done a fantastic job.
Good. So, you are representing the foundation, yeah?
Yes. The foundation.
Tell us about it.
Well, the Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation was started years ago as an improvement fund and continues today with the simple goal of raising money to fund improvements at the track.
Well, I've been coming here 20 years, and I've seen huge amounts of improvements. Obviously, the tower's gone now, and you've got so much happening here. You've always had a strong race docket, as it were. What are you looking at for the future? What do you want to point at that has been a success for the foundation?
Well, there's a number of things that could occur here. As you know, Laguna Seca is a wonderful, iconic facility and really, truly a community asset. And the improvements you mentioned are a result of the county taking focus on that and the operator looking to do improvements. And we stand beside them as a partner to do additional enhancements that ordinarily they perhaps could not get to.
Yeah, and you're always walking, I think, a tightrope, because for those of us who've been coming here for a while, you've got your sound and noise situations where you've got to be, quiet by certain times. There's a lot of wealthy Californians living out in their hills. So not everybody's a motor racing fan, but it has a fantastic history, and that's the not the struggle, but that's the goal, is to maintain that and make sure that it goes on into the future, right?
Well, absolutely. And, being a community asset, it's really here for the benefit of the citizens of Monterey County, and we're all working towards that end.
Yeah, and when you see the concourses and everything else that happens with Pebble Beach and all the rest of it, I think you're right. I think it really is. I'm glad it hasn't, gone away or not. The track itself is still very much the center of motorsport here in California, because we need it, we love it, and hats off for you and the foundation.
Well, thank you very much. And, it's wonderful to be part of that organization and to be able to be in a position to help such an iconic track as this. I mean, pro racing is wonderful for that, but vintage racing is really at the heart and soul of this, and what we're trying to achieve as a foundation.
Well, for sure, and it's especially close to your heart. It's especially close to your heart too, right? I mean, you live a stone's throw from the facility here, so this is your community when you're speaking of, right? Am I right in saying that this is home for you?
That's correct. I'm a third generation Monterey County resident. I grew up on a farmhouse literally 4 miles from the apex of Turn 11. My kitchen table is still there.
Yeah.
And I used to ride my bike up here as a little kid, watching the racing, taking pictures, and then
little kid,
my little kid, is
evidently used to hoon round at lunchtime as a passenger.
He did
in a Porsche. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thomas Merrill, a guy I know, and so does Adam very well.
Yeah. Thomas and I know each other real well. Yeah, we bump elbows in the booth and at 150 mile an hour.
Yeah, you have, and he used to jump in the 914 with his mom and ride around at lunchtime.
So she was a racer too?
She was a racer. She and I did club racing, and we had a ball. We used to share a car, and then we got in equal cars, and we'd compete against one another. And it was really Thomas got to see that growing up as a kid, along with his younger son. His younger brother,
great.
Jonathan.
That's a great story, because we watched, obviously, myself and Adam racing, myself commentating. We see Thomas and so many of the great stories, father, son, Dyson's, yourself. It's really good. Hats off to you. But when you're in a family like that, you can't miss it, can you?
There we
Yeah,
go.
really. And I got my iPad here. We're watching Petit Le Mans right now.
I love it.
Thomas is out there helping out his team, and they're doing quite well. So I can't be more proud.
Oh, there you go. Well, meanwhile, we're watching the number 8 of Rick Jeffrey out there in the Chevrolet Camaro Z28, and Bruce Canepa leading Kaufman at the moment, and Canepa in that Porsche 962C from 1989.
I can truthfully say, as much as I know Thomas on and off the racetrack, he got a lot to be proud of as a father. He's a fine man. More importantly, off the track, those are the most important things, and he's always a cheer to be around. But on the track, he's great to race against. You can definitely lean on him. Yeah, you can lean on him shoulder to shoulder. You know that he's gonna, there's gonna be a good balance between that and good clean racing, good hard racing. But we've had some fun out there, and hopefully he can make it out again next year, and we can have him again in 2022.
Well, I know he's looking forward to that. He was down in Texas, finishing up the season.
Yep.
And, had his challenges, but managed to have a great finish, even though the car blew up, but someone produced a loaner and off he went.
And he got spun in the race. I saw that firsthand.
Yeah, he got punted.
I saw that firsthand. I was like, that was an easy one to get.
Yeah. But he comes home and he just beams about how much fun that car is and how much fun it is to drive in that series with guys like you, and just having a wonderful time at that. And
it's a good series, and it's a fantastic one. It's a great paddock to be in. The people are great within the paddock, and I think TA2, as far as competition goes, and I know there's something I was told by Tony Ave, the great Tony Ave, and I is when you're winning races in TA2, you're doing something special, because I think it's one of the hardest series to win races in this country.
Yeah, the talent pool up at the front is pretty close. And,
pretty thick.
It's wonderful to watch, and he thoroughly enjoys it, and Mom and Dad love watching it.
Where's he? Is he in a P3 car?
He's in the P2 car.
P2 car.
Yeah, with Win Autosport.
Oh, nice.
Driving with Stephen Thomas and Tristan Nunez.
Good.
They were 8th overall and leading their class a minute ago. I think they're running P2 now.
Nice. My nephew's doing the P3.
Yeah.
He's
awesome.
in the P3 car.
Awesome.
So.
Well, let me ask you this. We've got IMSA out here, a nice little iteration from 82 to 90. In your mind, what is the sort of the golden era for IMSA?
Oh gosh, I grew up watching IMSA, and I think that it's all been good.
Okay.
The old stuff, streetcar-based stuff was wonderful to watch, and now we got the TA2 two-frame car, which couldn't be more equal. And it all comes down to setup and driver, and here we go. Look at this.
This is getting close.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Rob and Bruce go at it. They go at it like it's 1980, 89 again. And everything's on the line. It's really kind of special to watch.
Yeah, and they're way ahead of the rest of the group. I mean, there's less than a second between them, and then there's a big gap to Will Auckland in the Chevrolet behind. But a wonderful display. Fantastic cars. They just look fast, don't they?
They really do. And what's really cool about this is Bruce and Rob are really close friends.
Yeah.
And this is what they do to enjoy their time together.
Right.
And in the spirit of sportsmanship, and it's really fun to watch.
I like what Jim Farley said. It's my yoga.
Yeah.
Racing's my yoga. I'll have to. There's a T-shirt there somewhere.
There is somewhere, and I'm sure a Ford logo on that T-shirt. Racing is my yoga. But yeah, though, you're right. These two are great friends. We've watched them, trade paint on the track before and then laugh about it in the paddock afterwards, which is always entertaining. And Bruce Canepa's a bit of a local. He's not far from here.
Based in Scotts Valley, born and raised in Santa Cruz. Gotten to know him pretty well over the years.
I'm sure.
We worked together on a few projects, and he's a great guy. And I've gotten to know Rob a little bit too. I've shared the track with him.
I'm sure these are people you can definitely lean on with the foundation.
They're great supporters. They really see, as well as the foundation does, the potential that exists here and the tremendous asset that it represents.
And I was saying earlier in the weekend, when you transform, when you look at the groups we're gathered here and why we're gathered here with this history, Laguna Seca, to me anyway, epitomizes in the late 50s what motor racing in America and the development of it, and it was all here, wasn't it? I mean, yes, everybody was racing all around America, but Laguna had it all. It had the imports from Europe, it had the muscle cars from the Dan Gurneys and the Shelbys and so on, and then the Trans Am, that era, and so it all happened here, didn't it?
It did, and that lends it this place is the history that it brings. And as a driver, the track, it has a lot of rhythm to it, and is one of my favorite tracks to drive. And what's really, special about it for me, not just I can sleep in my own bed at night when I race here, but the people that come to visit can enjoy our weather and our proximity to the Monterey Peninsula, which has all the amenities you could ask for with the airport and Carmel and Cannery Row and the resorts and the restaurants and the hotels. And we've got it all, and we've got the history in this iconic track, and not too many racetracks in the world can say that. They have those amenities right out the back fence.
Oh, we spoke about it last night, and that very aspect is that, you can come here and you're in the hills and enjoy, as a racer, everything that this has to offer. But, what's so great about these events is the people that you want to bring here, family and such, they may not want 12 hours at the racetrack. And as you mentioned, the bay right there, Fisherman's Wharf, you can go whale watching, you can go canoeing, kayaking, all that good fun stuff is just that stone's throw away. And the weather, you can't beat it here. I tell people all the time, I said, that's why the real estate's the most expensive in the world is right in that area, because that's where everyone wants to be just for the climate. But it truly is heaven here, and protecting this track, I think it holds dear to all of us that love it here, that there's folks like you that are local, standing strong and standing proud for this great facility and making sure that it holds the history, and we get to make history here for years to come.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. And it really has been a labor of love for a lot of the people on the board. We have a lot of locals on our board, and they feel just as passionate about this place as we do, and share that vision, bringing together the amenities of the peninsula and the agriculture that's on the other side of our facility here, and bringing all that together in such an iconic location. It's perfect.
Well, I love is every restaurant I've been to since I got here, immediately, if where I'm from, and then, are you here for Velocity? Yeah, look at this. The pass.
We have a lead change. Rob Kaufman's taking the lead in that Toyota Eagle.
We saw that coming. He was hounding him. I'm surprised Bruce didn't put up more of a block.
I have to be honest, I did not know that Gurney was involved in a project like this.
Oh, yeah, they dominated too. I mean, this rewrote GTP in the era. This was, the All-American racers, tons of downforce, huge, big tunnels. I tell you, when we see Gunnar Jeanette later, Gunnar's a wealth of knowledge with those cars. He knows them very, very well. I don't want to cheat him and say something wrong, but the really, really special race cars. I know it basically unearthed the 962. It's really what took the 962 off of its crown. But let's face it, the 962 held that prowess for almost a decade. I mean, when you look at it, I mean, that was a long dominance from 1982, 83, all the way till 1990, 91. So,
what next for Laguna? What would you like to see? It's all like you say, you've got to get the money together. But where would you like to see something new or different at Laguna?
Well, I think such a facility has lots of need. It suffers from a bit of deferred maintenance issues.
Sure.
With the economy that's happening and the overall economy of motorsports in general. But the place could benefit from facilities that bring in activities for the rest of the family and counter to the on-track activities, so that there is more to do here than just, like you say, people don't want to sit and watch races all day any longer. In the old days, sitting on the hillside and watching racing was enough. I think now we need to be a little more diversified in what we have to offer. And so we're talking about a lot of things. One of the ideas we've been sharing is the idea of an event center that features a world-class FIA-rated go-kart track.
Good idea.
That could operate simultaneously with major events here, and also during downtimes, within the use restrictions that we have here at Laguna Seca. And that could be a big plus and a big draw.
No, I think that'd be a great idea. I mean, we've got great partners here. I know with WeatherTech, and they're very passionate about everything motorsports. Lexus, I know, has been a pretty good automotive partner here recently with Toyota and Lexus. So hopefully with everything coming together, you can do some of those things, because I think an FIA-rated track for karting would be phenomenal. I think you could draw the World's Karting Championships here.
We could, and if we built the facility correctly, it could become a demonstration center for technology with our...
And coming to the checkered flag, Rob Kaufman now with that Toyota Eagle HF89 will take the checkered flag and do it in style, because he did get away. Once he got past Bruce Canepa, he was away. Just behind Bruce in third place, William Auckland in that Chevrolet. And then David Donahue siding his way through in the number 10 Porsche Kramer K8, did a really good job of getting up to fourth place and ahead of fifth place Zach Brown. Pretty impressive. His team racing currently in the sprint race in Sao Paulo in Formula One, and he, as the managing director, is out here. So it just shows you the kudos of this place and the kudos of this weekend.
Right. I mean, this is the first time we've seen Zach skip a Formula One weekend to make it to a vintage race. He loves his vintage cars.
Well, he knows he can't lose a bet by being not around.
Right. He knows he doesn't have to drink out of Ricardo's shoe if it comes down to it. He doesn't have to do a shoey out here. So that's a big positive.
Making bets with racing drivers, I'm not so sure. That's
never a smart idea.
It's never a smart idea. Pato O'Ward, who's here, has also made a bet. He's won his bet too, because he won in Indy, and he's now doing a test in a couple of weeks at Abu Dhabi in a Formula One car, which I actually think is actually a smart move anyway, because Pato is more than capable of going to Formula One with McLaren.
I think it's a glimpse into the future, honestly, of Pato O'Ward's career, and I think he makes no bones about it. His goals are Formula One. He wants to be in Formula One. All the lovely things that Romain Grosjean was saying about being an IndyCar, Pato came right back and said, well, if you're a driver and says you don't want to be in Formula One, you're just lying. You're lying to yourself and you're lying to everyone else. So it's kind of fun to watch how that all transpires.
All right, let's carry on, because there is more to come. But that was our coverage of the IMSA from 82 to 90, as well as Group C and Group C2. A small field, but a very good race, won by Rob Kaufman, Bruce Canepa in second place, and David Donahue, son of Mark Donahue, in third position. I mention those names just simply because we have to connect the dots. The history of racing, whether it be an Andretti or an Unser or a Ray Hall, they're all represented here, or a Merrill, I may add. But yeah, I love the fact that so many families go from generation to generation and get smitten by that bug, I guess.
Yeah, it's been motorsports has been in our family strain since our kids were little, and it's been something that we've had as a family that's helped us bond together and stay together. The karting was wonderful for that, and then the club racing, and now we're still doing stuff together.
Yeah, it is the best. It is the best family sport on the planet for sure, and I know our family's closer because of it, and every family I've seen.
Let's head down to Kev. He's got bored of running around, so he's decided just to take a break and go to the Sip and Savor area, where I'm sure he's enjoying a little bit of California wine. Kev, what's going on down there?
I tell you what, I wish I was down here enjoying some California wine. The weather's for it, the setting is perfect. We're right in front of the Taylor Farms Sip and Savor Pavilion, and it is just perfect down here. And it's amazing who you meet and the cars you meet. Ethan Shippard is my man right now, and Ethan, you were out here in August, I think, with this exact same car, Bobby Rahal car, and you're going to be driving it.
Yes, I was actually, Kevin. Bobby called me back in May and asked if I would be able to do that in August, and then about a month or so ago, I was standing in the pit lane at Sonoma Raceway looking after some race cars, and my phone buzzed, and I looked down, and it's a text message from Bobby, and he asked if I would come and drive this again. And it's a lovely car, so of course I tripped over the opportunity to do it, of course.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I said to you, so your role is race car driver and tuner. And that's exactly what you do. You prepare these cars ready to go racing, and you're the man that takes them out and does it. And over 20 weekends a year you're doing this.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I work for a number of clients based at Sonoma Raceway, and I travel all around the country and all around the world, and mostly maintaining cars for people, but my experience as a driver driver is maybe a better mechanic and vice versa. So that's kind of the one's led to the other.
Well, it's a great position to be in. Tell us about some of the history of the number 88 Bobby Rahal car that's behind you then.
Well, this is a very, very cool car. It's a 1966 Eagle. It was originally driven by Jerry Grant. It was restored a few years ago, restored over the past few years by Don Hovel, who's Bobby Rahal's guy. Takes care of all of Bobby's cars for him. Don has a storied history at the Speedway. He was Mario's chief mechanic, and amongst a number of other sort of a who's who list of folks that he looked after. The engine was built by Phil Riley. It's a beautiful 4-cam Ford, makes about 500 horsepower, runs on methanol, and this thing really scoots. When we were here in August, I was very impressed at the performance of it. For a car of this age, it's very, very quick, and actually quite tractable, quite drivable.
Really?
Yes.
And like, you know, it really scoots, like I just said to you. You've got over 400 horsepower just sitting behind a thin piece of aluminum plate that separates you from it. What does it feel like? I've never driven anything like this. I will probably never drive anything like this. What does it feel like when you put your foot on the loud pedal?
Well, you're really part of the machine. You know, the vibrations and everything is moving through you. You know, the gear shifter is all direct linkage, so there's no bushings or anything in between you and that, and you really feel like part of the machine. It's actually a very comfortable car. You can left foot brake the way that the steering column runs down the center, but you can move your feet on either side. These cars were all set up so Gurney could actually get in them, so they all have a big bubble in the back. So it's actually quite a spacious car to drive. You wouldn't think a car of this size would be spacious with the amount of methanol inside it, but it's actually, for a car of this era, it's quite spacious compared to a Formula One car or something else of that era.
Yeah, so. Exactly, and we're surrounded by cars of this era as well. You know, lots of Dan Gurney cars here. And are you sort of like, when you go out to a track like Laguna Seca, you're in a car like this, are you aware of the history that's involved? Are you conscious of what you're doing?
Oh, you can't help but be. It sort of washes over you like the methanol fumes. You know, it becomes part of the whole thing. And honestly, it's such a special experience for me to be asked by someone who I grew up, you know, idolizing to drive his race car. Is a very special thing. This car, actually, one of the neat little footnotes is this car and that one right there. These are the last two on Earth with the original skins. So this is an original tub, and that car right there that Phil Riley himself is restoring. They're both the last two 66 Eagles with original skins. So very, very neat.
Yeah, really neat. So you got to go out there and enjoy it, but you got to be really careful with it.
Oh yeah. Most important.
Most importantly, and your kids are just behind me over there. I was just chatting. I think we might go and have a little chat to them in a second. But you got a couple of youngsters over there who are having a whole lot of fun in the Sip and Savor Pavilion. Do you know what, Ethan? I think I'm gonna come to your kids right now. Ethan, thanks ever so much.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I appreciate it.
Yeah, have a safe race out there. Have fun. Let me come on over here, folks, because I'm running up here. I'm running on up. Right, boys, listen. Here we go. Remind me your names. I met you seconds ago. Who have we got?
Gabriel.
Gabriel?
Evan.
Evan. Gabriel and Evan. Right, let's line this up. Our race marshal, which is Ethan's son, one of, is just down there, and his other son is just across the way. This is where the action is. Pop this one on the middle right here, so move them over a lane. We've got the middle 4 lanes on the go. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Yeah.
The lights are going out in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it. Oh, Evan, the yellow car in lane 1 did it. There was an extra push there from that man, giving him the extra horsepower. This is where the action's at. So, I'm done here in the Sip and Savor Pavilion, but right now, Kiri is in Velocity Lane. What's it looking like with you, Kiri?
I love it, Kev, causing trouble down there. All right, yes, we are in Velocity Lane, and it is the 1957 to 1965 GT cars that we're having a look at, and I'm joining Jordan Fudge, or Chip Fudge, as he likes to be known, as it is on his car. Now, this car is in the Scottish colours and is known as the Monster Tiger. Chip, it's fantastic that you're driving this car. Can you tell us a little bit about why it's called the Monster Tiger?
Thank you very much. This is the Monster Tiger that ran in Goodwood in 2012. It has an incredible race history, built by the Alan Fraser racing team. It's a Monster Tiger because it has a big old V8 and a big old tires, and it typically runs up front with the Cobras and the Mustangs. Great racing car, great racing history. Probably one of the top 5 in the world.
Well, as you say, the Alan Fraser racing team that are the ones that built it, that's why it's in the Scottish colours. So much history through Europe and in the UK with this car.
One interesting story about the car is the man that drove it had a little political trouble in the UK and disappeared to the Canary Islands with the car so that he would avoid extradition to the United Kingdom. He has raced the car for 25 years that way, and they never took it away from him.
All right, thanks so much, Chip. It's fantastic to have you. Enjoy it out there. We're just going to have a walk down here. We'll just give you a bird's eye view of the rest of the cars. This is your Group 4A, 1957 to 1965. And you're just having a glimpse now at Dwight Matheson, and he's driving the he's from Meadow Vista, and he's driving the Ford Shelby. I'm sure lots of you have heard that name before. Just giving you a full glimpse of this glorious lineup of the GT cars. Now, of course, they are all in the 2.5 litre category, but I think it's time that I hand over to the commentators so they can tell you a little bit more detail about these cars.
Thanks, Kerry. Great job. Never easy once those engines start revving up. You can feel it in your stomach, and you just want to get out of there as quickly as possible, because there is a sense of doom a little bit, because
sense of urgency for sure.
Yeah, no question about it. You can tell that the temperatures go up both internally in your own stomach as well as the sound of these wonderful cars. We are looking forward to this 1957-65 GT cars from which are all over 2.5 litres. I'm also welcome into the booth a man who knows a little bit about historic racing. He'll be in action. He's from Reno, Nevada. His name James Alder, a good friend of both the commentary booth and historic racing in America. He'll be out in his Jaguar, and I may add that Jaguar were the first winners of Pebble Beach back in the day. So the first winners here on the coast here at Monterey were Jaguar, and he is now representing, as he does every year. Welcome, James, and what are you looking forward to in terms of the group that are gathered here today?
Well, this is a great group here. Big diversity in actually, I should say diversity in horsepower, but not necessarily just performance.
Right.
I mean, that's Austin Healey 3000 that went out. There's a AC Cobra, 289 Cobras, E-Type Jag, 250 short wheelbase Ferrari, and you know that 250 short wheelbase, they've always said is a car that you can drive on the road, drive to the racetrack, and drive home. And the only problem with that is that a 250 short wheelbase Ferrari, I think, starts at about $7 million and goes up from there. But that is one car that is streetable and raceable, and I think it's great that they're out here in these cars. Look, there's a Cobra Daytona Coupe. I think that was one of 3.
Wow.
That's probably Rob Walton in that car. The E-Type Coupe, which looks like is gridded in about 8th position. The white one there, that's Michael Doyle. He lives right here in Carmel Valley, and he grew up knowing Merle Brennan, and Merle Brennan was the SCCA national champion in 1963 in an E-Type Coupe, and he has built that car as a...
Now, you're a Jaguar man. Riddle me this, as the Joker once said. Why do we call it, as Brits, the E-Type, and you call it the XKE?
You know, it's... I think the Americans just got so used to XK120,
yes, exactly, yeah.
XK140, and XK150. They didn't really, I don't know, the general public wasn't knowledgeable enough about the XK120C, which of course was known as the C-Type.
Yeah.
Then the next evolution of that was monocoque and four-wheel disc brakes, which was the D-Type that dominated Le Mans in the 50s.
By then it was stuck.
Yeah, well, then the next evolution of that was E-Type. So people
it is an SKE, but it's known as the E-Type.
Yeah, it was kind of an American thing.
Yeah.
They called it the XKE. I always try to refer it as the E-Type. E for elation, I presume.
Yes. Well, I wanted to ask that question because, like I said, the Goodwood TV are tuning in. There's a lot of Brits there. We do know the E-Type, the C-Type, and obviously the E-Type, but we always still refer to the XK120, for sure.
Yes. And very few refer to the C-Type as an XK120C. But the reason the C designation started is because it was a competition version of the 120.
Right.
So then it just became the C-Type, and then D was the next letter in the alphabet. The same with the XK engine. X was for experimental, even though that word starts with the letter E, but they just had X for experimental, and then they went through XA, B. They didn't really feel they had it right until they got to K. And that was during the Fire Watch in London with, I believe, Walter Haynes and William Lyons in World War II. And they were just building the XK engine to propel their Mark V saloon 100 miles an hour all day long, but they couldn't get that car done in time, and he sketched out a piece of paper and said, put this aluminum body on the chassis and displayed the engine, and that's how the 120 was born.
Here we go then, Group 4A. You're listening to James Alder and Adam Andretti as they take us through the 1957 to 1965 GT cars as they roar past our commentary position here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca as part of the Velocity Invitational. What a beautiful sight and sound here at Laguna. It's the perfect weather, the perfect racetrack, and a perfect study of the history of American racing.
These are ideal conditions. Now that E-Type, Michael Doyle got a good jump on that Cobra as well as that red Shelby. And his looks like his E-Type is handling very well. It's really important to get a great start when the tires are not going away and the brakes are not going away. It looks like he did a great job.
Yeah, the field already spreading out as they head through 4 and towards 5 for the first time.
Look at the Cobra, and then Daytona Coupe. I mean, this is great stuff. Tiger.
James Farley leading the Raceway there in front of Jim Click, and then Rob Walton there in the third place. All of those are Shelby Cobras, like you just said there, James. That's a 1965 Cobra Daytona there in third place with Rob Walton behind the wheel.
And I think those three guys are also at Goodwood.
Oh yeah,
sounds familiar to me.
You'll see Jim Farley everywhere.
Yeah,
he's the CEO of Ford, and he was just actually out in the Ford GTLM car. That was out there just doing their exhibition laps, a reunion. So now he's in the real beast. He's in an animal that has 0 driving aids and has to literally shift the gears. But he's being hounded pretty good by Jim Click.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's already a good race as they come into 12 to complete the first lap. Under pressure indeed. Jim Click doing a really good job of staying with Jim Farley as they cross the strip. Walton still third. McKenna in the Shelby. Losing out, actually, he dropped a place, and Dwight Madison in the Shelby from 1966 goes up to third place.
You know, the Cobras have received such wonderful notoriety and recognition from the Ford versus Ferrari movie.
Yeah.
The general public now knows really what these cars are all about, which I think is a great thing.
But that coupe is something that got ignored in the movie, and that's what frustrated me so much about the movie. That was a true transitioning step.
That's correct.
That was a very important step to Enzo. Drawing that attention from Enzo, and so that to me, and that was that in between the 289, the Cobra, and the GT40.
You're absolutely right. It was definitely the stepping stone, and originally the aerodynamics on it were just
and the movie just missed that. Movie completely jumped over that.
Yeah,
that was
the cam tail was really horrible. I think it was Phil Remington and Ken Miles that got the thing to run good.
Oh, I agree.
And stay on the track.
Jeffrey O'Neill, the organizer of the championship, the event, is out there in his Ferrari 250 GTO, and you've got some thoughts on that, or at least I know you know that car.
Well, I've never had a Ferrari 250 GTO.
No, but you know of the car, right?
I do know of the car.
That's a little bit out of all of our price range.
Yeah, that, I hate to say it, but I heard a figure the other day of about 70 million.
Really?
So, yeah, that's got to be the most.
Jeff's brave driving it then.
Well, yeah, he doesn't own it. I think it's owned by Mr. Price, and so I'm sure Jeff has to be very careful with that.
Yeah, Jeff was very appreciative of Mr. Price for allowing him the opportunity to drive that car.
I mean, that's just one car worth 70 million out in this group alone. I mean, you couldn't put a price tag on this field, could you?
No,
really?
but you see, that's another reminder of what recognition needs to go to the owners of these cars.
Yeah, that's true.
Because they're super, super valuable, and they're being raced. And this is not a parade. They are racing as hard, as fast as they can go. They're using the car in the way and manner in which it was originally designed, which I have the utmost respect for.
You maintain your 120, and I know it's a love affair. You drive it from Reno. Not a lot of people know that. So you go to these historic races in the actual car you're going to race. Do you swap tires, or how do you go about it?
Well, originally, when I first started racing, I just raced on street tires. When my finances improved a little bit, I started racing on racing tires. And in those days, I did have somebody else bring a set of wheels with racing tires on. I changed it out at the track. But I don't do that anymore. I've gone back tires, and I can still be very competitive on the street tires, I'm very proud to say. And it saves me the trouble of changing out the wheels at the track, which, I'm not 27 anymore, which I think is how old I was when I first started. That was 39 years ago. And so I don't want to work as hard on the car at the track as I have in the past.
So I can imagine.
Well, we just had the shot there was the number 99 of the 1961 Jaguar XKE of Michael Doyle, and they were racing there with Burt Skidmore, the 65 Iso Grifo Lusso GT. Now, you were talking about that Iso Grifo before we even came on air there, yes, James, and it's that you said that engine is so far pushed back that you almost would dictate that as a mid-engine car.
That's correct. And it's a pretty rare car. It's really great that Mr. Schuler, that owns the car, I guess he couldn't be here, but he's having Burt race that. Now, Burt Skidmore owns Intrepid Motors, Intrepid Racing, which is in Reno, Nevada, the Reno Sparks area. Intrepid is a race prep shop, and one of his customers is Michael Doyle in the E-Type Coupe right ahead of Burt.
Okay,
so let's see how that works out.
There it is.
Here is the number 20, Jeff O'Neill at the wheel. What is it about this car that makes it so special? Is it its rarity, or is it just... Is there something that defines it? I mean, there's kind of Ferraris out there.
There's kind of a Marilyn Monroe, Andy Warhol thing about a 250 GTO. It is...
mercurial in ways that we don't know.
I believe it is the design. I believe it's Scaglietti. And I think it was designed after... Enzo Ferrari said that the Jaguar E-Type Coupe was the most beautiful car in the world.
And so they built their own.
They sort of built their own. But it's a 3-liter V12, in this era, the 250 stood for the cubic centimeter displacement of each cylinder. So 250 times 12 is 3,000. I don't have a calculator here, but that's a 3-liter V12.
Well, it looks pretty.
It's one of. Between the GTO, an E-Type Jag, and a 250 Testarossa. They've got to be the three most sexiest front-engine cars that man has ever created.
A big shot there of John Goodman in his Cobra.
That's a name I recognize. John may have 3 or 4 cars at this event.
Yeah.
But not the John Goodman from TV fame. So
I don't think so. But who knows?
Yeah.
We do have some famous.
Well, who's the
folks.
Comedian that's in the 240Z?
Well, I don't know, but Adam Carolla.
That's who I'm talking about. That's the comedian in the 240Z.
Well, Jay Leno.
We got Cove Britton
here. Really nice guy. Just doing a great job in that E-Type Coupe. Look, he's ahead of this race, AC Cobra.
Yeah, he's doing a real nice job.
And of course, may I remind everybody that the Jaguar is a inline 6-cylinder engine. Almost every other car in this field is a V8 except the Austin Healey 3000.
Now that's Ernest Nagamatsu here. We got an interview with Ernest earlier, I believe. Kerry did with Ernest, but yeah, so a lot of great eclectic personalities around there. I love the white with the blue stripes.
So do I. Of course, that's the American colors, kind of the Cunningham colors. Now, is Ernie, is that also Ernie that owns Old Yeller? Is that the same guy?
That would be a good question. That's a good question.
Old Yeller being the front engine, yellow colored V8 special from the mid-50s. That name sounded familiar. I believe he's a dentist and has gone all over the world with Old Yeller. There's a 250 short wheelbase. That's just an absolute fantastic car. Again, drive it to the racetrack, tape up the headlights, take your luggage out, and go racing.
Yep, that's exactly it. When did you get the bug? When were you a little boy when you
Oh,
suddenly...
yeah. A password protection question. If you ever need to break into my bank account,
Okay, good to know. Well, just
what
share
did
it with
you
us and your
want to
friends.
be? What was your dream job growing up? And the answer is race car driver.
Yeah.
I mean,
Of course.
So I mean, when I first saw Le Mans, the movie Grand Prix.
Yes.
With
Garner.
Jim Garner.
Yep.
And Phil Hill was in it, and Juan Fangio was in it, and Yves Montand.
Yep.
That's just a fantastic movie. Okay, yeah. So that's the same guy. Yeah, Ernie. He's a great guy. He's making a book right now that's having other drivers sign in. He's putting together wonderful memorabilia stuff for this, which I think is really cool. But I love the movie Grand Prix because they had such great in-car camera action. And that was really rare there because I wanted to have the feeling of being in the car. Now, the camera car in that movie Grand Prix was a Ford GT40. That's what they used as a camera car.
That's right.
And so that I didn't, at the time when I watched the movie, particularly understand the tragedy with it. I wasn't paying attention to the plot. I was just into the in-car camera action. As an adult, I watched that movie many, many times, and it's tragic.
Yeah.
I tell you, this is a big battle here up front between Jim Farley and Jim Click. And I tell you, Jim Click is not wasting any time. He's flinging that thing in, flung it through turn 6 to go up the hill there, too.
It looks like they're putting a lap on Cove Britain there.
Yeah, they're getting into traffic.
So there's a big disparity of performance, but that's not to take anything away from Cove Britain. Cove Britain is driving that E-Type as fast as he possibly can. This is perhaps either Chip Connor or number 20. That's Jeff O'Neill.
That's Jeff, yeah.
There may be another 250 GTO in this group, which is fantastic. I mean, it's got to be the most valuable cars in the world. Outside of perhaps the 300 SLR, which is on display right outside our booth.
And that's a special car.
Oh, yeah.
I think, am I right in saying there's only one in the world or something?
I thought there was only one in the world, and it was 722, which designated the time in the morning that Sterling Moss and Dennis Jenkinson was released for the start of the Miniology, which is, unbelievable, incredible story, which hopefully some of the listeners are familiar with.
Yeah, and in fact, if you're here at the event, there's a great article in the program about that run, averaging over 100 miles an hour or something like that.
Right, for 1,000 miles. Right.
Think about that.
The C-Type Jaguar was the very first car to ever average more than 100 for the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah. So, again, what we want to find here is the race within the race.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like Jeff O'Neill is having a great time, but he's kind of alone. That Austin Healey 3000 is very, very well driven and very, very fast, and he might catch up to that GTO, which is incredible. I can't believe I even said that in a sentence, but that's actually what may be happening here. But again, if we can find the race within the race, it could be two guys battling out for 20th. However, in this case, we've got a tremendous battle for the lead.
We didn't lead further than the lead on this one.
Look at this. Look at that.
Yeah, and they're struggling. I mean, Jim is now struggling with the traffic he's dealing with because he knows Click is coming and coming fast as they come out of 12.
This white flag, coming to see the white flag too. So one more circulation around for this battle at the front between Jim Farley and Jim Click. Rob Walton is running out the podium right there. Rob is about, I don't know, seems to be a few seconds back from this fight up front, but it's a really tight battle between Jim Farley and Jim Click. We're within a second gap between these two front runners as they come out of turn 2.
Yeah, this is a great show, and when they just passed that 289 Cobra going into 11, Farley and Glick, it looked to me like Farley was going to pass him, and if that car had moved into the apex, the second place car would not have been able to make that pass, but that car stayed pretty far right and let them both through, which was quite the gentlemanly thing to do. He was not in contention. Okay, diving on the inside here, almost.
A cracking race coming up the Rahal Straight for the last time.
He's looking. He wants to take a dive to the inside here. This is where he was gaining a lot of time. Jim on Jim. Action here. It's Jim Click on going up the hill here. Is it going to be a dive bomb move into the corkscrew?
It's the passing of the back markers here, the strategy there that may decide this event, may decide this race.
Down the corkscrew for the last time then. Jim Farley, top man at Ford and leading for Ford here in the AC Shelby Cobra.
Got just a few more turns to navigate as they come down here and approach turn number 11.
Catching up to Jeff in the GTO.
Who just did his fastest lap, mind you.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
That's great. That's great.
Here we go then. Jim Farley, James Farley to be correct.
Not close enough to do a bonsai move. Let's see if there's some acceleration here. Look at this.
Not going to be enough, but that's a great finish.
That sure is.
At over 100 miles an hour, they'll come across the
is.
strip to take the checkered flag. And it is James Farley in that 1964 AC Shelby Cobra who wins ahead of Jim Click in the 64 Shelby Cobra. And Rob Walton in the 65 Cobra Daytona. So a sweep for the Cobras.
Now, of course, in the UK and at Goodwood, they would have a gaggle of lightweight E-types that would be... well, what I have seen at Goodwood, they do a great job beating up these Cobras.
I'll bet. Well, you know, when the British are on home soil, it's not cricket to be beaten by the Americans, you know.
Okay.
Have you done Goodwood? Have you done that?
When you're on a course that was there for holding goats and sheep, then you know that's.
You don't do that
here. It kind of fits. It fits more that small little Jaguar, you know.
Thank you very much.
Look, I'm from Nevada, where men are men and sheep are nervous.
Yeah, I can imagine. They have sheep in Nevada.
Oh yes.
Okay, good to know. So when will you be out? And tell everybody what to look out for. It's the number. I know it's a white.
Well, I will not be out again until tomorrow morning.
Okay, good. Well, we'll get you back in here again, I'm sure. But good luck in your XK120. You'll see James Alder out there, and we look forward to that. We'll take a short break, though. We'll be back with more action from Velocity Invitational for 2021. My thanks to James Alder and Adam Andretti. Join us in a few moments. So here we go. The pace car is off, and we are racing at night for the first time in historics at Laguna Seca. So here we go. The pace car is off, and we are racing at night for the first time in historics at Laguna Seca. And this is truly a first for Laguna. No floodlights, just the headlights of the cars. So forgive us if we get the wrong call occasionally on the cars, but it doesn't matter. It's a fantastic spectacle. I can see one of the Mustangs already going high and wide to the outside, but it's a three-way run to Andretti by the Minis. Now all they do need to cause a fourth there and hold back all the Mustangs for as long as they can.
Absolutely, and this is exactly what Mini Coopers love, is just getting into the corner. So this is the part of the section here where they're going to work their gap on the big high horsepower Mustangs before they have to climb the hill getting up to the corkscrew.
Yeah, as you can see, that the Mustang in fourth place can do nothing about those Minis as we go through 3 and 4 for the first time. A beautiful sight. We've got 20 or so Minis and about just under 10 Mustangs, I think, and yeah, we've got an array of different Shelby GT350s. We've got obviously another GT. There's a Ford Falcon out there, the black one. That's Fudge at the wheel, one of the historic drivers for many a year in the United States here as they head up the Rahal Straight for the first time, and the Mini still leading at the moment.
That was an incredible sight, guys. Just sitting here in the commentary position, just watching them go down the straight from our right to left as we're looking at it. What a sight on the opening lap. Just incredible.
Now, let me just also explain, there is a pit stop in this race. It's an hour-long enduro race with a driver change. So that could add a little bit of spice to it all as we go through. As you can see, those Minis absolutely relishing the prospect. Side by side, why not?
Yeah, that's some good stuff there. Now, those Minis, definitely the corkscrew was built for a Mini Cooper, as you can see right there. They just, like you said, point and shoot, going down there full throttle, and they're pulling quite a gap on the big V8 there, the Mustang that's actually in third place. I believe that's Dwight Matheson in the number 5, 66 Mustang, but these top 3 here are really going at it hard.
Well, we had a look at the inside of some of the engines. They may only be 1,200, 1,300 cc's, but I tell you what, there's been some fettling done under the bonnet, as we would say.
There has been a lot of fettling going on at the bonnet of some of these, and incredible scenes. I mean, some of them, to be fair, are Minis in body panels alone. Some of the engines and some of the sway bars you were looking at on that blue one. I forget who owned that one, Adam, but a lot of aftermarket work got into that.
Yeah, that the only thing that was Mini about that was the body panels, and I don't even know if they were Mini, but it was. Right now, Andrew Nelson and Nick Swift, that driver combination was winning this race after the first lap. You got Dennis Racine, the team group of Dennis Racine and Dylan Wittenauer are in second, and then Harinda De Silva and Timothy De Silva are going to be third. The first of the Mustangs is going to be Gilbert Haycom. He's in a 1966 Shelby GT350. So really, really good racing right off the bat, and side-by-side racing here with these two orange ones.
Yeah, and just, you started going into this, but talk a little bit about driving a muscle car around Laguna and what it takes and where the advantage or disadvantages are.
Yeah, I mean, like, I honestly thought the huge advantage was going to be coming up the hill, go to the corkscrew, but after the first lap, it looked like the Minis opened a gap coming up the hill. So I don't know where they're disadvantaged, honestly. Like you said, a lot of these have had quite a bit of work done underneath, so the weight-to-power ratio might be pretty similar between the Mini Cooper and these Mustangs of yours. So this is that might be what we're seeing here. But, you know, who also knows the much bigger car, you know, depends on tire wear too. You know, if you're hustling a Mini Cooper around and you melt the tires off, I know one of the things we were catching out there is there was at least 4 different tire manufacturers we saw, right? You had Hoosier Tire, you had American Racer or McCreary, you had Yokohama, And then you had this other brand I never actually heard of, and so it might just been a specialty tractor tire that they found here at a tractor supply warehouse or something.
The Hoosier looked like the one to be on if you were in a Mini.
It did. It really did. And even down there, you're talking to them, they seemed to, some of the competitors felt like if they were on the McCreary tire, you really had to be careful with it through a couple of heat cycles for it to last. Where the Hoosier, you could kind of just abuse it right from moment one.
I'm keeping an eye on the number 6 of Matt Johnson and Ryan Turry for 2 reasons. Matt Johnson used to do commentary with me at the X Games. He's in 9th position at the moment. And Ryan Turry is actually one of the organisers of the event. And I asked him this morning, I said, you're not really going to race. You haven't got time to do that. And he goes, I'm going to try. So if he does get in the car, I'll be well impressed. So Ryan,
nice.
do your best. He said if I don't get in tonight's race, I'll try on Sunday when hopefully things will settle down by then. But it's never easy being an organizer. That said, Jeff O'Neill will be doing several races this weekend in several different cars, as he always does at these historic events. And I remember from Sonoma 2 years ago, he kept popping up on almost every group. But that's Jeff's won't. Ryan, I think, will be less. He's more hands-on with the actual running of the event, so I think he's got less time to be a Jeff.
Right. That sounds about right. And also, there's in 10th place, you have Joe Huffaker in that Austin Cooper S. And there's a fun story about Joe there that you were talking about earlier, John.
Well, yeah, I didn't know this, but the Huffacres, I mean, everybody who is involved in historic racing here on the West Coast knows the Huffaker name. They've been synonymous with engineering and fettling cars for racing in the States since the 50s. And all the Huffacres, the Huffaker Genie, you'll see probably a Mark IV out there. But Joe Huffaker actually used to race minis and has got 7 titles to his name racing minis here in the States. So he is out there again. And so, yes, the Huffaker name continues with Joe and Chris Kearney, and a good story too. So he's going back to his old haunt, effectively, by racing the Mini. Good story, you're right. Now we're starting to feel as though we're at Le Mans or Daytona. But first time ever at Laguna, they've run in the dark.
That's really neat. I mean, you don't hear about any endurance races at night at Laguna. They're strict here, right? Engines have to be off at 6 o'clock. So only can you take advantage of falling back with daylight savings time would you be able to get a nighttime race or any kind of nighttime running here at Laguna Seca, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
One of the minis pulling offline there, slightly slowing. I don't know if he's just getting out of the way, but some more bright lights on that orange. I think it's orange.
I think that's so they could tell them apart at night, the team that runs those 2 cars.
Well, and I'm sure Kev would agree with me. We grew up watching these cars. We didn't know anything about muscle cars growing up, but we knew about minis.
Yeah.
And we saw what Paddy Hopkirk did. And in fact, in 1964, Mini won the Monaco rally and had, certainly in the hands of Paddy Hopkirk, a huge era of success in what was never designed to be a rally car.
Not at all, and never designed to be running around Laguna Seca up against Mustangs. And I like what's written here in the kind of souvenir program. It says, while indeed Mini Cooper did win the Monte Carlo Rally in 1964, as you just said, all bets are off as to who will win this modern version of this historic rivalry. And I think all bets are off because the Minis are holding their own and they look great out there.
Well, first driver's getting out. I know you're looking from above Laguna Seca, but we just happen to have a fantastic view of the pits here because they're right in front of us. So we're just giving you that story because it is a good one. He came in, did the 37, the 1963 Austin Mini. Came in and had a intermittent light problem and came into the pits with no lights on at all. Now they're doing their driver change, and I think they hope they've got it going again, because it would be very hard to drive one of these cars with no lights on. Well, there you see the pit lane, and there are our pit stops. It's not a rushed affair, as you can see.
I believe, I would guess, and I haven't looked at the rules, but I imagine there's a minimum amount of time that you have to spend in the pits. I would guess that'd be a 5-minute stop. So that would be... but they did put some makeshift lights, I saw.
Yeah.
Like you can see here on pit road, they have these stanchions up. And even around the racetrack, right past the bridge here in turn 1 on the front straightaway here, we got a set of lights that are up on the outside there. So that you know where the apex is, I guess, at least.
Yeah, and it gives us enough light.
And I think that's a great scene looking down pit lane like there. That's away to our right as we sit here in the commentary. And a lot of excitement, a lot of hustle. Like they're taking their time, but if you're one of these guys that owns one of those cars, that's quite something to be here at Laguna Seca in the dark, doing that at night. A lot of excitement down there for those guys. I can't believe we can
just get the last bits of the sun remnants and then actually see the bay and the sea out there. And that's a lovely shot. Beautiful. I see. Yes, no, I concur now. The 1966 Shelby GT 350, definitely leading.
Yep, Chris Hines, the number 26.
And then Dennis Racine, not far behind in that Mini Cooper S, who had been in third, now up to second. And Nelson and Swift lost 2 places down to third now. So yes, I mean, it's typically British, this. It's impolite when you're visiting a country
you can't just
not allow the other team to lead a little bit.
Nick Swift is an Englishman, and I know that because of the Union Jack on the car. Mini's been in the US for a long, long time. But yeah, he's just doing the right thing. He's just being polite. He's just
getting very thick in here, ladies and gentlemen. Very thick.
He's just being a gentleman
inside this booth.
He's just being a gentleman. That's all.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I get it. Absolutely.
I say, sir, after you.
I say.
Do carry on.
I say this is your track.
I hear your muscle cars need lots of air. Go ahead.
I think it comes down to just our headlight technology is far superior.
It's probably it.
Hey, listeners, we've got this shot on screen here. I'm just saying again, some of these Mini drivers are really going for it. They are clipping the inside of that curb down there.
Yeah.
They are nicking the racing line and then some. This is really good stuff.
But yeah, this is a great race going on here.
By the way, these 3 Minis are in a cracking race.
They're having a battle of all of their
own.
That
was some late braking.
As someone makes a move up the inside, late on braking. Look at that.
Very good. Out of turn 11, they come onto the main straight. 3 Minis wide, 2 side by side, and 1 behind. And let's take a look at the top speed as they come underneath there. Oh, just missed it.
93.
95 miles an hour. Nice.
And here we go. He's going to take the long way around the outside. This is super stuff.
Excellent stuff. In the middle of that is the 61. That is
61 and 62.
Racine, yeah, Richard Patterson. I think it will be Patterson at the wheel now. They're currently in 16th place, but enjoying the heck out of it, clearly.
Yeah, they're absolutely having a ball out there, that's for sure. Tossing those things around.
So this is how we kick off Velocity Invitational for 2021, and I think it's a remarkable way to do it. A lot of fun. It shows the essence, actually, of Jeff O'Neill and Ryan Turi's vision for this event, which is very laid back, very fun, but some very serious history and cars here with some very serious historic and current drivers at the wheel of all of these cars. You can't be a fool to be out there, for sure.
No, I can't imagine any better way to kick off our weekend than what we're doing right now. And with all the hype over the last couple of years and the movie, the blockbuster movie of Ford versus Ferrari, no one's expecting Ford versus Mini. So this is,
Yes.
this is definitely,
This is a movie, surely.
Yeah, they're showing a nice quirkiness to
The Monterey job.
Yeah, the Monterey
Not the Italian job,
Yeah.
the Monterey job.
But just absolutely brilliant in that aspect of kicking off the
I
weekend.
know what we could call it. Laguna or bust. We'll take our bloody Minis and we'll take on the bloody Mustangs at Laguna. That's a silly idea, Michael.
And Johnny, we've got a Mustang leading, Johnny, by the way.
It's a one-eyed Shelby.
The one-eyed Shelby. Who is it out front?
It's actually John Lindfest and Chris Hines. Probably Chris Hines, having done the pit stop, should be at the wheel.
Yeah.
And he's got a healthy lead, but it's interesting. Both the cars leading the race. The Shelby is a 1966, and the Morris Mini Cooper S is a 1966. Dennis Racine and Dylan Whitmore at the wheel. And then behind them in third place, a 1962 Austin Mini Cooper, and that is the De Silva brothers, I'm guessing, Timothy and Harindra.
That's the white one. That's number 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which you said at the start was going to be one to watch. And then there's your Andrew Nelson and Nick Swift. In them, Cooper S from 1963, Dwight Matheson and Christopher M, as he is known, in the 66 Ford Shelby, just behind him in 5th place, and Andrew Waite and Martin Lauber in the Austin Mini Cooper from 65 in 6th place, Greg Wall in 7th, Dave Morgan at the wheel now. Like I said, 2 to a drive. Matt Johnson, who I mentioned before with Ryan Turi, in 8th position. Ryan should be at the wheel if he has chosen to deciding to take part, and in fact they just did their quickest lap in 8th place, and then John Shearer and Brian Ferrin in 9th, Michael Levin and Seth Huntley. That rounds out the top 10 with the Austin Mini Cooper from 66. Most of these mid 66s, these minis, and again, similar for the Mustangs.
What's awesome about this too is just they can lay it on the line the entire time they're out there for this hour, and they get to share it with the driver. That always kind of adds to the specialness to it. Having someone out there that you can, bounce the things back and forth off of. Did you feel this, or was it doing that to you? Did you have that experience or whatnot? So this is also a lot of fun from that aspect, to get to race in these kind of races and get to feel it out that way.
So we are watching night racing from Laguna Seca, and very much a first, an enduro between Mini from Great Britain and Mustang from the US of A. And a wonderful sight it's been into the night. They'll race during the day on Sunday, so a couple of days to both talk about the event and get settled and ready for the next one. And I think there may be a few adjustments once they see the results and once they get amongst it. But it looks as though Goliath is going to get his way against David tonight.
I think, if the attrition stays the way we're looking, it looks like it's going to be that way. But I'll say lap times, the Mini Cooper turned the fastest lap of the race. So, the Mini Cooper is a faster overall lap around WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca tonight. But there is, you have to be consistent. And the consistency, I believe, has fallen into that Mustang right into their lap. So having a very consistent run here towards the end of this event. Maybe the cooler temperatures, too, as the sun absolutely went down, probably helped the big, heavy Mustang out there doing its job as well. But if I was finishing second, I would protest that the Mustang had a headlight out. That would just be me.
I definitely.
Dangerous racing.
Any advantage you can get.
We're all proud of that.
Spoken like a true racing driver.
Absolutely.
Headlight out, against the rules, out.
You got to find it. You got to find every little edge.
I would be all about the headlights. If I was driving one of these Minis, I want one with 4 headlamps on the bonnet.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
I'd go full-on rally.
Yeah.
I'd go Paddy Hopkirk on this and get lights everywhere.
Just a light bar across the top.
Absolutely.
Right on there.
Flashing lights. But you're right, Nick Swift.
Ooh, some sparks coming down. That's awesome.
Yeah, just
dragging the front bumper, it looked like, coming down the corkscrew. I think that was the Falcon, which would be Fudge inside the Falcon. I just like that, driver named Fudge.
Is that all we got? Is that all we got?
That's all I got is Fudge.
Wow.
Not to put a fine point on it, and not that I'm a poor loser, but I will add that the 3 fastest times on track were Minis.
Yeah, I wasn't going to go into that.
What sort of times are we getting around here?
1:47.6 by Nick Swift and Andrew Nelson, currently in 4th position, the fastest man out there. The leaders, 1:50.3 is their fastest time. And then everybody else is pretty close.
Well, Mike Bakayoko in the Mustang did a 1:48.8.
Yeah, but he's at 13.
Well, still, a lot of time. We're just going on lap times.
There's a great battle that we're seeing on screen here at the moment.
Would you like another straw to clasp at, Andrew? Adam? Mind if I call you Andrew as well?
No.
Okay. I think have you got any straws you could give Adam?
He's reaching for him, isn't he? It is reaching for him there.
Hey, we go reach for whatever we can get. We gotta grab a hold whatever we can get.
The field is stacked though in our favour, Johnny, as we're seeing here. There's about 15 maybe Mini Coopers out there, and half a dozen Mustangs, something like that. We got more balls in the draw.
If we can block them on the streets of Monterey tonight, I know who'd win.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The Minis absolutely would hit that wharf with aplomb.
Yeah.
Well, just over 5 minutes left in this race. I don't think that 13-second gap was going anywhere.
That's going nowhere. That's going nowhere.
I could be wrong.
I mean, that is the gap. We just seen the gap as the lead
here,
Mustang goes down through the corkscrew there. And then our LED. Whoa! That is what we're talking about.
Rally 64 going on there.
I love that. I love the Falcon dragging the front. That's just beautiful through there.
But what we just saw there with that Mini is an example of just how blind it is going into the corkscrew. If you get it wrong, you are off.
And you don't have to get it wrong by much.
No.
I mean, it's a few feet will throw you right off the front of it. So, yeah, you don't have to get it wrong by but a little bit. Some of these guys are right on the limit as it is. And, now it's later in the night. You're tired. Tires are worn out. You're low on fuel. I mean, all these aspects are coming into it, too. So, shocks when they, what a lot of people don't take into account is the suspension. Shocks when they get hot, right? The fluids inside will get thinner. The shocks aren't going to work as well. So you lose that support. So there's so much that goes on to any car over a course of an hour-long race that some of you are just not prepared for.
Yeah, and as we were talking to Graham Reed about the fact that these cars weren't designed, these 1300 engines are being pushed to their very limit right now,
and they're
8,000 plus RPM, and you're really putting them through their paces, whereas the Mustangs were designed to be just for this kind of thing.
Oh yeah, no, they were designed to be mean from the start, right? I mean, it's designed to get the blood boiling from the start. And, as we've said many times, the Mini Cooper is meant just that, to get you to and from point A, point B, and just that. And it took the creativity of some crazy, British entrepreneurs, if you will, to go ahead and turn them into the racing machines that they became.
Yeah.
Well, I can confirm that it is 26, Chris Hines, followed by 177, Dennis Racine in second place. So it's been first, second, and third goes to the... So really, in a numbers game, the podium is absolutely dominated by the British mark.
Which I think is, fitting as we are dominating the commentary on this first outing.
Do you think there'll be perhaps a telegram from the Queen?
One would expect that to be the case, Jonathan.
Oh, she's here.
Should get it.
She was here just for this.
In at least the Christmas speech, at least.
I believe she was here just for this.
So one light on his wagon. And the white flag is out. That you'd never know.
No. That's the only flag you can see here tonight, is the white flag. Makes sense why that's a surrender flag. All of a sudden you can see it at all. No matter what, you can see that white flag.
So it's the one headlight of the 1966 Shelby GT of John Lindfest and Chris Hines leading the way by almost 13 seconds now. But it's been a great display and a great race to watch, both from day to night.
Yeah, it really has, John. I tell you what, some of these mini drivers have had a lot of fun, but at the end of 50 minutes of this, they're going to be quite pleased to get out of the car and take their foot off the gas. And I think the little engines in some of these minis will be pleased to be.
Well, there's one that looks like it just let go there. Maybe,
on the left, we got one off
the Ray Hall straight.
Yeah.
I'll say this: if Carroll Shelby would have come back tonight and take a look at this, there would be a wry smile on his face to see what we've put together.
Yeah, I think he would have liked to seen a Mini Cooper with a V8 in it, though. I think that
would have been his first thing.
More about his style.
How big an engine can we put in that?
What can we shove in that?
Yeah.
As we get through the corkscrew with our leader there, as they're coming through, navigating the last part of the track and getting back to claim the victory, the first victory of the weekend.
So, who we ended up with in second place, Johnny? Who are we looking at there in that mini?
Dennis Racine and Dylan Wittenauer. And like I said, Dennis, one of the guys that is basically the driving force behind a lot of the minis. And here they come. Here comes your winner. One headlight, you can't miss him. It's quite distinctive in its own way. Taking the checkered flag and winning. And actually getting his fastest lap on that last lap. A 150.1. A good lap time from Chris Hines in that 1966 Shelby GT350, and a great race also from Dennis Racine coming across the line now in the Morris Mini Cooper S from 1966. Some 13 seconds adrift, but all the same, very, very impressive. And Hindra De Silva and Timothy De Silva coming across in third place. So first set, I'd say, to Great Britain, wouldn't you?
Yeah, fantastic result for the Brits here on the US soil, Johnny. And,
how do you figure? I mean, we won.
Well, like 2-1.
There's only one winner.
Domination of the podium.
Domination.
60, domination of the podium is by the winner.
66 to 33%.
On the tallest part of the podium is the winner.
There's the official score. We'll argue long into the night. We'll head down to Monterey, as will everybody else, and have a similar discussion. So welcome back to Laguna Seca, where the glorious sounds of Formula One are echoing round the hills of Monterey. Absolutely fantastic sound. And Mika Hakkinen, of all people, is out there with a Young Gun Pato Award from IndyCar Racing. A sight and a sound that I didn't expect to see in my career, but it is a good one. Delighted to have them here. And they are hooning around the circuit together, making an awful noise, and an awfully good noise too. The crowd absolutely loving it. And it's just great to see that famous Finnish helmet in that wonderful grey McLaren car. And I also want to give a good shout out to the Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation. Rob Merrill was up here earlier, and of course a big factor for this weekend. The Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation basically raising money to move forward with all things that are necessary and the vision for the future of Laguna from the Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation. We had Rob Merrill up here. We shall have him back again tomorrow. Look forward to that. But a good shout out to the Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation. So we turn our attention now to what's on the track. We've got talk about something completely different, but here's Formula One, and as if by magic, I've managed to get an ex-Formula One driver to join us. But he's far more than just that. Stefan Johansson, you'll remember the name, and he still is very active in motor racing, managing IndyCar drivers like Scott Dixon and Felix Rosenqvist. Who else are you looking after these days?
Mainly those two, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got
a
lot of fun.
The younger guys that in the junior categories, but yeah.
Memories of these cars at all?
Well, these came a bit later than my days, of course,
sure.
but still fun memories, of course, of the McLaren cars in general and Formula One in general, of course.
What do you miss about Formula? Go ahead.
Yeah, drove for the great Enzo Ferrari, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
So, amazing career, and I remember, I'll never forget you coming to IndyCar and driving for, Tony Bettenhausen and the Alumax, but it was always a year-old Penske. And we would see Stefan do just miraculous things in this year-old Penske, and everyone always chomp at the bit, hoping that you would get that, just a shot in the current stuff, because back then IndyCar evolved so quickly that it was like Formula One. It would evolve so quickly that a year-old car just didn't have that competitive edge.
No, I mean it never really does. But when I left F1 and I came over here, and Tony was, Tony Bettenhausen was obviously a very small team, just a group of friends really more than anything. But I loved it, I was just so tired of F1 at the time, and all the stuff you had to put up with, and the pressure and everything. So it was just like a great family atmosphere. And in fact, I did have offers, in fact, from other teams, but I just liked Tony so much, that I just wanted to stay with those guys and fight it through, and hope that we would get to that point where, we would be able to compete for wins in every race. But
he did amazing things, though, in that car as a group, and it was always fun to watch. And for me, personally, it was always great to watch and catch and see what, because it wasn't just you that came over in that era. As Emerson Fittipaldi came over, and
Nigel, of course, who changed everything. I mean, he raised the profile, of course, of the series massively when he came over, because he was current world champion.
Massively.
Remember when he left F1?
Yes,
world champion.
I remember very well. I was up close and personal in Newman Haas with my Uncle Mario, and then being teammates and seeing how that dynamic went around and was a part of it. But Nigel put it heavily on the map in that sense, and it was a really, really good and heightened era of it. And you did something that we just discussed. You were a pioneer in this country, and something that is common ground, but you had the very first indoor karting place in the United States of America. You want to talk about that a little bit?
That's true, yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely. I think I was actually the first one. I went to an Alumax event, funny enough, in Holland.
Oh, really?
And they had, the event we did was at an indoor go-kart track. And I could just see how much fun everybody had and what a great format it was. So I thought, well, someone needs to do this in America, So then I basically, it took me 6 months or 8 months, whatever, to put everything together. But we opened the first one in Indianapolis, of course, and it was great fun, as you know very well.
Yeah.
We had great times there, and particularly fun was whenever when the NASCAR guys came into town. We all shut it down like at 11 o'clock at night, and we raced all night. Literally, all the NASCAR guys, all the IndyCar guys together. It was awesome.
It's where my brother John birthed his race for Riley.
Yeah,
the race for Riley has become now this multi-million-dollar fundraising machine. Was birthed at the Stefan Johansson Karting Center. It's where it first started, and people still refer to these indoor places as karting centers, and I refer to him as that because that was his nomenclature that he used, and it was such a wonderful, popular place, and as businesses change and things like that, and areas grow and such, but no, it was fabulous, and I was proud to be a part of it, and I know that was at the latter part of your career, but that's also where I got introduced and knew more, because that's where you sold your watches.
Yeah.
You had a lot of your art collection up around. That's how I found out about your friendship with Keith Haring, a famous, a late great American artist.
Yeah.
But talk a little bit about your art that you have out now, and your passion for your art.
Yeah. So I was interested in art from a very young age. My grandfather was an artist, so I kind of grew up standing next to him, watching him paint when I was 3 or 4 years old, and he sort of always maintained that interest, I think, on a more of a level of just enjoying art, to look at it. And I didn't actually pick up a paintbrush until quite late in my life, when it was in '86 actually, and I was when Elio De Angelis, who was one of my colleagues in Formula One, when he had his accident and got killed, we were like brothers, we're very, very close friends, and I frankly don't know even to this day what prompted me to go and buy some canvas and some paint, but I wanted to do something in his memory, and I realized then that this is something I really, really enjoy doing, and I kind of got hooked on it, and I've been painting ever since. So and then obviously later, like in the last 6-7 years, I decided to really focus on it and try to make a sort of a new career out of it, basically.
And I'd say the most famous piece, maybe the fans have seen out there, is what Scott Dixon wore during the pandemic with the face mask, right? And I've seen some of that is for sale down here.
Exactly.
Speak to that piece. What was the inspiration behind the colors and the way that is?
So that particular piece is called Tosa, which is the corner at Imola, of course. And it's the memory or the inspiration for it is basically when I strangely enough passed my friend Elio for the lead in my second race for Ferrari, and I'll never forget it because the sound of the crowd, I couldn't even hear the engine of the car because it was so loud, which was just mind-blowing. Kind of was the inspiration for this particular piece.
It's beautiful. Good to know.
Well, guys, as Mika Häkkinen gets out of the car, let's head down to the pit lane and join Kiri. What an exhibition that was of Formula One magic. Well, what a great exhibition of Formula One that was. Mika Häkkinen and Plato Award at the wheel of those two wonderfully magical McLarens. Let's head down to the pit lane and Kiri and find out what the latest is down there.
All right, thanks, Johnny, and the commentary team. Okay, well, we have a gorgeous lady, Rebecca Kitch, who is just about to sing the most glorious national anthem. So I'm going to hand my mic over to you and let you give us a perfect rendition. Glorious national anthem. So I'm going to hand my mic over to you and let you give us a perfect rendition. Glorious national anthem. So I'm going to hand my mic over to you and let you give us a perfect rendition. Glorious national anthem. So I'm going to hand my mic over to you and let you give us a perfect rendition. Glorious national anthem. So I'm going to hand my mic over to you and let you give us a perfect rendition.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Drivers, start your engines!
Well, how about that? Drivers, start your engines. And down here in the pit lane, Zach from Seattle is about to start a 6.5 horsepower engine. Cycle carts. Zach, you got to get ready, so we haven't got long, but just give us a quick heads up on these things.
6.5 horsepower, 17-inch wheels, built after pre-war cars, maximum amount of fun, minimum amount of money.
And how about that? And you bought them here, you're racing them at Laguna Seca. You can make one of these things for about $1,500, you said?
That's right. Every one of these cars was made in somebody's garage and no professional builders. But here we are with all the big boys.
Zach, I'm going to let you get ready because this man's blowing the whistle. You've got to get out of here. Sorry, my friend. Well, John.
It's busy
it's
down
the
there.
Cheapest form motorsport you will ever see. And smiles per miles on this one, well, they are high. Johnny and Adam, back to you.
Thanks, Kev. Sorry, I cut across you there, my friend. But we've got something really special now and very different. And I'm glad to say we've got some experts that will hurry us along and give us some info on what we're about to see, because this is a quite different group of cars that are out there, or I shouldn't really call them cars, they're karts. And it's a fun thing to have. It's called Cycle Kart Grand Prix. They did a Le Mans run to their cars. They are miniature cars. And I've got Miranda and Susie, who are the official commentators, I believe, of Cycle Kart, and we shall hear all about them. How about these? These are go-karts, effectively, but they are all have an inspiration, an aspiration of an oldie, worldy car. So we've got all sorts out there. So girls, welcome. Take it away. This is your sport. You're on.
Awesome.
What are we watching?
We have some amazing pre-war cars here today. All inspired by pre-war cars anyways, and their third scale
third scale, yeah.
Right, of the their inspiration.
Can
Yeah.
I take one home?
Hey, you can build your own.
Me and Kev will have a go at that.
You have to build your own.
You have to build your own.
You have to build your own.
So what is the basic, it's a go-kart engine?
Yeah, so it's a 212 212cc engine, and then that's like the requirement, and then 17-inch wheels, and those are the two requirements. Otherwise, they do it all on their own the rest of the way.
And where do you guys race?
All over the world, honestly.
Yeah?
There's races in Argentina, in England. We have a big race here in Huntsville, Utah, where they close down the town, and we get to do a GP-style race all around the town. It's really fun.
That's so cool. And I bet there's a lot of love put into these little machines. We may be having a bit of a joke in terms of they're not real historic cars, but they've got an aspiration to effectively, emulate those cars, and they're a sight to see. Go ahead.
The whole idea behind them is fun.
Yeah.
That my husband designed the very first cycle kart, which is number 4, the Delage, going around the track. And Road and Track did an article about the cars about 20 years ago, and that's what started the movement. And his idea was he wasn't going to do plans. He wasn't going to tell anybody how to do it. Gave rudimentary instructions and said, you go for it. You build it the way you want it. You pick your favorite car
Now, you can't tell me you can get a bunch of racing drivers and put no rules on them. You must have given... because they'd be bringing bigger engines in, then they'd be bringing tuners in, and then they'd get special tyres, and then they'd bring Stefan Johansson in to manage them. I mean, come on.
Well, that may come.
That may come. I tell you what I do. I get Adam Andretti with his mustache and his Mario mustache in there. I get Stefan to sort out everything else, and we get the artwork done by him as well.
Yeah.
I can't see this going wrong. So you're telling me that what rules do they apply to?
Like Miranda said, there's a specific size engine,
Right.
and the size of the wheels, and beyond that, it's they just kind of go with the spirit of it.
This is great. I love it. And they're going to do a Le Mans style start. And if you've never seen one, here's your chance.
This is
Because we don't get to
amazing.
see this anymore. Because, of course, back in the days, back in the 60s, this is what Bruce McLaren and Brian Redman and all those ever famous drivers would do to start Le Mans. And you better be able to run.
Right.
Because that's what you had to do.
And not cheat.
And not cheat or trip over. That would be my biggest fear.
Yeah.
Would be in front of 100,000 people at Le Mans, tripping over in the excitement to get in the car.
Oh, oops.
Yeah. But even the bike guys do it too. Oh, they used to at Le Mans. But now we're ready for our cycle kart Grand Prix at Laguna Seca. A first at Laguna?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Do you partake yourselves, ladies?
I haven't for a while. I did. You know, we lived in Carmel and had when we first built these, and had a track around the house.
Yeah, I drive with Zach. And
you definitely drive.
Yeah. It's very, very fun.
And by the way, a very fitting outfit for the occasion. I like
you.
the
Miranda's
garb. Here we go.
definitely dressed.
And away they go.
All right.
That was a very quick start mid-pack.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
So it's
There they
miniature
go.
racing at the WeatherTech Raceway.
Oh. Mike is in the front.
That's your husband, is it?
No, that's my son.
Oh, your son.
In the Delage, racing in, no, next one.
That one.
Racing in a Hawaiian shirt.
As you do.
Yes, you do. That's the whole idea.
So give me,
fun.
what about some top speeds? Oh, driver?
For in these, yeah.
40, 45.
Which, by the way, and I've done some karting, if you're going 40 miles an hour on a kart, that's, you come down the corkscrew, you'll know about it.
Yeah, and normally these cars aren't raced on a track like Laguna Seca.
Yes.
They're on a very tight,
go-kart track.
Sure. Or something similar.
Yeah.
Or like
a street circuit.
Street racing.
Yeah.
Who does it attract? I mean, obviously it's a zany bunch, but...
all different kinds of people, but people who are into moto, but and they might want that desire, that beautiful Bugatti,
but they can't do it.
vintage Ferrari, right? But they can build their own, a third the size of it, and
I can feel a new career coming on. I really do. I fancy this. This I could afford.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've seen a race at Laguna
you
where I can afford
should
it.
definitely do it.
Miranda's husband built the Talbot Lago, and he didn't realize there was one here, and so we said, go over and take a look at it. And he met the owner, and the owner came over to see the cycle kart Talbot Lago, and he got to drive it. He loved it. So it can be for anybody.
And now we're getting up to speed. I can see now. They're starting to hurtle along here. I suppose this is a real thrill to be at Laguna as well.
Oh, just
definitely.
Thrilled. Sure. I wish my husband were here to see it. My husband thought it up.
So cycle kart, your husband came up with the name.
Yeah.
And how long have you been doing it?
Well, he'd been designing cars since he was tiny, but this was really started in the about one.
So you've got my interest now. So how much would it cost you to build it?
It's so like a huge scale, because there's some guys who
put 50 cents into it,
yeah, and that's my husband.
Just labor, yeah.
He has a bunch of junk behind the garage and goes and pulls,
Pulls bits out?
yeah, and just builds with it, yeah.
Yeah. The wheels on this Delage were found in a trash can. Literally. The wheels and the tires, a friend of my husband's found them and got them out of the trash and said, here, do something with these. So those are, after 20 some odd years, and who knows how old they were before they got fished out of the track. They're still going.
So you've got me thinking now. I'm from England, and if I went to Leeds and went to Ginetta and said, I love the little cars that you make already, but could you make them littler? and get a mini third scale Ginetta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Well, actually, the cycle karts are based on cars that were raced in England after the war.
There you go. You see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Know what you could also do? There's so many sons of racing drivers now racing. What we need is the sons.
Yes.
So we need all the sons of famous racing drivers all racing together.
Right.
That would be great.
So like Montoya's kid, he's still a kid. He's still karting. He's good. You've got Barrichello's kid. He's good. There's obviously
They're all going to start
kid.
beating these guys, though.
Yeah.
I don't know how they'll feel about that.
Now they are. Oh, they are gridding up. Are they gridding up? No. We've had the Le Mans start. Yeah.
I think
No,
this
we're
is
away.
it. They got a checkered flag.
Could be.
Yeah, they were only going to do a lap and a third.
Well, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a good startup. I love the fact that he's in full suit here in the red. In the number 7.
Oh, he definitely is.
Yeah.
Look at the tails of the
And
jacket.
so is
he not
Miranda.
worried he might get stuck in the motor with his jacket
And
there?
Miranda's husband is too.
I like that. So it's full. See, it's a British thing. I can see
Oh,
this. I can wear my bow tie.
We
and
want
everything.
to. We want to go to Goodwood next.
I think you should. Mini
Yeah.
Goodwood.
Yeah. Yeah, we're hoping that Goodwood, if you're listening, we're hoping you invite us.
Yes, we want to be invited to Goodwood.
How about a soapbox derby down sort of coater, so that if you run out of steam, we could go down the hill and then.
Well, that's actually how they got
Push up.
started, because they did a downhill coaster
Ah.
and they got tired of having to carry it back up the hill. So they said, let's put a motor in it.
There you go. Look at this guy. He's getting a little bit rambunctious here. Around the outside of Andretti. I've only seen Adam do that. This is great. Absolutely fantastic, and a great homage to some of the historical cars. Yeah, as you say, Bugattis, Delage, all sorts of silhouettes there. Wonderful stuff. And it looks like a leisurely piece of fun.
Yeah.
It is.
I know.
Have they ever tipped over? I'm sure they have.
I've never heard of anybody. Have you?
Actually,
You would know.
One of the road and track photographers who was driving for the article did.
Well, that was his first mistake, wasn't it, really? He should have stuck to take a photo.
He came up laughing, so.
That's a plus. And we'll be in action again tomorrow with these guys. I'm not sure. I'm just looking down the...
Yeah, so we have our own track down. I think it's not far off of Turn 2. If you come down there, you can come watch us race on our own
so the
little
actual go-kart
hill.
track here,
Yeah, with the hay bales.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean, and I know the track you're talking about. In fact, I was asked about it last night, if they were running the kart track. So you guys are basically based there, and you do some
Right.
demos.
Yeah.
So there you can see where they're peeling
there's-
off now, yeah. Well, our first
There we go.
fantastic exhibition of the Cycle Kart Grand Prix, Le Mans start and all. My thanks to you.
Yeah,
ladies
thank
for
you.
joining us.
It
Come
was
up again.
lovely.
It has been an honor. Thank you so
Not
much.
at all. Please do come up tomorrow. I'll be more versed. I'm going to do some research tonight. I'm going to buy a kart, and I'm going to get a manager and a driver, and I'll be good to go.
Do it.
I'll be ready.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you. More action to come from the Velocity Invitational. We said this was different. It is exactly that. We celebrate American motorsport at its finest. And plenty going on. Look at that, packed car parks all day long here in the middle of November. Absolutely superb. Let's head down to Kerry. She's down in the pits, or in the paddock, I should say. Kerry, what's happening?
Well, there's a bit of a driver's briefing going on here. I think they're trying to work out if they can have clear track space. Now, Jeff Schwartz is joining me. Now, Jeff, you're a man of many talents, but in particular, this is a showcase of the fabulous Porsches that you see out here. Can you tell us a little bit about this selection?
Yeah, it's rare that we have this many 917s together. So we've got 5 917s to be out running here, 917-10s from the Inter Series Championship in Europe, and then the 917-10 that actually ran ran in the Can-Am, which would have run here at Laguna Seca in the day. And then we've got 2 of the 917Ks, which were made famous in the Steve McQueen movie Le Mans. So it's pretty special to have all the cars together.
Yeah, it's so special, and as you can see, the crowds have all sort of drawn round here as well because it is such a spectacle to see. But how did you become so involved in this?
I've kind of grown up in a racing family and racing side of things, and it's been really special that my world is kind of circled around racing. I direct television commercials and films, and they're generally high-action films, so I get to see a lot of things from the camera side. So when I can participate on the driving side, it's great, and I've constantly been involved in telling the story of motorsport, which has been really fun.
Yeah, I bet it has. Now, these cars are in particular so special. The feeling of going out on the Laguna Seca track. I know you went out yesterday. What is it like?
It's just humbling, and I got my start in racing here long ago with the Jim Russell series, and it's just fun to come here and drop over that corkscrew in whatever you're driving. But today will be extra special to be driving a car that really influenced my own filmmaking, and that style of car was so special growing up. To get in that car and drop over the same corkscrew I've dropped over 1,000 times, it's going to be a lot of fun.
A lot of fun indeed. Well, I think you might be missing that photo, so Go on, Jeff. I don't want to keep you from that. Well, it is all fun and games down here, but it's back over to you boys in the commentary booth.
So the fun continues. Thank you, Kiri. Appreciate it. And we get ready for our next bit of racing to come up, and that will be, hopefully, the historics of the Porsche 917 exhibition laps. Joining me in the booth at the moment, I've got 2 good friends who join us again. Stefan Johansson is still here, and I'd like to introduce Josh Hayes, another good friend of mine, who's been out on track today on his superbike. And I would claim, Josh, that is another victory to your career.
I'll take it.
Yeah,
I'll take it. I'm only a few away from the all-time record, so if I can figure that out,
I'm absolutely gunning for it. I want to be there. You have retired, but you'd be like Boris said, you haven't retired.
Man, what's retired?
Exactly.
You don't retire from motorsport.
You don't. I don't think you do.
Stop. Okay. Not me, anyway.
So, and the wife's okay with this. You're doing the Daytona 200, is that right?
I think it's in the plans. We're working out the details, but we would like to continue. My wife wants that watch really bad.
I'll bet. Now, Stefan, we've got an exhibition of wonderful Porsches here that people like Mark Donoghue drove in the day. I know you're familiar with that. I made a faux pas already. 18 times at Le Mans yourself?
Yep.
How'd you get on?
Well, I won it once and overall, and 3 times in my class, I think.
What was your overall win?
Porsche, Yost.
Yeah,
which was a Porsche that started its life as a Jaguar. And then they Porsche bought the project, chopped the roof off it, and stuck their engine and gearbox in it. And but the chassis was the same chassis as the Jaguar originally, which was Ross Brawn designed that car. Yeah.
I often wonder when I talk to a racing driver who's actually raced Le Mans whether these cars get you as teary-eyed as we, the fans watching, do about, for example, this particular car, which was made so famous, of course, by the film Le Mans, Steve McQueen and so on. That's kind of what really gripped me about Le Mans, and I never looked back. I've been about 10 times, and that car particularly, I had the dinky toy, still have it. But do you sort of look at Le Mans in reverence the same way that we do?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's certain tracks in history of motorsport that always, they bring out that little bit extra, and you have to just dig a little bit deeper to get the job done, and Le Mans is definitely one of them, along with Indianapolis, for example, and Monaco in some degree in F1, it's just that extra difficult and demanding to get the results,
Well, Kiri's down in the pit. She's got somebody else. Let's head down once again to Kiri.
All right, Chris McAllister, we're going to walk around with you actually because you are going to step into the car. But can you just tell us a little bit about how you came by to drive this car?
How I came by to drive it?
Yeah.
Well, I've owned it for 20 years, and I love to drive it. It handles good, it stops good, it's well balanced, it turns in very nicely, it's got good acceleration, so it's a gas to drive.
You bet it is. All right, well, the noise is starting. We'll let you jump in and we'll just watch the process as you get into the car. All right, well, as Chris McAllister said, owned the car for 20 years there. And these guys absolutely live and breathe everything to do with these Porsches. So loving every minute of being able to get out and get onto that racetrack there. Okay, well, Johnny, they're about to head out, so I'll hand over to you guys now.
Thank you, Kiri. Yeah, a beautiful sound, and they're about to roar into action. And also got Josh Hayes, who's also done, not only is he a multiple Superbike champion here in the United States, done MotoGPs, World Superbikes, the lot, general hero, but you've also done Le Mans.
Yeah, I did Le Mans on a motorcycle, 24-hour, 3 riders on the Bugatti circuit, which is the smaller circuit. And man, yeah, it's funny, you know, we were sitting here talking about it, and you were asking about feeling those feelings about it, and I'm like, man, I would imagine having driven the car at the end of the race, you look at it and you go, man, whoo, that poor thing's been abused for 24 hours.
Well, so is your body at that point.
Yeah, you know, and you know, it's probably fun that people do resurrect these cars, as much of the original cars as they can, just see them going around and stuff like that. But yeah, you know, it's funny because motorcycles, they don't seem to last that long. When we're done with them, they're usually pretty haggard and done.
Yeah.
You know, you don't see a lot of old vintage motorcycles coming out and being ridden around a whole lot, I feel like.
And Stefan, I'm sure you've got a modicum of respect for doing it on 2 wheels, because it's one thing to take on the Mulsanne straight with a nice roll bar around you. It's another to be just you and the leathers.
Massive respect for the bike riders in general. In fact, I love watching MotoGP more so than car racing.
Yeah, I often find that with car racing.
They have each have their unique things. Yeah. You know, when I watch now Coda with an F1 car, to watch those guys go through the S's, it is mind-boggling.
Yeah, the sheer speed, corner speed is
how quickly they can change direction, how stable the cars look, the amount of downforce they must have to do what they're doing. Pretty incredible. I feel like a little bit the acceleration in the past with the bigger engines seemed a little more exciting, but you know, the superbikes, that's the GP bikes, the one thing they do is they accelerate really good. So, but the turning forces that you see in this one is incredible.
Stefan, as a Porsche driver and having been at the heady heights of Le Mans and winning for them, we're so used to hearing the fabled stories of Ferrari and his sort of tirades of the car has to win, and you drove for a Ferrari. But tell us a little bit about the inside of working for Porsche, because is it the same regime that sort of Enzo developed with Ferrari, or is it different from Porsche?
Yeah, it's completely different. I mean, it's well, everything is different than Ferrari. Ferrari is totally unique in the way, you know, that, especially back then when Enzo was still alive, you know. But it was a magic experience, you know, but unique in its own way. Porsche, of course, is, you know, more sort of method. I mean, it's very much the Latin way, you know.
Yes.
Porsche and even the British teams, let's say, have maybe a little bit more structured approach, you know. At least then, now I think is completely different. But you know, they all get the job done in their own unique ways. And
was there any particular Porsches? We got these on track now that you both enjoy driving, or obviously the wins are the ones that you most enjoy, but was there a car that was just right for you?
Well, the 956, when that came out, was a phenomenal car.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably, you know, I mean, it's one of the best sports cars ever made, you know, the 956 that then became the 962, because it was just, I mean, it's just a terrific car, you know, and a great customer car.
Yeah.
I mean, you could buy the same car and run it as a privateer, you know, and you were still within the range of the factory. I mean, the factory car's always a little bit quicker, of course, because they have the latest developments, but it was close enough, you know, so if you got it right in a day, you could still beat the factories, you know, and it was terrific. I mean, it was like 40 of them at the same time in some of the races, you know, so it was brilliant.
Yeah, and I do think that Porsche have this special feel about them, that when you see them, especially in their natural environment like Le Mans, that you really do feel that this is where they belong and this is what they were made to do.
Yeah, and I mean, they're fast. I mean, the first 2 races I did at Le Mans, we didn't have the chicanes.
Right, the Mulsanne straight was straight, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, every lap for 24 hours, you just sat there waiting for something to go wrong.
Because you've got like 4 minutes down that straight,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
I did get to drive around it in a car, and I remember thinking,
crazy.
Yeah.
And you know, the crown on the, so you like, you kind of always bobbing from one side to the other because the road is very crowded because it's a public road, during the rest of the year. Yeah.
A nice
so
rainy
it was a
night.
handful. Even keeping that thing going in a straight line, it was
a nice rainy night had to be enjoyable.
Yes.
Horrible.
But also on a run on the run with other cars, slower cars at night, surely obviously the distance, the braking, so on and so forth. But even just the slipstreaming and having to deal with what you were coming up against, whether it be a car of your equal, your class, for example, slipstreaming that, compared to a two classes down, and having to work out when you were going to pass, flashing the lights, etc., letting them know you were there. That's so hard.
Yeah, it was very tricky, actually, and especially at the beginning of the race, because you don't know who's who, and what car you can trust and who you can't trust. But as the race goes on, there's a sort of pattern developing, and you know that such and such Ferrari, GT car has maybe 3 amateur drivers, and they really don't know what they're doing. So you got to be a little bit extra careful, when you pass them, and just take your time, rather than just dive in the inside. But then other guys, they have pro drivers in them, and you generally know what they're going to do, So it's that's part of the game, really, at Le Mans. It's always like that.
Did you feel like everybody out there was a pro driver? Because I got to say, my first foray into the World Endurance Championship, I am pretty sure that in the middle of the night when I rolled out, there were some mechanics that had never seen the racetrack or where they were going before.
Very much the same in the road, in the cars too. And as the race goes on, of course, they get tired and then they lose their concentration.
Of course.
So at night, it's really tricky sometimes. Yeah.
Because there were so many vehicles in the race, in the event, and you're talking 3 or 4, participants for each team.
Yeah.
You're covering a lot of ground, a lot of people involved.
Yeah. That's generally speaking, actually, the main reason for most of the accidents. Because they don't know that, or they're too busy just keeping the car on the road, and they don't see what's going on in the mirrors or whatever, and you go for it, you see a gap, going even on the straight, and all of a sudden,
well, you said
they move over
roads,
right when you're there, and it's some really tricky situations.
It's funny because as a motorcycle guy, I can honestly tell you, I have been over 100 miles an hour in a car. I can count it on one hand how many times, because they're terrifying to me. They're so big and they move so much, where the inherent stability and the centrifugal force in the wheels keeps a motorcycle pretty straight and solid. So I have never driven anything with downforce. I would sure like to try something to see something that's stuck to the road pretty well.
It makes life a lot easier, I can assure you. Yeah, definitely. I was never a big fan, because I always raced single seaters or prototypes, basically. But the GT cars are, they're a handful, but it's just you just have to apply differently, and get used to how you drive those things. But I sure preferred a high downforce car any day.
I would think so.
Let me ask you both a question here. When you're 4 hours away from finishing a Le Mans, doesn't matter where you are, just to finish Le Mans is good in itself. I know you all want to win. But what are the things that you're expecting to hear, worried about hearing or feeling, that can kibosh or take you out of a 24-hour finish? What are you thinking about when you know you're that close to finishing?
Well, it's like I say, it's mechanical failures are the biggest problem, of course, and the car, it does get worn during the race, and you hear all the noises, and it's this, or maybe the gears, bit, dog rings are a bit worn. It's a multitude of things, or.
So it's never one thing.
You may have, someone might have gone off and hit a curb, and you got to punch the hole in the floor,
a little slower on the shifter.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure
brakes are right on the limit, Clutch sometimes. So it's just all those things. You got to nurse the car, really just. At that point, it's just bringing it home more than anything. It's not necessarily doing super fast lap times the whole time. Le Mans is won by the car who spends the least amount of time in the pits, not necessarily the car who's the fastest on the track. Right. One pit stop ruins every lap. You're going faster than the other guys, so you've got to the whole time if you can.
Yeah, I think it's no different with the motorcycle. The biggest thing is, like, for me, the toughest part of the race was actually when the sun peaked up in the morning.
Yeah,
I could get through the night really well, but man, as soon as that sun light in the morning, I just wanted to go to sleep.
Yeah.
So I actually really struggled until we got back to around lunchtime again. And then I was like, okay, now we're kind of back at it, and we got to get this last 3-4 hours in. And then it's just, by that time, usually, I mean, very rarely was it such a close race that you were really pedal to the metal those last 3 or 4 hours. It was maintain your position. You've kind of done the work you got to do and figure it out.
Like you say, he's nursing it. How about this Eagle out here? Beautiful car.
What a gorgeous car.
And great to celebrate that too. They've been displaying that out there. They weren't sure whether they were going to get out on track, but they have. And of course, that's the Dan Gurney Eagle. Wonderful stuff. And this exhibition of Porsches as well. Nice to have the pair of you here to enjoy this.
This is a little different for me. You know, I've been around motorcycles for a long career and stayed pretty focused on that. So, you know, I've gotten to see not a whole lot of car racing, and for me, this is a really cool event to see the history. I've been more interested in years, a lot of great documentaries out there that follow the car racing, and I've seen some fantastic stuff. The closest I really got to a lot of this stuff was in 2015. We did an exhibition for the at the Indy 500 because we were going to race there.
Oh, okay.
And so during the opening ceremonies, we rode our Superbikes around, and then we got to stick around and watch it. And it was pretty funny because I was in the press room and we're watching, you know, the start happens, pace car pulls off, the start happens, and I was like, you know, yeah, it's kind of fast. But the second lap they come through, I was like, oh, that's fast, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, with motorcycles, there's always a warm-up in the morning.
Yeah.
So for those guys to be 2 days cold and then walk out there and you're standing on the bricks and you follow the pace car
it's
for 2
weird,
laps
I'll tell you,
it was
exactly,
such a different atmosphere than it was for us. Ceremonies is like half the day.
Yeah.
It was incredible. The whole event was pretty
I was
incredible.
with you that day.
Yeah,
Cameron Bobier was there, and they were in the box at the back of the press room, the glass box, which ABC has often used. But you know, that's a fantastic view of turn 4 and then coming at you. And their eyes, and I don't often see them kind of bewildered because they're, you know, these are the big stars of bike racing, and they just were wide-eyed.
Yeah, the second lap for sure. You know, it was like, wow, that was incredible.
Yeah, well, it's hard. You can't even. It's funny because I remember that same thing the first time I was there, and you stand on the side, you know, watching. Right. You can't even focus on the car, so you got to like lock in and follow it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it'd just be just like a blur with all the cars coming. Yeah.
Very cool. I know, absolutely. Well, we're listening to Stefan Johansson, who, of course, raced at Le Mans to a win and had a very successful Formula One and IndyCar career. He's currently managing Scott Dixon and Felix Rosenquist in IndyCar, but he's here to sell his art this weekend. How's it going?
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, a lot of interest.
How did you get into that?
Well, like I said, I started. I mean, I kind of grew up with art because my granddad was a painter, you know, so I kind of was watching him when I was little, you know, 3 or 4 years old, and so I always had an interest in it, you know, just from the point of view of enjoying art to look at it. But it was really when my very close friend Elio De Angelis got killed that, you know, something prompted, I don't even know why to this day, but something prompted me to go and buy some canvas and some paint and do something in his memory or whatever. And then I realized, you know, this is really something I really love doing, you know, so I kind of got hooked on it, and I've been doing it on and off ever since. So this was like in '86, but it's only the last 6-7 years now that I've been taking it more serious. You know, I have a great studio now in Santa Monica where I work every day, 7 in the morning till
my
late
mum's
at
an
night,
artist, and she goes from oils to watercolors to often fabric and whatever. But what's your go-to?
Mostly oil on canvas, but sometimes I do acrylic just for the paint dries quicker, you know, if you do, depend on what kind of work you do. So these last ones I've done that's in the driver's lounge here, they're all acrylic because, you know, otherwise it would take months to make them.
Right.
Because I've got to let each color dry before I do the next one, you know. So the acrylic dries in an hour, you know, so that I can get on it again.
Now, my experience in dealing with artists, and we talk about, you know, the only artists we really deal with are guys that paint helmets, motorcycles, different things like this. But artists, tattoo
but they're
artists
too.
General,
I mean, they're
things
actually
like
brilliant.
That,
some of them, yeah.
A very different personality and approach than I would say a racing car or a racing motorcycle driver. So this transition into a world of that has got to be a little different too. When you start looking to other people for you know how you move to another level and asking for advice is probably a very different answer than what you would expect, where driving and things like that can pretty much be straightforward sometimes, I would think.
Yeah, it's completely different in some ways, but in other ways it's actually very, very similar, I think, you know. And it's similar, it's like, you know, when you ride your bike and you have like those days when everything just flows.
Yeah.
You know, you're in that zone and it's like everything is like in slow motion.
Right.
You know, you're totally on top of everything, you know, and you just completely, it's like walking on the pavement. It just flows, you know. And it takes me days sometimes with a painting to get into that state of mind. When you race, you get dialed in pretty quick when you do it all the time.
You don't have much time for anything
Yeah,
else.
exactly. Yeah, but when I do, and it's getting better and better, of course, the more I do it, it's the same thing. It's like almost like a state of meditation in a way. You know, it's just a very solitude, very quiet. I don't know, never have any music or it's just completely silent all the time. But I love it. You know, it's just kind of very similar. You know, in the fact you're totally focused on that. You know, and you lose all sense of time and space, and you're just completely into what you're doing, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the solitude of racing is similar, I'm sure. You know, I always used to say to Josh, having to talk to me on the grid and talk to all the media and talk to mechanics, once the helmet goes on and you're on the warm-up lap, you're on your own.
Well, it's probably the only reason I made it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I wore a helmet for a living.
But that's the, I mean, I always just, I mean, you know, you have the nerves, you have all the stuff before, but once you put the helmet on, you strap the belts on, it's like okay, it's good now.
Yeah,
I'm ready to go.
I think it takes a bit of respect because, like, with the art, your life's not at stake. And
No,
at the same
of
time
course.
that you have to, that you're trying to bring that focus in. Where, you know, fortunately for me in racing, that came pretty naturally for us when the shield went down.
Yeah.
I tried to distract and banter until that point because too much concentration was just as bad as not enough, and let it kind of happen in its own time. But it was funny, you know, when that happened and I clicked the bike in gear. You know, almost like tunnel vision. Okay,
exactly.
Here we go.
No, it's absolutely true. Yeah.
If you can do that in silence, that's impressive. The quality that I don't know that I would possess.
Yeah.
Well, I can see the crossover.
No, sorry.
Well, I can see the crossover because you're right. I mean, you know, in motor racing, you're disciplined, but you're in your own world, and your life is at stake, obviously. So you haven't got time to be creative. You're just going through the motions of what it is almost muscle memory. Which you've practiced many, many times before. You may have to get creative if there's a problem, but you're prepared for that.
Yeah.
Whereas the artist situation, if you're on your own, again, no one's telling you what to do. There's no team manager. There's no pressure. And it really allows that creative juices because I realize now, having been around motorsport, just how cerebral all of you guys are and have to be. There is something quite different about all you guys.
There's something amazing about being cerebral, but not necessarily smart.
There is.
Yeah.
And that's my excuse.
Yeah.
Not a lot of smart motorcycle racers. I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, there's some disconnect in there somewhere, I think.
No, it's true. But I think, like, you know, with racing, you know, like when you start the weekend, you kind of have sort of a plan in place, right? And you kind of work through the process and everything, you know, and it's quite similar with the art, you know. You start, you get a grain of an idea in your head, and, you know, and then you develop it, and then you sort of put the pen. This is all before you even touch the paintbrush, you know, and then you sort of just make it happen, you know, and so it's, I feel like a lot of the stuff, the discipline and all that process, it's actually been quite helpful even with the art, you know.
With the art, can you stop and start over? Or once you get going, you're going to finish this, whether it works out the way you want or not, you can try again another time.
No, I do. I stop, and then, you know, I think, oh, this looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it.
Went?
And then I come back in the morning, I'm like, oh, God almighty, that's horrible. You know, then I got to start again and kind of fudge it a little bit here and there.
I think it would be difficult because, you know, like, there are details that you see in your paintings that no one else has seen. Because you touched it, you made it. Like, I was talking to another announcer friend and talking about how not liking your own voice on television.
Yeah,
you know, like,
same with me.
You just can't help it. You know?
We're watching a fantastic exhibition of Porsche's
Yeah,
history.
we haven't talked about it much. I love the look of these golf
to be
cars.
honest, it's an exhibition. We don't have any extra information. I can't even tell you who's driving the cars at the moment, but I'm going to make sure I rock down there and get.
I love
all
the
the
look
info.
of those golf car paint
Oh,
jobs. You know,
that
like,
to me is the iconic
and
cars.
one of our racing brethren, Trig Westby, Dane Westby's father, has actually one of the Ford GTs in the golf.
Oh, really?
In the golf
yeah.
job,
Well,
like
beautiful.
Just
big
a
fan of it.
family shout.
And Dane started with the golf colors on his Yamahas whenever.
I think this era, both cars, I mean, sports cars and F1, is the best in history in terms of the aesthetics of the cars.
Yep.
Just so beautiful.
Yeah. Well, one very close family friend, Brian Redman, drove the number 20 917 in the film Le Mans. So it's a nice family story. He lived in Yorkshire, he's my dad's best mate, and we went up and stayed with him. And he looked at my dad over breakfast and said, I think I'm going to get the 917 out. I've got a bit of a clutch problem with it. Which all of us kind of went, we're in the middle of Yorkshire, we're not at a racetrack, why would you worry about that? So he dragged it in his tractor up the top of a hill in Gargrave, Yorkshire, where he undid the clutch. And me and his son sat on a fence and watched this 917 roar through this tiny little village in Yorkshire one morning. He then sold it back to Steve McQueen, who bought it off him, and it's now in a museum, I believe. I think it's actually back here now. But I love the story, the way you could follow a car's history, especially an iconic one, and see who owns it and where it goes.
It's incredible, actually. As an I'm an outsider here. I'm a motorcycle guy, right? But we got Richard Varner from MotoAmerica walked us around a little bit, and getting to see some of the Shelbys down there and hear the stories behind these cars is incredible. I cannot tell you, like, every car somebody says, oh, let me tell you this amazing story about this car, and every one of them, from the owners or what's happened to the cars or how this was supposed to happen, and there are some just incredible stories. And I've never stood around $150 million worth of anything before, much less 5 or 6 cars.
I know.
You know what I mean? So
it's
this
crazy.
is absolutely incredible to see all these amazing things. This is not something you see in the motorcycle world. Kind of like when you talk about the U.S. versus going to Europe. You don't see history that old in the U.S. and you go there and it's incredible.
So sorry, a little pause there. Let's head down to the pit lane, and Kev Harris is at it again. What have you got, Kev?
Well, how about this? Group 4B are just about to go out, all manner of cars, and I've just jumped on Robert here in his Alfa Romeo. Robert, just tell us about the car you're going out in right now. You're front of the grid. What are you driving?
It's been racing forever. It's a 56 Julietta Spider. It's actually, the reason why it's number 163 is it was 163rd off the production line. And it's actually the oldest one of this model still racing today. So it's a pleasure. It's really exciting.
Yeah, I'm sure it is exciting getting behind the wheel of this. And what's it like lining up at Laguna Seca?
Oh, it's a wonderful track. The car slides so nicely around the turns that, just being a little bit of part of history here, it's excellent.
And are you lucky enough to own this car, or are you driving it on behalf of somebody else?
No, I own it.
Dare I ask if you own any others at all, or are you racing anything else this weekend?
Nothing else this weekend. I used to race the Formula Junior that raced back in 1962. But I have to say, the production cars, they're elegant. They're a part of history. It's just perfect. This is the right one for me.
Great stuff, and just give us a quick word about the event, Robert, as well, the Velocity Invitational. Tell us about the whole sense of what's been going on for you this weekend.
Jeff O'Neill and Bunch couldn't have done a better job here. I mean, this is, I think, what so many racers have been looking for. He's literally brought out the best cars in the world here. He's made it a world-class event, and I look forward to doing it in the future, but he's really gone above and beyond, and we appreciate it.
All right, Robert, thanks ever so much. We're just going to take a little walk up and down the line here because let's take a walk this way. We'll come down here. Robert is getting set, ready to go. Group 4B. Let's see who I can talk to here. Another Alfa Romeo here, car 96. I'll just jump in here. Another Alfa Romeo, sir. How are you feeling?
Lucky.
Very lucky indeed. Is this your own car, or are you driving on behalf of somebody else?
Oh, it's my own. I'm driving on behalf of myself.
Just tell us about what you're driving. What's the history of this one?
Oh, it's a beautiful 65 Alpha TZ, and you know, it's never been raced. It's the first time it's been raced, so it's been a pampered street car, it's like. Yeah.
And a quick word about the event as well. The Velocity Invitational seems to be going incredibly well so far this weekend.
First class drivers, first class cars. It's really hard not to like. Yeah.
What's the key to doing well here at Laguna Seca? What you got your eyes on? What corners are exciting you?
Having fun. That's it.
Just having fun. Right, sir, enjoy your drive. I'm going to leave you to it. Tony's there. Give the man a smile. You're all across the internet right now. How about that? Another one of the classic Alphas from 4B. Let's keep walking this way. Let's see what's going on. This will be a bit easier to talk to this man in a Triumph. Wow, sir. What a great vehicle. What's your name and what you're driving?
It's John Ganaway. It's a 61 TR4.
1961 204 Triumph. And you got the, if you didn't have the helmet on, you got the wind in your hair. This is going to be a great thing to drive here at Laguna Seca.
It's beautiful. It's a great track too.
How long have you had it, and what's the history behind it?
You know, I've had the car. We got the car in about 2018 as a roller, and it was shipped out from Georgia area. And it ran the Southeast Division out there in the 70s through the 80s, and we found it through a Triumph Club.
All right, sir, I'm going to let you go. The whistles are blowing, things are starting to happen. The man at the front is doing that signal where he's spinning his finger in the air. So Johnny and Adam, I'm going to hand back to you. We're going racing.
Thanks, Kev. Yep. Getting loud down there. And, well, we've had some really interesting cats, as they say in California here. Stefan Johansson, I had no idea of his artistic prowess.
Yeah, Stefan is a multi-talented, very multi-talented individual, and you know, as you always hear me say, Jonathan, more importantly, just a great human being, a great person to be around, an ambassador for our sport that we love so much. And but yeah, his art's phenomenal. I mean, if you've ever, you can follow. I think where I find him, because I don't do any social media, but on LinkedIn. But on LinkedIn, he'll put up his artwork quite often, and when you know he's got something up for offer for sale, and he's got some really unique pieces. He does, you know, because he knew Enzo on a very personal level, driving for the man, and so he's got some really interesting quotes of Enzo's, and but yeah, talk about a remarkable career and just a phenomenal driver. It was always loved to watch Stefan get behind the wheel because it was poetry in motion.
Yeah, no question. And he is a very important player now, looking after the multiple champion that is Scott Dixon.
Well,
they are great friends.
Yeah, he's really responsible for getting Scott Dixon what he was worth for this last part of his career. I mean, he was the one that was shopping Scott around to other teams and really showing what Dixon was worth to that paddock. And if Chip wanted to keep him, he had to come off the hip, and he did.
Yeah.
And you know, because Scott Dixon's not someone you want to lose, and Chip Ganassi arguably has had the best eye for talent of anyone in the modern era.
Yeah.
I mean, he brought in your Juan Pablo Montoya, your Alex Zanardi, your Scott Dixon, your Alex Palou. He's just, you know, talent after talent after talent that he's able. So when he knows he's got something special like that, like he does in a Scott Dixon and an Alex Palou, it's going to be very hard to pry those out of those Chip Ganassi fingers of his.
Yes, and just to confirm, it was Zach at the wheel and Mika. I saw them get out of the car, but we knew that Paddock Award was going to drive one of the McLarens. I think he's doing it tomorrow, that's what I've heard. And he's going to drive Mika's car tomorrow.
Oh, that makes sense.
Just want to make a correction out there for my faux pas, but Zach Brown at the wheel of his own McLaren. So there you go. He had to drive a McLaren at some point.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, I was just down there while you had a full commentary booth. It gave me an opportunity to get down there, and they had just so happened to warm up the modern Formula One car that they have down there, and it was fun to be there for the warm-up of that. As we start rolling our next group here,
4B, and this is cars from 1957 to 1965. GT cars under 2.5 litre. So, like I said, this evolution that we talked of this morning, in fact, about how the little European cars sort of fighting above their weight and displacement by taking on the muscle cars of America. Very brilliantly. And I'm talking Triumphs and Alfa Romeos, the Porsche 356s, Alfa Giulietta Spiders. There's an odd MGB out there, and of course the Porsche 911.
Yeah, there's a lot of obviously this is all European influence, right? Small displacement engines, and so
well, I don't believe the Europeans had over 2.5 displacement at this point.
No, I don't believe you're right.
Proceedings.
No, I don't believe you're
right.
They
might have done.
Yeah.
I'm sure they could have put a Bentley out there and rolled around, but
they were capable of anything. I mean, you see the airplane engines of the era, right? They're plenty large, so it just depends on how much you want to do.
There's no need for it around the roads of Europe. If you're doing 70 miles an hour around the roads of Europe, and I'm not talking autobahns.
No, it feels like you're Mach 10.
You are going horrendously fast.
You got trees whistling by you.
So we get ready as they go on their warm-up lap, joined once again by Adam Andretti, and we welcome you from around the world to the Velocity Invitational for 2021. It's been a beautiful day so far. We've got 2 days of on-track and off-track action. Plenty to see both on and off-track, and some interesting celebrities as well, as you've heard with Stefan Johansson. We've got Mika Hakkinen here, Zach Brown, the CEO of McLaren here, and it's very much a McLaren fest as well. I think the outstanding cars of this weekend, Porsche and McLaren, which is kind of apropos. It shows the respect that Americans have for foreign cars and the rest of the world's cars. Respect and imitation, if that's the right word, because you guys know what you're doing, and once you knew what the best of both worlds were, you never look back. And the Americans, of course, have come with their own fantastic cars over the years, and we're seeing many of them here as well. But this definitely populated mainly by European cars.
Well, imitation is the most sincere form of flattery, and absolutely, there's a lot of imitation going on. If you can't beat them, join them mentality. That is motorsports, right? I mean, you see it up and down paddocks all over as the fire safety teams and EMS crews are out their appreciation through the groups out there doing their thing. But as we're at the top of the corkscrew, at the top of the hill here, one of the best observation areas that you will find here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca as the pace car comes moving us down. We moved on to a European pace car. We moved on from the Mustang Mach-E, and we're back to a Porsche, looks like a Cayenne Turbo S possibly. It might be on or off there, but fitting as most of this field is Porsches, with some of your Alfa Romeos and Lotus and Austin Healey's, Triumphs peppered on within that group as well. So and those are distinguished too, as you can see by that British Racing green coming over the hill there, the number 7, that is Marnix de Lennis. That's an Alfa Romeo TZ, and I was wrong. What I thought was British Racing green must have been Italian.
Don't be fooled by the colours.
Yeah,
Sometimes they fool you that way.
They will, won't they?
Yeah. When you actually get the national colours, you have to go back to the sort of 30s and 40s when it was British Racing green, red for Ferrari, and blue for the French. Away we go then.
That's the 57 of William Lyon and the 65 of Mark Leonard. That's a Porsche Abarth Carrera, and the 1960, that's 61, and 65 Alfa Romeo GTA 1600 racing down there into the hairpin. Looks like the Alfa's going to get the better of the Porsche on the inside as we move around the hairpin. Looks like Alfa Romeo of Mark Leonard jumps out to an early lead, door to door mid pack there.
Absolutely, it's a great battle. So off and running through turn 3 and into 4. Field starting to spread out here. And as you say, William Lyon at the front in that Abarth Carrera from 1961.
Actually, I believe that's Mark Leonard that's up front there. Yeah.
Actually, he's got the Alfa Romeo GTA, so he's got it ahead. And it is the 57 of William Lyon. There he is, behind him in the silver. And then the 961 of Ed Matsuishi. We spoke to him earlier in the day, didn't we?
I believe we might have, yeah. Really, again, the enthusiasm shut the door
big time.
on Matt there, and as they're both go drive up the hill there, the corkscrew, and nice train of cars heading up the hill here. Beautiful shots from our drones up ahead.
That's a great view of the corkscrew. You really get to see the length and breadth of it from there. we're used to seeing this tight shot, and it's a fantastic, iconic shot. But I do like to see it from above like that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. It gives a whole new perspective. Because as you said, this is a shot we've seen for 50, 60 years of them coming down the corkscrew.
What I love about the 356 is you can see where it stands in history. It's not a 911, but it ain't far off. You can see where the 911 came from. But also, when you think about how effectively the 356 was morphed out of the Volkswagen.
It was basically that family car that became the sports car. And, that's... Some argue it was a marketing ploy. Given the history of the Germans right then. And
Mr. Porsche found himself in a sticky spot.
He certainly
and I don't
did.
need to go into the history of World War II.
No, there's
but
plenty
as
of
you
us
can
that know
imagine.
that. Yes. I think it goes without saying for sure. And but yeah, it's definitely got its great place in history. I was fortunate enough to be down in the great Porsche collector himself, Jerry Seinfeld.
Tell me about that.
In his the shop that they keep down there in Van Nuys, and it was for a celebration of life of a great sports car racer and a legendary Porsche racer, John Paul Jr. And but to see these versions, these incredibly rare versions of already rare Porsches, was just what a sight and what a perfect fitting it was for our dear friend John Paul Jr. and a legend of Porsche, a person that elevated. Not that Porsche ever needs elevation, but every great driver that they have in there elevates them to another level. But yeah, we're having a great time up here.
Oh yeah, I'm getting to see all my old friends too.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, it's
Anna
great.
Lopa just popped in.
It's great having Johnny Green over the loudspeakers here because everyone that can hear that distinct voice comes running in here to say hi.
Hannah Loper, of course, the effervescent reporter, presenter, and face of MotoAmerica, I may add. We just had her bosses in here. I didn't put a good word in for her, but I should have done.
Yeah.
Are you coming to talk to us, or are you just going to sit there? Well, of course you can. Come and say hello. Tell us about your experience. Now, Hannah is from New York. She's an is she an ex-Miss New York? Or do you keep that going? Do you just say, I'm still Miss New York?
Yeah, Miss New York, USA 2017.
Okay, but how long do you get to carry that? I mean, it's a bit like the president where, you have
it's kind of like with racers or champions. You never...
No.
They're always the champion of that year. So essentially, I was the champion of New York in 2017.
Adam Andretti, huge bike fan, so he's after your job.
Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hannah, lovely to have you because you are the perfect person to gauge an event like yourself, like myself. You go to motorsports events all the time. You're not an historic buff by any means, but I bet you're enjoying this.
It's definitely nice to be at a track that's so familiar to our series.
Yes.
We come here all the time, but to see it in such a different light, walking around and seeing all these different types of cars and just being able to watch something different go around the track, but then also having the opportunity to showcase what MotoAmerica is about and have some of our top riders and showcase the different motorcycles that we have to offer within our own series. So it's really cool to kind of be side by side at an event like this.
Now, have you left that husband of yours yet? Because I'm still single.
I mean, he's king of the baggers, and I was queen of New York, so I think, we're a match made in heaven there.
I guess I can't break that up, can I? Nah. Oh, well. What have you been up to? Off-season now, or are you still busy?
It is the off-season for us, but I mean, obviously we're here this weekend, and Kyle's riding, so just happy to be here and flying the flag for MotoAmerica. Doing really, really well.
Send him my regards.
Yeah, after the elbow injury earlier this year, he was here right after he had broken his elbow. With MotoAmerica and got back on the bike just 3 weeks after surgery. So he definitely enjoyed himself more today than he did the last time we were here, to say the least.
You don't know this, but you have a lot in common. So her husband races, and she does grid walks. She doesn't always talk to him, but she might just pat him on the butt occasionally when the cameras aren't there to say, good luck, honey.
Right.
Adam, his chief engineer, is his partner.
Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if anybody is more trustworthy than Tabitha, there isn't anybody. It's great. Adam won't talk to us if he's had a bad day, but Tabitha will give us the...
And like your husband, right after right after injuries, we hop right back in.
Yeah.
We don't stop. There's I told my surgeon, he goes, when are you racing? I said, in 4 weeks. Okay, look at me cross-eyed, and And I said, listen, I can't schedule another race. You can go and schedule another surgery, but I can't schedule another race.
Sure.
This is what I have sitting there. Oh, big spin there.
And
by
he did a
356.
brilliant overtake, and then, he ran out of talent mid-corner at Andretti then. That's Max Jameson. He won't appreciate him saying that in the 356 Speedster.
As long as he doesn't get stuck out there, it'll be good shape.
Yep.
But,
so there you go. You didn't know you had that in common, but there you go.
Yeah, working with your spouse is definitely a different dynamic, but it kind of helps us motivate each other.
Well, you're together more often.
Yeah.
Yeah, we wouldn't have it any other way. You know, when we, whether we're grassroots racing or racing at the top level, we love it that way. You know, motivation is certainly there, and accountability too. You know, there's, I'm not going to get away with anything behind the wheel without her pointing it out. And same thing mechanically. If I have something that goes on mechanically, she's going to be the first that gets to hear that kind of noise and that kind of business. But the best is when the doctors tell us, you know, I'm just afraid that you're going to re-injure yourself. I'm like, do you just stop and listen to yourself for a second and what you're saying? We know what we're getting into. We're getting into
we do
day
this
one.
voluntarily.
Day one, getting in, whether it's hiking your leg over a bike or strapping your butt into a race car. We know what we're in for. So yeah, so these doctors, I feel like, you know, they want to suck those words in right as soon as they get out of their mouth.
They have the responsibility to tell you.
Well, they're used to saying it to the mere mortals out there.
Yeah, exactly. Matt Johnson in the 666. We just saw a quick shot of him in a 356A from 1956. Have you picked your car out yet?
I have not had a ton of time to walk around. We did watch the McLarens go out, those F1 cars, and that was a really cool experience.
Not bad having the actual guy that won the championship win in his car.
Yeah, of course, this sets the bar high for my first kind of experience witnessing that in person.
Yeah, I'm used to seeing historic race cars race, but I'm not used to seeing the racer that won in that car. And I bet he has. I found out actually yesterday that Mika Hakkinen, who won the title, he won in this car in Australia. And the guys that are mechanicking it are the guys that mechanicked it in the day.
That's even better.
That's
pretty cool.
So it's the first time he's been reunited with them. I mean, he's an ambassador for motorsport these days, so he's at a lot of Formula One races, but I think that's kind of cool.
Well, my favorite part about Mika Hakkinen, he was one of the few world champions that come back after the world championship to back it up and actually ends up the underdog because Michael Schumacher at Ferrari. So they were really trying to make sure, they were truly, like making him the underdog the whole time. So Mika always rose to that challenge of being the absolute underdog because of the Schumacher Ferrari era was right on the heels of that. And then it seems like once Mika retired, it just kind of gave the Ferrari free reign with Michael Schumacher, and he didn't have too many world champions really to race up against in that era.
Looking at the number 50, Taylor Hagen in the 1960 Porsche 356. A fantastic field of European cars here from 1957 to 1965, and hats off to Ryan and to Jeff O'Neill, to Brittany and the team from the Scenic Group for putting on this event. Absolutely incredible. To do it in the middle of a pandemic, let's not forget, it's still happening. And it's in some places, I just heard last night, Holland is closing down again. We're very lucky. We're very lucky to have the safety precautions we're taking. California is still very wary as well. There's a lot of protocols in place here, so hats off as well to Roberta and her team here at Laguna Seca for putting on and keeping us safe. The fans out in the stands, all socially distancing, but there's room here at an event like this. But I think the organizers have done a sterling job.
I couldn't agree more. And what I like best is what the point you made earlier was just the mix.
Yeah.
Rarely do you see a vintage event that is going to invite a MotoAmerica out to showcase what they do. Bring out the cycle carts like we had. What a great addition that is. To have modern cars, on display and doing their thing, with the McLarens and so on and so forth. So it's really, it only adds, I think, to the program here. That because not everyone's going to be into the vintage stuff. Some people, that's all they're going to want to see is the modern stuff. And that's what we have. In the Ford display, you can see everything from 2016 till now that they raced, obviously, in those famous Le Mans wins. So we're counting down the clock here. It's about 4 minutes left in the Group 4B here.
Yep, it's been rolling along. We've got 9 groups in all, and then exhibition groups as well. We've had the cycle carts out there. They were fun.
Yeah, that was interesting.
I've got my eye on one of those.
I know you do.
Did you see it in that one?
I did not.
Oh, you got to go down there. They got go-kart engines, but they've got silhouettes of some famous historic cars.
Awesome.
But they're third length sides.
Okay, very cool.
So
you think they'll let me drive one?
Yeah, they have the go-kart track out there.
Yeah, why not? I gotta help.
I'm sure they will. Take a camera crew with you.
Why not?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Grab some green light TV people and go on over there.
Yeah, you can't go wrong. So we welcome you to, and that's what I love about this. We've got bike people here, car people here. You know, we had just a moment ago. I had Josh Hayes and Stefan Johansson, both who've taken part in Le Mans,
right?
But one on motorcycle,
different
one
vehicles,
in,
totally separate machinery,
and swapping stories about about the mighty Le Mans. I love that.
A little bit of something for everyone here.
Definitely. And this is honestly only the second time that Jeff O'Neill and his team have put this event together. I was at this Sonoma event in 2019, which was equally impressive. Different track, of course. Mercedes came with Esteban Gutierrez with their modern Formula One car, put on a great show. A lot of the cars that are here this weekend were also involved in that, because obviously mainly West Coast cars. Although, as we saw with James Adler, people coming from Nevada, and in his case, driving his race car here, which is no mean feat, in a 60s Jaguar.
Amazing.
I don't think Mr. Wyman would ride his bike here, would he?
Yeah, no, they brought the baggers via trailer.
Is he going to race in the baggers?
Well, he did earlier this season, so there was three baggers rounds for us. And they're hoping to expand the class and expand the number of rounds. We'll have 6 rounds for our baggers in MotoAmerica this year. So it's definitely been a really unique addition to our 5 regular classes, and then we also have our mini cup. So yeah, having the baggers, but
baggers on the banks, I hear, at Daytona.
Yes,
let's get going.
So MotoAmerica actually did send a couple of our bagger riders, Kyle Wyman, his brother Travis Wyman, and Tyler O'Hara, to Dunlop to see if it would even be possible to have a race. With bikes of that magnitude up on the high banks, and all 3 of them really enjoyed themselves. Tires held up really, really well, so good job by Dunlop, and we're looking forward to heading there in March.
We look to you for a couple of passes then.
We'll see.
She didn't commit there.
Well, there's such that's one of the things we grasped yesterday from talking to Wayne about the baggers. They're really heavy, 600 pounds.
Yeah.
Was the minimum weight, I think, is what he said, and I mean you're getting up to those minis weights that we saw running last night at 600 pounds.
So what do you put in the bags? You sandwiches for the pit stop, or what do you?
I think every rider would have something different to say, but Kyle pulled a trophy out of one at one of the last rounds.
Just in case he didn't get on the podium.
Yeah, right. No, it was his trophy from the podium. But people speculate like, what do you have in there? And you could probably fit one of those ovales from our mini cup in those bags.
The ratio fits Simon getting slightly sideways. He's going to come and join us, I think, later in the day. But he got a nice wiggle on there in the number 7. That was quite a display, and we'll keep an eye on him because he was getting out of line for a moment there.
Mark Leonard there in the number 65. That's a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA 1600. So doing the chase right here on the number 7.
So what plans have you got for the holidays? Are you doing Christmas at home?
Yeah, hopefully Christmas back in New York at the family dealership. Hopefully we can get all the Wymans together. But with the addition of Daytona to our schedule and MotoAmerica being responsible for that event this year, we're going racing a little bit earlier than we normally do. So we'll see the racetrack in March. The off season, as soon as the season ends, we're ready for kind of a break, that exhale. But then, of course, it's like, okay, when are we going racing again? So really looking forward to getting out there before our COTA preseason test.
A bit like the Andretti's, they have a plethora of Wymans. 3 of them race.
There's
currently.
3.
Yeah. It's a crazy bug, and when it gets into your family, it just kind of draws.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah. Ones that don't carry that namesake are going to want to be a part of it. I got my sister, her 3 boys are definitely chomping at the bit, and they're obviously not Andretti's, they are Dials, but they have that Andretti blood that rolls through them, and so it's definitely one of those things. I've seen a lot of people walk away from the sport, but everyone I've ever seen walk away comes running right back.
Yep.
It's hard when, I didn't grow up in a racing family of any kind, so when I met the Wymans, it was completely new for me. And at one point I was like, is this all we're ever going to talk about? Is there anything else aside from racing? And they said, no. And I said, all right, if you can't beat them, join them. And here we are.
Yep. Yeah, that's it.
That's a good story.
It's hard to watch and not want to be a part of it.
Yeah.
In any capacity.
Well, that's true.
Thrown your leg over.
Yeah, I got my own bike at the start of the pandemic. I've been riding for a couple of years now, but I've never had my own bike, so I can kind of take it out when I want to.
Get some good coaching. You any good yet?
I mean, why should I listen to my husband? What does he know?
Exactly. But have you got your knee down? That's all I want to know.
Not yet. We're working on it.
Come on.
I'm on the R3.
What you do, here's what I did. You get some extra on knee pads.
Get like the rain knee, the rain knee pucks.
Then once you do
the rain knee puck, yeah.
And then take one off and put it down. And eventually you'll get down to normal.
What is the equivalent of a knee down in car racing? What are we, what's the most extreme kind of thing you see?
Catching high rates of speed slides. So
yes.
All right.
You're in triple digit speed
sideways.
and the car suddenly jumps on you.
Victor moments.
Yeah, that's yeah. Well, it's common. People say, what's it like to do 200 miles an hour? So it's like 55 on the highway till it goes wrong.
Yeah.
And then when it goes wrong, you're like, wow, that was fast. And you're like, man, what are we going to do to gather this up? So we got Marnix Delanis. He takes the checkered flag in that beautiful Alfa Romeo TZ.
Well, interestingly enough, they're telling us that Horatio Fitzsimon won, which is interesting because that's different to our graphics, but never mind.
Different to the timing and scoring. Yeah, different to our timing and scoring.
We won't argue with that.
No, I'm not going to argue.
So, Horatio, well
congratulations.
Done. Maybe it was a last-minute driver change.
It very well could have been.
They've got him down as the 7. So there you go. Mark Leonard in second place in the Alfa Romeo GTA 1600 and William Lyon, who started in pole in that Porsche Abarth Carrera from 1961. Now let's go down to the pit lane where my friend Mika Hakkinen is with Kev Harris. Over to you, Kev.
Well, Johnny, how about this? A couple of gentlemen that you will know very well indeed. To my left, Pato O'Ward, and to my right, a man who needs no introduction, two-time Formula One world champion, Mika Hakkinen. Mika, incredibly loud here, but you were just raising the volume a moment or two ago in your 1998 McLaren out on track. How good was it to get back in that car?
Yeah, that's MP413, McLaren 98 indeed, and I remember when we did the very first test with that car early, was it February 98, and we took it in a Paul Ricard racetrack. And like here, yeah, the garage is here, and I remember like yesterday, just driving out of the garage, going in the pit lane, with the pit limiter on. I turned the steering a couple of times like this. I said, oh my God, this is it, And going to the very first corner, and I went on the brakes, and I experienced the stability in the rear. I said, we have a winning car. And then I start pushing with the car, going faster and faster, and then just team called me that slow down. We don't want to show our speed.
And am I right in saying that was one of the first McLarens that Adrian Newey was significantly involved in designing?
Absolutely. He did amazing work. He's a genius how he finds the solutions and finding the balance to the car. I don't think it's difficult to, I have to be careful what I say, but yes, you can generate the great downforce to the car, and you can make it look very nice, but you have to make it efficient, and you have to make the car which is balanced, and I think that's the challenge.
Well, listen, it was a treat for everyone here at Laguna Seca to hear it once again. It has been the standout car of the weekend. Everyone was flocking to the fencing to see it. And just to your left here, Pato, I mean, what a weekend you're having. I chatted to you yesterday. You're just on a fun weekend. You having a great time?
Man, I am. I've never been to an event like this with so many cool cars, and you find a spectrum of everything. You get like GTLM cars, you get road cars, you get Formula One cars, you get old Formula One cars, you get crazy cars like the 250 GTO Ferrari. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. To be honest, I can go all day and all night explaining everything that's here.
And you've had a great season as well in IndyCar. Picked up your first win. I understand it's won you a bet with Zach Brown as well.
Yeah. So my bet with Zach was if I win an IndyCar race this year, which I did, I get to test the Formula One car at the end of the year in Abu Dhabi. So I'm looking forward to that.
Mika, you're shaking your head looking at this young man while he's saying that.
Because I'm so happy for him. It's going to be a really incredible experience testing a Formula One car. And, you know, it's a chance of the lifetime. That way you can really show your talent, your performance, your abilities to communicate with the engineers, the mechanics, and it's brilliant. I think it's such a beautiful opportunity.
Yeah. Has Mika been giving any words of advice before you jump behind the wheel of that Formula One car?
Don't be scared.
Yeah.
Full send.
Full send. Yeah. Looking at the smile on your face, I get the impression you are a young man who is going to give it full send.
Oh, mate, I am so excited for the opportunity, and I just want to enjoy it. And I mean, I'm a racing driver, and the enjoyment you get out of driving a race car is putting it to the absolute limit.
Yeah. And Mika, just a quick word about this event, because I last saw you at a historic event in Monaco in 2018, I think it was. Here we are in the California sunshine. The Velocity Invitational, it's a really good historic event, isn't it?
It is indeed. I mean, you see a lot of happy faces. I think people are fulfilling their dreams, bringing their beautiful cars, able to run on a racetrack with the beautiful weather, and you have the space and no stress. No, you know, it's for fun. You know, everybody having fun, and I think that's the whole idea. You know, and it works really well here.
It does indeed work really well here. And I tell you what, don't tell anyone, Mika, but I think I'm having more fun than anyone right now. This is a job, right? But it's great fun. So Pato as well, Zach Brown, obviously, CEO of McLaren. He was chasing Mika around in 2011 or 2012 race car there. I think it was Lewis and Jensen's one. He's quite a driver, your boss, isn't he, Zach?
Yeah, I mean, the guy, I told him we need to go do a test run in the IndyCar, get him in one of those and see what he thinks about that. I mean, the guy knows what it is to be in the shoes of a driver, and great boss to have, and really enjoyable to have someone that truly understands what you do.
Yeah, exactly, because he's jumping between sports cars and Formula One cars. He's got a huge collection of many other cars, and it's no mean feat to go out on track here at Laguna Seca and hang on to the wheel and do it properly.
No, mate, this track is a big challenge. It's a big challenge. There's a lot of elevation change. There's a lot of blind corners, but there is no better place to do it. It's just an awesome place.
Yeah, Mika, one quick word about the circuit here at Laguna Seca as well. If you were giving some advice to some of the owners who are taking these priceless machines out, what advice would you give them?
How would I say? I would say the pedal gets the metal.
If in doubt, flat out.
Exactly.
Flat out, baby. That's the only way to do it.
Full send. Pato, Mika, listen, this has just been a real. Let me shake your hand here. This has been amazing, Pato. Thanks a million, buddies. So these two fantastic gentlemen are going to be signing some autographs to the fans. We've got a bit of a crowd behind us at the moment. I think we'll let them get in position. Johnny and Adam, we'll go back up to you in the booth, because I can hear just across the way some classic Formula One cars across the way over there. Zach is out there. I don't want to mention what he's driving, because for one time this weekend it's not a McLaren, is it? He's in an FW07.
It's Williams Formula One car.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a 1980 FW07, which I had as a slot car when I was a kid, as a little aside. So Zach's racing a slot car of mine. But listen, Johnny and Adam, I mean, what a treat down here at the Velocity Invitational. These chaps have got to sign some autographs. I'll hand back to you.
Well, guys, the one thing I can assure you of is that I cannot hear anything you are saying. This is what most people have come to Laguna Seca to see. Now, that's the Ferrari that was driven by Niki Lauda. Now, if I walk you up here, we have got some incredible Formula One cars through the years there. The noise is something that most people will resonate with. Now, the 1976 Shadow that you're looking at now is, driven by a man from Brazil. And of course, a dear lover of Formula One. Now, Richard Gilt, you may have seen him. This is an Englishman here. Now, Richard section is driving the 1974 March. Now, the 1974 March is the 741. The guys will, of course, tell you more about this, but this is history through the years of Formula One. This is the best bits of Formula One. Now, the sound is what everybody misses, and the sound just gives you so many memories. Of course, the John Player Lotus that you can see up the front, heading out. And off they go there. Now it's probably time that I hand back over to the boys in the commentary box, because they are heading out onto the track.
Nice work, and by both of you, obviously. And yeah, you don't want to be getting in the way or trying to talk over several Formula One cars revving up and getting out of the pit lane.
No, not at all. That's especially that era, right? You know, the modern era with the hybrid, turbo hybrid, you could probably get away with it, but not in these, not with these things.
Well, these are our historic Formula One cars and a small group of F1 cars, but absolutely excellent to have them out here. I'm hoping that Stefan Johansson will join us again tomorrow for this particular group. We'll try and get him up here, but fascinating guy, and he'll be very familiar with a lot of these cars, having raced just after this period for most of these cars. And yeah, we've got an interesting eclectic bunch out there, including Uncle Mario's car with the Mario lid, I may add.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. There's the Val's Pranelli is out there, and also the Lotus 77, the one that he won that famous Japanese Grand Prix with. You know, that was in the movie Rush. You know, that ended the movie Rush, and but yeah, that was
never got a look in though.
Yeah, very special car.
For those of you who don't know, if you saw the film Rush, answers on a postcard, but who won that race? And the answer is Mario Andretti.
Yeah, the Japanese Grand Prix, the one that was rain-soaked, that Lauda decided that it was deemed it too dangerous to be out there. My Uncle Mario, who had faced the dirt tracks of the Midwest, was like, "Oh, this is nothing," and
I can do this.
Stayed out there. Home a nice win, but so. Like I said, that's a Lotus Type 77. It's Chris Locke behind the wheel of that. And then also they had the Parnelli VPJ4 in 1975. So what's funny is that's the end of my Uncle Mario's career at Val's Parnelli and the beginning of his career at Lotus, right there all in one group. And there's Zach Brown, who you talked about right there in the Williams, that he was just Pat O'Ward was just talking about.
Yes, and that Williams is the FW07B from 1980, and it is owned by Zach Brown. And it is a rare time to see a CEO of a rival team, i.e. Williams. But that's the beauty of an event like this. It's not about who, what, where, and when. It's about enjoying racing.
Yeah, you're not bound by those labels, are you? Very few are. And, I don't think you would see someone like a Pat Long out here representing any other brand other than Porsche.
That's true.
But at the same time, where the position that Zach is in within McLaren, it's not about that. He was a collector of these cars long before he was a CEO of McLaren Formula One.
Yeah, I was talking about Stefan. His career did basically start, or active years, 80, 83, 91. So he just crossed over this. Away we go then for the Group 6, 66 to 80, historic Formula One as they roar into action. And the Mario car, the JPS Special, I've still got the Tonka toy, goes into second place behind the UOP Shadow at the back, and diving into the Andretti curve they go, the March leading away. And that famous number 5, there it is. He's even got the Mario lid. Love it.
There's a McLaren missing out of this group too. There was the McLaren, that M23 in 1975 M23 that was the famous James Hunt car. That wasn't here. It was here yesterday practicing. For some reason, it's missing from the lineup here today.
So away they go, a small field, but a good one, and that's all that matters, and it's a beautiful stand. And we have the modern Formula One cars out here. It's the March. Marches on to an excellent lead in the number 43, Stephen Romack at the wheel. This is the 1976 March 761.
Yeah,
he's off to the races.
What a neat car that is. I mean, just stuck to the ground as you saw it go from turn 6 there.
Still love that car. The JPS colours. I didn't know what JPS specials were. That were cigarettes, but to me it was the black and gold. That's all that mattered.
Right. Nobody cared. It was exactly. It was all about the livery, and that's what always I felt lost in translation. I was surrounded by nothing but tobacco and looking up to tobacco products, and I never used tobacco products. So, I mean, if it was going to influence anyone's decision, it was going to be mine.
First thing you notice is how small the front wheels are compared to the big rear wheels.
Well, that was their solution to no rear grip back then. Was let's add some tire to it, and that was the whole idea. And, back then it was buy, supply tire, and so that was something that, is well documented now that my Uncle Mario brought over to Europe. That wasn't really common over there, is they didn't measure stagger, which that's what you did over here with the oval track, short track racing that he did, sprint cars and midgets and champ dirt cars, was you paid attention to the different circumferences in tires that came out of from the manufacturer. So he was on to that stagger, and so and they would get all the staggers set up perfect for whatever racetrack they were at. Like, for example, Monza, which is almost all right-hand turns, you would put any of the bigger tires on the left-hand side to help it turn the right-hand turn. So, just really, really wise things that, the drivers were as much engineers back in those days as they were drivers.
There's that 1975 Parnelli VPJ4. And obviously this is as much a celebration of the Americans in Formula One. We've got the shadows out there, the DNS from 76. And to be fair, the American, if you like, presence in Formula One, certainly as a constructor, was thin on the ground over the years.
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't been that many. You got Gurney, you had Penske dabble in it, you had Parnelli, Vals Parnelli dabble in it. You have Haas currently in it, and, arguably not really built in the U.S., not a U.S.-built car, just a U.S. team. So it's definitely, I think it's more of a challenge to get away with it nowadays as opposed, but, we're looking here at a pretty good battle shaping up here between the number 9 of Richard Gliot and Chris McAllister inside that beautiful Lauda World Championship 1976 Ferrari 312.
Yeah, there it is. And such a very different car, a typical Ferrari design in terms of being a one-off from everything else, but beautifully prepared, that T2 from 1976.
Yeah, such a neat car, and I stand mistaken. That he was a reigning world champion that year, but he lost the world championship that year to James Hunt, right? That's obviously well documented, and that would have been the car, or that same chassis style, obviously not the car that would have put the Nürburgring that gave the famous return.
Yeah, incredible story. Absolutely incredible.
It's such a little car when you get next to it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not
tiny.
much more than a slot car.
And when you look at the cockpit.
Yeah, it's
nothing.
tiny. No. Shows you how small Nicky was.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nicky and Chris McAllister. Rather, not a big guy like myself, I was not going to get squeezed into that car awfully easy.
Zach Brown still out there. He's running 7th at the moment. Bill Jordanoff in the Shadow DNS 75. So we've got a 76 and a 75 Shadow out there.
Boy, the Shadows, they really made some really neat Can-Am cars and Formula One.
5000.
Formula 5000 cars of the day. Just really cool stuff. Back when you could just jam engines and things, and they just had race engines that, choose a race engine and we go. Something's missing about that in modern sport.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. But this is what ignited my love for motorsport when I was a kid, was to watch these cars week in, week out. My dad took me to Brands Hatch when I was just about 3 years old, and I got everybody's autograph. I'd love to find, I wonder where that is, my little autograph book. I do remember distinctly, because there was only one female driver, her name, Leila Lombardi.
Oh, there it is.
Leila Lombardi.
Yeah.
And got her autograph, and I think I got Bruce McLaren's.
Okay.
He was in a yard lead. Do you remember the white?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's Bill Jordanoff in that Shadow DNS I just mentioned. Big air intake at the top.
It just really kind of ahead of its time when you see the elongated part of the way it teardrops out to the back. The Shadow stuff is very, very cool. You see it, in auction blocks, all around. There was some really neat, there was the go-kart, they called it, the Can-Am car, the Shadow go-kart. That was at Concours d'Elegance on the auction blocks down in Amelia Island earlier this year. I got to see that. So just some really really beautiful cars that they had.
And Adam, while obviously the cars are the stars of the show, when I look at this list of drivers, Chris Mika, Chris Locke, Charles Nürburg, these are household names in the historic world. And they need to be, because these cars aren't easy to drive. These guys aren't fools at all. They're very accomplished racing drivers. Danny Baker, and they race all around the world. I think most of those guys I just mentioned were at Monaco a few years ago with myself and Kev and Greenlight covering the Monaco historics. And so they are literally racing around the world with historic racing cars.
I think it proves that for many, many years we kept blaming cars. It wasn't until, honestly, Sir Jackie Stewart drew a lot of attention to the circuits. And I believe that the modern day circuits and the safety that we have in modern day circuits, the runoff areas, the barriers, all these things is what makes these cars that were so quote unquote dangerous in the era actually quite normal. Like, I mean, there are things, don't get me wrong, like having your feet in front of the front axle in a 917, not a good idea. However, having a concrete barrier not 3 feet away from a 200-mile-an-hour straightaway, also not a good idea. So I would say that having the concrete close to the straightaway is a worse idea than having your feet in front of the axle, arguably. So, because the way how great these circuits are, you look at the runoff as we're overhead at WeatherTech Raceway in Laguna Seca, and it's just absolutely so much safer than it was, even 20 years ago.
A little plug for a great movie, documentary, if you will, Drive Like Andretti. The story of how the Andrettis came to, I think that was more interesting to me, to hear how Aldo and Mario basically first came, and how the Andretti family were, am I right in saying, almost a concentration camp for a while?
Not a concentration camp, but
a prison.
No, it was a refugee camp. It was a displaced persons camp, they were called. So basically, the part of Italy that my family grew up in and immigrated from was taken over by communism post-war.
Right.
So it was either you defected to communism or you got out, or you lost your life. There was those three options. And so there was about 250,000 to 300,000. It's not really well documented, but they roughly estimate around those numbers that were killed during that time. And, so our family was able to escape, obviously, and with the blessings, and to get on to a displaced persons camp inside of Lucca, Italy. And in Lucca, that's where, they spent the next 7-8 years of their life, was waiting to get the papers to either, they were trying to get out of Europe. Europe was unsettled, post-World War II. No one really knew what was going on, and so they were trying to get to some more settled areas in their mind. America was obviously first on the option, but I do believe they also were looking into New Zealand and Argentina as a couple other places. But as luck would have it, and as history shows, it came here to America, and what a blessing that was. To live the American dream. This is the best place in the world to live. People remind me all the time, there's still people dying to get in this country. No one's dying to get out. So it's a wonderful place to live, and I know that my family, we all very much appreciate it. We're very patriotic, and this is the only place I know that in the world that we could do this on a regular basis. And we have so much activity and so many people participating, and it truly is a wonderful, wonderful thing. But I drive like Andretti, a shameless plug, but
it's
to me it was one of the best.
I think it's good to understand. We all know who Mario Andretti is, but to actually hear the story of how the Andretti family came to America and what it meant to them, I think it's actually what you just described there.
One of the best documentaries on our family, in my opinion. I thought they did a great job, and they actually went to Italy with Mario, and they went to Montona, the village where they grew up and they were displaced from. Went to the displaced persons camp, and so you get to see all that, and it gets to paint a really good picture for you. And I remind people all the time, and it is our blessing that we get to live the American dream, because we truly are, I feel, the epitome of it.
Yeah, no question, American racing royalty. So we're watching our first run of the Formula One. Talking of Mario, there's the car.
Yeah, and Chris Locke here, P2, doing a nice job, just making it nice and clean. Say 14 seconds back from Steve Romack.
You know, that car still looks as smooth today as it was back then. I mean, it just hugs the ground, doesn't it?
Oh, it's just, I mean, Colin Chapman in his prime. Adrian Newey, right? When the balance of the cars, the design, everything he had was right. They looked great. They drove great. He had the greatest drivers. You know, listen to Mika talk about Adrian Newey. It's the same I always heard my Uncle Mario talk about Adrian. And my Uncle Mario worked with Adrian 1 year in 1987 in IndyCar. And he talked about that year with such fondness.
That's
such
interesting.
fondness.
Yeah, that's what I forgot that he cut his teeth.
Yeah.
Did Adrian in Indy? Yeah.
Yeah, with March, right? He was designing the March, and then he won the championship and the Indy 500 with Ray Hall. So you know, Carl Hosby and the sharp businessman he is or was, he said, okay, I want that guy for my Lola program.
Yeah.
I hired him away from March. Well, then that didn't last long. He went right back to March. Was like, we want you back, and we'll give you the Formula One program. He's like, oh, okay, that's where I want to be. And that was the last we saw of Adrian Newey over here on our soil. But
well, he's done a pretty good job.
He's an incredible human, and his design still holds strong to this day. And I honestly don't know who we got coming up after him. Like,
that's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, we all knew Adrian was like Patrick Head to Adrian Newey, right? It was like almost like we went from Colin Chapman to Patrick Head to an Adrian Newey. Who's next?
Ross Braun.
Ross Braun, I'm
John
sorry,
Barnard,
Ross,
there's a few others, but not many.
Right.
It's a handful.
Yeah, but we're the ones now who are going to take over the reins. We don't hear those names right now.
No, it's very true. Well, Steve Romack on his way in, a 76 March. 761 leading the way by quite a country mile at the moment over Chris Locke in that Lotus 77 from 1976. And there's Richard Giraud, currently in third place in his March 741 from 1974.
And what's funny is we have a Colin Chapman car out here. We have a Patrick Head car out here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ross Braun also. I mean, a lot of people don't realize that, Ross Braun also designed the famous Jaguar GTP cars.
Yes.
Those were his design as well that dominated.
And he was also involved, I believe, in the Mercedes sports cars.
He was.
Michael Schumacher.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, so, Ross's talents go very, very deep.
Now the head of motorsports for Formula One.
I love the Vals Parnelli, the Viceroy cars. And
yep.
That's really where the aero design came from on the Andretti helmets, was Viceroy.
Oh, okay.
It's a Viceroy sponsorship that required that. So you can find the Unzers at one point, Bobby Unzer and Al Unzer, who drove sprint cars or the Champ Dirt cars of Viceroy. Vals Parnelli, they
Talking
also
of shameless plugs,
had that helmet design.
Little Al's got his
book.
Talking of shameless plugs, Little Al's got a book coming out.
He's already out. It hit October the 1st, and it's called a checkered past.
So have a look at that, because I think that's going to be a really interesting one.
Yeah, you can actually, even more of a shameless plug, you can actually buy both from Octane Publishing. You can buy both my brother John's book, Racer.
There you go.
And you can buy a checkered pass for $35 and have them both to you by the time you're opening your gifts.
Now you know what I want for Christmas.
There you go.
So it looks as though it's going to be a March win as the Formula One Historics from 1966 to 1980. An interesting time where Formula One was definitely much more affordable than it is today. Ford were the mighty engines, the V8 DFV V8s of the day. And of course, we've mentioned some of the drivers, but you add a little bit of James Hunt, Jody Scheckter, Emerson Fittipaldi, of course, Gilles Villeneuve, as well as Niki Lauda, we've mentioned. Jackie Stewart was still around in those early days from 66 to 80, and a really special golden era for Formula One, no question.
I tell you, Steve, the way he's holding that wheel is a pretty wheel. He's not looking much different than the stars of old. I mean, he is driving beautifully. I've not seen him put a wheel even a mistake wrong. His line is really spot on. He's not missed a braking point. Does so much of what I see some of the best do here at Laguna driving-wise. So really, really beautiful session, beautiful race that he's completed. He comes through Turn 12 and sees the checker flags. Congratulations to Steve Romack.
Yes, well done, Steve, as he takes March to another victory here in the Historics. And Velocity Invitational, historic Formula One race. One is run by Steve Womack in that 76 March.
More the British invasion right there.
Absolutely.
But at least American power.
Yes. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Built in Britain. Built in Cosworth.
Yeah, Cosworth in Britain. Yes, lest we forget.
Oh, I love our racing history. It is, I mean, you want to talk about...
It's multifaceted.
Well, and I always say, like, they're a group of people that is willing to give each other scruff, but use each other's technology and ideas all the time. And I say it commonly, and I say it with love, and it's because we're problem solvers.
Yep.
That when the world starts to go up in chaos, racers are going to be the ones that come together.
As it was so in the pandemic.
Yeah, and they're going to be the ones that come exactly, you know, and find solutions and try to help each other, because the racing community is, if you're just casually catching this somehow, come join the racing community, because it is one of the most close-knit and most fantastic communities you ever care to want to be a part of.
And as you say, that problem solving, throw a pandemic at us and tell us we can't go racing, and the first thing that Steve Phelps says is, right, I'll hold 3 races in a week for NASCAR, then I'll go to the next track and do it again. Indy said that's a good idea, and he said I won't have any fans, and that was a good idea, and we'll make it an isolated paddock, Formula One caught on, made it a bubble, and here we are, 2 years later.
Yeah, we're the one sport, and I said it before, our sport is a sport that really can't stop. It needs to keep going, because it is helping the world public. It is helping everybody, you know, be better as far as having some technology, increase in technology, things safer, more reliable, and all those things.
No doubt about it. So that concludes our Group 6 first run, and Niki Lauda doing a good job.
Some more Formula One, I think, coming up.
Yes, we've got modern Formula One coming up next. Looking forward to that. So yes, plenty more action from today. It says on my schedule here, afternoon tea at the driver's lounge. How British is that? Very nice.
Well, if we had a Formula One car out here that wanted one more lap, it was the shadow.
Yeah, and later we'll have Group 5 with the 62 to 72 prototypes, both FIA prototypes and SCCA sports car racing prototypes. So looking forward to that. And as you can see, those Formula One cars now drifting into the paddock and back to their garages. And if you want, and you are here at the event, please go down there. I know that Mika and Pato and Zach Brown were signing autographs at the far end of the paddock, to the right-hand side of this view you're looking at now. That's where the Formula One cars are parked, right at the entry of pit lane and the final corner. So head down to the far end of the paddock if you haven't already to get a glimpse of those. And if you haven't seen these cars, these are Metallica inspired cars. The lead singer of Metallica, I believe. And I think Terry Cargus is also involved in this. But these are what I would call Art Deco cars.
Yeah, no, these James Hetfield cars are really, they're works of art, and you know, almost one of those things that you would be afraid to put on the road. It's like it's the conversation piece you keep in your garage. I know that's not what James is intending with these. I know they want, you know, anyone that's building a motor vehicle wants it to be out and enjoyed and out and driven and out there on the road, and that's its intention. But wow, and that's just again one facet of the art here. I saw live art being painted out there. There's 2 huge canvases along one of these tents of line of tents, that big canvases that they've done some live art.
Let's head down to Kerry. She's in Velocity pit lane and she's got the latest. Down to you, Kerry.
I am indeed in Velocity pit lane, a very quiet pit lane at the moment, but we are awaiting Zach Brown. I believe he's going to be coming out in another McLaren, but this just gives you an idea of what the boys were talking about. So Mika Häkkinen was over there with Pato Award. They were just signing some autographs. People were leaning forward, putting their shirts in to get signatures, so it is a real fan situation over there. Now we've got about 2 hours left of racing, so to give you an idea of what's still to come, local local times, remember, 3:55. We've still got the Group 5 races. So that's the 1962 to 1972 prototypes. Sports racing cars. We'll have more from the McLaren F1s as well. Group 9, which is the historic Trans Am cars. I know that's very popular here in America. And then, of course, Group 7, the IMSA cars, 1966 to 1977. That's going to be our last cars on track at about 4:55, and then it will be engines off for the night. But tomorrow is a whole new day of racing and more spectacular cars to see. Well, actually, I'm going to turn you all the way around, so if you want to have a look at where Velocity Lane is, I just walked completely out of our cameraman shot. I'm going to turn you all the way around this way, and you can have a look. This is where we are. We hear the guys talking about Corkscrew. That's where Corkscrew is, and of course there's fans up on there all day watching these cars go past. Now, there were some momentous moments for today, one of which was just the Formula One cars that went through. The noise was just absolutely incredible, and of course so many big names, famous names, but also so many names that are important to American motor racing as well. Okay, well, there is not just me down in Velocity Lane. Kevin Harris is running back and forth, so I'm going to hand over to him and see what he's up to. Kevin Harris is running back and forth, so I'm going to hand over to him and see what he's up to.
Lovely, thanks, Kiri. I'm indeed here, stood by some incredible looking cars, standout cars, the man that looks after them and the museum that looks after them. Terry Kargas. Terry, the Peterson Museum is the current custodian of these fantastic vehicles. Tell us a little bit about them.
Well, I think as much fun as these cars are, the story on how we got them is just as much fun. James called and said he was thinking of breaking up the collection because he wanted people to see them. So he was going to maybe give us one. And we suggested, no, give us the whole collection. And we'll show them here at the Peterson, and then we'll put them on tour around the country. So after the Peterson, they're going to two other museums already for year-long stays.
That's incredible. And Richard Varner, MotoAmerica, chatted to you earlier about bikes. You love bikes, but I'm guessing you love these cars as well. And James, by the way, it's James Hetfield from Metallica. You love these, Rich?
Absolutely. Terry and the team have done a wonderful job at the Peterson Museum. It's all about telling stories, and no one tells a story better than the people at the Peterson. This shows passion. It shows the story. It's why we're here this weekend. There's stories behind every one of these cars, the people, the engineering, and the history. And that's what they do at the Peterson Museum. I tell you, and they do an exceptional job of it.
And it's in LA that you've got your museum, and just chatting to one of you guys there, 350 cars, something in that region that you got on display?
Well, there's 150 upstairs on 3 different floors. There's another 250 down in the vault down below, which is a separate ticket, but it's a guided tour. So it's movie cars, movie stars cars, it's everything you can imagine. Ferraris, you name it, it's down there. Maybe the one of the most famous that people would recognize is the Steve McQueen Jag XKSS. And the special thing about that is that Tony Nancy, the famed drag racer and leather guy, did the interior of that car, and Von Dutch did the dashboard. So, yeah, 3 famous, yeah.
It sounds like an incredible collection. Just coming back to the cars that we're looking at then, James Hetfield from Metallica, he basically designed these. He just kind of put pen to paper and said, this is what I would like to do.
He worked with a builder on several of them, a guy named Rick Dorr. Mm-hmm. But these were James' inspirations. This is what I'd like to do. I see this car, and I'd like to see it shaped or reshaped this way. And it was a passion play for him. Yeah. Something that he did over a long period of time, and now he's moving on to other things.
Yeah. And very graciously, like you said, he's just giving these to the Peterson Museum, and the idea is that you just take them out and let people see them.
Yeah, we've had a year-long run, actually almost a year and a half because of COVID, of the exhibit with all 10 cars, and they went to the historics, they're here. We had just did a show with 5 of them over in Las Vegas. So as we promised James we would do, we're going to make sure people see them.
And interesting as well, when we look at the one at the far end, I mean, Richard, firstly, do you have a favourite?
I don't have a favourite. I tell you what, they're all just wonderful cars, and they're very representative of different eras. A lot of French influence, a lot of Art Deco influence in these cars. But by the way, there's another friend of the museum here, Jay Ward. Oh, Jay, come over here.
Come on in, Jay.
Jay is
Come on in.
marketing at Pixar for the cars.
Jay,
So
spin on around. Come around
Jay's
here.
a big friend of the museum. He's been very instrumental in the things we've been doing at the museum.
Yeah.
And so it's good to see you, by the way.
Look at this. We're just bumping into all kind of people down here.
This is one of the guys. This guy's in charge of the cars, the Pixar Cars franchise. So he is a true car guy.
A true car guy.
Jay helped us get a life-size Lightning McQueen, and the first thing you see when you come into the museum is a Lightning McQueen. And the great part is that little kids walk in, their eyes light up, and they run over and hug Lightning.
Yeah.
So we've got this guy.
James, that's incredible. You're making a lot of kids very happy with that car.
Yeah, you know, Lightning McQueen has been this great character of the movie. Cars is 15 years old, which is hard to believe. So we now have multi-generations of kids who love the movie, and obviously working at Pixar, my goal is to try to get Cars, the movie, out there in the real car world as much as possible. That authenticity is important to us.
I can't believe that is 15 years old. And when you think about how many movies Pixar have done between now and then, I couldn't care to guess.
I know, and every film has done remarkably well. And when you look at Hollywood, there's not that many studios that will have an up and a down, and Pixar has had consistent hits. And I think we focus so hard on storytelling, and we focus so hard on quality, that's why we've had the success we've had. There's no other way. And Steve Jobs knew what he was doing. So
yeah, he really did. For me, in the Pixar movies, it's the nuances. It's the humanization of cars and animals and just the little nuances that you get it just right.
Yeah, and also the accuracy, though, and that goes to Jay. When you're talking about a car that is doing something, it's all in line with what really it's supposed to be doing. Everything is
total credibility.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why the car community, the racing community, embraced the whole concept.
Yeah.
And just give us a word about this event. As Richard said, you're a car guy, and you're at a fantastic car event.
It's hard to believe, you know, and you know, in the UK, you've got Festival of Speed, and you've got Revival, and you've got all these things. We don't have that many things here that are that experiential in the US. We have races, we have Pebble Beach, but this is great because it's bringing a level of quality, a level of culture, right? It's got culture to it. You don't always get that. There's AstroTurf down at the track. Think about that, right? It's elevating it all up. And you've got world-class cars. I mean, 3 GTOs in one location. I don't know the last time I saw 3 together. It doesn't happen too often. It's 3 unicorns hanging out.
Absolutely.
And then Richard brought MotoAmerica up here and ran the bikes.
Yeah. And what was the reaction to the baggers going out there, Richard?
So far, it's been really great. I think it's a new form of racing to a lot of people here. They haven't been around the bikes, and I think it's very exhilarating. And I got to tell you, there's no more exciting type of racing than motorcycle racing. It transcends all the others as far as I'm concerned. So it's all great.
It is indeed all great. I have to say a highlight of mine earlier, I just spoke to Mika Hakkinen. Did you hear his Formula One car go around the track?
I saw it go around the track in anger, which was lovely to see. And Mika's such a great guy. McLaren is just they're doing great this year. It's good to see. Going back to Richard and MotoAmerica, one of their goals that I think is so important is when I was a kid, there was American MotoGP riders. There was guys like Kenny Roberts and Kaczynski and all these guys that were amazing, and Schobert, and there are just not that many Americans, you know, in MotoGP. It's so important that we have a feeder system, and that's what MotoAmerica is providing, is young American kids getting back into MotoGP, and that's, to me, that's everything. So I really appreciate it.
Talk about highlight of the weekend, and was it Friday night or Thursday night? There was a dinner, and I'm looking across the room. Richard's seated with Zach Brown, Mika Hakkinen, Pato O'Ward, Charlie Neerberg, and I don't know who else got to the table.
We talked about books and literature.
What kind of candles?
About candles that they have at our house.
Soft furnishings.
Oh, you know, and you know, music. That's all we talked about. It was wonderful.
And what about Zach Brown as well? He's here as the CEO of McLaren. You're wearing one of his baseball caps. He's actually quite the driver.
Well, I walked in with a Williams, martini livery hat, and they said wrong hat. I put this on, but it's also
he's been driving a martini liveried sports car.
Yeah, exactly, and he loves Williams cars. But you got to admit what he's done for McLaren the last few years has been amazing in both Indy and F1. They got great drivers. They're just doing great. So
and he's been over in the UK last week at the COP26 summit, launching his Extreme E livery on those electric machines that are going to be racing all over the country, all over the world. Incredible.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Listen, guys, we're going to wrap this up. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
It has been an absolute blast. What a touch. Dragging you in, and Richard. There you go. Yeah, for sure. Right, well, listen, we're going to hand back to Johnny and Adam, who are in the booth. Folks, how about that? That is a home run right there with 3 great gentlemen.
Great work.
Great work. Thank you, Yap. Excellent work, Kev. And that's my favourite. You don't have to ask me twice. I love the way the wheels are covered. I love the whole concept. I love the fact that it's Art Deco. It screams some of the posters on my wall of fast cars and the Art Deco feel to it. Now for something completely different. We're still in silver, but this is the real deal.
Yeah, we got I believe, a 3-seater McLaren out here. It looked like there was 3 heads in it. That's in the modern livery. Now this one right here that we're showing go through turn 12. I don't know if that's Pat Ward that got in that out there, but
whoa, he got a wiggle on coming out of 12 there. I saw that from not from the drone. No, I think that's a 2-seater.
No, I don't think that's not the 2-seater. The 2-seater's coming.
Oh, no, sorry, that's the 2. Yeah, the 2-seater's coming. I saw him come out in the pit lane.
Yeah,
not sure who's at the wheel of that.
And I think it's a 3-seater. I thought I saw 3 heads bobbing in there.
All right, well, we'll soon find out.
We will soon find out. There it comes. Nope, just 2-seater.
Just 2-seater, and I think Mika Häkkinen is certainly the helmet was Mika's, and it wouldn't be surprising if it was.
If this is Pat O'Ward, man, they're getting all of it. They dropped a wheel there in turn 4.
Well, whoever he is, he's good. He's not holding back. But I do know that Pato was due to drive one of the cars anyway, and we've got 2 fantastic cars out there. One. We mentioned already was a 98 winner of the Australian Grand Prix for McLaren in the hands of Mika Häkkinen in 1998. And also we've got the MP426 as well, propelled Lewis Hamilton to wins in China, Germany, Abu Dhabi, while Jenson Button took honours at Canada, Hungary and Japan. So we've got the MP426 and the MP427. So you can also see in these 2 cars the evolution from one year to the next.
Getting a wiggle under power every time coming out of turn 12 down the straightaway here.
Now the MP498T is the 2-seater. So we go back to that's the MP426 that we're looking at now, 2011. 2.4 Mercedes 90-degree V8 revving at 18,000 RPM. I bet you'd like that in your Trans Am, wouldn't you?
Yeah, nice. Sounds nice. I think they idle like at 9,000.
And this, of course, is the early days of KERS.
Yeah.
So here's the 2-seater. Now, this was known as the MP498T. T standing for tandem. Or 2-seater, I suppose. The car was conceived as a method of providing sponsor guests with never-before-experienced authentic F1 sensations. You shoehorned into the rear seat while the driver is in a position to. They reckon it's in about 5 seconds off the real deal because of the alterations.
Yeah, the weight. Yeah,
but that is pretty mighty.
Impressive. Yeah, no, my Uncle Mario drives the IndyCar 2-seater, and they do 200. He does 200-mile-an-hour rides at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So
how does his neck deal with that?
He's in very good shape. Yeah, he's very healthy, and actually he's become the standard. 165 miles an hour on the front straightaway in that Formula 1 car. He's become the FIA standard, for anyone over 65 as far as physicality and driving a car. So I think the rest of us are screwed if we want to drive over 65 because we'll never be as healthy as him.
No, it's annoying, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I actually got an experience in a Minardi 2-seater with Damon Hill, so I've had my thrill with a world Formula 1 champion. And at Donington Park in the wet. And while I enjoyed the heck out of it and was, slapping Damon on the back and all the rest of it, he looked white as a sheet. And I said, "What? What's up?" And I know Damon pretty well. I said, "What's up, Damon?" And he said, "Well, you know how it was wet?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Well, you know how you've got to get tyres up to temperature in Formula 1?" I said, "Uh-huh." He said, "I was scaring the heck out of myself because I didn't think we were going to get up to temperature." And he said, "And I also thought if we go off, you're going to break your leg because your legs are on the outside of the car. That's how they designed it."
Right.
So he said, "I was a little worried." And I said, "I'm glad you didn't tell me that." But it's a wonderful experience and a thrilling experience. But you'll understand when I say this. I had no idea how violent being in a Formula 1 car.
Yeah, it's an abrupt hit, right? The power, you get a massive amount of acceleration from the power that they have, and then obviously their stopping performance is second to none. And I mean, you can see the braking. Well, it was a little deep, but I'm curious to know if this is Zach that's actually in this car right here. I think it might be Zach inside, the McLaren again.
That'd be interesting. Well, some interesting people have done that two-seater, and it was made famous, of course, when Martin Brundle took Murray Walker out, the famous BBC commentator, and former McLaren Martin Brundle at the wheel, and of course they were the commentary team at the time, and so that was a real thrill to see. But the King of Spain, Juan Carlos, has also done it, Michael Douglas, and Niki Lauda and Mika Hakkinen have been drivers that Mika's out there today. So, it's a special car.
Yeah, I think that's Zach, actually, behind the wheel there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, it's just not as tidy as you would expect Paddock to be, from what I'm watching on the driver's side of things. I would be really shocked if who got out of that car was Paddock.
Yeah, I love the story about Mika's crew being the people actually putting the car together for him, so he was reunited with his old crew.
That's even better. I mean, that's it's my dad and my Uncle Mario have always said it. Those are your biggest fans, are the ones that are spinning the wrenches on the cars, and they're putting in their heart, their blood, sweat, and tears, and their heart and soul into it. And really, at the end of the day, you want to be able to go home and brag about your job. And so, the success that you can bring, and when you have a driver, of Mika Hakkinen caliber, you put forth that extra amount of effort so that you go win races, so you can go home and brag to your neighbors that, you know what I do for a living, right? Because otherwise, if you're not finishing up front and you're not doing well, you're not bragging about what you're doing all that much.
No, true. I'll tell you what, one thing it does remind me of is how much I want to get that sound back in Formula One.
Yes, right. Big memories of that beautiful, beautiful sound. And you can hear that blown diffuser, too, I think, on this.
Well, like I said, you forget that these were the heydays of when McLaren were at the very top of their game.
Well, just look out there, Jonathan. Just look at the people.
Yeah.
They came from everywhere just to get a glimpse.
I know.
This is the first time all day that the noise has brought out.
Yeah, it's literally full of people.
Absolutely everybody. So, and that's what it takes. It takes literally the noise, the sound. It's like we said earlier, when they gave the command to start engines, what do they do when it's electrified? There is no command to start engines. And, I said it all along that when we're warming up our Trans Am cars and getting ready to go out, there be a practice, qualifying, or race, there's a crowd of 20, 30 people that comes around each Trans Am car as it's warming up. What do you do in the electrified deal? Do you run a light show off of the car, or that's something that I don't understand. That's where I'm having a trouble grasping the fan experience on the electrification of racing, the full electrification of it. I think there's an opportunity for it, and I think Formula E's done a nice job, and there's some opportunity, but I don't think it is the be-all, end-all.
Yeah, no question. I think there's a lot to be thought of. I think that's the one thing they missed out on the electric side, and I've been to a few Formula E races, is that they haven't really thought of the entertainment factor. Technology-wise, it's brilliant.
Yeah. No, it's a shame. Bring this to an end with the McLaren Formula One cars and checkers out.
But by the way, 147 miles an hour across the strip, and that isn't a Formula One driver driving it.
No, then 165 was earlier.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's I think he backed off the throttle because the checker was out. But yeah, 165 was the best I saw out of them. So yeah, definitely getting it done out here in that car.
So a wonderful display, and it's delightful to have McLaren on site, and not just celebrating their Formula One cars, but also Can-Am. We've got a Bruce McLaren Can-Am car out there on display anyway, and obviously a massive history. We've even got a Paddock Award IndyCar on display. Paddock didn't even know it was there.
No.
So you got your IndyCars here, is it? Yeah, he was telling me that I was asking him about the aero screen because it is so different than the Halo. And I said, I was telling Kev that one of the problems with that in its early days was the heat it generated. And a lot of the drivers are wearing cool suits now just simply because it is so hot. Paddock hasn't done that weight-wise, etc., etc. It's an extra load. But he said it can be, especially on a street circuit like Long Beach. Very tough indeed to drive those cars. So that was Pato. We'll hear more from him, and they'll get him in here when we can. So we look high above Laguna Seca. It's a beautiful day here in November. I don't think there's many places I'd like to be, actually, than California in November. It's a little chilly at night, but that's just fine. And it was a little foggy, but it always is in Monterey on the coast. Let's head down to Kiri. She's got somebody. Who have you got there, Kiri?
All right, so we are down in Velocity Lane once again. You're looking at car number 10. Now, this is a US Road Racing Championship winning car. Now, it is Mac McGarry that's driving this car. Now, Mac, I know you purchased this car in 2014. Why did you fall in love with it?
This is a Heifer Genie.
Okay, or...
The question.
Yeah, I figured. I know you said it was difficult to hear us already. Don't you worry at all. How much are you looking forward to taking this car out in Laguna?
Oh, I love this track. I've been racing here since the 80s. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I bet you are. Now, why did you fall in love with this car in particular?
Oh, I don't know. Actually, it was for sale, and somebody put a sign on the door of the bathroom 10 years ago here.
Sounds perfect. Now, as the engine's roar, I'll leave you to it, because I know you were struggling to hear us. Come with me over this way. This is Hindra de Silva. Now, this is the 196 car. Now, this is also a US Road Racing Championship car. Now, Hindra, if you can hear me, can you tell us a little bit about how you came to get this car?
Well, I was looking for something from that era, and this is by far the best of the sports races. It's BMW powered with British design, so it's absolutely fabulous to drive.
All right, now it's a fantastic class to be part of. Are you looking forward to going out on track?
Absolutely. I got my son in front of me, the blue car. I'm going to try and catch him.
Yeah, fantastic. Enjoy it out there, Hindra. I'm going to take you up the line so you can see the array of cars here. Now, as we go ahead here, now car number 20, that's Cameron Healy that's going to be taking that car out. And then it is car 34, Timothy De Silva. Now, he, of course, related to Hendrik De Silva. And then I get myself up the front to the Porsche. Now, actually, I would like to bring you all the way up to the front because, of course, this livery is the famous livery that we'll all know about. Now, this is Chris McAllister that's driving the number 5 car. Well, as the whistle blows behind us, it is time for me to step a little bit further away from the car. But you can, of course, hear the engines roar. I'm actually going to step in if we can. Chris, looking forward to going out on track?
Always.
Can you tell us a little bit about this car? How did you come to get yourself in that driver's seat?
Well, I saw a friend race a car like this 30 years ago and was smitten with the sound and the shape and saved my money from a paper route and eventually was able to buy one. Here I am.
Now, it's definitely one of the coolest liveries out there, isn't it?
I like it a lot, thank you. The Ferrari back there is awful good too, so.
Yeah, well, we like it as too. Enjoy it out there, Chris. All right, well, we'll take you down the line a little bit so you can have a look at the cars. I'll walk on this side, actually. You can see the cars and I'll walk on this side so you can just have a look at them and take them in. Of course, you're looking at the Porsche there. We did just mention that to you. Now, it's a 1960s Porsche that you've got your eyes on. And then we saw Timothy looking very relaxed in his sports racer car. All right, we'll head down the line a bit more so you can just take a glimpse at all of these cars in all of the glory as their engines roar. We just spoke to Hendrik, very excited to get himself out onto the track. All right, well, as we head down the line, this is the Chevron Sports Racer in that gorgeous blue that you can see. And I am trying to get you down the bottom here so you can have a look at the Ferrari, but I'm not sure I'll make it all the way down there, so I'm going to hand back up to the commentators because I know that they will be able to take you through all of these fantastic cars. Some of the liveries guys are very cool down here, aren't they?
So we're getting thumbs up all the way down the road. My good mate Tony Garcia doing an outstanding job. Bringing the cars nice and close. What a great group. 62 to 72. A great decade for FIA prototypes and SCCA sports car racing. And as you heard, we've got a mix of Chevrons and Porsches and Lotus. We've even got the odd Eagle Gurney out there, but I think that's already had its run, so I don't think that's going to run in this one. Group 5 then, out on track, and a beautiful sound it really is. And definitely this period, a design, an extreme design development, if you will, of different cars. Big engines, big cars, big noise. I love it. So the Ford Ferrari wars of the early mid-60s. Cars as big as 7 litres in some cases. But an absolute joy to get it back out here. And I want to welcome into the booth a good friend of both myself and Adam, and current champion of SGT in Trans Am, Eric Joyner, whose car is here. If you're here at the venue, go and see his car. They haven't even bothered to clean it from last week.
Yeah, we have the car out there in the pavilion. We're serving our Good Boy Bob coffee.
I was about to say, nobody really notices the car. They go straight to the coffee. And it is good.
I think you're right. But I have to tell you guys.
How is Bob?
Bob's good.
Good.
Bob is our family dog.
Yeah.
And
I'm glad you told us that, because it's been a season now that I've been wondering.
Who is Bob? Yeah, he's our family dog. But I have to say, I'm blown away by this event. What
Good.
Jeff and everyone has done. We were just talking about last night. We stayed and we watched the Mini Coopers go around with the headlights on.
Wasn't that fun?
It was beautiful, and the weather and the way the light in the sky just kind of lit up in a dark blue at twilight. Beautiful event.
Good for you.
You can tell Eric's an artist, and he recognizes the lighting and everything that's going on and the way the camera captured that.
Yep.
Absolutely brilliant.
But he's a frustrated artist because he hasn't been racing. He's a racing driver who hasn't been racing, and there's nothing worse.
Right.
They've held you back till what, 5 o'clock?
They have. Yeah. We our group goes out. We're group 7.
But you're 7 a.m. tomorrow, which is great.
Yeah.
Just kidding. That would ruin the whole weekend.
Yes.
So Eric, tell me a little bit about. I mean, I've never had a chance to talk to you as we get ready. But let's get this race started, because we'll have time to talk when we get going. But I don't know if you're interested in the prototypes, but I know you know your SCCA sports cars.
Yep.
But this is a fantastic decade, 62 to 72.
I've actually raced in this group many a times. I have a 1977 B36 Chevron that won the Targa Florio.
Oh, nice.
And here we go. Is it McAllister out in front?
Yes, it is.
It is. And that Golf Mirage M6.
So Chris McAllister revs off into the lead. A good clean start. Into Andretti they go. Just sorting themselves out. 3 wide into the first corner. Oh, heavy braking by the yellow car there. Not quite sure who that is. It's not close enough yet. Oh, no, it's not yellow. It's a green and white. There we go. Just a 15-minute sprint. But go ahead. You've done this group before, so what do you like? What do you don't? You drove a Chevron. Perfect car for it.
Yes, I own a Chevron B36. It's an amazing car. I always say this group is an amazing group of cars to drive with. The combination of the braking, the horsepower, the lightness of these cars. Chris is in a V8 DFV in this car, so he's kind of brought a gun to a knife fight here of sorts.
I like the way you put that.
But these are fantastic cars. Even Chevron Coupe going by, a B19. These are amazing cars to drive. It's the perfect amount of tire, brake, and horsepower, and the lightweightness of these cars around this track is phenomenal.
Now, what got you in love with racing? When did the racing bug hit Eric Joyner? Because we just met this year. It's been an absolute pleasure getting to know you through the year. You've been an awesome addition to the Trans Am paddock. I just want to know, where the heck have you been? Like, why am I just meeting you this year? Because this has been my whole life.
So, as my mother would say, I was in a crib at Lime Rock when I was 6 weeks old. My father raced at the time, and he raced when you kind of flatbedded your cars out, and he raced with Roger Penske in the day, and they'd go to Sebring and stuff like that. So he put me in a go-kart early on. I raced up through Formula Ford and Super Vs and things like that, and then I decided to go to art school. I became a director. I direct a lot of TV commercials. I own a production company. We direct some documentaries and music videos. A couple of years ago, I just saw Jim Farley in the paddock. I directed a documentary film about Ford going back to Le Mans 2016 to try to win that race. So I've gotten to mix my
What is that
directorial.
called? I need to get that out.
It's called The Return.
Right.
So
I was asking if there was a movie made about it, because I said that I bet there's some great stories.
He earlier, just today.
It's a phenomenal movie. It's on YouTube. It was on Amazon Prime, but I think it's on YouTube now, so you can watch it for free. But it's a great story, and you never know how that kind of thing is going to unfold, but it to that film.
Yeah, right.
Oh, wow.
So then all this, so you got to mix your, you know what, it sounds like you took a break from a passion of motor, that other passion of art, and now this passion is you know, supplying the opportunity for you to continue and to get back in and to good stake too, man. I mean, the racing that we've done together and what we've been around each other, I mean, I've been thoroughly impressed. I mean, you and I have had some door-to-door battles, and I'm in a car that my whole body can be replaced on, I think, one dive plane on your car costs. So, and you're not shy about throwing that nose in there, and it shows a great deal of trust for us too, that we respect you as a racer and what you're out there racing against us in. But yeah, it's just an absolute blast, and I gotta say, man, your skills are top notch, and all this track time you get, you're only getting better, and so makes everyone else more nervous out there, I'm sure.
Well, Eric Joyner's car, the number 10, is parked just outside his championship-winning car from this year, I may add. Wrapped up the championship, well, actually before last weekend, the last round of the series. When did you wrap it up, at VIR?
Yeah, I think it might have been VIR. Yeah, I forget there. And then we went to Coda. We had a heck of a race at Coda.
Yeah, you did.
We at the very end we got a yellow. I think it was 3 laps before the end of that race, and Brabham was subbing in. Was subbing in for Chris Dyson.
Right.
And he and Ernie, who has been fantastic all year, kind of went at it, and myself and the other first and second in our class kind of went at it in the middle of group kind of racing. So it was a green-white checkered situation that made a heck of a race for the last race.
It really did. It really did. It was one of those for the books. And Matty Brabham is a dear friend of mine, and I'll transpire through the weekend as it was developing, and you know, still sending a lot of positive energy and prayers up over there to the Dyson family. And but you know, because for Chris to miss a race, there's something serious. You know, it's a big deal. He is definitely a very committed individual, and you know, little did he know that sealing it up at VIR was going to be that important. Yeah. Because it turned out to be absolutely pivotal for him, because if he wouldn't have been able to show up, then all that hard work that they put into the year. But Matty had a great time. Yes. He really enjoyed himself, and I mean, he did not let Ernie breathe for a second during that race. And Ernie Francis Jr., EFJ as we know him, he's one of the best at not putting a wheel wrong, and he didn't put one wrong, and that was phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, it was a heck of a race. And here we have a nice kind of a little battle developing, or it looks like 4 or 5 races within the race here.
Well, I was about to say, Gunnar Jeanette, representing the Miles Collier Collectors from the Revs Institute from Florida. And I know both of you, I'm sure, well, I know you know Gunnar, but I'm sure you do too.
Yeah, Gunnar and I grew up together, you know, and Kevin, his dad, was a mechanic on one of my brother's race cars, and so known the Jeanette family for a long time. One of the best families in any paddock that you'll want to care to know anywhere. And so they're a very talented group. So Gunnar is one of those drivers I have the utmost amount of respect for. Not only is he quick, but you know, he gets out and he drives. He's trusted with these works of art, and it you know, not too many of us young racers get trusted with that. because we're still racers. So we tend to over-rev stuff, things like that, because we think we got to grab every inch, and that's not the case. And that's why I said Gunnar Jeanette, I think, would be truly one of the absolute premier endurance drivers with the right opportunity in IMSA and endurance championship racing, because he's just so fast and perfect with keeping a car underneath him.
I got to ask you, Eric, as an American watching these races and been in this group, have you raced the Lotus 23? Oh, and as I say that, a very wide turn 12.
Yeah.
That's one way of doing it. But have you raced the Lotus 23? And if not, when you're out there racing against them, what do you see? Because as a Brit, that is such an iconic car.
So I have never owned one, but I did get the chance to drive one. Someone, a good friend of mine, Tony Podell, owned one. Gosh, this is probably in the 90s. And I remember taking around Willow Springs and a couple other tracks. It's a very light, agile car. I believe in these races they're sort of mandated to run with a treaded tire here, but it's a beautiful, I mean, the handling on them, Jonathan, I think you would love that car.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just, that spirit of Chapman, etc., just that, you know, just...
Jonathan's more leaning towards cycle carts, though.
Yeah.
Oh, so
let's start somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, it's my price point.
Okay. Yeah. It's like, I'm more into the cycle carts.
Yeah.
I can't wait to watch him start bending steel and molding steel. That's what's going to be really fun for us to watch.
Yeah.
Because every one of those fingernails you see there is going to be purple.
Yeah. I think we could do a little video series on that.
I feel like that. I'm telling you, man, you got a Netflix special wrapped up into that with this guy right there.
I think you could. A 64 Bobsy Porsche SR3, all orange, Donald Anderson at the wheel. It's a nice little car.
There's some really neat cars here. Like you said earlier, Eric, this is one of the most fun classes to watch. Everything's really low slung, big fender wells to fit the tire in there, and really low. Just really fun. I made a point earlier. I said what we prove with the vintage races is, sure, a lot of the ideas around the engineering of the car is not the best safety minded, but really it was the circuits that were the most dangerous. Because since we've made these circuits so much safer, vintage racing is quite safe. It is really, that's what I think makes it that capable for us to go out there and rip around with these cars like they do. Because when I watch you all go out run, the red mist comes in no different than when there's prize money at the end of the day. So, you know, it's a testament to these circuits and what a great job they've done is making these things safe, giving gravel traps areas to slow down, where when these cars were in their heyday, you had 3 inches of runoff and then you were into a tree.
Oh, and I'm sure you've seen the old pictures of Laguna Seca. On the front straight, there were people just standing along the edge of the track with no guardrail, nothing, just hanging out there taking pictures.
My Uncle Mario I love his stories of Formula One in the 70s. He said they'd have a leg, a foot on the wall at the apex, and an elbow on the knee while they're sipping their wine. And they're watching, gang, 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 gang.
Yeah.
And he said, 160 mile an hour apex, and they're just all right there. He goes, they could reach out and hit you.
Yeah. So, yeah, these tracks are, and obviously this is an FIA track. IndyCar comes here. MotoGP comes here. You know, it's a pretty safe track now.
It really is. It really is. I mean, it's come a long way. That all circuits, I think, have. Even some of those that haven't gone to the lengths have certainly made the changes. Like, for example, Watkins Glen wasn't going to get rid of their famous Blue Arco. So they built the bus stop chicane, and just did a little bit of a redesign instead of sending us into the carousel at 200 miles an hour. Give us some room and give us some place to figure out.
Yeah.
If we have hung throttles or we have brake issues, we have a place to go now.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just a different thought strain. But I always felt like we boogeyman the race cars, and the race cars weren't necessarily maybe the boogeyman. Like we said, not a great idea to put the feet in front of the axle on a 917, but not the best idea to have the tree at the apex either.
Oh yeah, it's funny. Sometimes I look at the thickness of the roll hoop on some of these cars.
Yeah, right.
Oh boy.
Well, I can show you my dad's sprint car, and so a lot of times the head is above the roll hoop.
Oh, yeah.
And then he would always laugh. He'd go, "You know what we're holding that in with? A 1/4 inch bolt."
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, yeah. So it's a suggestion.
Yeah.
It's not like. He goes, "Yeah, well, that's all weight." Because I said to him once, I go, "Why didn't you run a roll cage?" He goes, "Oh, no, you couldn't run them. They were illegal." Well, I wasn't alive in the era. I wouldn't have known. So we're watching some old Dick Wallen videos, which are some old sprint car videos, and I see cages. And I said, Dad, you told me they were illegal. He goes, well, they just weren't fast.
Yeah. Okay.
They were too heavy.
All right. So this is the unreadiness coming in.
Yeah. So unless they were mandating it, the fast guys wouldn't run them, right? They just wouldn't run them. And in that era, he would often say, he goes, you could tell who was taking more risks that night, and it was because we were feeding our families. So he said it was all in the setup of the car. He goes, right side weight was fast on the dirt, but he goes, it was deadly. He said, so you could walk through the pits and you could tell the ones that really needed the money and ones that you might lose that night. He goes, because it was common, you know. They raced on Sunday, went to a funeral, the old saying back then.
Okay, so let's turn this conversation back.
But the car was the boogeyman, and I don't think that was the case. The racetracks have gotten so much better back to that point. But yeah, these cars, this was, and that's what got me to the point, was this was an era of car that really got big boogeyman. And I really don't think that's the case. As you said, they're such a fun car to drive. They got a great ratio of brakes to power to weight and grip and all that. So, and WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, this is the handling track of all handling tracks.
Oh yeah, and I'm watching right now. I know a lot of these drivers. These guys aren't just parading around.
No, not at all.
You can tell.
Especially from the beautiful aerial shot, these cars are sideways.
Yeah, these are the win. This is for the lead right there. That's Gunnar Jeanette and Chris McAllister going back and forth for the lead right here. And this is with just 2 minutes to go in this session, or in this race.
Yeah, they just crossed the strip at 120 miles an hour, like you say, not holding back in any way, shape, or form.
Gunnar seems to get around the back half better from the corkscrew down through turn 12. It seems to be Gunnar's racetrack.
Yeah. Well, I think Chris might be carrying a little more weight with that DFE. Sure. And more horsepower.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it seems like full the horsepower area.
That DFE, that's the same engine that are in the vintage Formula One cars that are here this weekend.
Yeah, that's an incredible engine. That was my dad did some development work for that engine in sprint cars and for the Indy cars, the four cam version of that, that they ran back in those days. But at 900 horsepower back in 1969, the one that he had. Wow. At 9,000 RPM.
Yeah. The corkscrew. Just a minute to go and getting into traffic now, and that's always the case in a group like this. You're going to deal with that at some point. It's how you deal with it, right?
I think Gunnar got a little bit too big in Chris's mirror for his liking, because he dropped the hammer coming down through the rest of this lap and spread that gap, to keep the threat away. On turn 12 here, Jonathan, bring him home.
Yep, I think we're going to get one more lap out of it.
Oh yeah, we do. We got a white flag here.
Boy, and Chris McAllister is the nicest, most gentle person you know, but when he puts that helmet on, look out.
Sounds like someone I know in this booth, Eric. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you just described yourself.
I've seen I've seen you with the red mist, and it's pretty special, But yeah, no, I've seen Chris. We've seen Chris run quite a few of these. He does. Think about 2 or 3 different classes, doesn't he?
Well, he was in one of the 917s.
That's right. That's right.
Yep. The 21 car, I believe. He has an amazing collection of vehicles, and he is a heck of a driver.
Him and Bruce Canepa seem to be like a couple of big mainstays.
Oh yeah, he and Bruce, they've been around forever. They know these cars.
Now, where has Gunnar gone? He's just suddenly disappeared off our radar.
He certainly has. He certainly has.
That's a shame. What a real shame. I don't think he's had an accident. I think he's had some sort of mechanical because, we'll see.
Like I said, he's such a mechanically sensitive driver that he'd be so in tune to something going wrong that he would shut it down before anything became detrimental.
So this is all easy sailing now in the Gulf Mirage M6. Chris McAllister on his way. From Indianapolis on the final lap here in our Group 5, the first running of Group 5 this weekend. We've got Eric Joyner here joining us in the booth. Adam Andretti and myself bringing you around the coverage from Velocity Invitational. Wonderful day, and Eric, as you said, it's nice to hear the thoughts of somebody who's done this so many times, to hear the compliments you're giving the organisers.
Oh my gosh, Jeff and his whole team have done an incredible job. Adam and I were talking about the way they decided to stage the cars to go on the track. It's just brilliant. I've been coming here since a kid in a Formula 4 when we used to, when the configuration was different.
Right.
I've never seen the cars staged like that before. Typically, we all back in by the garages here, and the fans don't get to go around and enjoy the cars as they're staging up. And it just everything that they've managed to touch, all of the beautiful detail for me as a filmmaker and an artist.
Right.
The driver's lounge, the sip and savor for anyone that has not been there, go by there tonight.
There you go.
The way he's raised the driver lounge up to a level where you can actually see the front straightaway.
Right.
Yeah. The way they're staging the cars, the way you and I were just talking about this, Adam, the way they've asked all the rigs to be parked back behind the scenes a little bit, and you get to go down a whole row of 911s and look at those, and you walk by 3 GTO Ferraris, and then there's a short wheelbase next to that, but it's just so beautifully done.
Yeah, I agree, and not to mention, too, is one of the gripes you would usually have from the teams and why they wouldn't want to line up like that is because the people can get to the cars, and it can be dangerous because of hot parts and things like that. But they've got that spot. They've got these picket fence areas with hay bales so that you can sit, kids can stand on and get a good look. I mean, like you said, and hats go off to the whole group here at Velocity Invitational, because they've certainly raised the bar moving forward for events like such.
Yeah, and I think all of us that are at this event are going to look back someday and go, gosh, we were at the first one there, and see these pictures of this beautiful weather.
Yeah, great words, Eric, and I couldn't agree more. And it's coming from you. I think that's high praise, because you not only racing in the event, but you've been to a fair few of these. So high praise, and we'll see you in action in a while. So go and get your suit on. My thanks to Eric Joyner. He'll be coming up at about 5 o'clock in Group 7, the IMSA GT FIA Group 4. Let's head down to the pits, where Kiri's got some more news for us. What's going on?
The Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR, now famously driven by Fangio and Sterling Moss. Today it's going to be driven by Derek Hill. Derek, how on earth did you come by such a fantastic car?
I get lucky sometimes, and I know Bruce McCaw, who has his car on loan from the Mercedes-Benz Museum and Collection, and it's a sort of dream come true to drive a car like this. I mean, this is one of those iconic cars that everyone who knows their cars knows what a special history these have, and just it was one of the best things to ever come out of the Mercedes factory. So with the heritage lineage behind it all, I just feel very lucky, very honored to drive it.
You are very lucky. Now, there are certain names in the world of motorsport that just resonate every time. Sterling Moss and Fangio are some of those. To sit in that seat knowing full well that they also sat there is very, very special.
Absolutely. Well, growing up with a world champion father, I also know that these were just, regular people, but they did some extraordinary things. And like the likes of Fangio, Sterling Moss, it just didn't get any better in that era. And what an honor, really. It's I can't wait to hear it and let everyone who's here hear it, and just go have some fun.
Yeah, exactly. You're sharing your fabulous experience now with everybody. Now, this is a very precious car. You're taking it out on a very difficult circuit. So a little bit of nerves?
There's always a healthy amount of nerves, just to kind of get your mind in the right place, because you really have to take care of a car like this. And, they're not modern day cars that take care of so many things for you. The gearboxes and the engine and everything, you just really have to nurse them and take care of them. Especially, I've never driven it before, so I'll really be kind of feeling it out there.
That's a little one to drop in. I've never driven it before. Understanding this car is going to be very difficult, considering you've never driven it before. When you sit in something like this, what's the process to be getting used to such an old car?
Well, I mean, essentially all cars are fundamentally the same thing, with the brake pedals and the clutch and the throttle and the gearbox, but really what you need to know is where the shift pattern is, because you don't want to be fumbling around finding the right gear and miss get the wrong gear on a downshift or something like that. So just really taking care of the shifts, not over revving it. The tachometer is that huge dial sitting right in front of you, so You know where the red line is, and I know with the sound of it, I'll just want to keep winding it up higher, but I'll have to limit it to 7,000 revs.
All right, amazing. Enjoy it out there. Thank you so much, Derek. Now I'm going to walk you up this way just so you can see. Now this is Andre Keller. I know that you didn't exactly want to speak to us, but can you just tell us a little bit about the car behind us?
Of course. The car raced in 1953 in the Carrera Panamericana. It was sort of a show of Mexico's ability to produce a road that would, bisect the entire, planet, or sorry, the entire country from there down south. And it just, it wrecked halfway through the race, but it's finally been restored. And it's back here for its first time out on a racetrack in years.
Okay, well, you're taking it out on that racetrack. How did you come by finding yourself in the driver's seat?
It's my grandfather's car. We've been working on these cars since I was a little kid, and we did this sort of practice events and all that stuff, and finally it came up to, it's starting to drive.
What does it mean to you to get yourself in this seat and out on such a legendary circuit?
It's very intimidating. Absolutely. It's the first time I've been in sort of not a really competitive, but vintage racing is my first time doing specifically vintage racing, and it's completely different to Spec Miata or anything like that.
Well, I know that Grandfather's probably told you to be very, very careful with it, so enjoy it out there. We'll just let you take in how fabulous this car is, and it is absolutely gorgeous. All right, well, this is the historic vehicle laps that will take place in just a moment. Now, I believe Kevin Harris is roaming somewhere, so I'm going to see if we can find him. Kevin, where are you? Roaming somewhere, so I'm going to see if we can find him. Kevin, where are you?
Hiya, Kiri. Thanks so much. I'm over here just in front of the Sip and Savor Pavilion as the sun comes down, and the sun is coming down on a unique car. There is only one of a kind, perhaps in the world of these, and the man that has designed it from the ground up, I'm just chatting to Kevin Zinger. Kevin, just give us the headlines on this car that is behind me, because I'm right in saying it's unique. It's out of this world, quite literally.
Well, thanks, Kevin. Yes, this is really the world's first fully digitally designed, generatively designed, printed and automatically assembled vehicle, and the power that these digital tools gives us enables us to make it super light and super powerful. And so as a two-seater car, we're able to create a car that weighs 1,250 kilograms, about 2,750 pounds, and as an all-wheel drive strong hybrid vehicle with a V8 plus 2 electric motors, it puts out about 1,350 horsepower. And recently, it's been setting production track records here and at COTA in Austin.
I'll just say that again, 1,350 horsepower from a car that's incredibly lightweight, and a car that has been, in kind of layman's terms, 3D printed. You're going to tell me I'm wrong there, because it goes way beyond that, but this has been a closed-loop production cycle.
Yes, so really the major innovation is computing power that allows you in 3 dimensions to take a purpose-built material, perfectly optimize it for your requirements, integrate into the structure braking systems, EV motors, battery cells, so that it's super light, super high performance, and gives you a perfectly performance-optimized structure and vehicle.
It really is an incredible thing. If you're coming down here, well, tomorrow now, because we're quite late in the day today, but if you're coming down tomorrow, come and speak to Kevin, come and speak to anyone from Zia, come and see it, because you will have never seen anything like this in your life, I'll tell you. And breaking records as well at COTA. Tell us about that. Just, what was it, a week or two ago?
It was about 3 weeks ago, right before the Austin Formula One event. We brought the car there. We had a couple of hours. It was 100 plus degrees, and Joel Miller, who's our driver, who's a professional driver, he also is a factory driver for Ferrari. He drove the vehicle, and we ran about 6.5 seconds faster than the McLaren record on that track.
Let's just think
street tires, obviously, and fully homologated street vehicle.
It's just absolutely incredible. And the downforce that you were telling about this, you were just stood on the carbon fiber at the front. And I said, oh, there's a man who trusts his carbon fiber. And you said, me standing on that is nothing.
Sure. So this vehicle has around 3.7 to 1 lift to drag ratio, and say on a straightaway like Coda, long straightaway, where the car reaches about 190 miles an hour, the downforce is almost 2,000 kilograms of downforce, so over 4,000 pounds of downforce on the car. So, you know, the faster you're driving it, the greater downforce you're getting, and you know, as Joel would say, you know, this is a car with unbelievable soul. When you feel the steering, feel the vehicle, the way the vehicle handles, especially as the speed increases.
It's just incredible, honestly. You must really come and see it. And, you know, what was the kind of reaction when that track record got broken? People must have been turning heads.
They dug it. I mean, and obviously the team was very proud and very excited, and I'm super lucky to have my son Lucas as an inventor and engineer as part of the team, and we were just super proud, super excited. It was one of those peak moments in life.
Peak moment in life. You're pushing the boundaries. We're here at a historic sports car event, but this is a car of the next generation or even the generation beyond that. You've pushed the boundaries way beyond with this vehicle.
And it's just a start. I mean, we're going to start delivering 80 of these vehicles in 2023. They're completely American invented, designed, and manufactured, all here in California in LA. And these first production track record runs are just the start of many more challenges we're going to take on.
Kevin, I absolutely love it. And just the last question, I don't know whether you can see this on the camera shot, but you kind of like sit one behind the other, and you wanted to design something that was just, if you're just a kid getting excited designing the car, you just wanted to build the ultimate machine.
Well, if you want the ultimate machine for a car that's going to run on the track or on the street, you want to have the driver in the center position, right? Then you want to minimize frontal surface area, so you build it like a jet fighter cockpit. And when you have a wide car, and this is about 20-80 millimeters wide, then you want to be able to have that narrow cockpit not only reduce frontal surface area for aero, but also provide you with the space for aero ground effects and other aerodynamic optimization, which makes this car a very unique production car. I mean, this is form follows function, and the function is to crush other production vehicles on the track.
It really does, and it will crush all other production vehicles on the track. Listen, Kevin, thanks ever so much. Johnny and Adam, how about this? From one very special car of the future to two very special cars from days gone by.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better. We got a close look at that Zinger, and it is phenomenal, isn't it?
A spectacular piece of equipment there, and really a lot to be proud of for Kevin Zinger there. There's, as he mentioned, you know, his son's involved, and the design and engineering, everything is done here in the United States when American pride in manufacturing is at its all-time peak, and so this is really, really good times.
But I just like the idea if something breaks, you just reprint it.
Oh, yeah, no, it's brilliant. No,
so that kind of saves on cost.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely brilliant. But look, and then as Kev Harris was saying, the important cars from the past that we're seeing out here, Jonathan, these are some neat cars from the Mille Miglia era,
sure.
You know, and I only know
and
of
Pan America, of course.
Yeah, and the Pan America, as we see the number 4 here coming through, and the young man that we just that Kerry was just speaking to, and learning so much about that car and the history just within their family with that car.
Yeah, owned by his grandfather, the 340, Ferrari 340, the Vignale Coupe, and on track the historic cars. And yes, we've also got the famous Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR Mille Miglia, and of course a race won by Sterling Moss. This is Hans Hermann's car that you're out watching right now. He was also in the race, but they had a fuel leak which went right over the drivers, and they had to abandon their efforts while leading. And so Mercedes, it was just produced in 1955, and of course the Mille Miglia was at the time the car at the race to be in and to show off, and it was basically a race around Italy. 1,000-mile race, and incredibly they did it in what, just over 10 hours? An average speed of 97 miles an hour.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible. I mean, I know it's got such a poignant part of history that obviously there's You know, the watch is made, the Mille Miglia watch from, I believe that's, who does that? Is that an Omega timepiece or something along those lines? But yeah, there's some really, always some history tied up to that event, and I know I always heard so much about it, and, you know, harp on safety, don't want to harp on it, but that's what kind of eliminated that event, and it didn't allow it to happen anymore.
Well, in 1955, this was the dogs, as it were. It had everything and had also Mercedes hopes behind it. And as you can see, there's the German flag for Hans Hermann and his co-pilot Hermann Egger, and they were faster than Moss, but unfortunately less lucky. The fuel filter cap came loose, spilling fuel all over the drivers, and the drivers had to abandon the pace at the race after holding a promising lead. Although Hermann didn't see the race to the finish, the outcome of the race was world famous, obviously, for what we just mentioned, which is Stirling Moss and Jenks, as he was known, the journalist. I don't know how he had the bravery to sit alongside Stirling Moss, but he did. And he had the best part of the story for me was Fangio was in that race as well in a similar car, but he came second, was some 30 minutes behind, because Jenks did something that hadn't been done in that kind of race. He basically turned it into a rally, bringing pace stones on what was his own form of toilet roll, or paper roll, I should say.
Right, yeah.
And literally, too loud to actually talk to Stirling. They had no radio communication. So he would signal to Stirling where and what to do, and Stirling just did what Stirling did best, and that was allowing him to run at that average speed of 97 miles an hour. So can you imagine running open air like this for 1,000 miles over 10 hours non-stop?
The pictures are spectacular. I mean, it looks like something out of the movies, right? You know, it looks like they've painted goggles on their face. You know, it's nothing but black soot all over their face, and so you can only imagine the elements that they were going through, and you know, it's just incredible stories. I love the history of our sport and what it represents, and these events like this Velocity Invitational just remind us so well of the beautiful history of it and why it is the way it is.
No, it doesn't get any more pretty than that.
No, the way the sun is hitting it right now, and this
it's a great time to run it too. Yeah.
It's almost like that was by design.
And Derek Hill admitting he never actually driven this car before, but he's a handy driver. He may be the son of Phil Hill, the Formula One world champion from the United States, but he knows what he's doing.
Oh, absolutely. You know, he's hustling the car really well. You can see he's got that same Stirling Moss hand movements behind the wheel. To see that little correction there, you know, a lot of people say that it was Stirling Moss that invented the four-wheel drift, and you know, certainly was the first to speak of it.
Look at that. He's working that nicely. Beautifully done. But he's being very careful, as he should. It is a priceless piece of equipment, one of very few in the world. And he's pushing it, though, look.
Definitely hustling.
6 miles an hour through there.
Definitely hustling. Right back to throttle, you can hear it.
It's glorious just to sit here and watch it go through its paces. On its own. It doesn't need anybody else out there. You don't want to see it race, you just want to watch it. Panamera going through. There's the number 10.
This looks like another Ferrari GTO, is it not?
I think so.
I believe so. I believe from the three nozzles in the front there makes it look like to me that that's possibly what that is. Sorry if I'm mistaken on that, but I believe that's what that is.
Well, it's been a day of so many different cars and different iterations, from Ferrari to Lotus to Lola, Formula One, and we'll have more action from Formula One later. We spoke to Eric Joyner. He'll be out in Group 7 fairly soon, and that's 66 to 77, IMSA GT FIA Group 4. We're calling that Group 7. And we've also got the historic Trans Am cars. And we haven't seen those yet. I'm looking forward to that, and I'm expecting you to be front and center and enjoy that with me, because I know you will.
Yeah, you're going to get some noise. Yeah, there's going to be some noise.
That'll wake us up.
You bet.
Beautiful. Absolutely glorious. And the sun is just right now. Up the Rahal Straight. And down with the shadows now dropping over the corkscrew.
nice right there. Really beautiful stuff.
Ah, that's a nice shot from the drone, just popping out of the woods, down through Rainey. Into turn 10, gingerly doing it. It is an exhibition after all. And these cars are completely priceless. Haven't got a clue what they're worth, but it beggars belief, so let's not talk about it.
I'll go ahead and put it this way: these are the only ones that didn't enter into a race.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They're the only ones that have gone out there far away from each other, not even to get a rocket ship. As we get a little bit of a wheel drop there from it.
You say that?
Yeah, no kidding, right?
Well, it's a beautiful evening here in Monterey, and we've got a full day tomorrow of this as well. Looking forward to it.
And there's that Panamericana.
Yeah. He's got a... I was going to say he had a passenger. He does have a passenger.
Love the livery on that car, too. That's just the silver kind of greenhouse of it, and then the red batch, the Ferrari red batch all the way around it.
Coming towards our commentary position now.
But you could drive that probably past 100. Would argue with you that that's a Ferrari.
Oh, it's unmistakable. 340. And past goes the 300. Wonderful demonstration of the history and special history of certain cars. And you've got to give them this reverence. You can't put these cars out in a group of 30 cars because you know you need to give them the reverence they deserve.
Agreed. Yes, without doubt, without a doubt.
It's been a fantastic day, and we've had all sorts out there, from motorbikes to cycle cars to Formula One, historic Formula One. We've had some great IMSA coverage. We've had some great sports car coverage. We've got some Trans Am to come, and we've also got some IMSA to come.
Checking over his
He's
shoulder.
looking over his shoulder to see where everybody is.
And again, highlights to show you, where they feel on the worth of these vehicles. They don't want anyone around.
No, they don't.
They just want to be out there on a lapping day all by themselves. And I see them holding the checkered flag here at the flag stand, so I believe it's going to draw this session to an end. And, I believe we'll get ready again for Group 9 race coming up here.
Yep, there you go. There's a checker. Off into the distance he goes. And the birds are starting to settle down for the evening, but we know that the racing's not done just yet, so they're going to have to wait. But a Hans Hermann car coming in to the pits after what was a good run by Derek Hill.
Yeah, real nicely done. Beautiful, beautiful job out there. Holds a pretty wheel and brought that thing home just very nicely. And just feel so fortunate to be here witnessing vehicles of this magnitude out there. I know I say that often, but like that Mercedes right there, to see that in action going out there, things that you've only seen maybe video of it, or like I know I've once witnessed here a long time ago the great Juan Manuel Fangio behind the wheel, one of his World Championship vehicles. I couldn't tell you which one it was, but that was back in the 90s, and that was just such a special day I'll never forget. Just like these days here, I'll never forget. That was just such a special day I'll never forget. Just like these days here, I'll never forget. That was just such a special day I'll never forget. Just like these days here, I'll never forget. That was just such a special day I'll never forget. Just like these days here, I'll never forget.
So the sun's starting to go down, and it goes down quickly. We noticed that yesterday. Obviously, the clock's going back last week here in the States, and it doesn't take long for it to zip down under the to the west, and then the temperature goes down quickly too. But it's been a beautiful day today.
It has been. It's been picture perfect. You couldn't order this kind of weather if you could, and it's starting to even get dark here when the flagman light goes on over there on the bridge.
Yeah,
because it does. The sun disappears over the hills long before gives him credit for the sun, you know, going down. So we're probably about the last hour of our sunlight here.
Yeah.
Going down. So we're probably about the last hour of our sunlight here. Yeah. Going down. So we're probably about the last hour of our sunlight here. Yeah. Going down.
Nice view of the Rahal Straight, and that's turn 6 to the corkscrew. Big drop over the other side of the hill, and then I think the gun range is still there on the other side of there, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is, yeah. If you talk to the locals here, this is what they hear, is race cars or guns. So it's not, for me, that's like heaven. That just screams nothing but America to me. So not a bad place to be, not a bad place at all. Is, you know, when we had Ross Merrill up here earlier, he's a true local, third or fourth generation, did he say up here? And, you know, when he has that much passion for this, that says a great deal and about, you know, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, that it's in the good hands of the locals.
Let's head down to Kerry. She's down in the paddock. Kerry, over to you.
Let's head down to Kerry.
I am indeed. Now I am with James Farley. It's car number 1, and it is this incredible Mustang. Now, James, can you tell us about this? This, of course, is a historic Trans Am car. How did it come to be in your hands?
You know, it was a big deal for Detroit to have AMC, Chevrolet, and Ford kind of duking it out on the racetrack. I don't think anyone really planned it, but it turned out to be this great series, and I'm so excited to represent Ford and race with the other people.
Yeah, I bet you are. Well, of course, part of a very big group of cars out here, heading out onto the Laguna Seca track. Feeling a bit nervous?
Not really, no. This is, I just love this. This is what I do to relax, and so, yeah, I mean, you're always nervous before you get on the track, but I really trust all these drivers, and we're going to have a great race for the fans.
Yeah, I bet you will have a great time. And now, of course, the famous Mustang. Can you tell us a little bit more about this car?
Yeah, this is a Team Shelby car, and has a lot of history, and of course Shelby has so much history with Ford, and I like the number 1.
I bet you like the number 1. All right, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much. We'll leave it there because more of these historic Trans Am cars are coming in. All right, well, you are having a look at the 1970 AMC Javelin. That's just pulled up in front of you there in the red color. Now, car number 6, which is just behind car number 1, is the Chevrolet. Now, honestly, the noise of these is absolutely spectacular as well. So I think what we'll do is we'll head up to the front. We'll walk up this way, actually. We'll head up to the front and see if we can grab a word. Right. Let's jump into car number 19. He's actually got his engine running, so he's definitely not going to be able to hear me. I'm going to keep moving up and see. Right, we have a bit of quiet here. Okay, so this is car number 2. Now, this is an AMC Javelin from 1972. Now, Ken is the driver. Ken, can you tell us a little bit more about this car?
Oh, this car was built by Penske for 1970 season, rebodied to 71. Sold to Roy Woods, 1972. Roy Woods, they won the championship for Trans Am.
And how did it end up in your hands?
I bought it out of map. There was when these cars got old, they sold them. They were no good for anything anymore because they were doing some newer technology. They sold them into Mexico, and I was fortunate enough to buy this car in Guadalajara, 1988.
Fantastic story, Ken Epson. Thank you so much for talking to us. Now, I'm probably going to take us all the way up to the front of the grid here. And this is our Ford Mustang bus from 1917. It's got Jim Haig driving it. Now, Jim, I don't know whether you can hear us, but Jim, can you tell us a little bit about the car?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
He definitely cannot hear us, but anyway, we've got some sign language from Jim, so it's very nice to see Jim all the same. So that's Jim Haig. Repeating again, it's a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss. All right, guys, well, the cars are filling up Velocity Lane. There is so many historic Trans Am cars. Now, I'll just walk down the line so you can have a look. As you just saw there, that's car 2, that's Ken Epson. Then it is her car 19, Jonathan Faber, the Chevrolet. And then it is car number 6, Bruce and Campanet, and that's the AMC Javelin. And then we have another 6, which is Will Oakland, and he is in the 1969 Chevrolet Mustang. Okay, well, you saw car number 1, James Farley. We just spoke to him. The roar of these historic Trans Am cars is absolutely spectacular. All right, well, we'll keep moving down the line. My goodness me. They are off and away, guys, so I think we'll hand it over to the commentators.
Great job, Tony Garcia and Kiri. That's brilliant stuff. Not easy to do. I've done that job, Kiri. And once it gets noisy, and once the drivers have the helmets on, you're fighting a losing war at that point, because trying to talk to everybody and get your words out and talk to drivers just before they go into the fray, never easy. But we have a wonderful, wonderful sight on track right now. This very much epitomizes the history, certainly of this track, Laguna Seca and Trans Am. And I'm delighted to have a current Trans Am driver with me, and an Andretti as well. Adam Andretti currently driving for the Peterson three-dimensional services team in a Ford Mustang. And the Pony Wars continue.
Yeah, the Pony Wars are strong. Strong Jonathan Green, as you well know. And we get to see him here where they were all kind of started. That's how I explain Trans Am to the casual fan who has experienced what we have in our series. Is this is where the muscle car wars started. Was Trans Am is where they proved the handling of the cars, and it was the drag strips where they proved the horsepower, and this is where it all kind of made it together. And that's what made drag racing so popular as well, was the same kind of passion for just going faster. And so there's wonderful stories told around the Trans Am series, around its history. Mark Donahue's book, The Unfair Advantage, speaks very highly and a lot about their Trans Am efforts. So yeah, it's really, really special to see all the history out here, and the names that we've been seeing all day, like the Ken Epsman, and you got James Farr, John Fudge, and you got the Ken Adams, and you have Rob Kaufman in this race, and you also have Bruce Canepa. So these are all just the mainstays, Jim Click, that we've been watching all day long. And you can see the fire and safety crew giving their appreciation.
That's a lovely sight.
We need to show ours right back to them. This is a volunteer gig, and without those volunteers at each of these corners sacrificing their weekends, we wouldn't be able to go do this. So a big, huge thank you to all the safety and marshals out there, all the personnel here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. It's a total group effort.
And I feel very privileged. I was born in '66 when this championship was born, and I know now, as being part of the fabric of the current Trans Am series, what this means to all of you, from Peter Gray to Mark Donohue, from Roger Penske to all the greats, Jerry Titus, and I've learned that history, I've imbibed it, I've watched you race and what it means to you guys, and it means so much. This is really the heartbeat of American racing in many ways.
You love to be in a series where you know you're actually involved in making current history.
Yeah.
And that's what you have in Trans Am, is you're making history now, and you can only hope that, again, 50, 60 years from now, that there's people out there buying our Trans Am cars for the history that we made with them, and doing the same thing that we're seeing out here today. That's my dream. I want to be up here needing a walker to get up these flights of stairs.
We'll get you an elevator.
40, 50 years from now, and be able to watch this and see it go happen. You're getting it from Anksy there. He's telling you that,
I think my director just said something about me needing one already.
Yeah.
Can't believe he'd say something as ridiculous.
Age yourself there by telling us all the year.
I don't think. All right, here we go then. Historic Trans Am. It doesn't get any better than this. Laguna Seca, the venue. Historic Trans Am, a full field. We call it Group 9, 66 to 72. The golden years of Trans Am racing in America.
And I can just tell you, just now registered on the Richter scale. They're getting seismic activity that they can't explain. But if they knew that if they were on our live stream, they would know that there's like 25 Trans Am cars, historic ones, that just took a green flag and stomped on the loud pedal all at once.
Well, you've got V8 racing muscle cars in Australia. Well, this is where it all began. For the Pony Wars, the Mustangs, Yeah,
I love it too. Look at the big power slides coming out of there. Huge power slide by it seems like, I think that was Ken Epsom. Yeah, Ken Epsman doing the big power slide out of turn 5 there.
Yeah, and this really truly was, I know it's an old adage, but this truly was the beginning of race on Sunday, buy on Monday, wasn't it? When the manufacturers got behind it, that's why this was so prestigious. The manufacturers actually put their money where their mouth was and started selling their sedans in the showroom floor. So they would put the race car in or have an appearance from the driver. But if they raced, if the AMC Javelin won, well, then they sold the car. If the Ford Mustang won, then they sold their cars. And so that's where, and this also captured the imagination of the fans because it was their regular cars. These were the cars they bought. And so it was not only a marketing exercise, it was a racing exercise. It was all about making him lightweight but more than powerful, to beat each other. So it was lightweight as you could. There's great stories, and I'm sure you could tell us a couple, about how they tried to make the cars lighter and lighter but more powerful and more powerful as the days went on.
Yeah, I mean, it got to a point to where they couldn't keep chassis together and things of that sort because they were making more power, but they were trying to lighten things up with acid dipping and some of the tricks like that we all know of so well nowadays. But yeah, it was really it was intense, right? Because there was big money to be made. You sold a lot of cars on Monday when you won on Sunday, and it was like that for Trans Am. It was like that for NASCAR. It was important. It was important to finish first on Sunday so that you could sell on Monday, and that was always the old adage. And the salespeople bought into that too, right? The salespeople really paid attention to the sport, made sure that they knew what was going on, so that when you walked into the showroom floor, they could say, "Hey, did you watch on Sunday how we kicked everyone's butt out there? This is the AMC Javelin you want for your garage."
Yeah, and also, of course, early 70s, it started to come in with the more TV. People were buying television. Live TV started coming up. Sponsorship became prevalent. The classic STPs, Valvoline, all the classic sponsors that came to the fore as well. So this was a really dynamic time for racing in the States.
It was incredibly dynamic, and I love this too. We're here with just enough daylight gone that we're seeing the sparks fly from the headers. The headers hitting the pavement. They don't hit it hard. They just touch the pavement, but it gives you a neat little spark and just adds to the visceral experience that we're getting here as the day falls on us at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Yeah, we just saw the Camaro of the 1969, of the number 19, Jonathan Fieber from California himself. And that all-blue number 19, there it is. And there's the number 1, James Farley in that car. So he's had a busy day, is Mr. Ford.
I tell you, he does not rest. And I'm sure, this is, even though it's a Saturday, he is the CEO of one of the largest companies in the world. So I'm sure he did not take too many breaks today, that when he was out of the car, there was things that he needed to handle business-wise and so on and so forth. We got Chris Leibenberg here as well, and that's in a 69 Boss 302.
Yeah, you can't argue that James is amongst the racing scene by doing things like this event.
It's great. He's got his pulse, on the industry, and again, we mentioned it so many times. That's what you want out of your CEO. You want him to have a pulse on their business, and the best way to get that, if your business is cars, is to be at these events. And boy, I tell you, everywhere we go, Ford has got a great presence, and I know that he is the reason for that. I know that my Uncle Mario, driving many, many years for Ford, actually about every major accomplishment in my uncle's career was either in a Ford or Ford powered. And he always said the greatest motor company in the world to work for him was Ford Motor Company. He absolutely loved representing that company and being a part of it when he was.
Great battle here for 10th position. It doesn't matter what position it is, they're all fighting that Pontiac Trans Am from 1970. Rob Kaufman, the number 8, was leading that group, but now has been just eclipsed by the 81. And that's the Boss 302, Robert Canepa at the wheel.
Yeah, that's Bruce's son, Robert. There, he's really hustled that thing into turn 6. That was special to watch. He is getting the most out of that 302, and that beautiful blue that's out there running that baby blue, I guess is what I would call that. Aqua blue, maybe. As the leaders come past our commentary booth here.
I bet you he's enjoying this. Mika Hakkinen.
Right, the
he
thunder,
would love
the noise.
this. Because you don't get the chance of someone like him. I mean, he's around the world, but he wouldn't set to see a display of historic Trans Am like this very often. Dodge Challenger there in the sublime green, and it is kind of sublime green, isn't it?
It truly is. That's another beautiful car. That's a Sam Posey car. You know, Sam Posey, a legend of motorsports, but Trans Am was big on building his legacy, and you know, and that car was big on building that legacy as well. You know, it's just, those were famous cars back then, those Challengers that came into Trans Am.
Yeah, and such was the prestige of Trans Am that during the mid-70s they started bringing in people like Vic Elford, Bruce McLaren, and a few others to actually race Trans Am. So they started bringing in ringers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, no different than what you see today. I mean, everyone thinks that, you know, oh, it's Trans Am, we could climb right in and we'll be up front because we are so and so. But we know we've seen it time and time again with the stars of NASCAR today and all that Trans Am is one of the toughest series as it was back then to come inside and just think you're going to jump in and perform. And that's why it gets our attention like it does when somebody does do just that. You know, when someone comes in and like Sam Mayer this year has been able to do it, just run a few races, win one. You get the attention, you know, of people. And that's honestly, I won my second ever Trans Am start in TA2, and that was a victory that catapulted and got people looking.
Yeah, and you know, just to bring it up to modern day, I mentioned some ringers. We went to Nashville. You were leading the race. Sadly, a mechanical problem took you out. But think about the ringers we had there. We had Daniel Suarez, NASCAR driver. Who else? Joey Hand, of course, the Le Mans winner. He's here this weekend. And they were, I wouldn't say they were nowhere, but they were competitive, but they weren't beating you boys.
No, it's tough. Like I said, it's really, really tough. And I think that's like that in any series. You know, we see it more and more that it's more and more specialized. You spend so much time focusing on that one area that you just, we see it in IndyCar, for example. You know, there's a lot of people that want to just go do the Indy 500. But, you know, to win the Indy 500, you need to be a little bit more committed than that. You need to have, you know, the team needs to understand you. You need to understand the team and how all that operates. And there's a gel there. There's a mixture that has to happen. And you just can't get it. You know, you can't get it in that quick a time, you know, anymore. So, and I think, you know, NASCAR is no different. Trans Am is no different than that.
And that's 96. C28 of Rick Jeffrey at the wheel. From 1967. Yeah, the sun goes down quick, doesn't it?
It does.
But we know we can race at night here, so we're not worried about that. We did it last night.
Yeah, it disappears quick over those hills, as we said. And long before the Weather Channel tells us the sun is gone, it has left WeatherTech Raceway.
Gone to the beach. Wonderful sound as the leaders pass our commentary position.
Jerry Clark heading up the hill there to turn 6. That Ford Falcon is awfully neat too. That number 5. That's
it just doesn't look like it ever would have raced, though, does it? It doesn't. It looks more. I mean, at least the other cars look a little racier, but it looks like it's a sedan out for a Sunday jog. But
yeah, exactly. You know, Mike Eddy is out there getting it done in that piece of equipment. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't look like it ever was tempered out there on a racing circuit, but it obviously was. It's got some history. It's here showing its stuff here in this vintage race. As we see the Javelin up front there, this is the battle for P1.
It's a good one, too. It's been pretty close. They passed our commentary position about 20 seconds ago, and they were nose to tail, as they still are.
We've seen such good racing all day long, you know, from the commentary booth here, Jonathan, today, and hopefully the fans at home have enjoyed this. And, you know, the folks here that are participating will enjoy this for years to come, too. The coverage that we've seen and some of the great racing we've been able to see here from these beautiful shots, like this drone footage, for example, corkscrew of this battle up front with Bruce Canepa and looks like Haig and Epsman.
Well, the drone has changed both sport and motorsport forever, hasn't it?
Yes.
And it's sort of made its dominance in racing in the last COVID years, hasn't it, really? I mean, drones have been used, but there was a lot of ifs and buts when they first started using drones, but now it's very much a part of racing coverage, and I'm delighted. Here we go, we've got a chance for an overtake here as they come down. 4 minutes to go, side by side into Andretti.
Yeah, that's Epson taking the lead from Haig. So this is a big battle there, and Bruce Canepa's going to go and poke his nose in there and take back second place. We're going to heck of a battle here with 4 minutes to go, Jonathan.
Really good battle, yeah. It's a three-way battle at the front. And a pair of javelins doing the business.
Ooh, big slide from Bruce. And he's showing off as he comes through turn 3.
Great stuff.
What a great. This is Trans Am at its core. Battle to the end. A battle, just a dogfight up front all the way to the end.
You can see with the Dayglow gloves on how he's fighting the wheel and literally wheeling that car to the finish. That 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Jonathan Fieber in 4th position at the moment. Here he is in that 19. Sun just glinting off it. So a great battle. We've got a great battle for the podium and a great battle for 4th place if he can get on level terms in the last 3 minutes of this race. Into the corkscrew they go, diving down over 5 stories. And I have to say, having stood at the bottom of it, you really do get to see what a drop-off it is. Through rainy curves, side by side. Trans Am racing at its finest. Epsman doing absolutely what he can. Canepa 3rd, Fieber in 4th position, Ockelen 5th. At the moment, and Farley, James Farley in 6th position. Here comes the leader in the number 6, sliding beautifully.
Dropping wheels out of 11 on the approach to 12. We got a big power slide out of our leader, Bruce. Actually, that was Epsom, excuse me, did the big power slide, but what a race up front here. This is exciting.
Good. Really good stuff, and all the way to the finish. This is going to be a 4-way battle for the finish. And yeah, as you say, Canepa doing a really good job, and it's not over by any means.
Bruce has actually turned up the wick a little bit in the last 2 minutes of this race, and has pulled a little bit of a gap. But these cars, I mean, if you overheat the tires even a little bit, it seems like you can calm them down if you kind of back off like Jim Haig has, and maybe make an attack here right at the end, because they're going to get, I'm imagining, possibly showing the white flag here. If not this time around, probably next time around.
You know, it's interesting. You know, we talk about the historics. I talked to Tommy Dreesy, a good competitor of yours from California, and when we were here for Trans Am, these boys were in town, and he drove a Vic Elford car as well as the car. Oh, out of shape as you like. Side by side. What a race down the corkscrew. Go on, folks. This is superb, and I think we'll get another lap in the way they're going. Into the sunlight briefly, out of rainy, into turn 10, and what a battle, side by side, just as it was back in the heyday. And final turn, we should see the white flag now. Yes, it is out, so one more lap to go of complete pure joy and adrenaline and muscle car magic, and back into the lead comes the Javelin.
I don't believe there's a sheet of paper between them coming through turn 12.
And Epsman takes the lead again, briefly into Andretti. It's not done yet, though, is it? So, come on then, driver. Where do we go here? I'll put you in the orange 16 and you tell me what you're going to do.
Well, Jonathan Fieber, the number 19 Camaro right there, has go ahead and shoved his nose right in this fight. As you see Bruce Canepa making around the outside.
Whoa!
They're turn 3, and wow, this race is not going to end. This is going to be nose to tail.
What would your move be if you were in second right now in that Javelin?
You know, at this point right there, what I see Bruce Canepa having to do is size up down into turn 11 and turn 12 and make the most of those. So just keeping it close, making sure that we're not wearing out the brakes or getting the tires too hot before then. But Bruce is going to pull the trigger early. He's going to get inside, coming into turn 6 here. Throws it through turn 6.
Nice.
Jonathan Fieber had nothing he could do as they climb the hill.
Oh, this is a cracking finish. Well, we talk about historic racing, we sometimes use the word exhibition. This is far from. This is pure and utter racing at its finest.
No, you would think they were selling on Monday again, Jonathan.
Yeah. You were talking about putting, racing in because you're hungry. Well, these guys are hungry still.
Yeah, this is really, really good racing as they come through turns 11 and 12. I believe Bruce might have said, I'm tired of this fight, and just checked on out.
Yeah. Coming out at 12 then for the final time to come to the checkered flag. What a race, what a way, and what a display. Velocity Invitational, not disappointing, as across the line comes the number 6. And a win then, brilliantly done. Ken Epsman did a brilliant job of staying with this lead group. Joshua Fieber, excellent job by him in the Camaro as well, but it is Bruce Canepa in the number 6 AMC Javelin.
Yeah, he drove that thing right down to the ground. I mean, he was sliding all over the place and really held a pretty wheel. Drove a nice, masterful race. It was nice to see them come back with that win.
Wow, that was spectacular. What a great way to finish the day. We've got one more group to come, but certainly for Trans Am, that was about as good as it gets. More racing still as they cross the line, the back markers anyway, in just as an exciting race. Talking of Canepa, Robert Canepa also in this race. Great stuff, and what a thrill. So let's head down to the pits, and Kev Harris has got Jeff O'Neill, of course, the organizer of Velocity Invitational.
Jeff, we're caught on the hop here in the driver's lounge, but this is the relaxed atmosphere of where we stood right now. Jeff O'Neill, we're just finishing up watching the Trans Am cars go out there. We could barely hear ourselves chat. What a spectacle, what a view you've set up for the people in this driver's lounge.
Yeah, this is a great, it's a great venue to watch the races from. Nobody's ever built a pavilion out over hot pit lane. You get an amazing view of the start-finish line. It's just fun. And then, of course, the Trans Am guys, they are the best. Normally I'm in that group, but, unfortunately, my broken car, I couldn't quite race with these boys, but they are hilarious. We have a ton of fun out there, and they go like stink.
They absolutely do, and you won't quite see it on the camera shot you got right now, but just away to what is mine and Jeff's right, there's a whole open pavilion right down the side there, looking at the fastest part of the circuit there, and when those Trans Am cars were roaring by Thunder Road, the whole building was shaking. I mean, we got one more race to go, IMSA GT cars coming up after this when we're done chatting, but just what's your feeling at this point in time, at the end of the first day of the weekend, Jeff?
Well, at the end of the first day, I think everybody's had a great time. I was able to run in 3 races today, so I got my racing in, but it's just been fun for everybody. And what makes the whole event great is the contribution of great cars, great guys, great gals, great, great food, wine, you name it.
And this driver's lounge really is like top of the tree. It's a great facility. All the drivers can come on in here, bring their guests, and they're able to relax and get fed and watered throughout the day.
Yeah, they sure are. One of the reasons we created the Velocity Invitational, and so people can bring guests, really have fun, have a little great food, take a break from the track, have a glass of wine, and really enjoy the day. So, we're just trying to change, what's going on in historic racing.
Well, you're doing a great job. I mean, it's been really good. And the whole sort of pavilion out the front there as well, the sip and savor area, what I enjoyed about that, there was a lot of stuff going on to keep the kids entertained as well.
Yeah, we want families. We want kids. That's why, under 15 is free, but we want people to bring their kids, the families. We want these kids to understand, what motor racing is, and then bring them along in the future.
And I know, unfortunately, you weren't out with the Trans Am cars just now, and you're disappointed about that, but other highlights for you from today? I mean, I've got one that locked up in my head up here. What would be a highlight from you for today?
Well, I think that the highlight for me is what a great time everybody's had. Okay. But the racing highlight for me was running the 2016 Ford GT Le Mans car. with the 5 other cars that ran at Le Mans in 2016.
I think that's the first time that collection of cars, I think 6 or 7 of them are here today, that we've seen that many Ford GT cars all in the same place.
That is correct. Well, they only made 8, and the one that won Le Mans is in the Ford Museum. One was just unable to make it, but we have the other 6.
Well, Jim Farley probably was key in organising that whole display, and the 4 performance guys, they did a great job for you out there. But for me, one of the cars that I loved hearing going on the track, Mika Häkkinen's 1989 Formula One Championship winning car. How good did that sound going around here at Laguna Seca?
Well, it is amazing. I mean, McLaren's been a great partner of ours, and then bringing Mika the amazing cars, bringing Paddock Award, this amazing young upcoming Indy driver. I mean, he's just a fantastic kid, and Mika is fantastic. So getting those guys in those cars was just extraordinary.
Yeah, it really was, and we had a great chat with them, when they're in the autograph session. They played off each other brilliantly. It was young generation, older generation, but they were getting on like that. So, Jeff, listen, thanks ever so much. Kiri is out there in the Velocity pit lane. I think we've got 1966 to 1977 IMSA GT cars to finish off the day. Kiri, what's it looking like with you?
Cars to finish off the day. Kiri, what's it looking like with you?
Well, exactly. We are finishing off the day in style. Now, plenty of memories, but there's plenty more still to be made. Now, Rob Fuller is here and driving this 1972 Datsun. Now, Rob, can you tell us a little bit about this car and how it ended up in your hands?
This car was campaigned by Joel Anderson out of Santa Clara, California. He was very successful in seat production and made the jump up to IMSA. Ran this car for about 3 seasons. We connected in 2010. We restored this car with him. He taught us how to be racers, and we put him in the car in the Rolex 2014. John Morton's driven this car, and now finally I get to drive this car. Super excited to be here and excited for a great race.
I bet you are. I absolutely love that. And finally, it's your turn. And what a track to take it out on. Are you looking forward to getting out there?
Absolutely. I love Laguna Seca, and I'm really enjoying this event. Thank you so much for having us.
Well, it is absolutely fantastic. Okay, we are going to head down the line because the sun has gone down and the moon is in the sky. The engines have not yet stopped roaring. Well, what I'm trying to do is get us all the way down to the 1975 Porsche 911. But what you're looking at the moment is the Datsun 1972 40Z. That's actually going to be driven by Randy Jeff. No, car 44 we're just walking past, driven by Mark Leonard. And he's in the Triumph. Car 48 you've got your eyes on at the moment is the Porsche 911. All right, and we'll keep going down this line because this is where we wanted to head to. Alan Turpin's. Now, I don't know whether Alan can hear us. He might be able to wave. But Alan, if you can hear us, how much are you looking forward to getting this car out on the track?
It's about having fun and being safe.
Yeah, indeed. Can you tell us a little bit about this car?
I can hear you.
I don't think you could. Have fun out there, Alan. He's definitely looking forward to it. I'm just going to walk you down the line just so your eyes can see what I can see. These cars will be heading out onto the track. Now, it's not just these cars that are absolutely beautiful. The sun is setting here at Laguna Seca, and it is the perfect picturesque moment to finish up what has already been an incredible day. All right, now, car number 6 is driven by Dyke Ridley, and this, of course, a 911 as well. Loving the color livery on this. We'll keep walking you down just so you can see. We've got a couple of minutes before these cars will be warring round the track in that perfect sunset. Well, what a day it's been. So it is about that time that I hand back over to the commentators for the last time today.
And by the way, I just want to shout out to Kiri as the moon is out, and that is a great shot. No expense spared. We've got a camera on the moon, literally. That we've got a fella called Bob, and he literally just sits there and he just waits.
Just waits for the nightfall.
Waits for the moon, gets himself prepped. He's got his sandwiches, cucumber sandwiches. Sits there, waits for it to come out, and then picks out his crater.
Do you see the flag?
Yeah.
No, that's a great shot.
It's beautiful. Isn't
I love that. I love that.
One day we will race there too.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've already had a drone race there. No, that was Mars. Excuse me.
That was
we haven't
Mars,
done that yet. Okay, we went further for that.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, we're getting to the end of the day, and we are looking at our last group, which is Group 7. You just saw some of the cars, but I love this era because it's 66 when I was born to 77, and it really is a combination of your European cars and then the Japanese. We've now got the influence of the Japanese coming, and boy did they arrive in California. Toyota, Datsun, you name it. Really, really, really impressive. They took one look at what was going on in America and said, hey, we can bring a car. And a certain Mr. Newman, you might have heard of his acting skills, made one of those Datsuns very, very famous. 4 national SCCA titles.
Yeah, very famous. And put those 240 and 260Zs on the map, and it's still a mainstay of a car to this day for Nissan Motor Corporation. So, but yeah, the history behind the Datsuns and uprooting the Porsche foothold that it had in this class of racing, really throughout the 70s, like we said. I mean, the 70s, you don't hear too many marquees other than Porsche with the main events and the big events, but then you do hear the dabbles, right? You do see the Triumphs jump in there. You do see, the Corvette jump in there. You might see the Datsun jump in there. So there are all these little pieces that'll come in there and get and grab that little piece for themselves. Yeah, I just saw the 44 Triumph TR8. That's a lovely looking car too, but one of few Triumphs out there. We haven't seen many Triumphs at all today. No. Plenty of Porsches. No, and there's only the one Chevrolet Corvette. There's only one American contingent that we actually see in this group. You got the Alfa Romeo, John Norman, that is out there, the 71 GTV. But you're right, a lot of Porsche 911s, a couple of BMWs, a few Datsuns. Should be an exciting way to end our day. Yeah, it should be. They always put on a good show, and I say show, I shouldn't say it that way, but they always put on a good race. Look at the sun. Beautiful shot there. We got the sun, the moon. What more can we ask for? Yeah, Bob doesn't like to go to the sun. It's just a little warm there. Yeah. He likes to hang out. No, he's our moon man. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, you can see the sun falling on us, as Jonathan said. It's cooling down as well. So the engines love that. The tire grip loves that. You get more aero grip onto the car. It's just the whole package is better. Good, strong field of over 20 plus cars as well. That's another good thing about this group. Some wearing the headlights and putting them on because, well, they may not need them, but it's nice to let the guys in front of you know that you're coming through. It's a wonderful psychological advantage when you can flash those things at the car ahead of you. Yeah, but you waste a lot of muscle power flipping those things. Yeah. Same muscles that you shift the gears with these days, I guess, in a lot of race cars. I think if I was a racing driver, it would just make me smile if somebody started flashing their headlights. I know. Well, all that tells me is I'm doing a good job. Yeah, it does. It is rather entertaining to a certain extent. And that the guy behind me is frustrated, which is even better. Even better. Even better. Here we go then. The final group of the day, day one of the Velocity Invitational 2021. Porsche leads them into the corkscrew. A little wave to the marshals. There's that TR8. And yeah, it's good to see the flag marshals getting a wave as well and getting the respect they deserve. That BMW looks really good. Yeah, that's that. I think I've seen that race before, but it really does ping, doesn't it? Yeah, that's that 3.5 CSL. It's a wonderful. This big speed tail off of it. Yeah, I think we were in love with that somewhere else. The Castrol livery and just really, really shines. Yeah, I think Thor Johnson pedaling that. I believe you might be right. So the Datsun 240Z, Rob Fuller at the front of this group in that black, yellow and red. Got a Porsche behind him, and we are going racing for the final time of day one of Velocity Invitational. Here we go. They didn't group them up too closely, so it's going to be a distinctive couple of groups as they spread out and head out. We'll be keeping an eye on our good friend Eric Joyner as well. He's in the thick of it. Right there in that 48 that just crossed our screen, white with the yellow and blue striping down the middle. He's currently, looks like P6 there. Nice smooth entry into the hairpin as they exit here. This is going to be just as tight as that Trans Am race, I'm afraid, that just ended. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Very competitive indeed. But they didn't bunch up as well as they should have done at the start of this race. And obviously, race directors want that to happen so that we get a better race. So we're going to have a couple of groups, I would have thought, by the end of this first lap. But it doesn't matter a jot. We'll enjoy it all the same. Yeah, that TR8 is really neat there. That's the Mark Leonard behind the wheel. The Group 44 car, those are classic liveries, known well around the world for just their dominance.
Field already starting to spread out. There's Eric Joyner just behind, not that one. But that's the 64 of Martin Lauber. Eric Joyner just ahead of him in the 48.
The Jimmy Dean sausage makes you want to have breakfast right
time,
away. Yeah. Have a little Brenner.
So the Porsche takes up the lead. Whoa! And a moment there for the 44.
And you really have to be careful about your rear entry up there, right? You're very blind, and that was a smart move, and everyone was really heads up. And I believe we're going to hear a good story from Eric Joyner on that one, as I think he had a good line of sight, and he had to back off and lose quite a bit of spots going there. But it looks like we're going to complete our second lap here with Ned Bacon out front there in that 75 911 RSR.
Yep, Ned in 37 leading the way as the field starts to spread out here as they come along the main straight over 119, 120 miles an hour as they cross the line. And the top 10 all now across the start finish and into their second lap. It's the 01 of Cameron Healy in the Porsche RSR 1977 Porsche.
I believe we experienced Alan Turpin's, maybe, I think, as we got ourselves a driver change in there in that one. But that's still the 1975 911 RSR.
No, I know why that is. You've got Cameron Healy in the 01A, and you're absolutely right, the 01 is Alan Turpin's. He's in 5th place.
There it is.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, I didn't even know there was an 01A.
There you go.
Rob Walton there. I love the livery on that too. Just so it's very loud with the turquoise and the purple and the orange, and really pops out at you too.
By the way, hats off to our captain.
Yes,
I just spotted them and just reminded that there are humans at those posts,
right?
And they've been there since about 5:30 this morning. And I know we're not supposed to share all the guts and grog behind the scenes, but they're doing a hell of a job, and not a lot of time off. And they love what they do, but it's a long day. So congratulations, boys. You've done a hell of a job. And our drone pilot, absolutely superb as well. Literally, you can do drone coverage now, or race coverage from a drone, which I wouldn't have thought was even possible a few years ago. There's that BMW again.
Yeah, our camera operators are out here, and drone pilots and the producers and directors. Unsung heroes, a lot like the safety marshals around the track. And so, yeah, a huge debt of gratitude that make all this possible, and easy to take it for granted. Just like clicking that light switch, we know that the lights are going to come on, and it's like just when we turn on our live stream, we know we're going to have this great footage. So huge thank you to that, because it really brings it to life for us, and doesn't mind, having to stick up here in the booth either. That was Steve Walker in that BMW that we love so much.
Now.
Yeah, he's really having a heck of a race.
So 21 minutes to go. They've got good time to race, a long time to race in this one, so it's nice to see. Tim Pappas there in the Porsche 914. That was a moment. But there he is in the all yellow with the headlights. You should put those headlights on. Intimidate somebody, why don't you, in the number 5. There he is, Tim Pappas. 9146 GT, 1970. Very different looking Porsche, that.
Well, we've decided to put a glass on Kev here, beetling around out there. And,
yeah, how was your day?
Well, gents, listen, I've snuck up behind you in the commentary booth. I thought I'd leave Jeff O'Neill to his wine in the drive.
He's still not happy about his Parnelli car, is he?
He's not. He's really not.
You've done 3 interviews with him, and he's mentioned it every. I tell you what, I wonder if Paddock's going to get the bill for that.
You might well do. But I tell you what, chaps, you were up here in the commentary booth. I was down there on that pavilion that Jeff was talking about, standing overlooking the straight. It is mind-blowing.
What a great idea too.
A great idea. The sound of those things roaring by just moves you. And Jeff was just alongside, and I said, Jeff, listen, I'm going to get the camera guys, we're going to talk to you about this driver's lounge, and I just want your reaction to it. And I mean, Adam, you raced Trans Am like in the modern day, but those ones from the late 60s, early 70s, it's just visceral.
Oh, it had to be deafening inside there. It had to be. I mean, and
we're watching you watching us. That shows you what this means to the fans here. Everybody's got their phone out. The fans have got the family group, the binoculars on as we take a look at this man, Steve Walker. There he is in the 103.
Yeah, Jeff O'Neill is going to get a lot of very generous Christmas cards this winter, because He's got a lot of people that have fallen really in love with him and the way he holds an event here. Everybody that we've had up in this booth, or anyone that I've spoken to that I know from Vintage Side of Racing, has really nothing but hugely positive things to say. And the result of the proof is in the pudding. When you go out there and just roam around, I mean, it's one of the few times where we're anxious to get out of the booth just because it's really
it's all happening.
It's really awesome down there. I mean, it's really a wonderful setup.
Yeah, it is a great setup, and I'm very honoured to have been walking around the paddock, and Kiri did a fantastic job as well in the Velocity pit lane there as well. But you get a sense of the vibe and the excitement. Everybody out there is a car person, and even for those that perhaps are new to this, they're just getting a vibe off the event. And like Paddock Award there, he's just been. Chatting to him, he's just having the greatest weekend. I know Jeff's not happy with him, but there's a young man having a great event, and how gracious having a chat to Mika Hakkinen as well.
Yeah,
earlier. I mean,
that was a special interview. That was very nice.
Good grief! Did you see the smile on my face?
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you were asking such great questions, and I loved his response to the questions. It wasn't the typical questions he was used to getting, and it's great to see his enthusiasm in the sport so much. And I love that story because I've heard such similar things out of my uncle. As you leave pit road and you turn the wheel a couple times, and it's almost like the machine talked back and said, we got something. And he knew right in that moment he had something. And then it was all about just maintaining the balance of not letting too much known so that they didn't work too hard. I get on my teammate Rafa about that all the time. I said, you don't have to annihilate these people by a second and a half in practice. I go, because now they're going to go home and they're going to work all night, and they're going to get faster, and then we're going to have to work that much harder the next day.
Give them a sense of...
Yeah, you got to just give them a piece, just a little bit to nibble for, and then you lay it down when it comes. But yeah, it's just, it looked like you thoroughly enjoyed that, Kevin.
By the way, I worked Mika's career in Formula One. I was around in Formula One when Mika was at his height. And I loved interviewing him, and I knew him quite well because I met him in Formula 3, so I had a relationship, but no one has a relationship with a Formula 1 driver when he's at his height. And what was funny about Mika was, if you asked a good question, he would pause and then talk for 30 minutes. If you asked a bad question, he'd sit there and go, "No, I don't think so." same as Kimi.
Yeah, times than I have, but I enjoy the way he is a methodical thinker.
Very cerebral.
Right. There's a pause.
Yep.
He thinks about what he's going to say, and it's great.
Yeah.
And
you don't have a clue what's going to come out of his mouth.
And I said to him, what about this young guy Paddock? I mean, is he any good? And he just sort of looked.
Just smiled.
Just sort of smiled. He goes, yes, he's okay. Good racing driver.
He's okay.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
So good.
That is good. No, he's.
They're evidently good pals.
Yes, clearly. And that was actually really good because we were chatting to him. There was an autograph signing thing going up there, and I don't think too many people knew about it. There was some people there, but it wasn't mob.
Well, we'll do that again tomorrow.
For those people that got the autographs, they got a lot of time with those guys.
Good. No, that's good. That's always good too, because the fans that do make the sacrifice to make it out to these events, they should get those rewards and reap those rewards, and to see that, Mika is, he's accessible when he's at the track, but I tell you, you don't find him at the tracks too often anymore, and so it's one of those things where if you can catch him, you catch him while you can, and what a special moment.
Yeah, and luckily, actually, Johnny, you'll remember 2018, the Monaco historic.
Yes.
I mean, I would be flattered if Mika remembered me from that, but that was the last time, probably the first time I ever spoke to him, now the second time here.
Yeah.
So that's a win-win from me, but and both times gracious, great man.
Now we have a safety car, or we have actually a recovery vehicle.
Yeah, we're under a double yellow, and there's a recovery vehicle, so.
Ned Bacon still leading in that 911 RSR from 1975. Rob Fuller now second in the 72 Datsun 240Z. And Alan Turpins still third with Porsche in the 1975 RSR. So we've got a situation out on track. It looks as though somebody's either had a mechanical, but for a recovery truck to be on track so quickly, I think it's fairly easy or accessible, and sure enough, here comes the other Porsche, the safety car, or pace car.
Yeah, it's getting a nice little hue onto
They
our
weren't
lens.
expecting to do a night race, but they're doing one anyway.
Yeah. I believe when they were doing the schedule, it was still, they hadn't fallen back yet all with time. And they're like, oh, no, this is going to be good. If we go right up into the last session of 4:55, we got daylight until now. And then daylight savings hit. It was like, whoa, hang on a second.
Yeah.
We lost an hour or so. But, you put the cars out that actually have headlights, like this class of vehicle. Most of them have headlights. And again, honestly, inside the car, your eyes adjust quite well. So where it would seem maybe quite dark right now, inside the car it might not be half bad.
I was actually it was at this point last night that when we were starting to talk about the Minis versus Mustangs, just before we got Jeff O'Neill in the driver's lounge. I think it was the driver of Mini number 10, 1967 Cooper S, Robert Beschman, who came up to me and said, what great coverage and what great fun that race was for them out there last night. Those Mini drivers were loving it. He cannot wait to get back in his Mini and do it again tomorrow.
What was great was watching the replay today with the onboard
onboards.
They look so good.
Yes.
Yeah, they came through really, really nice.
Yeah, some great camera shots from the onboards. And great camera shots right throughout the day. The California sunshine is lending itself with the vistas in the background here at Laguna Seca. Some of the drone shots you were mentioning before, just Johnny. I mean, we're getting some amazing camera angles and amazing camera shots. And they've got a couple, I don't know whether you saw it down in the driver's lounge there, they've got a couple of huge big screens, I don't know, like 65-inch, 7-inch screens or something. So the pictures down there in the driver's
nice.
lounge.
No, I did not know that. No.
I think there's 4. There's like 2 at either end. So
I didn't go down there. They only let drivers in the driver lounge, so I didn't think they'd let me.
Put some overalls on, you'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. Tell them you know what you're doing. It's fine.
It's honestly machine, and it's so hats off to the group for. I don't know whose idea it was to come up with that, or whose brainchild that was, but they deserve a huge round of applause and pat on the back, because that has been really kind of one of the besides the cars that are the obvious always highlight. And the stars around them, the way it's been laid out here this weekend has truly been a highlight.
The layout has been good, and what has also been good, and everyone is picking up on what Jeff O'Neill and Ryan Turi has done. They have put together an incredible collection of cars.
That's, I think, the most impressive.
There's a whole range of cars here, which is great, and people are getting, they're feeding off that.
Right.
No question about it. And remember, this is year 1 here at Laguna. We had the first Velocity Invitational at Sonoma 2 years ago. COVID then stepped in, so they had to wait and think. And that's why some of the innovations that they've come up with are brilliant. But you never know until you get there. And I think there'll be no question, there'll be note-taking and thinking again after this event, and they'll want to improve it again for next year, and so on and so forth. So I think, it's early days for this type of historic racing.
Yeah, true racer's mentality, right? We're not going to rest on our laurels and let anyone catch up. We're going to keep up ahead. If we feel like we're ahead of the pack right now, we want to keep ahead.
Yeah, that's the way it works.
Well, they've got some great guys behind the scenes and some real guys who've been part of historic racing here for many, many years. And, of course, obviously the cars themselves speak for themselves in terms of, what they represent. It just doesn't get any better. We've had some historic moments today with the guys. I mean, when you've got advisors like Steve Earle, Tom Price, Mark Osborne, and Zach Brown, you're doing pretty good. They had a Motorsport into the future, which I'm going to get Paul Fanner, hopefully from Racer, to come in and talk to us about last night. But there's some pretty big heavyweights behind the scenes here.
Yeah. And just mentioning Zach Brown again, with big McLaren presence here this weekend. He's a man who's actually had a great day as well. He's been in his overalls and his race suit quite a few times, hasn't he?
Oh yes, no, he's and he's got to drive modern Formula One cars.
Yeah.
And anytime you get to drive, a fairly modern Formula One car is a great day in any driver enthusiast book.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I remember a friend of mine once when Minardi was still around, and he said, I would even go drive the Minardi. He goes, even though it's the slowest car on the grid, it's still one of the best cars in the world built right now.
Yeah.
Even the Haas being the slowest car currently on the grid, it's still one of the best cars on planet Earth in this moment.
Exactly. When you think about it in those terms, you suddenly go, oh yeah. You realise that.
Yeah. You're quite fortunate to be one of those 20.
Incredibly fortunate. As we come to the end of the day here, chaps, we're sort of 10 minutes on this one under the safety car. What have been your highlights? What do you think, Johnny? You've been up here in the booth watching it all.
Your shirt, for one.
The shirt is outstanding, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, from the very get-go this morning, standing next to you, I was like, I need to do better. I need to dress.
I'll give you my tailor's number.
Okay, good. No, in all seriousness, to be honest, the thrill for me was watching all those, the 2016 Le Mans winners.
Yes.
and having Joey Hand here and knowing that race and knowing what a special that's and interesting also learning from Eric Joyner, who directed a movie about that return in 2016. So I'm going to follow that up, maybe tonight even.
I think that's a great idea.
You know, but that was one highlight, but there's been so many. To see Mika Häkkinen in his own car, I mean, I've done a lot of historic Formula One, as you have, but to see Mika in his own car is pretty damn cool.
No, that's a big highlight for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the noise around the circuit, there were people like flocking up to the chain link fencing going, what even is that? You know? And then they're like, Formula One cars used to sound like that.
Yes, they did.
Yes.
That was another highlight, was to finally hear the sound of Formula One. It's missing heavily. I want to shout out to also Peterson Automotive Museum. We got a good chat with those guys, and they've done a great representation. And as you said, Adam, well worth a visit. The Revs Institute represented Gunnar Jeanette, obviously, driving some of the cars from the Revs Institute, and the RPM Foundation as well. So some of the partners here that may not get as much of a mention during the racing, but while we're under safety, it's nice to be able to give them a shout out.
And as we've been saying all along, if you're in the area, please make your way out here. What an amazing event to come out here. It's family friendly, very welcoming. As Jeff said, they love having family here and kids. And if you're not, no worries. We're live streaming. And there's many areas you can find us. You can find us on the Goodwood YouTube channel, the Goodwood Festival Facebook channel, motorvision.com, motortrend.com, racer.com, the Velocity Invitational Facebook channel, Velocity Invitational YouTube channel, and if that wasn't enough, find us on the Eurosport player at eurosport.com. So plenty of places that you can tune in and find us. Maybe we could get that to scroll down on our screens for the end of the day, so easier for y'all to see. But it's been a wonderful day here at WeatherTech Raceway.
Yeah, it really has, and there'll be people watching on the Goodwood YouTube channel, the Goodwood Facebook channel, looking at this going, now there's an event that I would like to go to. And if you are watching on those channels in the UK, I can tell you, come out to California, come to Monterey, be here next year. It will be well worth the air ticket alone for a weekend of this one.
Not to mention, I mean, to escape that English weather in November and get here to Northern California, Monterey.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You've long since left that behind, Johnny, haven't you?
I have.
Yeah, he's Austin, Texas now. Oh. Yeah, his blood is so thin. He couldn't handle that. He couldn't handle that cool British weather.
No, exactly.
All right, guys, who's ready for some bacon in the form of Ned Bacon? He's leading the field, and Rob Fuller's right behind him as we go racing again for the last 6 minutes of our final race in the dark. Quite literally. Some with headlights, some without. It doesn't matter.
No, this is really shaping up to be a heck of a race, like we said. The daylight being all but gone now. You can barely see the green flag being shown here. Really hard to see your braking points. And again, if you have another car out there that doesn't have lights on, Well,
I asked one of the mini drivers last night what the vision was like, because we were talking about, you have your peripheral cues when you're a racing driver, and usually it's, a marker or a tree or something. It doesn't matter. But those are gone. And he said, actually, the vision was really good last night. I was surprised. He said, it felt like I was racing in the day. They've put the lights that are here in positions where it doesn't feel as dark as it perhaps looks on TV sometimes.
Well, that's good, and like we talked about last night, you're a rhythm. You're in a rhythm as a driver. So there is a point to you're like, okay, right now I'm heading. I know that once I click in that top gear, I'm in that top gear for X amount of time. I get to X amount of revs, then I'm on the brakes, and I got to get down to these gears to make my. So there's a rhythm to this as well that sometimes, we see it all the time where they do this with drivers where they blindfold them and say, give me a track map.
Yeah.
And that's all part of the rhythm. I'm on it for this long, and then I make that left, and then I make the right, and then we have the S's, and whatever the case may be. But that is key to this night racing too. Anytime you do an endurance race at night, that's what you got ingrained in your head as well, is that, okay, when we're here at night, this is what I'm doing. This is where I'm at in speed. Like, for example, they're at Petit Le Mans right now at Road Atlanta. I'm telling you, it's pitch black. It's dark. You can't see anything but a bunch of headlights. So all those drivers out there are driving a lot by rhythm.
Bacon just doing his fastest lap of 138.936. Sorry, Kev, go ahead.
No, I was just saying they're doing a great job off it, Adam, because, I mean, you're sitting here as a current race car driver, so that for you is second nature. But let's not forget, not everyone out there in these race cars is an actual race driver. They're owners, so some of these guys still doing a whole lot of learning, and, you know, they're doing a great job.
Right.
They are looking like the real deal.
Well, there's some real deals out there, too. You know, Brian Frizzell is sitting there in 4th place, and Brian Frizzell has done a lot of endurance racing, you know, a mainstay in IMSA, and him and his brother Bert and Brian Frizzell are two of the most entertaining people you could be around. If you could find them tomorrow, they'd be a good interview, but they're definitely very entertaining. I believe so. They have a Hawaii residency, and that's he uses that the driver's license so that the insurance doesn't know how many tickets he has. So your secret's out now. I don't know which one.
Aloha, Hawaii.
Well, we've had a change in second place. Alan Turpins has got ahead of Rob Fuller at the restart, so that's one change there. But the top three are the same, except that change for second place. Another story I want to do, the tyres. I still can't believe, we talked about it yesterday, I just can't believe how many cars we've got and how hard it must be to supply everybody with 10-inch, with 15-inch, with goodness goes.
Whatever.
I'm sure McLaren bring their own, but for everybody else.
It's incredible. The setup for the tyres that they got at the top end of the paddock there, it's just like nothing you've ever seen. And those guys on the wrenches and the tyre levers, they're working flat out. Probably some of the hardest working people here all weekend. Maybe working even harder than you two.
No, don't be ridiculous. I asked one of the mini drivers, he was saying that, you know, talking about the current situation, I don't want to get into politics, but obviously the a lot of ships out in the harbour in LA.
Yes.
And they were saying that the mini tyres, they were looking literally around the world. They had to get them from Australia, the 10-inch special tyres.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Really cool. Really
or you could just buy a Hoosier, and they're made in Indiana.
Yeah, well,
and then you don't have to have that shipped from anywhere.
There you go.
It's just right there in Indiana. But no, absolutely, it's
and some of those mini drivers last night were giving the tyres a thrashing.
They're
going to go through some sets.
There's no kidding. They'll be happy it's a 15-inch tire.
Yeah.
I tell you what, night or day, these guys are not holding back. The top three have all just put in their fastest lap of the race. A 138.5, a 138.4 from second place Turpins, and a 139.2 from Rob Fuller. So I know in historics we generally don't talk too many times, but I wanted to bring that up because you'd think during this lack of light that these guys would go slower. They certainly aren't.
Oh, it's the engines are loving this cool air.
That's true.
That hill like they've never climbed before because of that.
That's why, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a big reason why. And but also, like you said, and like you did your homework and talked to some of these drivers that drove here last night, visibility isn't too bad at night. And if your visibility isn't suffering all that hard, you can still find your marks.
Yeah.
Then you're going to go faster at night because the grip levels, again, your tires aren't getting melty.
Yeah.
The pavement, you know, the temperature of the pavement is
quickly,
oh my gosh, it's all but disappeared.
You know, it is
disco going on at Andretti.
That's a flashing light out there, isn't it? But no, I mean, as a visitor to this part of the world, the temperature really drops the moment the sun disappears. You feel it disappear. The temperature goes. So the track temperature's gone, the air temperature's gone. There's a visible physical difference out there right now.
Yeah. But the air density has increased, right? You feel more moisture in the air.
Yes. Yeah.
So now it's feeding the downforce, right? So now you're getting more pressure on the car the way it was designed. And everything is really kind of adding up. And really, it's like the magic combination right now at dusk.
For the last 60 seconds of the last one of the day as well. What a great way to finish, Johnny.
Yeah, lovely way to finish. We're looking at the 01. We've got an 01A, Cameron Healy we mentioned already. But the other 01 circulating.
Alan Turpins. Yeah.
Alan Turpins in second place in that 911 RSR from 75. Here comes your leader. And Ned Bacon has led most of this race. The Datsun led early on, but the pole man, the number 49 now in third place, Rob Fuller, in that 240 from 1972. A wonderful sight and a great way to finish the day. We started in the dark almost, or in the fog, and dusk of early morning, and now here, as the sun has gone down here at Laguna Seca, the Monterey Peninsula has roared with the sound of historics all day long, as well it should. And I think we have represented well in terms of the cars that have been brought together, the drivers that have driven them, and the preparation that has been put into this has been absolutely immaculate. And we hope to have another full day of this. We've had some great guys coming up here. James Alder, Stefan Johansson. I mean, really, we've had the ladies from the cycle karts. Hannah Loper, my good friend, Miss New York, from MotoAmerica, and of course the big stars from MotoAmerica. We had Josh Hayes up here, and of course Richard Varner and Chuck Axel.
Yeah, it's been a great day for guests up here. It's been a lot of fun. Stefan, I haven't seen Stefan Johansson since I was young and part of his karting center, so that was fun reminiscing about that. And we talked about how his karting center is now a Chinese restaurant. But, and also his art, too. He's very passionate about the art and his own art. And it was fun to hear. Like, I never had that time. I always knew that about his love of art. I always knew about his friendships with artists and how he designed watches. I never knew what drove that passion, and that his grandfather was an artist. And standing next to his grandfather painting on canvas at ages 3-4 years old, and really that might have been his first passion and in that sense. So that was probably my highlight, was getting to know that much more about Stefan. As we draw close of the day, Jonathan, coming to the checker, bring us home, buddy.
Yeah, it seems apropos that Porsche with such a big presence here this weekend, and it is the 1975 Porsche 911 RSR of Ned Bacon, who will take us home, taking the checkered flag to win our Group 7 race here, the first of 2 this weekend. Well done, Ned. And coming across the line in second place, it should be Alan Turpins in the 1975 RSR as well. So a 1-2 for Porsche. And then the Datsun of Rob Fuller, who started on the front row, but will finish in third ahead of Brian Frizzell in fourth position. Jim Fruola in fifth position, and another Datsun. So it's been a Porsche-Datsun affair. And I don't think they expected to race in this darker conditions, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because they're racing, and they're at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and that's all that matters today.
Shout out to Cameron Healy, setting his fastest lap on the last lap there in 7th position. Well, my thanks to Adam Andretti and to Kev Harris, and obviously to KB, as we call it, down in the pits. Curry, thank you so much. And to all of our guest commentators we just mentioned, congratulations to Jeff O'Neill and to Ryan Turry. It's still only at the halfway point, so there's more to come. But we're over the moon with what's happened so far. We'll see you on the dark side, but we'll see you tomorrow morning. From Jonathan Green, goodbye for now.